Chapter 001, The Fusion of Patriotism. 1962, a covert CIA base. Look, it's those freaks. It seems that freaks eat the same food as us. How do they become freaks? I don't know. Perhaps you could inquire directly with them? In the dining hall, patrons bustling about and seated at various corners could not help but cast glances and murmur at the group of youths occupying the northeastern corner. They appeared to be observing clowns at a circus. I am utterly fed up with these imbeciles. A boy with tousled blonde hair slammed his palm against the table, shooting a menacing glare at those around him as he muttered curses under his breath. Sean, you should have become accustomed to this by now. A girl with long black hair, adorned with a cicada wing tattoo on her arm, remained remarkably composed as she faced the blonde youth. I believe I am far from accustomed to it. Sean shrugged and addressed another girl with golden locks. Raven, perhaps you could have Charles alter these idiots' memories, so we wouldn't have to be gawked at like animals in a zoo every day. Raven, however, turned to the Asian boy seated beside her with a smile. I still think it would be more reliable for Rosh to throw them all out with one hand. Right, Rosh? Despite Rosh's delicate appearance, reminiscent of a studious scholar like Hank, those present were well aware of the immense power concealed within his seemingly unassuming frame. He could effortlessly lift the car with one hand. Tossing those burly men out would be no more challenging than discarding a piece of refuse. Rosh. However, Rosh offered no response, seemingly lost in thought. Raven poked him gently in the arm. Rosh. At the sound of this name, the Asian boy momentarily froze. He almost forgot that this was the name he bore in this world. Indeed, the Asian boy was not originally from this realm, but was, in fact, a traveler from the Blue Star. In his previous life, Rosh had led a rather satisfactory existence, securing a position in a mid-tier company shortly after graduating from university. With diligence and a touch of fortune, he ascended to a mid-level role within 3 years, earning an annual income of $200,000. While not a true affluent individual, he certainly lived better than the majority. His only regret was neglecting personal matters due to his busy career, remaining a single man at the age of 28. Who could have anticipated that while en route to a blind date, a sudden downpour and a bolt of lightning would bestow upon Rosh such extraordinary luck? When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in another world, transformed into another person. To be candid, Rosh initially felt quite bewildered. He discovered that this world was populated by mutants, with the likes of Captain America and Howard Stark. Of course, the current Captain America had long since departed from this world, yet this did not prevent him from remaining a national icon. In simple terms, this was a realm filled with celestial beings, dimensional deities, and various outrageous extraterrestrials, where a single misstep could lead to the obliteration of a city or even the entire planet. Ordinary people living in such a world could easily find themselves becoming collateral damage, often unaware of their impending demise, especially for the average citizen in New York. Fortunately, as is the case with countless other travelers, Rosh was also endowed with a unique advantage upon his arrival. Host: Rosh, age 16, speed 53 meters per second, strength 7.2 tons, physique 124, average for healthy adult males 10, mental power 82, average for healthy adult males 10. Current template: Patriot, progress unlocked 1. Abilities: X-ray vision, basic; enhanced hearing, basic; flight unlocked; heat ray unlocked; source points 0. With a mere thought, an attribute panel, visible only to him, materialized before Rosh. To be frank, Rosh was uncertain about the nature of this system, as it bore no name. Nonetheless, its purpose was unmistakable: to grant Rosh the abilities of a patriot, along with a novice gift package upon his arrival. 1% progress might seem negligible, yet it bestowed upon Rosh extraordinary strength, speed, physique, and mental power beyond that of an average person. Though it may seem insufficient in the tumultuous era to come, let us not forget that the first battle of the X-Men had yet to commence. Mutants had not yet truly emerged, remaining unknown to the world. Many were still oblivious to the existence of mutants, dismissing any rumors as mere jest. Even formidable figures like Magneto and many other mutants believed themselves to be the sole representatives of their kind. This explains why the ordinary personnel at the CIA regarded these mutants in the dining hall as mere jesters rather than objects of fear, aversion, or disdain. As Sean remarked, they were more akin to monkeys in their eyes. As for why Rorschach found himself at the CIA, this was due to a collaboration between the future Professor Charles and the CIA. To combat the Black King, Charles decided to assemble a team of mutants. Rorschach, along with future allies such as Siren, Angel, Darwin, and the Marauder, were successively brought to this clandestine base to become candidates for mutant agents. Rorschach, what are you pondering? Raven's voice broke through Rorschach's reverie. Rorschach set aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and casually replied, "Nothing, just a bunch of individuals gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. There's no need to pay them any mind." Gazings from the bottom of a well? Raven blinked in confusion. Rorschach, what does that mean? Who would sit in a well to look at the sky? The others around them regarded Rorschach with puzzled expressions. A gathering of illiterates. They failed to appreciate the profound depth of my Chinese culture. Rorschach silently scoffed and began to elucidate for everyone. The essence of this phrase is akin to a toad residing at the bottom of a well, believing that the entirety of the world consists solely of that well. How could he possibly comprehend the vastness beyond its confines? Ah, I see. You are likening those individuals to toads. The tattooed girl exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Rorschach was left utterly speechless. Did they not grasp the subtlety of the metaphor? Insulting others is rather pedestrian. A remarkably vivid analogy. A voice interjected. The few diners instinctively paused their activities, turning their attention to the unexpectedly arrived Eric. Although Eric did not possess the official status of a liaison like Charles, his prowess was immensely formidable. The intricate affairs concerning mutants were primarily overseen by Eric and Charles collaboratively. Despite Eric's mere 1 or 2 months seniority, the group regarded him as a mentor. Naturally, Eric was indeed considerably older. "Eric, you have returned?" Revan, one of the earliest recruits alongside Charles to the CIA, greeted him casually, displaying a sense of familiarity. "How'd it go? Was it successful?" Revan could not help but inquire once more. Earlier that morning, Charles and Eric had ventured to recruit another mutant, whom Charles mentioned was likely a true warrior. Revan was quite eager about this prospect. The others were also keen to witness the capabilities of the mutant that Charles had taken an interest in. Aside from him telling Charles and me to leave, nothing else was particularly troublesome. Eric shrugged, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. That cigar-smoking fellow was utterly lacking in manners. "Not to worry. There are countless mutants in the world, aren't there?" Revan shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the incident. "While that may be true, the reality is our time is rather limited," Eric replied, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze towards Rorschach. "Rorschach, could you come to the office later? Charles and I have matters to discuss with you." Rorschach felt a twinge of surprise, unable to fathom what business Eric and Charles could have with him. From his recollection, those mutants summoned by Eric and Charles to the CIA had done little more than engage in idle chatter and enjoy free meals. In fact, it was only after the devastating assault by the Black King that he truly began to undergo Charles's rigorous training, which had decimated the agency's agents. Prior to that, there had been no pressing matters concerning individuals like him. This was precisely why Rorschach had chosen to follow Charles to this base. Here, he could devote himself entirely to honing and developing his abilities. "I've finished eating. Eric, let us proceed now." After a brief moment of contemplation, Rorschach dismissed his thoughts and rose to his feet. His politeness towards Eric was genuine, as he truly felt it was time to move on. Eric nodded, saying nothing further, and led Rorschach out of the dining area. "What do you suppose Eric wants with Rorschach?" Someone pondered. "Unclear, but it's evident that Rorschach is quite different from us," another responded. "What kind of person is he then? Can any of you control your abilities as flawlessly as Rorschach does?" As Revan and the others watched Rorschach and Eric depart, they could not help but speculate on the reasons behind Eric's summons. Yet, no amount of conjecture could yield a definitive answer. Meanwhile, as the discussions grew fervent, Rorschach arrived at Charles's office. "Rorschach, please have a seat. Would you prefer coffee or tea?" Charles smiled warmly, extending a welcoming gesture that was refreshing. He was a man exuding an air of British nobility, remarkably handsome, and his intellectual sophistication lent him an undeniable charm. In stark contrast, Eric, casually leaning against a wall, presented an entirely different demeanor. He radiated a wild and untamed essence, akin to a sword sheathed yet unmistakably sharp. "Thank you, Professor. I'm fine as I am," Roxa replied as he settled into a chair before Charles. Are you adjusting well here? Is there anything amiss? Charles, embodying the role of a caring elder, inquired about Roxa's well-being. Everything is splendid. This is a wonderful place. Roxa nodded, responding sincerely. That is reassuring to hear, Charles replied, visibly pleased. Professor, did you summon me for a specific reason? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Roxa broached the main topic. Roxa, I have observed you, and you stand apart from the other children. You exhibit a maturity beyond your years. At times, I subconsciously forget your age, perceiving you as one of my contemporaries alongside Eric. Moreover, you are the only one among them who can perfectly master your abilities. I am at a loss as to how you achieve this. Neither Eric nor I reached such a level at your age. Considering these facts, I believe it is time for you to be informed about certain matters. Charles chose his words carefully as he began to unfold the narrative to Roxa. Roxa, are you aware of the true purpose for our gathering you here? Eric interjected at that moment. Isn't it simply for mutants to band together? Roxa retorted, assuming this was the obvious answer. This rationale had been the very premise upon which Charles and Eric had recruited those mutants. That is merely one of the objectives. Eric stood upright, his expression becoming grave, or rather, it is the initial step, verification of identity. Following the verification, we intend to subject you all to training and evaluation, ultimately eliminating those who do not meet our standards. Eric, I do not comprehend. Roxa thought he understood Eric's words, yet pretended otherwise. Roxa, we are recruiting agents. A distinct cadre composed of mutants, Eric reiterated, clarifying for Roxa, and Eric, we are not recruiting agents. Charles immediately corrected Eric. At this stage, we merely require a select few mutants with combat skills to undertake specific missions against certain adversaries, and this confrontation is only temporary. There is no such thing as qualified or unqualified. Even those mutants not chosen by us may remain. So, Charles, you summoned me to conduct a preliminary assessment? Rorschach raised an eyebrow. No, you've already passed the assessment, or rather, like Eric, you are exempt from testing. Charles smiled. As I mentioned, you possess complete mastery over your abilities, and your strength is commendable. Rorschach, Charles has more pressing matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. So the upcoming recruitment of mutants will be overseen by you and me. What do you think? Eric clarified their intentions. Since you place your trust in me, I have no objections, Rorschach replied after a brief moment of contemplation. After all, having stayed here for such an extended period, it is only fitting that he contribute at an opportune moment. Thank you for your understanding, Rorschach. Charles nodded with satisfaction and then rummaged through his desk, retrieving a document. He handed it over, saying, "This is your next target." Upon examining the materials, Rorschach felt a twinge of surprise. The face on the document was strikingly familiar. He had undoubtedly seen it before. Chapter 003. Meeting Charles, it turns out to be him. After a moment of contemplation, Rasha finally recalled the individual referred to in the documents as Chris Bradley. He was, in fact, an old comrade of Wolverine Logan. Once, he had engaged in dubious activities alongside Wolverine, Sabretooth, Ghost, and Blob under the command of Stryker. However, for reasons unbeknownst to Rasha, he, much like Wolverine, had departed from Stryker's service and retreated to an amusement park, where he exploited his abilities to deceive and lead a mundane existence. Ultimately, his fate appeared grim. He seemed to have been slain by Sabretooth. Was he, then, the one Rasha was tasked with recruiting? Nonetheless, this individual's powers seemed rather modest. He could manipulate electrical currents, yet according to cinematic portrayals, his abilities were limited to recharging powerless elevators and illuminating unlit light bulbs, nothing more. There was no indication of any combat prowess. Rasha, is there an issue? Eric's voice broke in as he observed Rasha intently. Although he harbored some concerns about the possibility of discovering a corpse, such thoughts were unspeakable. Rasha promptly shook his head, affirming, "No problem. Good. Prepare yourself. We shall depart in half an hour." Eric nodded at Rasha and exited Charles's office. "Charles, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave as well," Rasha said, rising from his seat. "Rasha, having shared so much with you, are you not at all curious about the nature of the adversaries we are to confront?" Charles inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Rasha. For one endowed with telepathic abilities, it was rare for anyone to harbor secrets in his presence. Even without intentionally probing into others' memories, He could sense their emotions. Yet, for reasons unknown, Charles found his powers utterly ineffective against Rorschach. He had no insight into Rorschach's thoughts. When the time comes for me to know, I shall, Rorschach replied with a smile. Choosing not to elaborate further as he made his exit, Charles couldn't help but reflect on this. Despite Rorschach's youth, he exhibited a level of composure beyond what Charles had anticipated. It seemed that certain matters could indeed be entrusted to him. Meanwhile, Shaw's activities were becoming increasingly frequent. Yet he was accompanied by a telepath capable of completely shielding Charles's perception. This rendered the brainwave amplifier utterly useless in Shaw's presence, compelling Charles to collaborate with the CIA and investigate through conventional means. This was a lengthy and intricate endeavor, compounded by various other pressing issues, leaving Charles feeling rather overwhelmed. If Rorschach were to hear Charles's innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly be unable to suppress a laugh. The facade of composure was merely a pretense. He had long been aware of the individual Charles intended to confront. "Hey, Rorschach," returned to the apartment. Several mutants engaged in a game of poker turned to greet him. "Rorschach, why does Eric want you?" Raven inquired, tossing aside a card and peering at Rorschach with curiosity. "I'm off to find someone. Perhaps we shall gain a new companion." Rorschach had nothing to conceal. "Oh, I wonder who it could be this time. Wonderful. Have we found another mutant?" The prospect of a new arrival stirred palpable excitement among the group. After all, mutants and ordinary humans, strictly speaking, could be regarded as two distinct species. The sense of kinship among those of the same kind was akin to encountering a fellow countryman in a foreign land, an unexpressed bond. As a mutant himself, Rorschach was inherently positioned in opposition to ordinary humans. "Rorschach, why you?" the tattooed girl remarked with mild incredulity, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Everyone had arrived around the same time. Why did Eric and the others regard Rorschach with such favoritism? Was it merely due to his strength? "I can fly and spew corrosive liquid too. Perhaps Eric simply needed a driver." Rorschach shrugged, opting not to elaborate further, and returned to his room. After changing his attire and tidying up, the time was nearly upon him. Rorschach met up with Eric. "Eric, Rorschach." They exchanged brief greetings before each climbed into their respective vehicles, setting off towards their destination. "Rorschach, may I ask you a question?" On the road, Eric casually steered while seemingly nonchalantly glancing at Rorschach. "Of course, Eric, what's on your mind?" Rorschach was more than willing to engage, genuinely curious about Eric's inquiry. "Do you believe that humans and mutants can truly understand one another and coexist?" Eric's question was pointed from the outset. "Charles believes in this possibility. And what about you?" "I don't know," Rorschach replied, shaking his head. He was still a child, at least in Eric's eyes, and such profound questions were unlikely to yield any deep insights. However, considering the experiences of African Americans and other minorities living in America who still struggle for acceptance, he felt that even if Charles's vision were to come to fruition, there would be a long journey ahead. "Why do you ask that?" Eric gently veered away from the topic. "Just making small talk?" Rorschach couldn't help but steal a glance at Eric. He didn't perceive it as mere chatter, but rather as an attempt to gauge his stance on certain matters. However, Rorschach chose not to dwell on it. The vehicle continued its leisurely pace. Everything remained as usual. In Springfield, Ohio, amidst a bustling amusement park filled with dazzling lights and lively chatter, Bradley sat at his booth like a languid orange tabby basking in the sun. "Hey, how do you want to play this?" His eyes finally opened when a couple appeared before him, the blonde girl eagerly fixated on the bulb before him. "It's quite simple. Extinguish the light, and you shall win a prize. $1 allows for 2 attempts, Bradley explained. The prize seemed effortlessly attainable, prompting the blonde to pay and eagerly approach the switch. With a decisive click, the switch was turned off. Yet, the bulb continued to shine brilliantly. Clearly, this was too obvious. The blonde, now puzzled, yanked out the power source, but the light persisted. Her boyfriend, witnessing the oddity, swiftly unscrewed the bulb. Yet the bizarre phenomenon continued unabated. "Freak." The couple, evidently startled, exchanged hurried glances. And the man couldn't help but curse under his breath as he hurriedly pulled the blonde away. "Seems our lightning man is faring quite well, wouldn't you agree, Zero?" In the midst of the crowd at the amusement park, Sabretooth flashed a toothy grin at Zero, his expression somewhat sinister. After uttering those words, Sabretooth strode purposefully toward Bradley. Chapter 4. The sinister grin of Sabretooth. With a swift motion, Zero seized Sabretooth's hand, whispering, "Victor, now is not the time. There are too many people here. What does that matter? Do you think anyone would dare to stop me?" Saber-tooth replied dismissively. Of course. No one would dare to intervene, Zero clarified, his intention merely to caution Saber-tooth against drawing too much attention. Committing murder in front of such a crowd could lead to significant complications. If they do, we shall eliminate them too. Saber-tooth continued in a low, menacing tone. Victor, let us not complicate matters. You know how important the plan is to the commander. We should wait until nightfall when the crowd has thinned. Zero earnestly urged Saber-tooth. Are you trying to use strike to intimidate me? The saber-toothed tiger swiftly seized Zero by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Zero felt as though his throat was on the verge of being crushed, his face turning crimson from the lack of oxygen. With great effort, he managed to utter a single phrase. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to offer a suggestion. The saber-toothed tiger stared at Zero for 2 or 3 seconds before finally releasing him. Cough. Cough. Zero immediately began to cough loudly. Honestly, this diminishes the enjoyment. The saber-toothed tiger grumbled, yet he heeded Zero's advice and halted his advance. After all, night had long since fallen, and the amusement park would soon close. Many establishments in America tend to shut their doors early in the evening, as the populace lacks the habit of wandering about at night. This is, after all, a land of freedom, and the amusement park is no exception. Approximately an hour later, visitors began to leave the amusement park in waves, and the various vendors commenced closing up their stalls. Creak. A black sedan gradually came to a stop outside the amusement park, and Eric and Rorschach emerged one after the other from the vehicle. This is the place, is it not? Eric surveyed the surroundings, then checked the address on his documents to confirm its accuracy. The two began their journey into the park. However, as they arrived during the dispersal phase, the park was nearly devoid of visitors, save for the vendors who were tidying up. Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where I might find Bradley? As they passed the entrance to a roller coaster, Eric inquired of an elderly gentleman who was locking the gate. What business do you have with him? The old man was rather cautious, not immediately divulging the information, instead casting a wary glance at the two. Eric's eyes lit up, after inquiring with several individuals. He had finally found someone acquainted with Bradley. I am his fellow townsman, seeking him for a matter of some importance, Eric fabricated without so much as a blink. Oh, I see. If you continue eastward, you shall find him. His little establishment is at the farthest east end. Thank you, sir. Eric and Rorschach proceeded in the direction indicated by the old man, and soon spotted a small figure tidying up in the distance. It appeared to be Bradley, just as depicted in the image. Rorschach silently praised their luck. Bradley had not yet met his demise at the hands of the saber-toothed tiger. However, suddenly, Eric came to a halt, as if he had noticed something extraordinary, and abruptly turned his head to glance to his left front. Rorschach followed Eric's gaze and beheld 2 burly men smoking beside the carousel. It was the saber-toothed tiger and Zero. Eric did not recognize the 2 individuals, but Rorschach immediately identified them. Undoubtedly, these 2 were here to eliminate Bradley. Well, the earlier remark about good fortune was retracted. Nevertheless, despite recognizing their identities, Rorschach calmly averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on them. Given his current prowess, even a saber-toothed tiger was hardly a concern. Eric, those 2 do not appear to be staff here, Rorschach remarked, alerting Eric. Let us disregard them and proceed. Eric also withdrew his gaze, beckoning Rorschach, and continued onward. As he stated, regardless of the origins of those 2, as long as they did not interfere with his affairs, he found them unworthy of his attention. Soon, the duo approached Bradley. Pardon me, Mr. Bradley, I am Eric, and this is Rorschach. May we have a word? Eric inquired, addressing Bradley. Bradley halted his actions, regarding Eric and Rorschach with a suspicious expression. We do not know each other, do we? He inquired, wariness evident on his face. Indeed, we are strangers. But that is inconsequential, for we shall soon become acquainted, Eric replied with a smile. Simultaneously, he activated his ability, gesturing toward the performance prop in Bradley's hand, which then levitated effortlessly. You're also. Indeed, I am a mutant, Eric declared emphatically. Another mutant? The saber-toothed tiger, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, though his expression soon morphed into one of cruel delight. Zero, what a fortunate turn of events. It seems luck is on our side. The saber-toothed tiger's current mission involved assisting Stryker in locating and capturing more mutants, regardless of their fates. He had not anticipated that a mere moment of inattention would yield such an opportunity. Seemingly, he had stumbled upon a mutant. No, it must be 2. Given that the large individual was a mutant, It was likely that the young man beside him was also one. Excellent. Once I finish this cigarette, we shall deal with them all. The saber-toothed tiger chuckled, increasingly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Eric was oblivious to the saber-toothed tiger's actions, his focus entirely on Bradley. Upon realizing that Eric was one of his kind, Bradley's demeanor indeed shifted. "Come in," he said, hesitating briefly before ushering Eric and Roche into his quarters. "I never expected to encounter a fellow mutant in such a place." After inviting the two to take a seat, Bradley gazed at them in mild surprise. It had been nearly 5 years since he last encountered mutants, having departed from Strick. "In the place I come from, there are many more of our kind," Eric promptly responded, "and we welcome your inclusion, hoping for unity among all mutant brethren." However, Bradley's tone shifted. "Are you suggesting that you belong to a mutant organization?" He had barely escaped the clutches of such an organization and had no desire to entangle himself once more. Chapter 005, Rorschach Takes Action. "It's somewhat similar. You may interpret it that way," Eric nodded thoughtfully, still gauging Bradley's fundamental stance and reluctant to reveal too much too soon. "I'm afraid we have nothing further to discuss. I must ask you to leave," Bradley declared abruptly, rising with an air of indifference. "Mr. Bradley, perhaps you might consider hearing me out before making a decision." Eric attempted to salvage the situation. "There's no need. I apologize for the inconvenience," Bradley responded, his resolve unwavering. Eric exchanged a glance with Rorschach, and together they stood to depart, recognizing that there was no point in pursuing a disinterested party. As they pushed the door open, they were met unexpectedly by a rugged figure clad in a black trench coat, sporting a thick beard, none other than Sabretooth, the man who had previously shared a distant gaze with Eric while smoking a cigarette. "Is this how it ends? You seem to have had an unpleasant discussion," Sabretooth grinned, exuding an oppressive aura. "Victor." Bradley's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing the newcomer. During their time together, he had witnessed Victor's violent tendencies, a truly deranged individual. "Bradley, are you not pleased to see an old friend?" Sabretooth remarked, casting a sideways glance at Bradley. "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" Eric interjected, unable to suppress a frown at Sabretooth's obstruction. No, there's no need to apologize." Sabretooth waved a finger in front of him. "The one who should feel apologetic is me." "Is that so? And why would you feel that way?" Eric arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Even if he were foolish, he would still comprehend that the individual before him was not quite right. With a sinister grin, the saber-toothed tiger remained silent, his 5 fingers elongating into fearsome claws. "None of you shall leave today," he declared, stepping forward into the room and firmly shutting the door behind him. At that moment, a few lines of text suddenly appeared on Rorschach's system panel, causing him to pause in astonishment. However, this was swiftly followed by a surge of excitement. The system had issued a mission, and with a mission comes a reward, which could lead to a rapid enhancement of his abilities. Although Rorschach did not yet fully grasp the nature of the reward points, it mattered little. His enthusiasm for completing the task remained undiminished. "It seems I must eliminate the saber-toothed tiger." Clang, clang. The sound of clattering objects echoed as all metallic items within the room began to levitate, under Eric's control, suspended in the air like a protective deity. The spectacle was indeed magnificent. He was no mere soft target. "I hope you can provide me with some amusement." A wicked smile crept across the saber-toothed tiger's face as he lunged forward like a ferocious beast, charging at Eric. Swish, swish. The suspended metal objects, under Eric's command, shot toward the saber-toothed tiger like arrows. Bang, bang. The saber-toothed tiger transformed into a primal force, swatting each incoming object aside with ease, rendering televisions and cabinets as fragile as paper. He surged forward with unstoppable ferocity. However, Eric was not to be trifled with, continuously launching metallic projectiles toward the saber-toothed tiger. No matter how formidable the creature, evasion was not an option. Swoosh. Several knives pierced the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen under Eric's precise control. Success. A glimmer of joy appeared on Eric's face. Yet, in the next instant, a primal roar erupted from the saber-toothed tiger's throat. The adversary, seemingly unfazed despite being grievously wounded, suddenly sprang forth, effortlessly closing the final distance in an instant, arriving before Eric in the blink of an eye. With a swift and powerful motion, its right hand rose high, the menacing claws poised to strike mercilessly at Eric. Eric's pupils constricted sharply. In that critical moment, he instinctively maneuvered a metal cabinet to shield himself. The impact was thunderous. The saber-toothed tiger's claws struck the metal cabinet with such ferocity that it was instantly deformed. Eric was thrown backward as though struck by a colossal hammer, his body jolting violently from the force. At this juncture, Eric had yet to undergo rigorous training with Charles and was not yet the formidable Magneto of the future. His strength was still limited. Furthermore, the confined space of Bradley's abode offered little in the way of metallic objects for Eric to manipulate, resulting in his swift defeat. Coughing, Eric felt as though his sternum might shatter. He struggled to catch his breath, his mind swirling in confusion. Die? However, the saber-toothed tiger showed no mercy, lunging at Eric once more like a feral beast, its claws descending with ruthless intent. Though Strick had commanded a disregard for life, the bloodthirsty saber-tooth typically killed on sight unless expressly instructed by Strick to spare a target. After all, for Strick's research, retrieving serum was equally viable. Just as the saber-toothed tiger was about to pounce upon Eric, a sudden flash caught his eye. The young man, whom he had previously underestimated, appeared before him with astonishing speed. With a powerful punch, he struck the saber-tooth directly in the chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the massive creature was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into Bradley's wall with a resounding thud, creating a gaping hole, before sliding across the ground for some distance until it finally came to a halt. The scene fell into an eerie silence. A multitude of astonished gazes fixated on Rorschach's face. This young man was unexpectedly formidable. Chapter 006. An opponent of a different caliber. Eric, are you all right? Ignoring the astonished stares of those around him, Rorschach approached Eric at a leisurely pace and extended his hand. I'm fine. Eric felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never anticipated being bested in front of a junior. With an air of awkwardness, he grasped Rorschach's outstretched hand. Rorschach swiftly pulled Eric up, saying, Eric, keep an eye on Bradley. Leave this fellow to me. No, Rorschach, this man is a true bloodthirsty beast, Eric replied, shaking his head. He recognized Rorschach's formidable strength, as evidenced by his ability to fell a saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. However, survival in a life-and-death struggle is not solely dependent on brute force, especially against the adversary before them. Eric discerned immediately that this individual was a blood-stained executioner, not someone a naive youth could contend with. Eric, trust me. He poses no threat to me, Rorschach remarked with a casual smile, dismissing Eric's concerns and striding purposefully toward the saber-toothed tiger. Though Eric felt a twinge of worry, he was unlike Charles, who would have surely intervened in such a situation. Eric believed that perhaps allowing Rorschach to undergo some trials could be beneficial. Since Rorschach was resolute, why not grant him this opportunity? After all, Eric would be nearby, ready to support Rorschach. In the event of any dire circumstance, would he truly stand idly by? A flicker of admiration for Rorschach stirred within Eric. This young man was different from others, undaunted and fearless, possessing the spirit necessary to evolve into a truly formidable warrior. A cough interrupted the moment, as the saber-toothed tiger struggled to rise, blood at the corner of his mouth and a significant dent in his chest. He tore off his fitted shirt, revealing a gruesome, bloodied wound that was shocking to behold. Had an ordinary person endured Rorschach's punch, they would undoubtedly be beyond saving. Well, the saber-toothed tiger remarked, wiping the blood from his lips with a look of madness in his eyes. That was indeed a powerful blow, but what does it matter? As he spoke, the muscles in his chest began to writhe, and that terrifying wound astonishingly healed at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, it appeared as if he had never been injured at all, save for a few lingering bloodstains. With casual ease, he pulled the knife lodged in his abdomen and tossed it aside, displaying an unsettling nonchalance. Eric's expression darkened. It was no wonder that the 2 stabs he had inflicted previously had resulted in no visible harm. This man possessed a truly terrifying regenerative ability. This complicates matters significantly. Meanwhile, not far away, Zero stood calmly, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, displaying no intention of offering assistance. Firstly, the saber-toothed tiger despises any interruptions during battle. Secondly, Zero is acutely aware of the saber-toothed tiger's extraordinary self-healing abilities, which alleviates any concerns he may have. Even when momentarily suppressed by an adversary, the saber-toothed tiger can outlast them solely through its regenerative prowess. You have evoked a long-forgotten pain within me. Thus, I have resolved to inflict upon you every conceivable agony before bringing about your demise. The saber-toothed tiger pointed a claw-like finger menacingly at Rorschach. Then, employing all 4 limbs like a wild beast, charged once more towards him. Rorschach, Eric, positioned behind him, could not help but exclaim, "I've got this." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Rorschach staggered and bolted towards the saber-toothed tiger as well. The speed at which he moved was so astonishing that Eric nearly struggled to maintain his own rhythm. It is noteworthy that Rorschach's average velocity now reaches over 50 meters per second. To put this into perspective, the maximum permitted speed on highways is merely 120 kilometers per hour, equating to approximately 33 meters per second. This is a figure from later times. Rorschach's speed is nearly double that. In an instant, he stood before the saber-toothed tiger. A tremendous gust of air surged forth, a consequence of Rorschach's rapid speed, causing the saber-toothed tiger to momentarily falter in its breathing. Then, it perceived a flash before its eyes. Rorschach's fist struck perilously close to the side of the saber-toothed tiger's head. How swift! The saber-toothed tiger marveled internally. However, emboldened by its formidable self-healing ability, it did not genuinely regard Rorschach's assault as a threat. It extended its razor-sharp claws, fiercely aiming for Rorschach's chest. This tactic was reminiscent of Wolverine's style, trading injury for injury, relentlessly wearing down the opponent. Regrettably, this maneuver may be effective against ordinary foes, yet it proved utterly futile before Rorschach, for he was impervious to harm. With a resounding crash, the saber-toothed tiger's claws were still a distance from Rorschach's chest when Rorschach's fist connected with the tiger's head. The saber-toothed tiger was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring several dozen meters before crashing violently to the ground. It lay motionless thereafter. Should anyone venture closer, they would discover that the saber-toothed tiger's head had been grotesquely deformed, blood streaming from all orifices, creating a scene reminiscent of a horror film. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger possessed physical attributes far beyond those of an average human. Had it been an ordinary individual, their head would have surely exploded. It is essential to understand that Rorschach's punch harnesses over 7 tons of force, akin to a medium-sized truck rolling over. What kind of head could withstand such devastation? Even the saber-toothed tiger was rendered unconscious by Rorschach's relentless assault. This is not good, Zero thought, his face etched with concern and astonishment. He was oblivious to how the saber-toothed tiger had initially been subdued, but the current scene of its humiliation was crystal clear. The saber-toothed tiger was no match for its opponent. They existed on entirely different planes of power. Had it not possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, it would have perished long ago. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Zero fired a shot at Rorschach without uttering a single word. Yet, Eric was not one to be trifled with. He swiftly extended a hand towards the bullet, activating his ability to freeze it in midair beside Rorschach. Simultaneously, Eric began to manipulate various metallic objects, including Zero's bullet, hurling them back towards Zero. Amidst the chaos, Zero deftly dodged while continuing to pull the trigger against Eric. A fierce confrontation ensued between the two. Chapter 007. The mutant organization, despite the potency of Zero's bullets, they were rendered ineffective against Eric's powers, so Rorschach felt no concern for Eric's presence. He glanced at the saber-toothed tiger, which was rapidly recuperating, and fell into deep contemplation. Given the tiger's astonishing regenerative capacity, defeating it with mere fists proved exceedingly challenging. Surely, one could not reduce it to a mere pulp, as that would be exceedingly grotesque. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Rorschach's gaze swept across the scene until it landed on the 2 dining knives that Eric had used to pierce the saber-toothed tiger, which the creature had carelessly discarded onto the ground. Without hesitation, Rorschach approached leisurely, picked up one of the knives, and weighed it in his hand. Regardless of the saber-toothed tiger's ability to heal, one decisive strike to sever its head would surely bring about its demise. Unlike Deadpool, the tiger could not regenerate from decapitation. The only consideration was the quality of the knife. Would it be sufficient to achieve the desired effect? However, reality afforded Rorschach little time for further contemplation. As the saber-toothed tiger had once again fully revived, its primal ferocity erupted forth, a sinister grin plastered across its bloodied face. Reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, it lunged at Rorschach once more. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, Rorschach effortlessly sidestepped, repositioning himself to the tiger's flank. Knife poised in hand, and struck with a swift, slicing motion. Clang! A flash of cold light glimmered. Sizzle! The head of the saber-toothed tiger was violently severed, blood gushing from its neck like a magnificent fountain. Due to the immense inertia, The headless body stumbled forward a couple of paces before collapsing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the severed head traced a graceful arc through the air, soaring several dozen meters away like a ball, ultimately landing upon the lawn. You killed Victor? Bradley stood in stunned silence, gazing at the tiger's carcass, his mind swirling with disbelief. How could such a beastly creature be so effortlessly slain by this young man? He had never anticipated that the seemingly scholarly youth before him possessed such extraordinary prowess. If he can't grow back a head, then I suppose he is truly dead. Loki remarked with a shrug. Not far off, a muffled grunt indicated that Magneto had also concluded his business. Zero, struck by several bullets of his own making, lay on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, reluctantly succumbing to the inevitable. He joined his dear comrade, the saber-toothed tiger, for after all, good brothers ought to be united. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 source points. Source points, as the name suggests, are the fundamental essence that the host utilizes for progression, enhancement, and growth. Embark on your journey of advancement and empowerment. At that very moment, Loki received a similar prompt within his mind. Simultaneously, a flurry of information concerning source points materialized before him. In essence, as the system elucidated, source points were the foundation of Loki's growth and evolution. They could be employed to unlock the progress of the ancestral templates or applied individually to enhance specific attributes. Furthermore, they could also be directly utilized to unlock or upgrade Loki's current abilities. In short, Loki's development was inextricably linked to source points. Loki, I never would have guessed you possessed such brutality, Eric remarked as he approached Loki, casting a glance at the headless corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, raising his hands in resignation. The bloodshed was rather excessive, yet I believe he died peacefully, without suffering, Loki replied earnestly. This was no exaggeration. With the swiftness of his strike, he could have severed flesh as easily as slicing through paper. The tiger's head was cleaved in an instant, likely before it even comprehended what had transpired. Given the saber-toothed tiger's tenacious vitality, it might have even experienced a fleeting sensation of flight. Are you all right? Eric asked, fixing his gaze on Loki, now devoid of any circumlocution. He had just playfully teased Rorschach, intending to lighten the atmosphere. After all, the act of taking a life can profoundly impact any young person. I'm fine, Rorschach replied, shaking his head. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was his first experience with murder, yet he felt surprisingly composed, even astonished by his own lack of emotional turmoil. If you wish to talk, I'm always here, Eric said, patting Rorschach on the shoulder before glancing toward Bradley. Who are those two? Buddy, I'm afraid you might be in trouble. Bradley's expression grew gravely serious. Oh, what kind of trouble? Eric inquired, his voice low, already sensing the gravity of the situation without needing Bradley's elaboration. The one with claws is named Victor, the other one we call Zero. They belong to a highly secretive organization, one that is both covert and perilously dangerous. After a moment of reflection, Bradley shared what he could. What kind of organization? Eric's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening like a blade aimed at Bradley's face. Bradley felt a tightening in his abdomen. This man had suddenly become quite intimidating. I demand to know the nature of this organization. Eric seized Bradley by the collar, growling, is it the Shaws? Based on the intelligence Eric possessed, he suspected the organization in question was the Hellfire Club led by the notorious Black King Shaw. Shaw? No, buddy, who is Shaw? Don't play games with me. Tell me if it's Shaw? Man, I've never even heard of anyone named Shaw. Let me go? No, you're lying. Eric, calm down. Observing Eric's escalating agitation, Rorschach intervened, asserting, I don't believe he is lying. Not merely a suspicion, but a certainty. The secret organization Bradley mentioned was established by Strike. Not the Black King Shaw. He better not be. Eric glanced at Rorschach, finally releasing Bradley. Buddy, if I were you, I would leave this place as swiftly as possible. The quicker, the better. Straightening his clothes, Bradley, despite feeling somewhat displeased by Eric's earlier actions, offered a serious warning. Having heard rumors about the saber-toothed tiger hunting down those who had strayed, he realized that, in a sense, these 2 mysterious mutants had saved his life. You are coming with us. Eric forcefully grasped Bradley's arm, compelling him into his vehicle. Chapter 008. We are in trouble. Faced with the formidable mutant Eric, who could effortlessly dispatch Zero, and a companion capable of easily eliminating a saber-toothed tiger, what options did Bradley truly possess? Even with his reluctance, what choices were available? Moreover, With both the saber-toothed tiger and Zero deceased, it was certain that Strick would not relent, and Bradley was destined to embark on a path of flight. Viewed from this perspective, being captured by another mutant organization did not seem entirely adverse. At the very least, it would be difficult for Strick to locate him, wouldn't it? With this thought, Bradley subdued his resistance and obediently followed Eric and Rorschach to the exterior of their secret base. At the entrance of the base, Agent Mora, having received early intelligence, awaited alongside several CIA agents, with Charles already present. "Eric, is this the individual?" Agent Mora inquired, scrutinizing Bradley with a look of skepticism. Eric had claimed to have apprehended a suspect from the Hellfire Club, yet this diminutive figure appeared to be anything but. "He is not," Charles interjected, shaking his head emphatically. Having accessed Bradley's memories, he was certain the individual was not affiliated with Shaw. "Charles, are you certain?" Eric approached Charles, his frustration palpable as he pressed for confirmation. "Did you utilize your abilities?" "I'm afraid, Eric, but he truly is not," Charles replied, shaking his head once more. A profound disappointment washed over Eric, who, in a fit of vexation, kicked a small stone at his feet. He had pursued Shaw for many years, and the only success had come nearly 2 months prior aboard a cruise ship. That encounter had culminated in a ruthless attempt on Shaw's life, which not only allowed Shaw to escape, but nearly cost Eric his own. Had it not been for Charles's timely intervention, Eric would surely have perished in the frigid waters. Over the past 2 months, the primary reason Eric agreed to remain with the CIA was to leverage their resources in the pursuit of Shaw. Yet, to his dismay, he had uncovered nothing in that time. Now, having finally captured someone, he discovered it was a grievous error. How could Eric not feel disheartened? Mora, too, could not suppress a sigh. Shaw was not merely a target for Eric and Charles. He was equally a goal for the CIA, presenting an opportunity for collaboration between the parties. "I have long maintained that regardless of your perceptions of me, you are mistaken." Bradley immediately began to defend himself, exclaiming, "You have apprehended the wrong person." To which Charles replied, "Indeed, we have made an error." Acknowledging his mistake, Charles apologized to Bradley, saying, "If my friends and I have caused you any distress, I sincerely apologize." "Spare me," Bradley shrugged, indifferent to the apology. "I suppose I cannot leave, can I?" Regardless of the nature of this organization, it is impossible for an outsider to simply depart once they have discovered the location of their base. Having previously associated with Stryker, Bradley was not so naive. Things are not as straightforward as you might think. Charles did not deny this. He glanced at Moira and Eric, stating, "I believe we may be facing some complications. Let us proceed inside." Moira and Charles exchanged a knowing look, and the group hurriedly entered the base. After escorting Bradley away and assigning strict supervision, Moira, Charles, and Eric convened in the office. "Charles, what on earth is happening?" Moira inquired impatiently. "Wait a moment." Before Charles could respond, Eric interjected with a suggestion, "Perhaps we should also bring in Rorschach. Isn't it a bit premature?" Charles hesitated slightly, wishing to discuss Rorschach's performance in the field with Eric before determining the extent of his involvement. "Charles, he is already entangled in this situation. Once involved, there is no turning back, and besides, I believe he is ready," Eric asserted with conviction. Charles paused, taken aback by Eric's admiration for Rorschach after only one mission. However, Charles trusted Eric greatly and shrugged, "If Moira does not mind." Moira MacTaggart, a clandestine CIA operative, had uncovered the astonishing existence of mutants while investigating Black King Shaw, prompting her to seek counsel from genetic experts like Charles. This led to a collaborative partnership. Since then, Moira had become one of the most reliable allies of the mutants, and also a former love of Charles in his youth. Though their relationship had encountered its share of difficulties. "Rorschach, the young man who went out with Eric yesterday?" Moira could not help but ask. "It seems he is the one you and Eric have chosen." "Is he the only one?" "Currently, he is the sole candidate, but I believe this is merely temporary." Charles nodded. "Very well," Moira replied after a moment's thought. "As a participant in this matter, Charles, let us bring him in." "Apologies, Moira, my abilities are ineffective against Rorschach, so I must trouble you to send someone to bring him here," Charles remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Ineffective? Is Rorschach also a telepath?" Moira was taken aback. "As I had assumed, he was a power-based ability user. Frankly, I am uncertain. He is entirely different from the other telepaths I have encountered." Charles shook his head. During their encounter aboard the ship, he had clashed with the White Queen from a distance, and she had completely blocked his perception. Charles could distinctly sense the White Queen's mental prowess. Yet with Rorschach, he was at a loss as to why his abilities were rendered ineffective. Truly, he is a fascinating individual. Mora felt a burgeoning curiosity about Rorschach and promptly instructed an aide to summon him. Rorschach soon appeared before them. Rorschach, this is Agent Mora. I believe you have heard of her. Charles briefly introduced Rorschach. Although this base is affiliated with the CIA, individuals like Mora rarely make appearances unless some lower-tier operatives are stationed here. Agent Mora, it is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. After exchanging pleasantries, they each took their seats. Now that everyone is present, let us officially commence. Charles gently tapped the table to draw everyone's attention. Chapter 009. Enhancement and Power Elevation. Bradley is not one of Shaw's people. Rather, he hails from a clandestine military task force. Indeed, that task force comprises a team of mutants, engaged in activities that are often on the fringes of legality. As the eyes of the assembly were upon him, Charles slowly began to relay the pertinent memories he had gleaned from Bradley's mind. The atmosphere in the room swiftly turned oppressive. The involvement of military forces was undeniably troubling. So, you and Rorschach killed 2 military mutant agents and captured one alive? Eric raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Eric, did you commit murder? What on earth happened? I thought you were merely going to have a conversation, just as you have done previously. Agent Mora expressed her bewilderment. Was it not just a recruitment endeavor? How did it escalate to taking lives? Agent Mora, we acted in self-defense, Rorschach stated solemnly, explaining that they had been inexplicably attacked, leaving them no choice. He then succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Mora's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a wilting chrysanthemum in late autumn. It is evident that the other 2 agents were dispatched to silence the defector, and Eric and Rorschach inadvertently found themselves entangled in this grave matter. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Mora and her colleagues dared not exhibit any negligence. They promptly summoned Bradley for interrogation. However, Bradley remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information despite Mora's persistent questioning. Ultimately, it was Charles who employed his abilities to access Bradley's memories, extracting further intelligence from him. The individual responsible for assembling that mutant task force was none other than William Stryker. Charles's expression grew increasingly grim. William Stryker? You mean the son of Commander Stryker? Mora's face reflected a similar shock. As a senior agent of the CIA, Mora was acutely aware that the deputy director of the CIA's operations division was named Jason Stryker. Coincidentally, Jason Stryker's son was also named William Stryker. This situation had escalated significantly. Previously, in the conference room at CIA headquarters, Agent Mora had presented the existence of mutants to the senior executives, only to be met with ridicule. Even the director nearly relegated Mora to the typing pool. It was only through Raven's impromptu transformation act that the executives were eventually persuaded of the mutant's existence. Among those who had mocked Mora were none other than Jason Stryker himself. Now, it had come to light that Jason Stryker's son had secretly formed a mutant task force. Why, then, was Jason Stryker feigning ignorance? Did he truly have no knowledge of his son's actions? The gravity of the situation was daunting, and the implications were profound. The fear loomed that one misstep could draw everyone into an overwhelming vortex. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Rorschach, you may return for now. Charles finally spoke after a moment, addressing Rorschach. But remember, do not disclose what transpired today to anyone. Understood, Charles. Rorschach nodded, exchanging farewells with Mora and Eric before rising to depart. Rorschach, as he reached the door, Charles's voice resonated once more from behind. When Rorschach turned to look, Charles earnestly assured him, "Do not worry, we will resolve this." His voice, though soft, possessed an enchanting quality that inspired an undeniable sense of trust. Such was the charisma of Charles. "Of course, Charles," Rorschach replied, then pushed the door open and stepped outside. Despite the somber expressions of his colleagues in the office regarding the predicament they found themselves in, Rorschach remained largely unperturbed. After all, when the sky falls, there is always someone tall enough to bear the weight. With the CIA as a formidable ally, what was there to fear? Moreover, with Charles and Eric, 2 stalwart figures, stationed at the helm, everything was bound to be fine. In high spirits, Rorschach returned to his dormitory. Once he secured the door, he eagerly delved into his personal attribute panel. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 53 ms, strength, 72 tons, constitution, 124, average for a healthy adult male. 10. Mental power, 82, average for a healthy adult male. 10. Current template. Patriotic individual, unlock progress. 1. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner, flight, heat ray. Source points. 100. The data displayed on the panel had indeed undergone corresponding changes. At long last, the source points were no longer at 0. Detected surplus source points for the host. Would you like to utilize them for enhancement immediately? Such a prompt required no further deliberation. Having source points and not using them for enhancement would be akin to saving them for a festival. However, he needed to contemplate the method of enhancement, as the applications of source points were manifold. Thus, Rorschach began to study the options meticulously. He quickly discerned that augmenting a single attribute with source points was not cost-effective. The return on investment paled in comparison to the benefits derived from unlocking the overall template. With this realization, hesitation dissipated. Rorschach directly allocated the 100 source points to the unlocking progress. Congratulations, host. Patriotic individual template unlock progress. 2. Was it merely an increase of 1 in the unlocking progress? Rorschach felt a twinge of exasperation. After all the hustle and bustle, the outcome was just a single point. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 71 ms, strength, 152 tons, constitution, 144, average for a healthy adult male. 10. Mental power, 102, average for a healthy adult male. 10. Current template, patriotic individual, unlock progress. 2. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner, flight, not unlocked, heat ray, not unlocked. Source points, 0. Nevertheless, upon reviewing the data on the panel, Rorschach could not help but feel invigorated. His physical attributes have undergone remarkable transformations. His speed has reached an astonishing 71 meters, while his strength has escalated to an impressive 15 tons. Merely observing the figures may not provide a vivid impression. However, a few examples will certainly elucidate these changes. Firstly, Rorschach's speed has exceeded more than twice the maximum speed permitted on highways. This signifies that he can effortlessly chase down the vast majority of automobiles using only his legs. In Captain America: Civil War, Captain America struggled to halt a French AS-350 armed helicopter weighing 25 tons, leaving him breathless. Yet, Rorschach can nonchalantly grasp 6 such helicopters with a single hand. Chapter 010. Action paused beyond the quantifiable parameters. Rorschach's unquantified abilities displayed on his interface have also been significantly enhanced. For instance, his X-ray vision previously allowed him to see through a mere 10 meters, but now he can effortlessly penetrate a distance of 50 meters. As for his auditory capabilities, he can now clearly hear the conversations of Charles and others within the office, as if he were present in the same room. This matter must remain confidential. We shall treat it as though nothing has transpired. Whatever William Stryker is orchestrating with his team of mutants is of no concern to us, and we remain oblivious to these events. What about Bradley? We shall erase his memories related to this incident and send him away as if he had never been here. What if Stryker continues to pursue him? If Stryker takes such actions, he must have his reasons. Charles, we must refrain from meddling in others' affairs. The best we can do is relocate Bradley to a secure place where he can live peacefully. Beyond that, we are powerless. Charles, Eric, and Moira engaged in an intense discussion within the office. After expending countless words, they finally reached a consensus to erase Bradley's memories of meeting Eric and being brought here, and then secretly transport him to safety. Furthermore, due to the involvement of a senior CIA executive in this matter, they decided to keep it among a select few, ensuring it remained unreported and confidential. This would hold true at least until they ascertain whether Jason Stryker is implicated. For now, their only course of action is to utilize every resource at their disposal to discreetly eliminate any traces before Stryker becomes aware. They must prevent him from uncovering their involvement. Ohio. Amusement Park. The once vibrant amusement park now lies completely sealed off, with barricades erected at every entrance, guarded by vigilant officers. A thunderous sound erupts as the blades of an armed helicopter slice through the air, slowly descending onto the park's open grounds. From the helicopter steps a young man wearing sunglasses. It is none other than William Strick. A youth, already awaiting his arrival, approaches, his back adorned with 2 long swords. Commander, did the helicopter run low on fuel mid-flight? You're half an hour late, even for a commander. Silence, wait. I swear if I get the chance, I will stitch your mouth shut. Strick interrupts Wade, exasperated, and inquires about the situation. Has there been any damage? None at all. This is merely an inconspicuous little town, and they dare not take military orders lightly. The sheriff has dispatched almost half his staff here. Have there been any developments? Last night, 2 outsiders came to the amusement park searching for Bradley. Witnesses saw them fighting, but it was dark, so they couldn't make out the details. My goodness, Commander. You really should see Victor's body. His head was severed. Poor Victor. Wade instinctively babbles on until Strick casts a sharp glance, prompting him to fall silent. As one of Strick's mutant operatives, Wade possesses considerable strength, capable of wielding his swords with such finesse that he could single-handedly topple a battalion. Moreover, he is quite obedient. Unlike Victor, who is difficult to manage, though he does have a tendency to ramble excessively, often lacking situational awareness. Is there anything else? The 2 outsiders inquired about Bradley's whereabouts from several locals. They were specifically looking for him. Strick furrows his brow. Why would anyone target the feeble Bradley? An unsettling intuition washes over him, suggesting that matters are far more complicated than they appear. Commander, let me investigate this matter. I know you want to apprehend the one who killed Victor, and frankly, I am eager to see whether their blade is swifter than my sword. No, wait. Victor is dead. His responsibilities now fall to you. I will assign the matters here to someone else. We need to obtain the serum. I can handle the ghost. But what about Logan? I recall you had other plans for him. Logan is no longer your concern. Besides the ghost, there is another individual whose abilities I believe you will find quite impressive. Strick casually hands over a dossier. Wade cast a glance, his eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Wow. How incredible. This fellow can actually emit lasers from his eyes. I love it. Well, go do what you must. I shall speak with the witnesses. CIA base. On a shaded path, Rorschach and Charles strolled leisurely, though to an outsider, it appeared so. Rorschach, I have erased Bradley's relevant memories. Moira will arrange for him to be discreetly taken away tonight. This matter is of utmost importance. We, the informed few, must not let any whispers escape, nor discuss it with anyone. Do you have any questions? Even when addressing such a grave topic, Charles maintained a conversational tone. I understand completely, Charles. Rorschach nodded, his expression unchanged. Good. Charles was quite pleased with Rorschach's understanding. He then broached another subject. Moreover, let us pause the recruitment of mutants for now. Someone at the amusement park witnessed your presence with Eric. Stryker may uncover something. However, you need not worry. We have erased as many traces as possible. As long as you all remain here quietly, there will be no trouble. All right, Rorschach, I must take my leave. Moira is waiting for me. In any case, relax. Everything will be fine. The 2 halted at the intersection, and Charles waved to Rorschach before joining Moira and Eric, who awaited him. Rorschach waved from a distance as a form of greeting, then watched them depart. Are you avoiding Stryker? To be honest, I'm not afraid of him. Rorschach shrugged. Hiding within the CIA was not in accordance with Rorschach's plans, as he was eager to explore the outside world, wondering if it would trigger a mission like at the amusement park. However, after a moment's hesitation, he dismissed this notion. Doing so would only bring trouble to Charles and the others. Rorschach was not one to stir the pot. Moreover, his physical attributes had recently received a significant enhancement, making it an opportune time to adapt. Additionally, if memory served him right, there were likely significant events about to unfold within the base. Rather than venturing out in search of opportunity, it was better to wait for fortune to come knocking. Chapter 011. I am a patriot. Bang. 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 In a secret training room of the base, Rorschach stood bare-chested, his muscles sculpted like iron, exuding a powerful presence that would catch any woman's eye. He was relentlessly pummeling a metallic sandbag suspended before him. Indeed, it was a sandbag crafted from metal. There is no denying that Rorschach's strength has reached an extraordinary level, rendering conventional training methods utterly ineffective. Hence, Charles meticulously designed a metallic sandbag tailored specifically for Rorschach. At present, Rorschach's physique is equivalent to that of an average individual multiplied by 14. Though he has not yet attained complete bulletproof resilience, a bullet would merely pierce his skin, ultimately becoming lodged within his flesh. With such formidable strength, coupled with some boxing wraps, striking the metallic sandbag poses no challenge whatsoever. It has been over a week since the incident at the Springfield amusement park, and during this tranquil period, no troubles have surfaced. It remains uncertain whether Stryker has uncovered anything of significance, or is perhaps concealing some grand scheme, or if he is simply preoccupied with other matters. Nevertheless, Rosh remains unconcerned. Given his current prowess, unless Strike were to arrive with an entire battalion, he wouldn't stand a chance against Rosh. In comparison to Strike, Rosh is far more preoccupied with his own capabilities. Indeed, after several days of rigorous training, I have fully acclimated to my present strength and speed. Rosh mused with satisfaction as he threw punches. Just then, he abruptly ceased his movements, leisurely wiping away the sweat and retrieving his clothing from a nearby rack. Having heard footsteps approaching, by the strength and rhythm of the footsteps, he instantly discerned that the visitor was Raven. Each person's footsteps possess a unique quality and distinct recognizability, a detail Rosh had never considered before acquiring his heightened auditory perception. Creak. The door swung open shortly thereafter, revealing Raven standing before Rosh. Goodness. Rosh had just grasped his tank top and had not yet donned it when Raven's exclamation rang out. Rosh, your physique is absolutely astounding. What girl could possibly resist such temptation? Raven's eyes widened in awe. Enough already. Your eyes are about to pop out, Rosh retorted, donning his tank top without granting Raven further opportunity for admiration. Is this your fitness secret, striking a metallic sandbag? Raven's gaze flitted over the pockmarked sandbag, her expression betraying a mix of astonishment and disbelief. What a monster! Even among mutants, you are a true anomaly. No, my secret is actually to drink more boiled water. Rosh replied with utmost seriousness. What on earth? Does anyone actually boil water before drinking it? Raven questioned in confusion. Never mind that, Rosh. Are you aware that the party has already commenced? Everyone is waiting for you. She then recalled her own pressing matters and called out to Rosh. My apologies. I completely forgot, Rosh admitted candidly. He found himself momentarily immersed in training, oblivious to the passage of time. I knew it would be like this. Hurry and take a shower. Come down quickly. Don't keep us waiting too long. All right, I will be there shortly. Returning to his dormitory, he took a quick shower and changed into clean clothes before making his way to a leisure bar on the first floor. There, he encountered Raven, Hank, Alex, Sean, Amon, and several other mutants, all engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. The atmosphere was vibrant and festive. Roxas pushed open the door and entered, apologizing to everyone. Sorry for being late. Roxas, you arrived just in time. We were just discussing our need for some flashy nicknames. I'm calling myself Mystique. And Amon is Darwin. Mystique is officially in the house. Raven exclaimed enthusiastically. Mystique? What a splendid nickname. Amon, is your Darwin referring to the Darwin of evolution? Roxas naturally found a seat and joined the discussion. Indeed, for my ability is adaptation, Darwin succinctly explained to Roxas. Roxas, just a moment ago, Darwin actually stuck his head into a fish tank and grew gills. How insane is that? Alex animatedly gestured as he shared the story with Roxas. I'll go by Siren. What do you all think? If it were me, I'd choose Angel, which is also my stage name. Ravager. That nickname suits my essence far better. Future Siren, Ravager, and Angel are all in the mix. What about you, Roxas? Angel fluttered her wings, hovering in midair, gazing at Roxas with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Roxas softly mused before uttering 3 words. Patriot. Patriot? Everyone looked perplexed. What on earth is a patriot? The group was utterly bewildered. Roxas, does patriot have a meaning? Why did you choose that name? Mystique inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Don't understand, right? That's precisely the point. A nickname that others cannot comprehend carries a certain prestige, Roxas chuckled. The conversation soon drifted away from the name Patriot, and the group began to revel in their powers, fully embracing the exuberance of the mutant party. Buzz. Siren opened her mouth, unleashing a sound wave that shattered a nearby glass. Ravager Alex shot out several energy rings, severing the statues outside. Yet, Roxas chose to remain on the sidelines, quietly seated on the sofa, pondering that, according to the plot, Black Emperor and his group were likely to arrive soon. What on earth are you all doing? While the crowd was reveling in excitement, a furious roar suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Mora, along with Charles and Eric, appeared unexpectedly. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene and the immature antics of the mutants, Mora was engulfed in a profound rage. She was not alone. Charles and Eric mirrored her disappointment. Just moments prior, they had concluded a meeting during which the CIA finally uncovered a lead on the Black King. The trio intended to formally involve the mutants in the matter. Undoubtedly, their proposal faced skepticism from the higher-ups. However, Mora and her colleagues assured them that the recruits were not ordinary youngsters, but but rather exceptional talents. Yet, what had transpired? It felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Aside from Rorschach, the rest were utterly disheartening. Who had defaced the statue? Agent Mora glared at the mutants, demanding answers. It was Alex. No, it was the Ravager, his new name. Mystique, still present, pointed at Charles and Eric, continuing. We were contemplating that you should be called Professor X, while you should be Magneto. The entrance of Professor X and Magneto was indeed remarkable. Eric's face betrayed his disappointment as he spoke with a hint of irony. I had greater expectations for you. Charles, unable to contain his dismay, shook his head repeatedly, but then focused his gaze on Rorschach, adding, except for you. Rorschach, you have consistently excelled. Mystique, the Ravager, and the Siren couldn't help but glance at Rorschach, instinctively revealing a hint of shame. It seemed they had indeed crossed a line. The Angel, unable to suppress a smirk, felt a twinge of defiance within. Who do you think you are? Coming to reprimand me? Who was it that warmly invited me here? Rorschach, could you come over here for a moment? We have something to discuss. Mora beckoned Rorschach. He sensed Mora's intent, but refrained from saying much. Casually, he followed Mora, Charles, and Eric to a more secluded patch of grass. Rorschach, we have gathered some leads on Shaw. The plane will take off in an hour, heading to the Soviet Union. We are considering that perhaps you could accompany us, Eric stated earnestly to Rorschach, seeking his opinion. Following the last operation at the amusement park, Eric had become thoroughly convinced of Rorschach's capabilities. However, Rorschach did not provide a definitive answer, for he understood that Eric and his companions had come up empty-handed this time. There was no sign of Shaw in the Soviet Union, only Shaw's trusted confidant. The White Queen remained. It was precisely at this base that Shaw would soon make an appearance. As for how to navigate this situation, Rorschach quickly devised a plan. Eric, I appreciate your trust, but I am afraid I must apologize. For some reason, my body seems to be experiencing a few issues. Rorschach thought for a moment and decided to employ a tactic he had often used in his previous life, requesting sick leave. Rorschach, what is going on? Are you all right? Charles immediately expressed concern from the side. I'm fine, Charles, but my eyes occasionally experience sudden pain, as if something is about to erupt, Rorschach replied to Charles. This also served as a pretext for unlocking his ability to emit heat rays in the future. Have you been to the infirmary for a checkup? Moira inquired. I plan to ask Hank about it shortly, Rorschach responded. Beast Hank, nicknamed Sasquatch by everyone, seemed to possess no other abilities apart from running swiftly, appearing utterly useless. Yet only Rorschach understood the treasure Hank truly was. This individual was a top-tier scientist. The Blackbird aircraft, the brainwave enhancer, and the future cure for Professor X's paralysis. Everything was invented by Hank himself. That was remarkable indeed. Very well, if that is the case. Let us have you check the infirmary, Charles nodded in agreement. However, Rorschach, you should stay at the base with everyone. When I return, we can further investigate what is going on with your health. I will await your return. All right, let us head back. We must be on our way. Take care. Waving his hand, Rorschach parted ways with a few others. However, Rorschach did not immediately return. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured elsewhere. Given that Shaw was soon to arrive, preparations were essential. Upon Rorschach's return, he found the previously exuberant mutants seated with utmost decorum. Even the Siren had righted a chair that had fallen before her. This scene resembled children caught in the act of mischief, anxiously awaiting their parents' return. Well, Charles and the others have certainly made the atmosphere quite awkward, Rorschach mused. After a moment, Mystique, Raven, cleared her throat, attempting to ease the tension. What right does he have to speak to us that way? Does he think we are his parents? Angel huffed in displeasure. But we did break quite a few things, the Siren meekly admitted. The Ravager, Alex, was busy finishing off the remnants of the chaos. What about our party? The Siren glanced at everyone and spoke softly. Party? What are you thinking? The party has long since ended. Hank shook his head in disbelief and began to lead the effort to tidy up the disordered room. The others, taking his cue, joined his ranks without uttering any further nonsense. As for Charles and the others taking Rorschach aside, no one inquired further. Such occurrences had happened more than once, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. It was well understood that Eric and Charles held Rorschach in high regard. The reckless abandon of their previous revelry now bore the bitter fruits of their indulgence. After a considerable time of bustling about, the group managed to restore some semblance of order to the chaos. Following this incident, individuals like the shapeshifter Raven, the Beast Hank, and the Siren began to reflect on their own actions. They gathered on the sofa, contemplating potential changes for the future. Meanwhile, The Ravager and Darwin engaged in a game, using it as a facade to mask their own agitation. Simultaneously, within an office at the base, uncertainty loomed over the precise whereabouts of Shao. No, that is precisely what Mora and the others are set to confirm. Two CIA agents deliberated. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air. A portly CIA executive could not resist the urge to rise and approach the window to investigate. However, as he turned around, a figure with crimson skin materialized behind him like a specter, seizing another agent. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished again. When the CIA executive spun back, he was left dumbfounded. Where had everyone gone? Just as he attempted to comprehend the situation, a flash of movement caught his eye. The red-skinned creature reappeared, grabbing the executive with alarming swiftness. In the next moment, the executive found himself suspended hundreds of meters above the ground. The creature released him, and he plummeted downwards. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground. Thud! 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed through the air. The mutants sensed that something was amiss and rose to peer out the window. Only Rorschach remained composed, fully aware that the Black Emperor had arrived. The commotion indicated that the Red Devil was wreaking havoc upon the CIA agents. Thud! At that moment, a CIA operative plummeted from the sky, crashing into the courtyard before the eyes of the mutants, leaving him a bloodied mess. The mutants were utterly terrified. Despite possessing some extraordinary abilities, they were still inexperienced youths, unaccustomed to such horrors. How could they remain composed in the face of such carnage? Bang! 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 Corpses continued to rain down from above, landing throughout the base and plunging everyone into chaos. Chapter 013. If you have the guts, come at me. What on earth is happening? The Sea Witch clung tightly to the window ledge, as if that would afford him some semblance of security. What is going on? The Ravager, Alex, swallowed hard. It's mutants, other mutants. Hank, slightly more mature than the others, made this assessment. Such a scenario could only be orchestrated by mutants. Ordinary individuals would be incapable of such feats. Rorschach, how can you remain so calm? How do you manage it? Mystique gazed at Rorschach in astonishment. A massacre is unfolding at the base. How is he not terrified in the slightest? It's simple, Rorschach replied to Mystique with a mischievous grin. I'm just pretending. The Sea Witch and the others were equally awed. Even in such dire circumstances, Rorschach still had the presence of mind to jest. His mental fortitude was indeed remarkable, especially when they felt on the verge of losing control. As gunfire began to echo in the distance, the CIA operatives engaged in fierce combat with the intruders. Retreat! Retreat! Get inside! A team of operatives rushed out, each brandishing assault rifles and shouting at Mystique and the others, though they often mocked the mutants, treating them like animals in a zoo. In this critical moment, they fulfilled their duties by protecting the mutants, even in the face of death. New task generated. Task: prevent Black Emperor and his group from taking any mutant. Reward: 300 source points. At this juncture, Rorschach's mind was also inundated with corresponding notifications. A new task had been triggered once again. Rorschach felt a surge of exhilaration. This time, the task offered only 300 source points. Yet, he could not help but silently complain, feeling that the system was shortchanging him. The last task, involving a mere saber-toothed tiger, had yielded 100 source points. As a result, now there are 3 formidable mutants: the Black Emperor, the Red Devil, and the Torrent. Each of them surpasses the saber-toothed tiger in strength. The difficulty of this task has escalated by at least threefold. 300 source points seem rather insufficient, do they not? However, upon further reflection, the calculations cannot be so straightforward. After all, the system has issued a task for Rorschach to prevent the Black Emperor from abducting the mutants, not to eliminate him. According to the narrative, Rorschach is aware that although the Black Emperor has orchestrated an elaborate invasion of this secret base, he ultimately only intends to take Angel with him, and nothing more. In essence, this task can be summarized as: prevent the Black Emperor from taking Angel. There are numerous methods to achieve this objective, such as incapacitating Angel right now. Yet, Rorschach would never resort to such a whim. In fact, he is not overly concerned about the 3 individuals accompanying the Black Emperor. Presently, Rorschach possesses the strength. Even if he believes he cannot kill the Black Emperor, it is equally impossible for the latter to eliminate him. As for the 300 source points, so be it. The system dictates the terms. Just as such thoughts flickered through Rorschach's mind, the Red Devil suddenly appeared outside the lounge, like a specter. performing an ostentatious gesture reminiscent of Rose opening her arms in Jack's embrace. "Behind you. Be cautious of what lies behind." The mutants inside the premises shouted at the CIA operatives. The operatives swiftly turned around, raising their assault rifles to mercilessly pull the triggers at the Red Devil. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. A torrential downpour of bullets cascaded towards the Red Devil. Yet, in an instant, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside one of the operatives, seizing the weapon from their grasp and firing at another operative. The remaining agents were taken aback, still reeling from the shock, when the Red Devil disappeared from their view once more, only to materialize in another location. Whoosh. Meanwhile, a terrifying whirlwind suddenly materialized, sweeping towards the large sphere within the courtyard. In an instant, it obliterated the sphere, which was the brainwave amplifier specifically crafted by Beast Hank for Charles, the sole object of the Black Emperor's trepidation. Thus, the Black Emperor's visit was not solely for the purpose of abducting some mutants. He had also come to destroy the brainwave amplifier. As the tornado obliterated the brainwave enhancer, it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, sweeping relentlessly toward the crowd. Ultimately, it came to a halt before another window. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit with long hair, emerged before them. It was none other than the Red Devil. With the Red Devil mercilessly slaughtering the CIA's special agents in front, and a terrifying mutant capable of conjuring hurricanes blocking their retreat, despair enveloped the mutants, Mystique, Siren, and the Ravager among them. "What shall we do, Rasha?" Siren implored, her anxious gaze fixed upon him. "Indeed, Rasha, think of something," echoed Ravager, following suit. In this critical moment, Rasha, who was highly regarded by Charles and Eric, instinctively became the pillar of strength for everyone. "Let us remain here for now. We shall be safe," Rasha stated with remarkable composure to his companions. Yet, Darwin interjected with a differing viewpoint. "But those outside cannot hold out much longer. We must leave swiftly. Does it matter if we escape?" "That red-skinned fellow can teleport," Rasha countered succinctly, rendering Darwin speechless. "Stay put." With that, Rasha refrained from further discussion and charged towards the Red Devil at a speed several times that of an automobile. The CIA agents were indeed protecting them, and under the circumstances, Rasha would not idly watch as they were slaughtered. Outside, in the square, the Red Devil plunged his blade through the chest of a special agent. Just as he intended to dispatch another agent in passing, a sudden gust of wind surged forth. A young mutant appeared before him in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce punch aimed at the Red Devil. Swish! The Red Devil activated his powers and vanished without a trace. Undoubtedly, Rasha's fist struck nothing but air. What is the point of dealing with these ordinary individuals? "If you have the capability, come at me," Rasha called out, scanning for the Red Devil's whereabouts. This was not mere bravado. He was intentionally luring the Red Devil to attack him. Given the Red Devil's abilities, Rasha's assaults would be ineffective. Even speeds twice that of a highway would not suffice. The sole opportunity lay in provoking the Red Devil to strike first. "Return. It is perilous here. Hurry back. They are targeting you." As Rasha stepped forward, several CIA special agents could not help but shout urgently at him. Certainly, some of the special agents were already paralyzed with fear by the Red Devil and the torrent, trembling and biting their lips, unable to spare a thought for Rasha. "Excuse me, may I borrow your firearm for a moment?" Rasha, however, paid no heed to the special agents. Instead, he extended his hand and seized the assault rifle from one agent's grasp. He advanced a couple of steps until he stood beside a statue that had already been partially hewn down by the Ravagers, lightly leaping onto its pedestal. Grasping the rifle firmly, he began to survey his surroundings with keen vigilance. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light darted through the crowd, and the Red Devil's figure materialized with ferocity. The other agents were caught off guard, but Rasha reacted instantaneously. With a swift turn, he aimed at the Red Devil and fired. In an instant, the Red Devil vanished once more, having barely had time to respond to the impending bullet. Rasha's reflexes were astonishingly rapid, compelling the Red Devil to evade the shot. Thus commenced a game of hide-and-seek between Rasha and the Red Devil. Each time the Red Devil revealed himself, a bullet would follow closely, forcing him to utilize his powers for swift relocation. Provoked by such an audacious challenge, the Red Devil's attention was undoubtedly drawn to Rasha. He ceased his attacks on the other CIA agents and began to appear in various locations around Rasha, gradually closing in on him. How intriguing! The torrent, observing this scene, could not help but cross his arms and watch with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. These were seasoned mutants, veterans who had fought alongside the Black Emperor through countless trials. They would not condescend to ambush a younger counterpart. Moreover, the Torrent was well aware of the Red Devil's capabilities. Although the young man had temporarily subdued the Red Devil, he posed no genuine threat. It was only a matter of time before the Red Devil seized the opportunity to turn the tide. Oh, it is truly unexpected to discover such a promising mutant hidden here. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, and a man, clad in a helmet and exuding an air of authority, approached with brisk steps. It was Black Emperor Shao, who had already neutralized the defensive forces in other areas of the CIA and swaggered into the scene. Clang, clang. Upon the appearance of Shao, the surviving agents immediately raised their rifles, aiming them at him. However, Shao did not react. He did not even cast a glance at the agents, viewing them merely as lowly insects, nothing more. Meanwhile, the Torrent beside him ceased to spectate. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured a whirlwind that surged towards the agents with a menacing force. A chorus of screams and muffled groans erupted as everyone was swept away by the tempest. When the whirlwind finally subsided, not a single CIA agent remained standing. The sole consolation was that, unlike the lethal strikes of the Red Devil, those now sprawled on the ground by the whirlwind had managed to preserve their lives, albeit in a rather disheveled state. On the elevated platform, Rorschach merely cast a fleeting glance at Shao, refraining from any further action against him. Fully aware that any assault on Shao would only serve to empower him, an exercise in futility. Shao, I am on the verge of resolving this. The Red Devil suddenly materialized in a specific location, ready to explain to the Black Emperor. He had been dispatched alongside the Torrent to clear the way for the Black Emperor and other mutants meeting. Yet, despite the Black Emperor's arrival, the Red Devil had dilly-dallied and failed to accomplish his task, which, strictly speaking, could be deemed a dereliction of duty. No rush, the Black Emperor chuckled, wearing a look of amusement. I, too, wish to learn more about our compatriots here. Yet, even with the Black Emperor's casual words, the Red Devil dared not delay any further. Harnessing his abilities, the Red Devil began to flicker rapidly around Rorschach, his appearances and disappearances accelerating in frequency. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire in Rorschach's hands grew increasingly frenetic, yet as the Red Devil's speed intensified, Rorschach struggled to keep pace, becoming visibly flustered. To make matters worse, his ammunition had entirely depleted, prompting him to check his firearm in desperation. Now is the moment. Seizing the precarious instant, the Red Devil materialized directly behind Rorschach, reaching out to grasp him. Should Rorschach be caught, it would signify a complete and utter defeat, for the Red Devil could instantly elevate him to soaring heights. The previous reign of people within the base had been orchestrated by the Red Devil in this very manner. Be careful. A chorus of alarmed voices erupted, as Mystique, Beast, Siren, and others could not help but voice their trepidation. Swish. At that very moment, Rorschach suddenly extended his hand backward, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, and swiftly grasped the Red Devil by the throat. Before the Red Devil could lay a hand on him, Rorschach had already subdued him. With a sharp crack, Rorschach uttered no words, but with a forceful twist of his right hand, he snapped the Red Devil's neck. The Red Devil's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. How could this young man be so formidable? How had he accomplished this? Unbeknownst to the Red Devil, Rorschach could hear his heartbeat with remarkable clarity, in the face of the Red Devil's elusive movements. This auditory perception proved to be swifter and more precise than visual tracking. Each time the Red Devil shifted, Rorschach was able to pinpoint his location approximately half a second faster than an ordinary person. Thus, he could strike with lethal efficiency the moment the Red Devil approached. This was precisely why Rorschach had lured the Red Devil into attacking him. He needed the proximity to ensure success. A long-range engagement would have necessitated turning his body, maneuvering his arms, aiming, and pulling the trigger, which would have been far too slow, resulting in a missed opportunity to eliminate the Red Devil. Chapter 15. The pioneer of a new era. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, the Red Devil was fated never to discover the answers. As darkness enveloped him and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Thud. Rorschach then flung his hand, casually discarding the Red Devil's lifeless body onto the ground as if it were a dead dog. Had Rorschach truly slain that fearsome adversary? Could it be real? Surely not. The shapeshifter Raven, the beast Hank, Darwin, and the other mutants who had previously worried for Rorschach stood in stunned silence. Just a moment before, Rorschach faced a perilous crisis. Yet in the blink of an eye, He had turned the tide and vanquished his foe. The magnitude of this shift left everyone momentarily speechless. Oz's demon. Black Emperor was momentarily taken aback, unable to refrain from exclaiming in shock and dismay. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that he had never anticipated that such a powerful mutant, capable of effortlessly completing arduous tasks, would meet his demise in such a straightforward assignment, and at the hands of such a young man. The pain was exacerbated by the fact that the Red Devil had been an invaluable ally to the Black Emperor, a rare and trusted lieutenant. Finding a replacement would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, as Black Emperor gazed at Rorschach, a fervent light began to flicker in his eyes. This young man was the most promising mutant he had ever encountered. He must be brought under his command. Thus, even the loss of the Red Devil seems trivial. Poor Red Devil, if he were aware that he had barely perished before his master swiftly cast him aside, one can only ponder what thoughts would cross his mind. Yet, this is the nature of the Black Emperor, a cold-blooded, merciless executioner who spares no means to achieve his ends. You have slain Azazel. The gaze of the torrent widened in profound astonishment. With a flick of his hand, a swirling vortex materialized within his palm. However, before he could unleash the cyclone, Rorschach suddenly launched a swift strike towards him. A dagger soared forth, transforming into a glimmering streak of cold light. Where did the dagger come from? Naturally, it was prepared by Rorschach during his disappearance after Charles and Eric had departed. Under the force of Rorschach's immense strength, the dagger became a shooting star, hurtling towards the torrent. With a force equivalent to several tons acting upon an object, the acceleration from rest to a horizontal distance of 20 meters occurs in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, the torrent barely registered the movement before he felt a violent jolt, propelled backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. The dagger had pierced through his chest, completely impaling the right side. Why you? The torrent managed to utter those two indistinct sounds before his head tilted, and he lay motionless. The scene fell eerily silent as onlookers stared in disbelief at the corpse of the torrent, struggling to grasp the reality of the moment. This mutant could effortlessly conjure tornadoes and demolish colossal constructs like the brainwave amplifier. A group of special agents posed no threat in his presence. With a mere gesture, he could dispatch them all in an instant. To everyone, while the Red Devil was indeed fearsome, the destructive capability of the torrent surpassed that. Yet, how could such a formidable mutant fall so easily? For Rorschach, this was not surprising. Many mutants share this characteristic: high offense but low defense. The most quintessential example is Magneto. His immense power is unquestionable. In Days of Future Past, he single-handedly overturned an entire football stadium in a fit of rage. He was far mightier than the torrent at this stage, yet he too was felled by a simple bullet from Raven. Professor X is no different. If he donned the helmet that could nullify his abilities, even an ordinary person with a gun, or even a knife, could end his life. Of course, this refers to the professor before he was confined to a wheelchair. For Rorschach, although the current's power is formidable, it possesses a critically fatal weakness. The opponent's abilities cannot be unleashed instantaneously or reach him in an instant. After all, the movement of a tornado requires time. Moreover, the current itself is not adept in hand-to-hand combat. Given this, why would Rorschach recklessly engage in a contest of abilities? Has he lost his senses? The true path lies in swiftly eliminating the adversary. Truly, Rorschach is remarkable. Following the initial shock, the other mutants began to feel a surge of excitement. The three mutants that had posed a threat were swiftly reduced to one by Rorschach, significantly alleviating the crisis. With Rorschach present, an inexplicable sense of reassurance enveloped the group. Their gazes toward Rorschach brimmed with admiration, their reverence reaching an apex. At such a perilous moment, a comparison of their performance to Rorschach's revealed an insurmountable chasm. Applause erupted, with the Black Emperor, surprisingly, regarding Rorschach with a look of approval as he clapped his hands, as if the two fallen subordinates were mere inconsequential bystanders. It was truly astonishing. The admiration on the Black Emperor's face was unmasked. He strode confidently toward the crowd, yet his eyes remained fixed upon Rorschach. Do you comprehend what those two were capable of? Do you recognize their might? Yet, you have brought their demise, which I must admit, was entirely unforeseen. You didn't even blink. Someone of your caliber should not be overlooked in such a place. Come with me. A new era is about to dawn, and it shall be our era. The Black Emperor extended an earnest invitation to Rorschach. You speak true. Indeed, a new era will come. Rorschach nodded in agreement. A satisfied smile crept upon the Black Emperor's lips, a smile filled with contentment. His satisfaction with Rorschach only grew, for he was indeed a promising pupil. However, I am quite certain that the new era we speak of is not the same. But then Rorschach shook his head, his expression turning serious as he declared, "And the pioneer of the new era shall not be you." "Not me? Then who could it be?" The Black Emperor raised an eyebrow, scoffing as he queried. "You cannot be suggesting it is you, can you?" For Rorschach, possessing the model of his homeland and knowledge of significant events, if anyone in the world were capable of ushering in a new era, his likelihood is indeed the highest. However, Rorschach found it unworthy to argue with the Black Emperor. As a traveler from another realm, he understood the folly of bantering with a villain. Chapter 016, Rorschach's Ultimate Backup Plan. Once again, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed by. It was Rorschach, once more directing a swift hand towards the Black Emperor, unleashing another dagger that sliced through the air with a chilling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, it hurtled towards the Black Emperor. However, the anticipated outcome, one akin to the slaughter of a raging torrent, did not materialize. Upon encountering the Black Emperor, the dagger seemed to confront an unknown force that halted its advance, abruptly coming to a stop before him, only to clatter to the ground, having inflicted no harm whatsoever. What could be the reason? Why did the dagger fail to penetrate? The onlooking mutants were utterly bewildered. If the dagger could not pierce, then surely bullets would be futile as well. Only Rorschach comprehended the underlying principle. It was evident that the Black Emperor had absorbed all the kinetic energy of the dagger in that instant, reducing its velocity to naught, rendering it incapable of further penetration. It simply fell to the ground. Truly, the Black Emperor was formidable. Rorschach could not help but silently commend him. One must admit, the Black Emperor's ability was remarkably overpowered. Akin to having a cheat code, for it implied that all forms of attack would be rendered ineffective against him, whether physical or energy-based. It was fruitless to exert any further effort. The Black Emperor, unfazed, merely crossed his arms and stood there, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Rorschach. The attack just executed was, to him, nothing more than a mere tickle. Ignoring the Black Emperor's words, Rorschach dashed to one side, lifting an entire vehicle above his head and charging towards the Black Emperor with a thunderous roar. The immense weight of over a ton bore down upon Rorschach, causing the ground to tremble with each step he took. The cacophony was nothing short of terrifying. What left the onlookers dumbfounded was how Rorschach, despite wielding such a colossal object, appeared utterly unaffected, his speed seemingly undiminished, as if the vehicle were made of mere paper. The scene was undeniably striking. Was Rorschach truly this exaggerated? What a monster he was! Raven and her companions could only swallow hard in astonishment. Such power was truly fearsome. Even the Black Emperor could not suppress a look of admiration. The more he observed Rorschach, the more satisfied he became. Yet, the Black Emperor remained unconcerned about Rorschach's impending attack, standing his ground, awaiting his approach. While it was indeed a display of arrogance, one could not deny that the Black Emperor had every right to exhibit such confidence. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, amid the tremors, Rorschach found himself before the Black Emperor. Leaping high into the air, with both hands firmly grasping the rear of the vehicle, he brought it crashing down upon the Black Emperor. The car, weighing over a ton, combined with the force of gravity and Rorschach's own strength, descended upon the Black Emperor like a small mountain. However, the Black Emperor casually raised his right hand, effortlessly lifting it upwards. The car came to a standstill above his head, as if it were a mere leaf, delicately supported by one hand. It was unclear whether the Black Emperor had absorbed the gravitational potential or the terrifying kinetic energy, using his own strength to elevate the automobile. In any case, Rorschach's attack was utterly futile, achieving nothing. With a soft push of his hand, the Black Emperor flipped the car over, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. He then brushed off the dust from his clothes, as though it were a trivial matter, and turned to Rorschach, remarking, "Is that quite enough? Surely there must be a limit." The atmosphere in the vicinity grew oppressive once more, as the onlookers were astonished by the Black Emperor's overwhelming might. Despite Rorschach's previous victories over the Red Devil and the Torrent, he seemed powerless before the Black Emperor. "Rorschach, we are here to assist you." At that moment, the Ravager, Alex, stepped forward. He twisted his body as if playing with a hula hoop, swiftly launching several energy rings outward. Two of the rings veered off course. Yet one struck true, heading directly for the Black Emperor. The Ravager's rings were formidable, capable of slicing through metal sculptures with ease and logically. Severing a human being would pose no challenge. However, the next instant, the smile on the Ravager's face faltered. As he witnessed the Black Emperor extend his hand toward the energy ring, forcefully compressing it within his grasp. Astonishingly, the ring was absorbed entirely by the Black Emperor. With a resounding thud, the Black Emperor then raised his right foot and stomped down upon the ground, releasing the absorbed energy. Cracks erupted in the earth, a massive fissure spreading forward, crashing into the building. A thunderous roar echoed as the walls trembled violently, half of them collapsing. The mutants scattered in alarm, their gazes towards the Black Emperor now filled with profound shock and trepidation. They realized that he was a force beyond their comprehension, an entity they could not contend with. The two sides were simply not on the same level. No one dared to act recklessly again. As the Black Emperor witnessed the scene, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He glanced at everyone and reassured them, "Do not fear. I have no intention of harming you. However, it seems we can now engage in a conversation." The group huddled together in trepidation, casting fearful glances at the Black Emperor, none daring to utter a word. The Black Emperor redirected his gaze towards Rorschach, inquiring, "And what about you?" Rorschach, seemingly unwilling to attack the Black Emperor any further, silently returned to the crowd. Firstly, he had already ascertained that he was incapable of vanquishing the Black Emperor, rendering any further efforts futile. Secondly, the other mutants had come to a profound realization of the Black Emperor's formidable power. Thus, the moment had arrived. "What shall we do, Rorschach?" Raven, the shapeshifter, whispered, seeking Rorschach's counsel. The others looked at him with similar queries in their eyes. Despite Rorschach's inability to defeat the Black Emperor, he remained the cornerstone of their hopes. They all clasped each other's hands. Yet, Rorschach inexplicably urged everyone to hold on tightly. Though the group was somewhat perplexed by Rorschach's meaning, they understood that this was not the time for questions and complied, grasping one another firmly. At that moment, Rorschach produced several gas grenades he had meticulously prepared, pulled the pins, and hurled them towards the Black Emperor. With a hissing sound, a dense cloud of acrid white smoke enveloped the area. "Darwin, did you not mention wanting to leave? The time has come." Rorschach took the lead, guiding everyone swiftly towards the exit. It dawned on them that Rorschach's insistence on holding hands was to prevent anyone from becoming disoriented and lost within the thick smoke. Chapter 017, Defeat Cough. Cough. The sound of the Black Emperor's coughing echoed through the smoke. While he could absorb energy, he was no vacuum cleaner and struggled against the noxious gases. Naturally, as a powerful mutant, his constitution was superior to that of an ordinary person. Attempting to incapacitate him with mere gas grenades was undoubtedly a fool's errand. From the outset, Rorschach's intention in utilizing the gas was not to confront the Black Emperor, but merely to delay his pursuit, nothing more. Even if the gas failed to incapacitate the Black Emperor, it would inevitably hinder his movements. While the Black Emperor coughed, Rorschach and his companions had successfully vacated the premises. They turned to see that the Black Emperor had not followed, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. In the presence of the Black Emperor, the weight of pressure had been overwhelming. "Where did you acquire these contrivances, Rorschach?" Darwin could not contain his curiosity, questioning Rorschach. It was hardly plausible that he had brought such items along to a party. "Let us discuss this once we have exited." Rorschach, shrouded in ambiguity, retrieved several gas canisters and strategically placed them at various exits outside the room, ensuring that the fog enveloped the area to its maximum extent. This would serve to delay the Black Emperor to the greatest degree possible. "Exit? Where are we supposed to go?" Angel inquired, somewhat flustered. "We must leave immediately. This base has been compromised." Rorschach interjected decisively. "Indeed, this place is no longer safe." Hank concurred, gesturing in a direction, "Follow me. I have a supply vehicle parked at Lot C. We can all fit if we squeeze together." "There's no need for that," Darwin replied, shaking his head, and proceeded towards several vehicles parked at the roadside, producing his set of keys. Alongside the keys, there were various metal trinkets that one might overlook on a daily basis. Darwin began to employ these tools to unlock a nearby Ford. Buzz. Crash. A sonic wave from the siren shattered the window of another vehicle. "Excuse me. Are you not ready yet?" Bang. Crash. Meanwhile, Rorschach had already smashed a window with a single punch and called out to Darwin, "Stop dawdling. You can hotwire the car, right? Hurry up. And everyone else, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal them." Regrettably, while the method portrayed in films of pulling wires and sparking the ignition appears simple, it is not a skill possessed by the average person. Apart from Darwin, No one else had such extraordinary prowess. Ultimately, it was Darwin who successfully started 2 vehicles in succession, allowing everyone to scramble inside as they sped away frantically from the scene. Soon, the 2 cars vanished into the night. It was only after their complete disappearance that the Black Emperor emerged from the thick fog, propping himself against a wall and coughing violently, tears streaming down his face. Once he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he found nothing but scattered corpses. Not a single figure remained. All the mutants had fled without a trace. The Black Emperor's expression darkened ominously. Not only had he lost 2 of his most capable subordinates during this operation, but he had also failed to capture even 1 mutant, let alone initiate any recruitment of them. It was a failure of monumental proportions. The Black Emperor had never experienced such humiliation. Rorschach? That was the name, wasn't he it? A few seconds later, the Black Emperor murmured these words, attributing his utter defeat entirely to that young mutant. It should be fine now, right? How can I be sure? Regardless, do not stop. Keep driving forward. Ahead lies a railway, and further on is a dead end. How do you know? Buddy, I used to drive a taxi. On the other side, having completely exited the base, a group of mutants in an unfamiliar town remained somewhat shaken. Inside the base, they were terrified, and now, reflecting on the events, their fear intensified. They were acutely aware of what the CIA represented, and to their horror, everyone in the base had been slaughtered. Prior to this, apart from Hank, who served as a technical advisor at the base, the others were merely naive youths. The events of today would haunt them for a considerable time to come. Okay, everyone, calm down, just take a breath. Hank, being older and more composed, was the first to regain his composure. He frequently glanced back, reassuring the group, I have observed. No vehicles are pursuing us, so I believe we are in the clear. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the vehicle collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. By the way, who were those people? It seems they were after us. What do they want from us? I don't know, but I swear I never want to see that person again. Being a group of young individuals, the weight on their hearts slightly lifted, they began to chatter animatedly. Everyone, let us focus. The immediate concern is that we need to find a place to strategize. Darwin's voice rose several octaves as he turned to remind those in the back. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 origin points. Amidst the commotion, Rorschach received this notification from the system. However, he skillfully masked his inner delight before the others, displaying no outward reaction. Instead, he discreetly accessed the system interface to review the corresponding data. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 71 meters second, strength, 152 tons, physique, 144, average for healthy adult males, 10. Mental strength, 102, average for healthy adult males, 10. Current template, Patriot, progress, 2. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner, flight, unlocked, heat ray, unlocked. Origin points, 300 indeed. The section for origin points had transformed from 0 to 300. Detected that the host has residual source points. Shall we proceed with the enhancement immediately? Following this, the system interface displayed the prompt once more. What is there to hesitate about? Enhancement. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 778 meters per second, strength, 231 tons, physique, 165, average for a healthy adult male, 10. Mental power, 122, average for a healthy adult male, 10. Current template, patriotic individual, unlock progress, 5. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic. Enhanced hearing, basic, flight, unlocked, heat ray, unlocked. Source points, 0. At this very moment, the data on the system interface also underwent a transformation. Rorschach's physical attributes had significantly improved compared to before. Chapter 018, Unlocking Heat Rays. Feeling the exuberant power surging within him, Rorschach longed to find a place to thoroughly test just how formidable he had become. Considering he was currently in a vehicle, he suppressed this impulse with great effort. His strength had surpassed 20 tons. He recalled that the little spider from the Avengers universe had a strength of merely 20 tons, right? Rorschach couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within. While watching the movie, he had marveled at the little spider's incredible strength, effortlessly stopping a cruise ship and even pulling a high-speed train by hand. And now, he was capable of such feats as well. As for the resilience of his body, Rorschach could only estimate. It seemed that even if a bullet struck him now, It would merely break the surface of his skin, perhaps. He desired no more. He believed that after completing just one more task, bullets would leave no scars upon his body. At that point, he could truly be deemed a body of steel. Host's unlock progress has reached 5, allowing for the unlocking of the heat ray ability. Shall we proceed with the unlocking? To Rorschach's surprise, he had thought the enhancement was complete, but the system continued to chime with notifications. The heat ray could be unlocked? Rorschach momentarily paused, instinctively sitting up straight, overwhelmed with excitement. After all this time since his rebirth, the long-desired heat ray ability was finally within reach. After all, what kind of patriotic individual would he be without it? This skill was not only visually spectacular, but also immensely powerful and practical, far surpassing abilities like enhanced hearing and X-ray vision. Had he awakened the heat ray ability sooner, dealing with the Red Devil and the Torrent would have been significantly easier. A mere glance was sufficient to convey everything. At that moment, an innate force interrupted Rorschach's thoughts as the vehicle came to a gradual halt by the roadside. It turned out that the group had decided to convene and deliberate on their next course of action. The sound of car doors slamming echoed repeatedly as 7 mutants gathered on the street. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the disheveled state of the others. Feeling that the day's events had been utterly surreal, almost dreamlike, and undeniably unreal. Being pursued by a deranged killer had certainly made for an exhilarating day. The siren could not help but shrug her shoulders in self-deprecation. Indeed, what made matters worse was the possibility that this lunatic might come after them again. Darwin spread his hands in resignation, remarking that he had eliminated all the agents at the base, and he didn't believe they would easily relent. With Darwin's statement, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. We must ascertain the truth behind this. Angel spoke earnestly, asserting that Charles and his team must have some insight into the matter. Hadn't he and Eric been investigating a particular mutant? Perhaps this madman was the one they sought. Everyone found merit in Angel's words, although the information Charles had shared was sparse, and they were not overly informed. Rorschach, what do you know? Angel then turned his gaze towards Rorschach, and the others followed suit. If anyone was likely to possess more intelligence, it would undoubtedly be Rorschach. In truth, my knowledge is quite limited. All I am aware of is that the individual is named Shaw, and he is being sought by both the CIA and Charles. Furthermore, he is exceptionally dangerous. I trust you have all sensed that. However, Rorschach refrained from elaborating further, merely relaying what Charles had confided in him. He withheld what Charles had not disclosed. It appears we can only await the return of Charles and his team. Hank sighed from the sidelines. After a brief discussion, the group swiftly reached a consensus. They would temporarily find a place to settle, seeking refuge while awaiting the return of Charles and Eric. However, the question of where to go posed a challenge for everyone present, as they were all rather destitute. Despite their unique abilities, they were, in essence, individuals from the lower echelons of society, drivers, dancers, petty criminals, and few had respectable jobs like Hank. They simply lacked the financial means to afford rent for 7 individuals. Well, at that moment, Mystique smiled mysteriously at everyone and said, "If you wish to temporarily avoid the limelight, I know of a place." "What place is that?" someone asked. "The place where I grew up." Half an hour later, "Mystique, are you joking? Is this the house you mentioned? This is a castle. You grew up in such a place? My goodness. Are you a princess of some royal lineage?" The mutants stood at the entrance of Xavier's mansion, gazing at the magnificently extravagant building, all utterly astonished. It was hard to believe that such a place could be someone's home. Was this truly a house? Had their understanding of a home been fundamentally flawed? Professor X certainly possessed immense wealth. Even Rorschach, who was aware of Charles's background, could not help but marvel. Indeed, Charles was the epitome of a super-rich heir. The illustrious Charles Xavier is, in fact, one of the few affluent heirs in the Marvel Universe. The later Mutant Academy was essentially Charles's home, repurposed. Within Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, every component, be it the Blackbird jet, the Cerebral Enhancer, or the Danger Room, was a pinnacle of cutting-edge technology, impossible to create without substantial funds. Furthermore, it was worth mentioning that although Xavier's school was nominally an educational institution, it resembled more of a charitable organization, given that its students did not pay tuition and the expenses for so many individual sustenance had to be covered. For years, it was all sustained solely by Professor X. Charles was indeed a true magnate. "You have misunderstood. This is not my home, but Charles's," Mystique explained upon noticing the confusion among the group, thereby delivering a substantial shock to them. They had initially thought of Charles as merely an ordinary wealthy individual. After all, his attire and noble demeanor could not be feigned, and his mannerisms revealed much. Yet, no one had anticipated the extent of his wealth. After a long journey and the excitement experienced at the CIA's secret base, the group of mutants was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, hungry and weary. Given that it was already midnight, Mystique arranged rooms for everyone after their brief astonishment at Charles's affluence. They each retreated to their respective rooms to recuperate, which was self-evident. Perhaps due to overwhelming fright, or perhaps out of concern for whether the Black King would come seeking them again, despite their profound fatigue. None of them managed to sleep well that night. It was difficult to fall asleep, and even when they eventually did, they would awaken suddenly. Their bodies tense at the slightest rustle. Tension enveloped the night, destined to be restless for all. The harrowing scenes of the Black Emperor's massacre at the CIA base cast an immense psychological shadow over everyone. Rorschach, too, found himself sleepless, not due to fear like the others, but rather from excitement. He was eager to experience the sensation of his thermal beam. Surely, at this hour, everyone else must be fast asleep, he mused, unable to suppress the impulse surging within him. With a sudden resolve, he threw off the covers and rose from his bed, intent on seeking a suitable spot in the yard to conduct his experiment. After all, the Charles family's yard was spacious enough for him to unleash his abilities, provided he was careful not to damage the flora. With utmost caution, he opened the door, fearing the disturbance of others. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a surprised voice called out, "Rorschach?" Turning around, he was equally taken aback to see Raven. She was clad in a loose-fitting robe that, while ample, accentuated her curvaceous figure. Notably, Raven was not in her usual human guise, but displayed her true form with blue skin adorned with unique patterns, indicating she had shed her disguise during sleep. Like the others, she too found herself unable to rest, and had risen to fetch a drink, only to unexpectedly encounter Rorschach. "Can't sleep?" Raven inquired, approaching him with an air of familiarity. Rorschach silently regretted not employing his enhanced hearing before sneaking out, a precaution that could have spared him this awkward encounter. "You too?" he thought, maintaining a composed demeanor as he offered her a smile. The events of the day had shaken everyone. As Raven drew closer, standing face to face with him, Rorschach could distinctly feel her breath and the scent of her perfume enveloping him. "What about you?" Raven tilted her head, her gaze laced with playful intrigue. "Since we're both awake, perhaps we could retreat to your room, and you could share what makes you so courageous." Rorschach was momentarily at a loss for words. He understood the liberated nature of Western women, yet experiencing it firsthand was novel for him. If she were an ordinary woman, he might have welcomed the prospect of something more. However, the current appearance of Mystique, while not unattractive, certainly exceeds Rorschach's aesthetic sensibilities. "Raven, I am awake due to pressing matters." Rorschach gently removed Mystique's hand from his face. "Is it because of my appearance?" Mystique, momentarily disheartened, assumed Rorschach's rejection stemmed from her guise. In an instant, she concentrated, and her form transformed once more into that of her cousin. Would this be an improvement? Rorschach thought to himself, utterly unimpressed. This scenario is akin to a blind date, once one has glimpsed the true visage of their prospective partner. No amount of digital enhancement can mask the reality. "Raven, look into my eyes." Rorschach abruptly directed this statement toward Raven. She anticipated a heartfelt declaration, wondering why he insisted on maintaining eye contact. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback as Rorschach's eyes turned a vivid crimson. "Rorschach!" Raven gasped, her previous doubts dissipating, replaced with astonishment. "Do you see? It seems I have awakened a new ability, and I wish to explore it," Rorschach explained earnestly to Raven. It dawned on her that his earlier mention of having matters to attend to was not mere pretext. He was indeed serious. "Raven, I wish to ascertain the nature of this ability, so could you lead me to a suitable location?" Rorschach requested. After all, his heat vision was not a hidden secret, and he felt no trepidation in revealing it before Mystique. Certainly, that would be no problem. It would be best to find an open space with ample room. "Rorschach, Charles's residence may lack many things, but space is not one of them." Ultimately, Raven guided Rorschach to the playground nestled within Charles's expansive yard. Yes, there truly was a playground in Charles's estate. Can you believe it? This space was more than sufficient. Rorschach took a deep breath, channeling the energy within him toward his eyes, coalescing into two blazing beams. Whoosh! Two streams of heat vision erupted from his gaze. "Oh my goodness!" Raven gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Despite being a mutant herself, witnessing the spectacle of laser beams being emitted was profoundly impactful. Even without testing the intensity of the rays firsthand, she could feel the immense energy they harbored just by being nearby. With a brilliant display, the two beams illuminated the night sky, resembling two dazzling pillars, resplendent in their grandeur. In that moment, to Rorschach, they were the most beautiful beams of light in the world. It is somewhat regrettable that the thermal rays can only extend forward for a distance of 50 meters. Beyond that, their efficacy diminishes. However, considering that he has only unlocked 5 at this stage, Rorschach found solace in the notion that 50 meters is merely a beginning, nothing more. Subsequently, Rorschach gathered some stones for further testing. The hard stones crumbled before the thermal rays as if they were made of mere paper, proving to be astonishingly fragile. Rorschach effortlessly shattered them into dust, even from a distance of 50 meters. Indeed, the thermal rays would serve as a crucial trump card for him. Rorschach felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding this development. Rorschach, you have grown stronger. You are now the mightiest among us all, Raven remarked with a sense of awe. Previously, the group had held high hopes for Alex's potential, given the true strength of his energy ring, which even Rorschach hesitated to confront. Yet now, Rorschach possessed comparable offensive capabilities. Coupled with the fact that Charles's abilities were entirely ineffective against him, there was no doubt left regarding Rorschach's supremacy. Chapter 20. The Watchful Eye of Ancient One the Strongest? Despite Raven's lofty praise, Rorschach felt no elation, as he was acutely aware that he had yet to reach such heights. Setting aside the numerous supervillains in this world capable of annihilating a city, or even the planet, within the mutant community alone, Rorschach could hardly be deemed the strongest. To speak of recent encounters, he found himself unable to vanquish the Black King. Furthermore, the potential rise of Professor X posed a significant threat to Rorschach. Of course, this assessment considered only the aspect of abilities. The formidable Phoenix was another matter altogether. Before her Phoenix force, Rorschach was but a mere shadow. Additionally, there lay Apocalypse, slumbering somewhere underground. The path ahead of Rorschach remains long and arduous. Raven, I am still far from being powerful enough. Rorschach shook his head earnestly at Mystique, stating, if I were sufficiently strong, it would not be I who fled, but rather Shao. Rorschach, you have done remarkably well. You have valiantly resisted Shao and protected everyone. And what about us? Mystique's expression turned to one of self-deprecation as she continued, we have accomplished nothing. The only thing we have done is to act like a frightened group of rabbits. Can your eyes truly emit laser beams? Little one, how many secrets do you still conceal? Kamartaj, the Ancient One sat in the supreme hall of the temple. Before her lay a mirror constructed of magic. The mirror vividly displayed the scene of Rorschach conducting thermal ray experiments at Charles's residence. Gazing intently at the reflection of Rorschach in the mirror, Master Gu displayed a hint of intrigue upon his visage. How fascinating. It has been quite some time since I have felt the thrill of surprise. With a swift motion of his right hand, he made the mirror vanish as if it had never existed. Of course, Rorschach remained completely oblivious to Gu Yi's clandestine observation. Not even the most formidable beings from his homeland could rival that ancient woman. Raven, let us return, Rorschach said, steering the conversation away from the weighty topic with Mystique. Oh, and I apologize for damaging the stone in Charles's courtyard. He glanced at the shattered remains of the large stone and shrugged. I believe Charles would take comfort in knowing the reason behind its destruction, Mystique remarked nonchalantly. Upon returning to his room, Rorschach was unburdened by any concerns. He reclined on his bed and soon drifted into slumber. Ah, a brand new day? Awakening refreshed, Rorschach stretched languorously. He effortlessly drew back the curtains, allowing the gentle sunlight to stream through the window. Gazing outside, he was met with a lush green lawn and a vibrant garden, evoking the essence of watching a Lee Zeki video. After a brief wash-up, Rorschach descended the stairs into the living room. To his surprise, the hall was already filled with people. Mystique, Beast Hank, the Siren, and the Ravager, among others, all mutants gathered together. The atmosphere was palpably somber. Rorschach, you truly astonish me. You can sleep through anything, remarked Ravager Alex, genuinely in awe of Rorschach's indifference. After such significant events yesterday, how could he remain so unfazed? Yet, considering Rorschach's formidable prowess, perhaps Ravager felt his perspective was lacking. What are you all discussing? Rorschach naturally took a seat at an empty spot. We were contemplating whether to venture out and gather information, said Angel, who had been reclining but straightened up to address Rorschach. Despite having temporarily evaded the Black King's grasp and spending a night without incident, there was uncertainty regarding whether the Black King had uncovered any clues. What if he discovered their whereabouts? They would then be akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. Ironically, this same reasoning instilled a sense of caution, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. If the Black King had indeed tracked them down, what would happen if they were discovered upon stepping outside? Even the CIA's base has been purged, and no one dares to confront the Dark Emperor directly. However, merely isolating ourselves from the world outside is evidently not a viable solution. I'll go. The shapeshifter Raven stood up, volunteering herself. I grew up here. I know where to gather intelligence. Raven. Hank immediately expressed his concern. There had been a certain ambiguity in Hank's relationship with Raven when she arrived at the CIA base, and, unbeknownst to him, she had strayed the previous night. This is too dangerous. What if you run into that guy? Hank's face was etched with hesitation, clearly disapproving of her plan. Hank, I know this area well, and I can assume the appearance of others. We both know I am the most suitable candidate, Raven asserted with unwavering determination. The experiences of the previous night had, unbeknownst to her, fostered a degree of growth within her. Raven, you should not bear this burden for us. The Ravager Alex also voiced his dissent, deeming it shameful for so many to rely on a woman devoid of combat prowess. Alex, Raven is right, Darwin interjected, exhibiting a level of composure. He recognized that this was indeed the optimal strategy. Though he harbored concerns, there was simply no better alternative. Everyone need not worry. I will accompany Raven, Rorschach declared, rising from his seat. How can we trigger the mission while cooped up in here? I do not believe it will present itself as conveniently as it did yesterday. He reasoned that venturing outside would significantly increase their chances. With Rorschach joining the endeavor, spirits lifted. The carefree siren clapped his thighs and laughed heartily. And none of the others voiced further objections. This was the true optimal combination. After reaching a decision, Rorschach and Raven wasted no time. Following a brief preparation, they set forth. The shapeshifter utilized her abilities to transform into a middle-aged man. As for Rorschach, though he deemed it unnecessary, he complied with the group's wishes and donned a simple disguise, a hat. He also borrowed an old trench coat that once belonged to Charles. Wow, Rorschach. Raven appraised him from head to toe, thoroughly pleased. I never imagined Charles's clothes would fit you so perfectly. It's simply splendid. Really? Rorschach raised an eyebrow. Who is more handsome, Charles or me? Without a doubt, it's you. Raven winked at Rorschach. Raven, the expression you wear at this moment resembles that of a true maniac. Chapter 021, Howard Stark. The small gate of Xavier's mansion. A black sedan gradually emerged, turning onto a narrow path before merging into the main road. It quickly became a part of the incessant flow of traffic, garnering no attention whatsoever. Raven, where are we headed? In the passenger seat, Rorschach cast a glance at the middle-aged man behind the wheel and inquired. To find someone, Raven replied nonchalantly, expertly maneuvering the steering wheel as if she were an experienced driver. If he is willing to assist us, we will uncover Xiao's exact whereabouts. Rorschach was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed the individual Raven sought was quite remarkable and possessed significant influence. However, Black King was no ordinary figure either. It is essential to note that the Hellfire Club is not merely an organization of mutants. It also comprises influential human figures within society. For instance, Howard Stark had once received an invitation to join the Hellfire Club. After all, how could Black King manipulate the geopolitical tensions of the US and the Soviet Union, effectively instigating the Cuban Missile Crisis? Such feats of power are not solely achievable by mutants. The fact that Black King could uncover the CIA's secret mutant base serves as a compelling example. Therefore, Rorschach maintained a degree of skepticism regarding the individual Raven mentioned. Raven, who exactly are we looking for? Is he reliable? Rorschach couldn't help but seek clarification. It was essential to ascertain the facts. Rest assured, that individual is one of us, Raven stated, applying the brakes as she navigated a turn. He has the ability to sense our kind. Sensing other mutants? Rorschach paused, a name flickering through his mind. You can't possibly mean Caliban? The only mutant he could think of with such a unique ability was indeed this individual. You know him? Raven expressed her surprise. So it truly is Caliban. I don't know him personally. I've merely heard of him by chance. Rorschach shook his head, though he felt a sense of relief. Caliban could detect the presence of other mutants, and as Raven indicated, if he were willing to help, they could swiftly locate Xiao. Consequently, They could ascertain whether Shao had discovered their hideout. That individual is surprisingly well known, Raven remarked, feeling a hint of astonishment but not dwelling on it further. Rorschach, being part of the circle himself, found it rather unsurprising to hear whispers regarding his compatriots. Raven, since you are acquainted with Caliban, surely Charles must know him as well? Yet, why has Charles failed to mention Caliban during his recent recruitment of mutants? Rorschach found this peculiarity rather intriguing, given that Caliban resides not far from his hometown. It seemed illogical for Charles to overlook him. It was precisely because Charles knew Caliban that he understood the latter's unlikelihood of joining their cause. That fellow harbored a profound distrust of others, his only allegiance being to money, and he possessed a keen sensitivity that would become apparent upon meeting him. Raven offered a brief explanation to Rorschach, who refrained from further inquiries. He recalled the character's singular appearance in Apocalypse, noting that his ability to sense mutants had a range limitation of merely 25 miles, rendering him an unremarkable figure, not worthy of Rorschach's attention. After traversing 4 thoroughfares, Raven finally brought the vehicle to a gentle halt before a bar. In my youth, prior to my encounter with Charles, I relied solely on my abilities to transform into various personas, pilfering from diverse places, money, food, clothing, anything within reach. Yet despite this, I often found myself hungry, and many nights were spent sleeping in the sewers. During one such night in the sewers, I met Caliban, who also resided there. Yet he never placed his trust in me. As Raven walked alongside Rorschach towards the bar's entrance, she provided him with an introduction. How lamentable, Rorschach mused sincerely, uncertain whether his lament was directed at Raven or Caliban. Therefore, Rorschach, when we encounter Caliban, allow me to engage him in conversation, requested Mystique. Rorschach had no objections. He understood the dynamics of leadership in this endeavor. From the outset, Rorschach's intentions were crystal clear. He merely sought a stroke of luck to possibly trigger a mission, nothing more. The two reached a harmonious agreement and entered the bar. Inside, patrons were scattered across tables, sipping drinks and engaging in lively conversation, contributing to a vibrant atmosphere. Rorschach and Raven approached the bar, seemingly undeterred by their surroundings. A man sat there, absorbed in his drink. "What can I get for you two?" inquired a young man behind the bar, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding a professional demeanor and a welcoming smile. "Where's Henry?" Raven asked, her brow furrowing slightly, unable to suppress her curiosity. The bartender before her was no longer the familiar face she once knew, leaving her uncertain of his awareness regarding Caliban. "The customer is actually a regular here. You see, Henry is my uncle, and he is unwell, so I am covering for him for a few days," the young bartender explained to Raven. "Is Henry all right?" Raven inquired, her concern for his condition evident. "I hope he is fine. Poor uncle, he has strained his back. Though he insists it's no big deal. But you know, at his age, he is no longer as spry as I am," the young man shrugged, playfully teasing his uncle. "Poor Henry, may God bless him." Raven exchanged pleasantries before steering the conversation back to business. "Is he here? Who are you referring to?" The young bartender appeared momentarily taken aback, unaware of the identity of the person Raven mentioned. "Let him in." At that moment, a burly man emerged from a backstage entrance, calling out to the young bartender. Clearly, Caliban was already aware of Raven's arrival. Raven nodded to the young bartender before proceeding with Rorschach towards the backstage entrance. The young bartender did not impede their passage. "Another glass of whiskey." A man seated at the bar gestured to the young bartender with his empty glass. Rorschach, instinctively glancing at the man as he stood to leave, was taken aback. To his astonishment, this individual was none other than Howard Stark. Chapter 22. Gunfire. It couldn't be mistaken. It was indeed Howard Stark. Rorschach's eyes gleamed with recognition. How could someone of Howard Stark's stature and influence be found in such a shabby tavern? Was the notorious playboy perhaps enamored with a certain lady, choosing to lurk here and wait? Rorschach couldn't help but entertain this darkly amusing thought. After all, when it came to womanizing, Howard Stark surpassed even his son Tony Stark. This man had even pursued the wives of his friends. What a beast. Wait, shouldn't S-H-I-E-L-D have already been established by this time? Howard wouldn't be here on some sort of mission, would he? The mere thought of this made Rorschach wide awake. If something truly was afoot, it could potentially trigger some sort of assignment. "Raven, I am contemplating that if Caliban is indeed this sensitive, perhaps waiting outside for you would be a prudent decision." Rorschach paused momentarily, swiftly resolving that monitoring Howard Stark was far more enticing than seeking out Caliban. "Very well, Caliban is inside. I shall seek him out for a discussion. You remain here and await my return. Raven, without further contemplation, nodded in agreement. Roche casually selected a seat, ordering a drink merely for appearance's sake. Ostensibly engaged in solitary indulgence, he was, in truth, covertly observing Howard Stark. This scrutiny, indeed, yielded some revelations. Sir, it's been over 2 hours. Will that fellow truly make an appearance? The young bartender, while feigning nonchalance, discreetly addressed Howard Stark. It became evident why old Henry had taken ill and requested leave. This young bartender was, in fact, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He will, Howard Stark replied with unwavering certainty. The Soviets are notorious for not sparing traitors, particularly scientists of his caliber. Except for us, no one can shield him. Then why has he yet to arrive? The young bartender returned a polished glass to the rack. Given his circumstances, a degree of caution is understandable. Howard Stark, however, maintained a remarkably optimistic outlook. Now, focus on your work. He may very well have arrived already, merely observing from the shadows. Understood, sir. Their discreet exchange concluded, both believed that in such a cacophonous environment, their whispered conversation would go unnoticed. Little did they know, an unexpected presence had infiltrated the scene. A traitor from the Soviet Union, a scientist? Roche's thoughts began to swirl, quickly connecting the dots to a singular individual. Could it be that Howard Stark was referring to Anton Vanko, the father of Ivan Vanko? Considering the timeline, it indeed seemed plausible. However, if Howard Stark's associates were indeed Anton Vanko, then Roche would find himself a witness to history. He pondered whether this event might trigger some task, though he remained oblivious to such possibilities, merely waiting in the shadows to see what would unfold. Creak. The tavern door swung open once more, and a middle-aged man strode in. The other patrons paid little heed to the rough-looking figure. Yet Howard Stark at the bar could not suppress a surge of excitement. The newcomer was their target, Anton Vanko. I told you he would appear. Howard Stark remarked with an air of confidence, taking a hearty gulp of his drink before striding purposefully toward Anton Vanko. Even amidst such a significant mission, he could not resist the urge to flaunt his composure. Hey, Charlie, what took you so long? Howard Stark approached Anton Vank with a broad smile, greeting him like an old friend. Don't get me started on Hans, that bloodsucker. I clearly finished the wax job, yet he insists I redo it. The two engaged in casual banter as they made their way to a secluded corner. It was only at this moment that Anton Vank began to ascertain Howard's identity. Of course it's me. I am quite famous. It's rather easy to investigate. Don't tell me you hadn't looked me up before coming to see me. Howard Stark declared with an air of pride. I did look into it, but I couldn't be certain you weren't someone else in disguise, Anton Vank shrugged. But disguises can be easily discerned. With that, Anton posed a rather profound academic question to Howard. Howard responded effortlessly, and Anton felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, may I see the materials I requested? It was now Howard Stark's turn to inspect the goods. Anton produced several papers he had prepared in advance, and Howard quickly perused them, nodding in satisfaction. They contained a crucial research report concerning energy that Anton had authored. With this research in hand, Howard's concept of the arc reactor could finally materialize. Though the report was incomplete, Howard's expertise allowed him to discern its authenticity. All right, let us go. Howard Stark unceremoniously tucked the report away and stood, beckoning Anton to leave with him. Just then, a burly man with a thick beard suddenly rose, brandishing a gun aimed directly at Anton, ready to pull the trigger. Did that fool really think he could escape unscathed in New York? Watch out. A keen-eyed bartender spotted the threat and leapt towards Howard and Anton, tackling the assailant to the ground. In the same instant, he drew his own weapon, retaliating against the bearded man. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed throughout the tavern, plunging the scene into chaos as patrons scrambled to flee. However, Rorschach remained unmoved, for at that moment, his system panel updated with new information. New task generated. Task: protect Howard Stark, ensuring he remains unharmed. Task reward: 50 source points. 50 source points? Rochester was momentarily taken aback. The amount of source points he had acquired this time felt rather insufficient. During the encounter with the saber-toothed tiger, he had gained 100 source points, yet now he was left with merely half of that. However, upon further reflection on the current circumstances, it was reasonable to assume that rewards for dealing with such weak adversaries would indeed be limited. Chapter 023. Move quickly. Danger approaches. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the tavern, the hidden agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, and those tasked with assassinating Ivan Vanko abandoned their pretense, swiftly entering combat mode and unleashing a barrage of bullets upon one another. "Sir, follow me." Amidst the chaos, the bartender approached Howard Stark, providing cover as the two made a hasty retreat towards the exit. Bang! A flurry of bullets whizzed past as an assailant lunged forward, attempting to impede Howard and his companion's escape. The bartender quickly shoved Howard and another individual beneath a table and fired back at their attacker. Bang! 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 The bartender discharged 3 consecutive shots, each striking the assassin squarely in the chest. Strangely, those assassins did not appear to be professional operatives. Their marksmanship paled in comparison to that of S, H, I, E, L, DS agents. "Sir, we need to go." After neutralizing the assailant, the bartender intended to lead Howard Stark to safety. But at that moment, bang! 2 more shots rang out, piercing the bartender's body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face the shooter, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. How could that individual withstand 3 shots without so much as a scratch? Why? Despite the blood soaking the assailant's chest, he remained standing. From the bartender's experience, he expected the adversary to collapse, losing consciousness, and ultimately succumbing to his injuries. But now, no one could answer the bartender's questions, as his own awareness began to fade, and he collapsed to the ground. Thomas! Thomas! Howard Stark lay prostrate, unable to rise, his gaze fixed on the bartender who had fallen beside him, filled with sorrow. Bang! 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 In that moment, a relentless stream of bullets rained down, forcing Howard to duck his head in fear, no longer daring to expose himself. In the meantime, the other S, H, I, E, L, D agents continued to fall one after another. The assassins numbered only 3, yet for reasons unknown, they proved to be remarkably resilient. Even when shot, they appeared wholly unaffected. It is precisely because of this that the 3 assassins showed utter disregard for the bullets of others, neither dodging nor evading, relentlessly firing upon the S, H, I, E, L, D agents, resulting in significant casualties among them. The situation at the scene had escalated to a perilous extreme. "Mr. Stark." At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the chaos. Howard Stark turned to find an extraordinarily youthful visage before him. "This place is dangerous. You must leave quickly. They are not targeting you. Go at once." Howard Stark urgently urged Rorschach. He felt no astonishment at being recognized by Rorschach. As he had stated himself, he was indeed a figure of some renown. "Leave these individuals to me. But during this time, I need you to remain here quietly and refrain from any rash movements." Rorschach replied with utmost seriousness. "Hey, kid, do you think this is the time to play the hero? This is not a movie. People can genuinely die." Howard Stark admonished Rorschach in a hushed tone. However, Rorschach chose not to engage further with Howard Stark. Instead, he reached down to retrieve a shard of a shattered bottle from the ground. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist and hurled it towards one of the assassins. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed, and in the next instant, a spray of blood erupted. The glass shard, resembling a concealed weapon, pierced the wrist of one assassin, causing him to drop his firearm to the ground. With relentless precision, Rorschach continued his assault, launching 2 more glass shards, accompanied by 2 muffled grunts. The other 2 assassins similarly found their wrists struck and their weapons lost. "Is this a joke?" Howard Stark stood dumbfounded, gazing at Rorschach with the eyes of one who beheld a marvel. Even the most elite agents of S, H, I, E, L, D could not match such prowess. No, not even the formidable Howling Commandos, who once instilled fear in Hydra, could achieve such feats. After all, the shards of glass were exceedingly light. To wield such power with them was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. "Stay put here," Rorschach instructed Howard Stark once more. "You all, retreat to Howard's side." He called to the remaining S, H, I, E, L, D agents. Although they did not know Rorschach, they could discern the gravity of the situation and promptly moved to gather beside Howard Stark, forming a protective stance. Regrettably, the sole exit has been obstructed by the assassins, preventing anyone from evacuating Howard. They must temporarily safeguard Howard while awaiting the intervention of the enigmatic young man to deal with the 3 assailants. Under the watchful gaze of the gathered crowd, Rorschach strides confidently towards the trio of assassins. Given their formidable physique, seemingly impervious even to bullets, Rorschach is compelled to test whether a direct strike to their hearts could incapacitate them. I had a foreboding that this operation would not proceed smoothly. One of the assassins, a bald African-American, nonchalantly removed the shards of glass embedded in his wrist, not even flinching as though the injury were not his own. Lime. This fellow is no ordinary adversary. What exactly is he? Inquired another long-haired assassin, casting a glance at the third, clad in a shirt. I have no idea what he is, but they are certainly not the repulsive undead. The shirt assassin fixated his gaze on Rorschach, responding to his companion's query. Undead? What on earth is that? Rorschach, intrigued by the term, chose not to dwell on it, and quickened his pace towards the nearest assassin. Just in time. Let me tear this fellow apart. A cruel smile crept across the bald assassin's face. Now is not the moment. Do not transform. Lime cautioned, his voice low. Transforming in plain sight would complicate matters immensely. Huh. There's no need for transformation, the bald assassin retorted, charging at Rorschach, and in an instant, they collided. Bang. Crack. Whoosh. In the ensuing chaos, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the bald assassin was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. When he finally crashed to the ground, he lay motionless, his chest caved inwards. Rorschach's punch had nearly reduced his torso to pulp. Chapter 024, One Punch. One down Andrew. Andrew. Two astonished and enraged cries pierced the air as Lime and his companion struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Andrew had been felled by a single blow? How could this be? Even without transforming, Andrew's physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary individual. What is the matter with this young fellow? However, there is now no time for Lime and the others to ponder this matter. The pressure from Rorschach has compelled them to make a most reluctant choice. Crack, crack, crack. The bones of Lime and the other assassin began to shift rapidly, their bodies expanding swiftly, while long fur sprouted forth in abundance. The two individuals that once stood there vanished, replaced by two wolves standing upright before everyone. Werewolves? Rorschach was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of werewolves in this world. Yet, if werewolves existed, it implied that vampires must also be present. Suddenly, Rorschach comprehended what Lime had referred to earlier as the living dead. Clearly, it was vampires. Damn, this is disastrous. Werewolves. How could there possibly be werewolves? The remaining agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. each wore expressions of utter dismay. Howard Stark similarly furrowed his brow into a deep autumn chrysanthemum. The existence of werewolves is not known to the average person, yet it is hardly a secret in the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. as this organization is well versed in such matters. It is precisely for this reason that Howard Stark understood the perilous situation they faced. Werewolves cannot be slain with conventional weaponry. Especially after transformation, they become true monsters, immensely powerful, ferocious, and imbued with human intellect. Unless one employs high-powered weaponry such as grenades, even the most skilled agents would find themselves at their mercy. Danger! Hurry back! Howard Stark shouted to Rorschach, fearful that he might not grasp the gravity of the situation. You lot, what are you waiting for? Quickly assist. Immediately after, Howard commanded the agents nearby. A sudden roar of beasts erupted, capturing the attention of Howard and the others. A werewolf lunged at Rorschach with a fierce growl. Its maw agape, the sight of its fearsome fangs was truly chilling, while its forelimbs resembled razor-sharp blades that sent shivers down one's spine. Watch out! Howard Stark could not help but exclaim. Werewolves? I wonder if it can withstand my punch now? Rather than evading, Rorschach displayed a demeanor of eager anticipation. His shoulder quivered as he launched a powerful punch at the werewolf. Howard nearly leapt in alarm. Did this young man wish to end his life? Crack! Yet in the next moment, the familiar sound of bones shattering echoed once more as the colossal werewolf unexpectedly flipped backward. Its chest was reduced to a grotesque mass, lying motionless upon the ground. Clearly, it had followed in the footsteps of its fallen brethren. The entire bar fell into a profound silence. Whether it was Anton Vanko or Howard Stark and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they all stood in stunned disbelief. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The werewolf that had not transformed earlier was one thing, but this one had already undergone the metamorphosis. Was this not akin to delivering a fatal blow to a wolf? Surely even Captain America could not possess such strength. Howard Stark was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within Liam, who, being a werewolf himself, understood the formidable power they possessed. He was acutely aware of what it meant to slay a werewolf with a single punch. A monster. Those who encountered them often labeled them as monsters. Yet compared to them, that young man was the true embodiment of monstrosity. Let us go. Once he regained his composure, Liam made a swift decision. He could no longer concern himself with Howard Stark. He decisively turned to flee. But would Rorschach allow Liam to escape? He refrained from making a move until that moment. But once he did, he would not let a single one slip away. With a sudden surge of power, he forcefully stamped the ground. Crack! The earth beneath him buckled under the immense force, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Propelled by the tremendous reaction, Rorschach shot forth like a cannonball, intercepting Liam before he could flee. Seeing that retreat was no longer an option, Liam had no choice but to confront Rorschach. He opened his mouth wide and roared as he lunged at Rorschach. However, Rorschach merely extended a hand, effortlessly grasping Liam by the throat. The massive frame of Liam seemed to be paused in time, utterly incapable of advancing even a fraction. His claws flailed wildly, struggling and clawing at Rorschach's body. Yet they felt as ineffective as talons against steel, leaving little more than faint red marks upon Rorschach's skin. In terms of his current physical prowess, Rorschach felt thoroughly satisfied. The claws of a werewolf paled in comparison to those of a saber-toothed tiger. The claws of the saber-toothed tiger can effortlessly slice through the exterior of a car. At this moment, the fact that Rorschach still has the leisure to ponder such things indicates that the werewolf poses no threat to him whatsoever. Let this be the end. Bang! Immediately, Rorschach extended his other hand and delivered a punch to Liam's chest. Crack! Liam, who had been struggling in Rorschach's grasp, suddenly slumped his head and became utterly motionless. With a casual flick of his wrist, Rorschach discarded him to the ground as if he were nothing more than a piece of refuse. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 50 source points. Simultaneously, a notification from the system flashed through Rorschach's mind. 50 source points credited. Although it may seem insignificant, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance, and Rorschach harbors no disdain for it. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that the 50 source points could only facilitate a singular attribute enhancement and could not contribute to the overall unlocking progress. This was, of course, understandable, as such a meager amount of source points could not even unlock a single point of progress. Thus, Rorschach chose not to expend these source points, but rather to preserve them for future use when he accumulates a more substantial quantity exceeding the basic unlocking threshold. Chapter 025. Agent Carter, young man, we are immensely grateful for your rescue. Had it not been for you today, the situation could have been dire. The voice of Howard Stark interrupted Rorschach's thoughts. The dashing playboy hurried to Rorschach's side, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Had this miraculous young man not appeared, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, what Howard Stark did not know was that even without Rorschach's intervention, he and Anton Vank would not have perished. However, injuries were likely unavoidable, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents accompanying him would probably not survive. Mr. Stark, are you all right? Rorschach inquired, glancing at the disheveled and dirty Howard Stark. I'm fine. I could easily handle a few more drinks. Howard Stark waved his hand dismissively, then fixed his gaze on Rorschach, asking, Young man, what is your name? I am Howard Stark, and I presume I need not introduce myself further, correct? Rorschach. He revealed his name without hesitation, as there was nothing to conceal. In fact, even if Howard Stark had not specifically asked, Rorschach would have seized the opportunity to disclose his name. For him, it is only right to leave a name after performing a good deed. Howard Stark appeared slightly taken aback. So, you are from Huaxia? In Howard Stark's impression, the people of Huaxia were generally frail, but the individual before him shattered this preconceived notion entirely. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, revealing a commanding woman who swiftly entered with a group of followers. She bore an unmistakable British elegance reminiscent of Charles, along with a strikingly voluptuous figure. Though she was not particularly young in this era, her poise exuded a certain mature charm. Peggy Carter. Upon noticing the distinctly extraordinary traits of Peggy Carter, Rorschach began to comprehend what Captain America found appealing about her. Goodness. As Peggy surveyed the chaotic scene, littered with the remains of 3 werewolves on the ground, her expression shifted dramatically. It was astonishing that the Soviets had dispatched werewolves for assassination. It was a grave oversight. They had only screened trained agents, inadvertently allowing a few werewolves to infiltrate. Stark, are you all right? Peggy's face immediately reflected concern as she hurried to Howard Stark's side. "I'm perfectly fine, Peggy," Howard replied with an air of feigned nonchalance, even spinning around to demonstrate his well-being. Only then did Peggy fully relax. She glanced at Anton Vanko, who was under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, confirming that the mission had been accomplished before turning her gaze to Rorschach. "Who is he?" Peggy inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Howard Stark. "He is a remarkable young man from Huaxia. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, we might have become prey for those beasts." Howard succinctly recounted the events to Peggy. After listening, a flicker of astonishment crossed Peggy's eyes, quickly replaced by her usual stoic demeanor. Although her face betrayed nothing, her heart harbored a sudden aversion towards Rorschach, even tinged with a hint of hostility. The reason was simple. Peggy perceived Rorschach as a super soldier akin to Captain America. Years ago, Captain America had discreetly preserved several vials of his serum, even leaving one with Howard Stark. Ultimately, that vial was handed over to Peggy, only for her to dispose of it in water. Yet, some serum had inevitably escaped. Thus, Peggy naturally assumed that Rorschach was a product of some clandestine organization that had replicated the serum through research on Captain America. She naturally held no fondness for Rorschach. "Mr. Rorschach, I appreciate all that you have done, but I regret to inform you that you must accompany us back," Peggy Carter stated in a tone devoid of emotion. Rorschach did not dwell on it. After all, agents often resembled robots, exhibiting little emotional depth. Given the gravity of the situation, it was entirely reasonable for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take him back to ascertain the circumstances. Of course, Rorschach could surmise that they might be intrigued by his extraordinary abilities. Yet he found little concern in such matters. In due course, the mutant population would inevitably emerge on the historical stage, propelled by the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Rorschach would undoubtedly play a significant role in that unfolding narrative. "Rorschach, we harbor no ulterior motives. This is merely standard procedure. Oh, by the way, you may know me as Howard Stark, but you might not be aware of my other identity." Howard Stark's demeanor noticeably softened as he owed his life to Rorschach. As he spoke, he produced a business card and handed it to Rorschach. "Department of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics?" Rorschach could not help but shake his head. Such a convoluted name was baffling. I know, Howard Stark replied with a look of exasperation. "In truth, I am not fond of this name either. But at least it accurately conveys our purpose, does it not? Mr. Stark, may I offer a suggestion?" Rorschach casually accepted the card. "Certainly. How about S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D.? Howard Stark's eyes lit up. "Just like a shield, protecting our national security. Very evocative, very apartment Carter. Honestly, I believe we should consider it." Peggy Carter's expression darkened. "Howard Stark, you are now the head of an intelligence organization. Could you be a bit more serious? Simon, you three stay behind. The rest of you fall back." Peggy Carter issued her orders with decisive authority. "Rorschach, I assure you, it won't take much of your time. It's simply a procedural formality," Howard added reassuringly. This was entirely reasonable, and considering Howard Stark's stature, Rorschach had no intention of declining such an opportunity for networking. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. "Very well. But before we proceed, I need to inform my friend," Rorschach remarked to Howard Stark. Chapter 026. Good news. Howard Stark had previously seen Rorschach entering with a middle-aged man. Thus, he had a clear understanding of the type of friend Rorschach was referring to and where he might be. Consequently, Howard Stark did not inquire further and readily agreed, saying, "Of course, that is no problem." Agent Carter observed the proceedings with a watchful eye, refraining from intervening. However, she discreetly signaled to several nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As Rorschach stepped into the bar's backroom, the agents promptly exited through the door, taking positions at the back entrance to ensure Rorschach did not slip away unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Rorschach, who was no agent and lacked the acumen for reading subtle cues, Agent Carter's covert maneuvering was entirely lost on him. Even if he had been aware, Rorschach would not have been concerned, as he had no intention of fleeing. After all, what use would it be for Agent Carter to deploy more personnel to monitor him? As the agents began their operation, Rorschach found himself in a narrow passageway. At the end of the corridor stood a small, inconspicuous door, leaving Rorschach somewhat bemused. The elaborate setup orchestrated by Caleb seemed excessive. One might think he was a highly sought-after fugitive, necessitating such caution. This was beyond mere sensitivity. Creak. Upon pushing the door open, a chilling object was suddenly pressed against his forehead. It was the imposing figure who had previously gone to fetch Raven. He aimed his weapon menacingly at Rorschach's head, growling, "Stay still. If you attempt any tricks, I'll make a hole in your skull." Rorschach chuckled softly, refraining from a verbal response. Instead, he swiftly reached out and grasped the barrel of the gun pointed at him. With a sudden surge of strength, a series of metallic crunches echoed as the barrel became deformed under his grip. When he released his hold, the gun's barrel was noticeably flattened, with several fingerprints embedded in its surface. Gasp! The man recoiled in shock, as though he had seen a ghost. Ignoring the stunned figure, Rorschach strode confidently forward into a spacious hall. "Rorschach!" Raven's voice rang out. There she sat, but a long sword was pressed against her neck. Wielded by a woman with flowing hair and an aura of sharpness, Ling Dai. Beside Ling Dai, Caleb sat with a stern expression. What was happening? Rorschach felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was it merely a matter of entering to solicit a favor from Caliban, albeit a compensated one? How did it escalate to such a tense standoff? Caliban, too, was inclined to pose the same inquiry. He rose from his seat, opened a drawer, and withdrew a firearm, aiming it at Rorschach. "What on earth is happening?" Caliban demanded. "You misunderstand, Caliban. We are equally perplexed. I swear." Raven, her neck ensnared by a sharp blade, dared not move, her voice trembling as she shouted at Caliban. "Then why, upon your arrival, did gunfire erupt here? You cannot possibly suggest to Caliban that this is mere coincidence." Caliban was entirely skeptical of Raven's claims. "Caliban, release Raven. If we truly intended harm, why are you still standing there unharmed?" Rorschach remarked, feeling a twinge of irritation. Indeed, it was a mere coincidence. Then why not directly state your intentions to Caliban? Why did you bring those agents here? Caliban continued to press Rorschach with the weapon. "Very well, it seems explanation is futile. Given this, let us forego any further elucidation." Rorschach then focused intently on the firearm in Caliban's grasp, and with a mere thought, two beams of intense heat shot forth. With a sizzle, Caliban's weapon was rendered inoperative. At that moment, Ling Dai's expression shifted. With one hand, she maintained her hold on the shapeshifter, while the other conjured a violet blade, which she aimed fiercely at Rorschach. Yet in the blink of an eye, Ling Dai found herself startled, as the original Rorschach had vanished from sight, reappearing elsewhere. Another two beams of heat surged forth, causing the long sword in Ling Dai's grasp to fly from her hand. Astonished, Ling Dai recognized that this young Eastern man was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond her ability to confront while divided in focus. Thus, she abandoned the defenseless Raven, transforming the violet blade into a purple energy whip, which she lashed towards Rorschach. But Rorschach, like a nimble cat, effortlessly evaded the lethal strike. With a resounding crack, Ling Dai's whip struck the ground, leaving a mark upon the surface. Without hesitation, she flicked her shoulder and turned to strike again. Crack, crack, crack. 3 successive lashes fell short, yet Rorschach skillfully maneuvered himself before her. Alarm surged through Ling Dai. This boy was as slippery as an eel, and her tempestuous assault was utterly futile against him. She yearned to launch another attack, but suddenly a hand emerged, gripping her neck with a vice-like hold. In that instant, she found herself paralyzed with fear, for her life was precariously ensnared in the grasp of her assailant. With a mere flick of their wrist, her neck could be severed. "Raven, have you obtained the answers we sought?" At that moment, it was only then that Rorschach had the opportunity to pose the question to Raven. She nodded in response. Initially, the proceedings had unfolded quite smoothly. Caliban, being rather avaricious, readily complied with Raven's request for assistance upon receiving payment. However, just as Raven intended to depart, the sudden eruption of gunfire echoed from outside. Caliban, being particularly wary and suspicious, immediately commanded his men to apprehend Raven. "Rorschach, let us depart," Raven remarked, not wishing to delve further into the matter, and she approached Rorschach's side. He felt similarly. The entire situation had been born from a misunderstanding. He had no intention of truly harming Ling Dai or Caliban. Thus, Rorschach released his grip from Ling Dai's neck and, alongside Raven, strode out confidently. "Raven, did Caliban send Xiao?" Rorschach inquired first. Raven shook her head, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her face. "No, Xiao is beyond Caliban's perceptive range." Given that Caliban was not situated far from Xavier Manor, it indeed indicated that Xiao was safely beyond a 25-mile radius. It could be confidently concluded that Xiao had not discovered Xavier Manor, which was certainly a positive development. Chapter 027. The explosive sounds from the shield base Rorschach. What is happening outside? Why is there such intense gunfire? After addressing Roxa's query, Raven could hardly contain her curiosity about the situation that had long puzzled her. Raven, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. At that moment, Roxa halted his stride, prompting Raven to pause before him as well. They stood at the threshold of a small door, not immediately stepping outside. I may have inadvertently become entangled in a troublesome affair, Roxa admitted. Raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, Raven's expression shifted to one of concern. What kind of trouble? Roxa, are you all right? I am fine, no need for alarm. Perhaps I misspoke, it is not quite trouble, Peresi. To put it simply, while you were seeking Caliban, a group of agents happened to be executing a mission outside, Roxa explained. A wave of realization washed over Raven as she grasped the source of the gunfire. It was merely a coincidence, nothing more. But what does this have to do with you? However, Raven was acutely aware that matters were likely not so straightforward, prompting her to inquire further. Coincidentally, Howard Stark was also embroiled in the gunfight. Howard Stark? The very Howard Stark? Raven felt a surge of astonishment. How could such a prominent figure possibly find himself in such a small locale? Indeed, it was that very Howard Stark. Upon recognizing him, I instinctively assisted him. To my surprise, Howard Stark turned out to be the leader of those agents. At this point, Rorschach casually produced a business card bearing Howard Stark's name and handed it to Raven. Raven felt her mind momentarily overwhelmed. The nationally renowned tycoon had transformed into a high-ranking official of an intelligence organization with a lengthy and obscure name. Therefore, as you might understand, I need to prepare a statement or something of that sort, Rorschach remarked as he reclaimed the business card he had just given to Raven. Naturally, Raven was well-versed in such procedures and refrained from further comments. All right, you head back first. I will return once I conclude my tasks here, Rorschach called out to Raven. And they parted ways. Raven made her way back to Xavier's mansion, while Rorschach followed Howard Stark and his entourage to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, still lacked its dedicated base. Operating from the camp of the 78th Artillery Regiment of the Army. Although this site was not particularly famous, it held significant importance within the Marvel Universe. As it was the birthplace of Captain America, it also served as the initial base for S.H.I.E.L.D., which would later become the world's largest intelligence agency. As Howard's car slowly entered the base compound, Rorschach gazed out the window, feeling a sense of déjà vu. It was strikingly reminiscent of the scene from Avengers Endgame when Captain America and Iron Man traversed back to retrieve the Tesseract. Curious about this place? Perhaps you wish to ask whether this is indeed Roger's birthplace? Howard, noticing Rorschach's inquisitive glances, could not resist teasing. If you are a fervent admirer of Captain America, my answer may disappoint you. This is not the birthplace of Rogers. One must wonder how anyone could be born in such a setting. The truth is, this location is the birthplace of the title of Captain America. At the time, we were deliberating on what nickname to bestow upon Rogers, Super Captain, Marvelous Soldier, or Mr. Super. Ultimately, Rogers opted for Captain America. However, I never anticipated that the rumor would morph into the belief that Rogers was born here. Rorschach, too, had not realized the intriguing tale that lay behind the moniker of Captain America. At this moment, the convoy had come to a halt, and everyone disembarked from their vehicles. Rorschach glanced around and noticed that Anton Vank had not joined them. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Isn't that friend of yours coming with us?" Firstly, he is not my friend. Secondly, this is not a place for just anyone to enter, Howard Stark replied, patting Rorschach on the shoulder. Anton Vank was not officially collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D., as Howard Stark had other plans for him. All right, let us proceed. Stark called to Rorschach and began walking toward the office building. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as they had only traversed a short distance. A powerful shockwave surged forth, causing the very ground beneath their feet to tremble. One would expect such a ferocious blast to incite chaos among those present. Yet to Rorschach's astonishment, the people within the camp merely glanced in the direction of the explosion. Shaking their heads in resignation, nothing more. Some individuals maintained an unwavering composure, their expressions unchanged, as if they were seasoned veterans of calamity. Clang! From the direction of the explosion, an iron door swung open, and a rather diminutive figure, bespectacled and coughing loudly while covering his mouth, rushed out in a flurry. Covered in dirt and looking quite disheveled, it was he. Roxa recognized the small man immediately, his expression shifting to one of surprise. As he realized the nature of the recent explosion, it was Arnim Zola, the very scientist who had once served as the chief operative under the Red Skull. After the fall of the Red Skull, Zola had been captured by the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the precursor to SHIELD, and successfully turned by Agent Carter. Thus, he had transformed his identity and become a crucial scientist within SHIELD. Of course, this was all a facade. No one knew that Zola remained a fervent zealot of Hydra, even continuing to serve them posthumously. Nonetheless, setting aside his allegiances, Zola was undoubtedly a scientist at the pinnacle of his field. Why else would Hydra have gone to such lengths to preserve his brain after his demise? Without delving into other matters, the weapons developed based on the Tesseract alone were remarkable within the current context. Clearly, the recent explosion was yet another of Zola's scientific endeavors gone awry. Moreover, this was likely not the first incident of its kind, which explained the unflappable demeanor of those within the base. Annihilation, is everything all right? Howard called out to the disheveled Arnim Zola, his voice echoing through the air. No worries, just a minor mishap. Everything is under control. Arnim Zola waved his hand dismissively before plunging back into the billowing smoke behind the iron door. Chapter 28. The Cosmic Cube, a fervent scientist. Indeed, Howard mused, dismissing the incident from his mind. He turned to pat Rorschach on the shoulder, signaling him to continue their journey. Mr. Stark, are you as mad as he is? Rorschach inquired as he stepped forward alongside Howard. No, I am an exception. I am one of the rare geniuses in this world and require no such madness, Howard Stark replied, exuding a certain arrogance akin to that of Tony Stark. The two bantered lightly as they entered the lobby of the office building, where a refined young man approached them. Mr. Stark, you have returned. The voice was so familiar that Rorschach recognized it before he could identify the face. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please escort Mr. Rorschach to room 218. Howard instructed. Rorschach, please wait for me momentarily. Allow me to excuse myself, he added, giving Rorschach a brief farewell before taking his leave. Mr. Rorschach, I am J-A-R-V-I-S, Mr. Stark's butler. Please follow me. J-A-R-V-I-S, said politely. Thank you. No trouble at all, Rorschach replied graciously. After guiding Rorschach to a room resembling a conference area, J-A-R-V-I-S excused himself, leaving Rorschach to ponder. The unexpected encounter with Arnim Zola had sparked a train of thought in Rorschach's mind. The place from which Zola had emerged seemed reminiscent of the scene in Avengers Endgame where Iron Man stole the Cosmic Cube. This implied that the Cosmic Cube was now lying just a few hundred meters away from Rorschach. Was he intrigued? Certainly. As a traveler from another realm, Rorschach was acutely aware of the Cosmic Cube's formidable nature and could not remain indifferent. The power contained within the Cosmic Cube was capable of altering the very fabric of reality. However, Rorschach was not an ambitious conqueror seeking to dominate the world through the cube. Instead, he harbored a wildly audacious plan that might benefit greatly from the Cosmic Cube's involvement. Yet, for the time being, Rorschach was merely a nascent mutant, far from achieving the necessary level of power. Any plans he conceived would have to remain on hold for now. In a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Howard Stark, having changed into a fresh outfit, found himself before Rorschach, accompanied unexpectedly by Peggy Carter. Rorschach was taken aback. After all, Peggy Carter was a founding member of SHIELD. Was it truly necessary to summon both founders for a routine inquiry? Did the founders of SHIELD have nothing better to do? Rorschach, you've already met Agent Carter, so I won't dwell on introductions, Howard Stark said as he took a seat directly across from Rorschach, his demeanor remarkably gentle. This is merely a routine questioning. There's no need for anxiety, all right? Mr. Stark, please proceed, Rorschach replied. Rorschach, what led you to that tavern? My friend frequents that establishment. It was he who brought me there. Were you aware of my presence at the tavern prior to your arrival? Not at all. Stark was correct. This was indeed a routine inquiry, devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus it unfolded quite smoothly without anything of particular note. It was swiftly concluded. Rorschach, may I inquire how you managed to slay a werewolf with a single punch? According to our intelligence, it would require at least 5 tons of force to accomplish such a feat. It is improbable for an ordinary individual to possess such immense strength unless, like Rogers, one has undergone enhancement. Peggy Carter, who who had remained silent until now, interjected with a grave expression, launching into a series of pointed questions. Where did you undergo this enhancement? Tell me. Agent Carter, I believe you are mistaken. I am not an enhanced individual. I have never undergone any form of enhancement, Rorschach replied, his expression one of exasperation. No enhancement? Are you suggesting that your extraordinary strength is innate, a gift from birth? Peggy Carter could not suppress a derisive laugh. Who would ever believe such a tale? Indeed, that is the case, Rorschach shrugged. Rorschach, I hope you understand that we are not akin to the police or the CIA. We are not easily deceived. Peggy Carter's tone grew more severe. Then am I to understand, Mr. Stark, that I am now a suspect? Rorschach cast a sidelong glance at Howard Stark. The relentless questioning from Peggy Carter was beginning to irritate him. Of course not, Howard Stark hastily clarified. Rorschach, please do not misconstrue this. Agent Carter is simply of that disposition. Understanding the reason behind Carter's demeanor, Howard Stark felt a measure of sympathy. If that is not the case, then, Mr. Stark, I have matters to attend to. May I take my leave? Rorschach stood up directly. You have yet to clarify. Peggy Carter also rose to her feet. However, Rorschach chose to disregard her entirely, fixating his gaze upon Howard Stark. Peggy, may we have a word? Howard Stark hurriedly pulled Peggy aside and engaged in a hushed persuasion. Rorschach had not committed any unlawful acts. In fact, he had even saved him. One might argue that this was merely a baseless speculation. And even if one were to assert that he had indeed utilized Roger's serum, what of it? There was nothing to criticize. Peggy Carter, being a rational and mature adult, had the capacity to manage her emotions adeptly. Under Howard Stark's counsel, she refrained from further entanglement, casting a glance at Rorschach before turning away to leave. Yet, Rorschach was acutely aware that Peggy Carter would not relent easily. That tenacious woman would undoubtedly continue her investigation behind the scenes. However, Rorschach paid little heed to such matters. After all, the existence of mutants would soon be unveiled, and he harbored no fear of scrutiny. All right, Rorschach, thank you for your time. Howard Stark approached Rorschach, extending his hand for a handshake. I will have Jarvis escort you home. Additionally, do come by my residence for a meal when time permits. I wish to express my gratitude privately. Of course, that sounds delightful. Rorschach readily agreed. Visiting Howard Stark's home seemed quite appealing. Moreover, werewolves typically operate within organized packs. Today, you have dispatched 3 werewolves, yet this is far from a mere trifling matter. Should any trouble arise, you know how to reach me, Howard Stark stated with utmost seriousness. I will. Rorschach waved his hand dismissively. Goodbye, Mr. Rorschach. Farewell, Jarvis. At a crossroads on 75th Street in New York, Rorschach waved back at Jarvis, who was politely bidding him farewell. He instinctively glanced at a vehicle a short distance behind him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. That car had been tailing him all along. Rorschach was aware that it was a person sent by Peggy Carter. He had not anticipated her strong reaction to his extraordinary abilities. Indeed, Rorschach was no agent and lacked counter-surveillance skills, yet it was quite straightforward to discern this fact, especially knowing Peggy Carter would not simply let the matter rest. A mere utilization of his superhuman hearing would reveal everything. In truth, had Peggy Carter approached him with a cordial inquiry, Rorschach might not have concealed anything. After all, being a mutant was hardly something to be ashamed of. Roxas had never engaged in any heinous deeds, so what was there to conceal from others? However, the old woman's demeanor was so off-putting that Roxas chose to disregard her entirely. Furthermore, he was resolute in not allowing Peggy Carter to succeed in her covert surveillance. This was precisely why he had instructed Jarvis to halt the vehicle on 75th Street. Agent Carter, I am not a mere soft target to be toyed with. Roxas muttered under his breath, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode towards the black sedan that had been tailing him. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the car window. The window soon slid down to reveal a middle-aged man indulging in a hot dog. Kid, what do you want? Get lost. The man feigned ignorance of Roxas, glaring at him with disdain. Without uttering a word, Roxas seized the man with one hand, effortlessly yanking him from the vehicle. Gripping the collar of his shirt, he lifted him off the ground. Despite the man's considerable size, he was rendered as defenseless as an infant in Roxas's grasp. Go back and inform Peggy Carter not to bother me. My patience does not extend indefinitely. Roxas sneered at the man before tossing him upwards. Whoosh. The man soared through the air, crashing heavily onto the roof of a nearby building. The impact left him dazed, his bones feeling as if they might shatter. Having accomplished his task, Roxas resumed his stride as if nothing had transpired, seamlessly blending into the crowd and vanishing from sight. All that remained was the middle-aged man, trembling on the rooftop, bereft of tears. What sort of monster had Director Carter instructed him to follow? Having shed his unwanted tail, Roxas continued on his way without any further complications. He returned to Xavier's mansion with ease, where he found everyone in the hall engaged in lively conversation. The atmosphere vibrant and cheerful, a stark contrast to the earlier oppressive mood. As soon as Roxas appeared, he was warmly greeted by all present. Following the incident with Black King, Roxas had firmly established his standing among the mutants. "Roxas, my friend, you truly are something else," exclaimed Siren, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You actually saved Howard Stark? That's utterly insane." It seemed Raven had returned and embellished the tale for everyone. "Indeed. This is the most outrageous yet coolest thing I've ever heard." The Juggernaut was equally thrilled. "Man, what is Howard like? Is he easy to get along with?" The typically composed Darwin was no longer at ease. It was inevitable. Howard Stark was undeniably a monumental figure in the eyes of those present. It was akin to attending a reunion and suddenly hearing that a friend from one's dormitory had rescued Jack Ma. The shock, excitement, and exhilaration were palpable. Mr. Stark was quite amiable. Aside from lacking my charm, he had no significant faults. Rorschach chuckled mischievously and plopped down onto an empty spot on the sofa. The atmosphere in the hall was light and jubilant. With the absence of the looming threat posed by Black King, the mutants felt no need to linger elsewhere. They comfortably awaited the arrival of Charles and his companions, relishing an experience of opulence previously unknown to them. Some even found themselves somewhat reluctant to return to reality, hoping Charles and the others would delay their return. In the Bronx, an exceedingly dilapidated abandoned building stood amidst a yard littered with refuse and sewage. Yet, incongruously, a luxurious Cadillac was parked there. Before the Cadillac stood 4 individuals, Strick, Wade, who was not yet Deadpool, and 2 other ordinary operatives. This was merely the visible force. Hidden in the shadows, Strick had strategically positioned snipers, indicating that he appeared to be awaiting someone. "Commander, you know I have a slight obsession with cleanliness. So the odor in this place is quite unsettling." Wade began to chatter incessantly. "Silence, Wade." Strick admonished him in a hushed tone, feeling exasperated. Wade reluctantly complied, though Strick knew it would be futile, as he would soon resume his prattling. Fortunately, at that moment, another vehicle approached slowly. A man clad in a black trench coat with shoulder-length hair stepped forward to meet Strick. The individual they had been waiting for had finally arrived. "I have expressed my desire to minimize unnecessary meetings. I must maintain a low profile," the long-haired man remarked with evident dissatisfaction. "Only the weak obsess over remaining inconspicuous." The strong addressed their troubles. "Lucien," Strick replied in a tone laden with significance. Lucien had not come to receive a lecture from Strick. He cut straight to the point, asking, "So what is it? Considering our previous collaboration was quite fruitful, I believe I need to hire some personnel from you once more," Strick stated plainly. "No. Our collaboration has long since concluded. I have captured the individual you wished to apprehend, fulfilling my promise. Yet what of you? The person you sought remains elusive. Moreover, you now possess mutants. My assistance is no longer required. No, Lucien, I am in dire need. Logan has departed, Zero is deceased, and my mutant team has disintegrated. In truth, apart from Wade, I find myself devoid of allies. This is not my concern, Stryker. You are aware of my predicament. I cannot afford exposure. 3 days ago, 3 of my kin were brutally slain by an Eastern individual. I chose to forget that incident, so I must apologize." Lucien spoke without intention. Yet Stryker felt a stir within. To be slain in such a manner by a werewolf is no feat of an ordinary person. It could very well be the work of a mutant. Furthermore, that individual was of Eastern descent. Previously, Stryker had commissioned an artist to sketch the murderer of the saber-toothed tiger, who also appeared to be Eastern, although the darkness hindered the witness's clarity, making the accuracy of the portrait questionable. The distinction between Western and Eastern was unmistakable. Chapter 30. The return of Charles. While Stryker and Lucien were engaged in their clandestine plotting, a plane flew back from the Soviet Union to New York. A vehicle subsequently sped towards the CIA's dilapidated secret base, arriving at a site that had nearly become ruins. Good Lord, what has transpired here? Charles gazed upon the rubble strewn across the ground, the remnants of blood still visible despite attempts to cleanse the area, leaving him utterly bewildered. Beside him, Eric held his forehead, equally confounded. What on earth happened? They were only in the Soviet Union for a few days, and upon their return, the base lies in shambles? In reality, while they were undertaking operations in the Soviet Union, Moira had received word from CIA headquarters that their base had encountered an incursion, an invasion by Shaw. Was this merely an incident? This was a catastrophe. What has become of the mutants here? Charles, now visibly anxious, turned to a stationed CIA officer for information. We have not located their bodies, the officer responded. This could be interpreted as both good and bad news. The absence of bodies suggested they might still be alive. However, it also indicated that the mutants had likely been captured by the Black King Shaw, a scenario Charles fervently wished to avoid. Charles, the situation may not be as dire as it appears. The Surge and the Red Devil are dead. It was Rorschach who dispatched them, Eric pondered before addressing Charles. Indeed, Rorschach. Charles's spirits lifted at the revelation. Were Rorschach present, surely matters would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Indeed, while Eric and Charles were oblivious to the precise sequence of events, their extensive investigation into Black King had acquainted them with the formidable abilities of Red Devil and Tidal Wave. Furthermore, it is worth noting that both Charles and Eric had previously crossed paths with Shaw aboard the cruise, having witnessed firsthand the prowess of Tidal Wave. If there existed any mutant capable of vanquishing these two, it would undoubtedly be Rorschach. According to intelligence provided by the CIA, the only assailants who infiltrated the base were Black King, Tidal Wave, and Red Devil. This revelation sparked a flicker of hope within Charles. Surely, Black King could not have single-handedly apprehended all the mutants, could he? After a brief exchange of thoughts, both men concurred that it was highly probable the mutants had managed to escape. New York is vast. Where could they possibly have fled? Eric remained somewhat troubled. These individuals hailed from all corners of the world, and their time together had been relatively brief, rendering any effective speculation or analysis quite challenging. If I were Raven, Eric mused, perhaps I would know their hiding place. Charles began to piece together the clues. Xavier's mansion, his very own home. That was the only refuge Raven could seek. They exchanged a knowing glance, and without further ado, swiftly hopped into the car, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. 40 minutes later, the silhouettes of Charles and Eric appeared at the entrance of Xavier's mansion. Charles, are you certain they are inside? Eric's hand hesitated midair, poised to push the door. As he turned to glance at Charles, yes, they are within. Charles replied with a smile, having already sensed their presence with his abilities. Everyone was there. Not a soul missing. With a sigh of relief, Eric finally relaxed, the tension that had gripped his face dissipating. Charles, you never mentioned you resided in such an extravagant place. Eric teased, and without further hesitation, he pushed the grand door open. Well, you never inquired. Charles replied casually as he and Eric strode into the foyer. Before them stood a host of familiar faces, Shapeshifter Raven, Beast Hank, Darwin, Angel, Siren, and others, all turning in unison to greet Charles and Eric. And, of course, there was Rorschach, the one they trusted most. Charles, Eric, you have returned. The atmosphere in the hall momentarily faltered before erupting with excitement, as all the young individuals eagerly approached. Charles and Eric had finally arrived. The collective anxiety that had gripped everyone these past few days was significantly alleviated upon their return. Seeing you all safe and sound brings me great relief, Charles remarked, his face radiating satisfaction as he surveyed the youthful faces before him. Although Eric maintained a serious demeanor, the tension in his features noticeably relaxed. You all have done remarkably well, he expressed, uncharacteristically offering praise to the young crowd, regardless of how they managed it. Successfully escaping from a completely devastated base was no small feat. We hardly did anything. It was all thanks to Rosh, the Sea Witch interjected, unable to contain herself. Indeed, it was Rosh who led us to safety, the Ravager added promptly. They felt somewhat undeserving of Eric's commendation, as they believed they had played little role in the achievement. No, in that dire situation, you stood resilient, refusing to succumb, and through your own efforts, you have arrived here. You have truly impressed me. And I am proud of each of you. Charles addressed the gathering earnestly. Charles, everyone in the base has been killed. Raven, the shapeshifter, lifted her head, her tone suddenly laden with gravity. The previously buoyant atmosphere turned somber in response. All right, Eric nodded, urging them to recount what transpired within the base. Raven, Beast Hank, and Darwin took turns narrating the harrowing events, providing Charles and Eric with a detailed account. as mere observers. They could not help but feel a sense of dread at the chilling tales. The incidents that unfolded were perilously alarming. Though the events had occurred 3 or 4 days prior, the recollections still rendered the faces of those involved pale. If it weren't for Rorschach, I shudder to think of the outcome, the sea which lamented sincerely. Indeed, we owe it all to Rorschach, Hank echoed in agreement. Rorschach, you performed exceptionally well, far exceeding my expectations. Charles cast a look of admiration toward Rorschach. In the upheaval of that fateful night, Rorschach proved to be a pivotal force, and his contributions could never be overlooked. Both Charles and Eric felt immense relief that Rorschach had chosen to remain at the base instead of accompanying them to the Soviet Union. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 031. To stay or to leave Charles, what shall we do next? Is it possible to return to the CIA? Hank raised his head, gazing at Charles with a question. Unlike other mutants, Hank was originally a researcher at the CIA, and even during his tenure there, his identity as a mutant remained undisclosed. Thus, he possessed a distinct sense of belonging to the agency. The CIA could provide Hank with all the necessary research resources, and he had always cherished his former occupation. I regret to inform you, Hank, but it is highly improbable that you will return, nor shall we. Charles said after a moment of contemplation, speaking candidly. The mutant's secret base had initially been a topic of considerable controversy within the CIA, with many executives opposing it. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of the CIA reallocating resources for reconstruction was virtually non-existent. Charles's collaboration with the CIA, it seemed, had reached an impasse. From this point onward, they would have to rely solely on themselves, severing all ties with the agency. Is that so? What shall we do moving forward? Darwin, Siren, Angel, and the other young mutants looked on, bewildered and at a loss. They had anxiously awaited Charles and the others for 3 days, hoping for a resolution, only to be met with such disheartening news. Charles and Eric exchanged a glance, recognizing the gravity of their situation. Indeed, the CIA had mercilessly abandoned them. How would they accommodate the mutants they had recruited? Raven, could you please take care of everyone for me? Charles pondered briefly before addressing Mystique. Raven understood that Charles must have matters to discuss with Eric and refrained from inquiring further. Taking charge as the host, as per Charles's directive, she began managing the situation. Charles then gestured for Eric to follow him into his private quarters. I intend to send everyone home. Once the door was closed, Charles wasted no time and directly articulated his plan to Eric. No, Charles, we must keep them here. Do you remember why we recruited them? Regardless of the CIA's involvement, I will not cease our efforts. My decision to remain was not predicated on the CIA, but rather on you, Charles. Eric opposed vehemently. They are merely children. A group of children cannot escape under such circumstances. All right, Eric, with the exception of Rorschach, but most of them. Charles, Shaw has a team. And we equally require a team. You know this, we need it. Otherwise, no one can thwart Shaw. Eric decisively interrupted Charles, who fell silent, recognizing the truth in Eric's words. Only mutants could contend with mutants. The recent massacre at the CIA base served as a poignant example. Ordinary people stood as mere lambs to the slaughter in the presence of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the two of them alone, Charles and Eric, were far from sufficient. Very well, Eric, but we must train them, Charles declared after a moment of contemplation, his voice resolute. A glimmer of delight appeared on Eric's face. Everyone, including you. Charles shot a disapproving glare at his old friend. Come on, Charles, are you serious? Eric retorted in an exaggerated tone, insisting he was not akin to those children. What do you think? Charles replied, dismissively striding out the door. Eric shook his head in resignation and quickly followed. Okay, everyone. Upon entering the hall, all eyes turned towards them once more as Charles conveyed his and Eric's decision. Though we will no longer have ties with the CIA, Eric and I intend to form our own team. You have all witnessed the nature of Shaw. We may be the only force capable of stopping him. It will be Eric, myself, and all of you. Of course, you are not yet prepared, not by a long shot, and neither are Eric and I. Thus, for those willing to stay, I will provide specialized training. Should anyone wish to withdraw, I will promptly arrange for their return home. Charles's words echoed throughout the hall. The mutants exchanged glances, each contemplating their resolve. I certainly do not wish to return to prison, the blob stated unequivocally. I have nowhere else to go, Beast Hank shrugged. Charles, do you think after all that has transpired, I could return to driving my cab with peace of mind? Darwin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I never had many friends before, Siren expressed, indicating her desire to remain with her newfound companions. This is where I grew up. Where else could I go? Raven asserted, casting a glance at Rorschach. What about you, Rorschach? At Raven's inquiry, the crowd instinctively shifted their focus to Rorschach, undoubtedly the most pivotal figure among them. His decision weighed heavily on their hearts. Rorschach, you are an exceptionally gifted individual. Eric personally expressed his desire for her to stay, stating that her departure would be a significant loss for them, and he genuinely wished for her to remain. Eric, why must you cast such a heavy pall over the atmosphere? When did I ever say I wanted to leave? Laughed Rorschach. Eric visibly exhaled in relief, and many others present could not help but feel a sense of relief as well. However, just as the mood brightened, Angel suddenly doused everyone with cold water. Charles, I do not know much about Shao, but he has nearly annihilated the entire base, yet he has refrained from harming us. It is those from the CIA who have mockingly derided us. I am sorry, but I cannot comply. Angel stood firmly, expressing her steadfast resolve. Raven, I am truly sorry, but I believe I do not belong here. Raven, one of the only two women present alongside Angel, immediately began to persuade her. Okay, Salvador, Charles nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Everyone has their own choices. Thank you for your companionship during this time. I will escort you home. Hey girl. Eric's tone became noticeably less courteous. You know, if I see you on the battlefield, I won't be holding back. Eric. Charles frowned slightly at his remark. What? Charles, do you still perceive them as fragile children who cannot bear the harsh truths? I think it is time for a change, both for us and for them. Eric countered, speaking with conviction. Yet, one could not deny that there was a certain logic to his perspective. Chapter 032. Rorschach, Charles, Eric at the back entrance of Xavier's mansion. Charles and Eric stood at the door, watching a black sedan slowly drive away, their expressions markedly different. Charles's demeanor was rather complex. After all, this was someone he had personally recruited and spent considerable time with, and it was unexpected to find himself sending her away. Eric, on the other hand, wore an icy countenance, revealing no change in expression. Charles, you have erased her related memories, haven't you? As the black sedan receded from view, Eric suddenly recalled something and inquired earnestly of Charles. Good heavens, Eric. She is a child who has been with us for several months. She is not the enemy. Charles replied, exasperated with Eric's line of questioning. Charles had never used his abilities against his own, let alone resorted to such a grievous act as erasing memories. No, she simply is not that person right now. You have seen her attitude towards Shao, Eric retorted, shaking his head. So what? Just because of that, she would assist Shao in opposing us. Eric, you are overly anxious. I merely take precautions against potential issues. Eric, reflect on your words. If we act recklessly due to the fear of events that are unlikely to occur, how are we different from Shao? Charles, therein lies your flaw. You tend to envision scenarios with excessive optimism. Yet, you are perpetually inclined towards pessimism. A faint scent of smoke lingers in the air. Charles and Eric exchanged glances, both wearied and exasperated. In truth, similar disputes had transpired between them more than once, and each time, neither could persuade the other. Rosh, what is your perspective? Eric, weary of wasting breath on Charles, turned his gaze towards Rosh. Since learning of Rosh's activities at the CIA base, their attitudes toward him had shifted. Although Rosh was still quite young, they regarded him as an equal. Decisions began to include Rosh, transforming the former duo into a trio. The other mutants harbored no objections to Charles and Eric's regard for Rosh. It was well-deserved. Charles, I believe Eric is correct. You are too idealistic, Rosh remarked thoughtfully. Eric couldn't help but smile, reassured in his judgment of Rosh. However, Eric, I also think Charles has a point. You are excessively negative, Rosh swiftly added. Eric's shark-like grin froze in place. Ha! Charles erupted into laughter, saying, Eric, did you hear that? It wasn't me who said it. So, Rosh, you neither side with Charles nor with me. What would you do in our situation? Eric's playful demeanor vanished, and he inquired seriously of Rosh. I would seek a balance between the two of you, Charles. I would maintain a hopeful idealism akin to yours while simultaneously preparing for the adverse scenarios that Eric foresees. In simpler terms, I would harbor the best hopes while making provisions for the worst outcomes. Rosh contemplated before articulating his thoughts. Both Charles and Eric fell into deep reflection. Rosh had effectively amalgamated their distinct thought patterns, yet they found it impossible to embody such a synthesis. After all, while it is easy to advocate for empathy, Enacting it is a formidable challenge. Thus, how do you intend to handle the angel? Eric's voice resonated once more, imbued with a tenacity to pursue the matter relentlessly. I shall erase the memories of the angels. My apologies, Charles, but this time my choice aligns with Eric's, Roche stated without hesitation. There are many occasions when the angels' knowledge is not the crux. Rather, the determined seek intelligence from them without the angels ever uttering a word. Do not assume that the information the angels possess is trivial. On the contrary, it is of utmost significance. The angels are not only aware of the true location of the Mutant Academy, but are also intimately familiar with the abilities of several elders, which can be exploited to great effect. Take, for instance, the elderly Strick, who has long heard rumors of the Mutant Academy, yet has never been able to locate this extraordinary place, ultimately acquiring information from Magneto. He promptly led an assault on the Academy. Were it not for Wolverine's vigilant presence, the mutants within the school might have been captured by Strick. A look of satisfaction returned to Eric's face. However, Charles couldn't help but wonder if Eric had misguided Roche. It is time to return. We have much labor ahead of us. Eric called out to Charles and Roche, leading the way back to Xavier's mansion. In the expansive training ground, Mystique, Hank McCoy, Darwin, and other mutants had gathered, ready to commence their training under Charles's guidance. All right. Charles clapped his hands. He surveyed the assembly of young individuals. Observing a marked change in their spirits compared to before, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seems that after the ordeal with the Black Queen, everyone has matured to some degree. Now, let me witness each of your abilities. Do not be shy. Step forward one at a time. Once I understand your situations, I will devise individualized training plans for each of you. Who shall go first? Charles cast his gaze upon the eager young faces before him, filled with anticipation. Among the young mutants, some were eager to demonstrate their powers while others appeared somewhat bashful. Nonetheless, none could evade the spotlight. One by one, they showcased their abilities in front of Charles and the others. He couldn't help but scratch his head in bewilderment. He was aware that their mastery over their powers was lacking, but he had not anticipated it to be quite so inadequate. This stark contrast further highlighted Roche's exceptional prowess. Charles found it hard to fathom how the latter could control his abilities with such perfection. Even Eric could not achieve this level of mastery at present. Well, the situation of everyone truly defies simple description. Charles pondered his words carefully, opting for a more tactful expression. As Charles contemplated further words, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He clapped his hands and proclaimed, "All right, let us conclude for today. We shall reconvene here at the same time tomorrow." The young mutants dispersed, yet Eric and Rojas lingered behind, having caught a knowing glance from Charles. Chapter 033, Awaiting Rojas. Charles, what is it? Eric inquired, stepping forward with a tone of curiosity. Moira has arrived, Charles replied, having already sensed her approach. Eric's expression grew serious. Moira's presence indicated that the CIA had reached a conclusion. The group exchanged glances, devoid of unnecessary words, and collectively proceeded to the entrance to welcome Moira into Charles's chamber. As anticipated, Moira spoke gravely to the assembled group. The CIA has disbanded our unit. From this moment forth, you are no longer affiliated with the agency. Once seated, her somber demeanor confirmed what everyone had suspected. The CIA had indeed abandoned them. Fine. Eric shrugged. This changes nothing. We never truly needed the CIA. And what of you? Charles inquired, fixing his gaze upon Moira. During their time working together at the CIA, Charles had developed feelings for her that transcended mere friendship. I have been suspended due to the losses the CIA incurred because of my proposal, Moira stated with a deliberately casual tone, attempting to mask her disappointment. Once trouble arises, they seek a scapegoat. It seems to be their customary approach, Charles defended her. Yet, despite this, they felt powerless in the face of the situation. Let us set that aside. What about you? What are your plans moving forward? Moira clapped her hands, redirecting the conversation with a curious gaze. In truth, we are preparing for something significant. We intend to surprise Shaw, Charles replied with a knowing smile, sharing their intentions with Moira. Upon hearing this, she immediately expressed her desire to join their endeavor. Although the CIA had severed her ties, it did not quell her determination to continue investigating Shaw. Previously, she had feared her lack of resources and support, but now those concerns seemed unnecessary. With Charles and his companions, many obstacles would undoubtedly become more manageable. Well, Charles beamed with increasing delight. Moira, we warmly welcome your participation. Despite Eric's considerable prejudices against ordinary individuals, he harbored an unwavering trust in Moira, refraining from voicing any dissent. Upon learning of this development, other mutants, including Mystique and Beast, expressed their enthusiastic support for Moira. Henceforth, Moira assumed the role of Charles's assistant, collaborating with him to provide specialized training for the younger mutants. It is worth noting that Rorschach did not partake in Charles's training regimen, as he was the sole individual capable of perfectly mastering his powers. Even if Charles had wished to instruct him, there was little he could impart. While others were subjected to Charles's rigorous training, Rorschach preferred to train alone in the gym. This was a privilege that even Eric did not enjoy, as he too was undergoing Charles's tutelage. Life at Xavier's mansion transformed into a vibrant and bustling environment. It must be acknowledged that Charles possessed remarkable capabilities. His expertise in the study of genetic mutation was profound. For every mutant, regardless of their abilities, Charles was able to devise tailored training strategies that yielded significant results. The moniker Professor X, attributed to Mystique, was indeed fitting. There was no one who understood the X gene better than Charles. In just a brief span of 10 days, the participating mutants exhibited notable advancements. Although they still had a considerable way to go before fully mastering their abilities or reaching combat proficiency, the progress was nothing short of transformative. Charles and Eric observed this with great satisfaction, as everything was progressing positively. While Charles was training Magneto on the field, Rorschach's figure suddenly appeared. Both Charles and Magneto paused their activities and turned their attention towards him. "Rorschach, what a rare sight. You finally decided to show yourself today?" Magneto teased. Having noticed that Rorschach had been sequestered in the training room for days on end, rarely seen by anyone. "I'm here to assess your training results," Rorschach replied with a playful smirk. Over time, he had developed a close rapport with both Charles and Eric, and unlike before, their relationship was now one of complete equality. Allowing Rorschach to speak more freely. "Your timing is rather unfortunate. I have yet to reach a level that would astonish you," Eric shrugged in response. In truth, Eric's abilities had already undergone significant development, making further progress somewhat more challenging than for others. Charles interjected to provide Rorschach with insights about Eric's advancements. "It is only natural that Eric has spent the majority of his life in solitary pursuit of Shaw. His mastery of his own abilities is certainly unparalleled by those fledgling mutants. Well, Charles, I must take my leave. Time is of the essence." With a few casual exchanges, Rorschach turned to address Charles and Eric with sincerity. Previously, Howard Stark from the CIA had extended an invitation for Rorschach to dine at his residence, which Rorschach had presumed to be mere banter. To his surprise, the playboy was earnest in his proposal, formally inviting Rorschach to his home. Developing connections with someone as affluent and influential as Howard Stark left Rorschach with no grounds to decline, thus he acquiesced. Charles and Eric, naturally, had no objections. They were merely like-minded friends of Rorschach, not his guardians. They had no desire to pry into his private affairs, as long as Rorschach's actions did not adversely impact them. Moreover, Rorschach was, in fact, the individual they trusted most. "Rorschach, do you require transportation? You may take my car," Charles suggested. "Thank you, Charles, but perhaps another time." Rorschach waved his hand, declining Charles's kind offer, for he had a dedicated vehicle at his disposal for this occasion. After departing Xavier's estate, Rorschach once again arrived at 75th Street in New York, the same street where he had parted ways with Jarvis. There, Jarvis awaited Rorschach's arrival, although he remained blissfully unaware that he was not the only one anticipating Rorschach. Chapter 034. The Crisis Lurking in the Shadows. Mr. Rorschach. Upon catching sight of Rorschach, Jarvis, who had been standing by the car, promptly approached him with courtesy. "Have you been waiting long, Jarvis?" "I just arrived. Please, step inside," Rorschach replied. "The banquet has already been arranged." Jarvis moved to the opposite side, graciously opening the car door for Rorschach. It must be said that Howard Stark's butler, in every regard, embodied the essence of a gentleman more so than Howard himself. Despite Howard's advancing age, his playboy demeanor had scarcely shifted. "A banquet? Wasn't it merely a casual meal?" Rorschach remarked, casting a glance at Jarvis. "Mr. Rorschach is Mr. Stark's savior. Thus, it cannot be treated lightly," Jarvis insisted, gesturing for Rorschach to enter the vehicle. "Savior is a bit of an overstatement," Rorschach replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, Howard Stark lacked nothing but money. A banquet it would be, and it presented a splendid opportunity for indulgence. "Commander, target acquired. Repeat, target acquired." Just as Rorschach was about to enter the vehicle, he suddenly paused, his body tensing instinctively. This was due to his extraordinary hearing, which had inadvertently captured a sound. Is it confirmed? A voice followed through the earpiece, tinged with a hint of excitement. The similarity to the image is over 80%. We can ascertain that this is indeed the target we seek. Excellent. Keep a close watch on the individual. Understood, Commander. This segment of dialogue concluded. Mr. Rorschach? Jarvis observed Rorschach, who appeared momentarily dazed, and tentatively called out to him. Oh, it's nothing. Rorschach waved his hand dismissively as he nonchalantly entered the car. However, at that moment, he remained vigilant. He peered through the car window towards the source of the sound. Indeed, he spotted a robust young man, approximately 30 years old with a crew cut, stealthily observing him from a nondescript corner. After Rorschach entered the vehicle, the individual promptly followed suit and boarded another car, which, once Jarvis started the engine, discreetly trailed them from a distance. Rorschach was unequivocally certain that this person's target was none other than himself. Who could this individual be? Rorschach pondered deeply. To be honest, his time in this world was relatively short, and he had not offended anyone. Who could possibly have set their sights on him? However, recalling his previous encounters, killing the saber-toothed tiger, the red devil, and several werewolves, he reconsidered his earlier thoughts. It had been quite some time since the saber-toothed tiger incident, and through Caliban, he had established that Xiao Han Ti tracked him down. Could it be that the one targeting him was a werewolf? But the idea of werewolves having some sort of commander seemed rather incongruous. Had those creatures developed a well-organized and tightly knit structure? That seemed unlikely. Outwardly, Rorschach sat in his seat, eyes closed in meditation, while internally he engaged in calculations and analysis. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. So he decided to let it be. When those individuals revealed themselves, everything would become clear. On New York's 54th Street, within a temporary command center, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Strick's face. Finally, he had located that individual. The deaths of the saber-toothed tiger and Zero had haunted Strick for some time, prompting him to spare no effort in conducting an extensive investigation. Yet, for reasons unknown, aside from that amusement park, those two murderers astonishingly left no trace whatsoever. This infuriated Strick. Ultimately, he reluctantly resolved to let the matter rest. However, fate took an unexpected turn amidst the seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Strick inadvertently received a significant lead from Lucien, a young man from the East who had dispatched a werewolf with his bare hands. Although Strick himself was not a mutant, he possessed an unparalleled understanding of them. In his perception, the vast majority of mutants hailed from the West, making Easterners exceedingly rare. In all his years of dealings with mutants, he had yet to encounter a single face from the East. Coupled with the fact that their combat styles were primarily hand-to-hand, the implications became abundantly clear. Strick ordered an investigation to commence. Utilizing the tavern where the incident occurred as a focal point, he initiated a comprehensive surveillance operation, enlisting a substantial number of personnel to observe and gather intelligence on all associated relationships. The middle-aged man who frequented the tavern with Rorschach, the tavern's actual proprietor, and Howard Stark, whom Rorschach had rescued, were all included in the scope of observation, given their connections to Rorschach. Even Jarvis, serving as Howard Stark's representative, was not spared from scrutiny. However, the middle-aged man was actually Raven in disguise, and the tavern owner, Caliban, was overly cautious, opting to relocate immediately following the incident involving the agents. Thus, nothing substantial could be unearthed. Ironically, it was Jarvis, whom they had little hope for, who yielded a significant breakthrough, something Strick had not anticipated. Have we finally found him? Chief, I will go apprehend him at once. The loyal Wade volunteered eagerly, stepping forward. Wait, Strick called out, stopping him in his tracks. This time, you cannot act alone. I will assign you 2 squads of warriors to command. Chief, isn't that a bit excessive? Do you truly believe that it's necessary? We are merely going to capture one person, not engage in battle. Wade replied, bewildered. Are you placing too much importance on that individual? What is the big deal about having slain a saber-toothed tiger? Wade, you are a crucial candidate for the X-Weapon project. The stakes are too high. I will not take any risks, Strick countered, firmly standing his ground. So, you genuinely believe I might fail? Chief, it pains me. I thought by now you understood me well, but it seems your understanding falls short. Silence, Wade. Your mission is to bring me that individual while ensuring your own safety. Strick had no time for banter with Wade. He promptly interrupted him, stating that if they could not bring a person, then they should at least bring the serum. After all, for Strick's research, the serum sufficed. Of course, Strick's primary objective was not to eliminate Rorschach, but to uncover the mutant organization behind him. However, should circumstances dictate otherwise, he would have to settle for a secondary option. Chapter 035. Perhaps it would be best to kill him. The tail had been trailing him for 3 streets, neither too close nor too far. One must admit, the opponent's tracking skills were remarkably advanced. Without a certain level of counter-surveillance capability, it would be exceedingly difficult to notice. For instance, Jarvis had not detected any irregularities from start to finish. Unfortunately for them, they could never fathom that every move they made was under Rorschach's meticulous control. Rorschach had already locked onto the rhythm of their heartbeat, and he was not merely attuned to that. Even their communications with superiors were distinctly audible to him. Report your current location. Sir, the target is now heading north on 71st Street. I have dispatched a special operations team, expected to rendezvous with you in 20 minutes. Maintain close surveillance. Understood, sir. A special operations team? How extravagant, Rorschach mused. Regardless of who the puppet master was, they certainly held him in high regard. Yet, with Rorschach's current abilities, he remained unperturbed. Unfortunately, he might not make it to the rendezvous on time. Jarvis, could you please stop the vehicle ahead? After a moment's contemplation, Rorschach straightened up and addressed Jarvis. Mr. Rorschach, is something the matter? Jarvis inquired, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Jarvis, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter I need to attend to. However, rest assured, I will join you as soon as I am finished, though I may be slightly late. I will expedite my efforts to arrive punctually. Rorschach spoke with utmost seriousness to Jarvis. Jarvis was indeed curious about what could be so pressing as to warrant attention at this juncture, but he and Rorschach were not yet familiar enough for such inquiries. Mr. Rorschach, is there anything I can assist you with? Having been with Mr. Stark for some time, I can handle minor matters. Jarvis suggested earnestly after some consideration. That's unnecessary. This is a personal matter, and it's not particularly troublesome. I shall manage it, Rorschach replied, waving his hand dismissively. With Rorschach having said so, Jarvis felt it inappropriate to press further. He paused momentarily before continuing his suggestion. Mr. Rorschach, at the very least, allow me to escort you there. Once you have concluded your affairs, I shall take you to Mr. Stark. Thanking Jarvis, Rorschach acknowledged the kind gesture but insisted it was unnecessary. In that case, very well. Mr. Rorschach, I shall explain the situation to Mr. Stark. Observing Rorschach's resolute demeanor, Jarvis refrained from further discussion and gradually brought the vehicle to a halt beside the road ahead. Rorschach, eschewing further pleasantries, promptly exited the car and strode onto the street. As anticipated, upon Rorschach's descent, the Ford vehicle that had been trailing him also stopped at the roadside. A young man with a buzz cut followed suit, maintaining a discreet distance while continuing to shadow Rorschach. Pretending to be oblivious, Rorschach ambled forward nonchalantly. It was only after traversing 2 more blocks that the buzz-cut young man realized that Rorschach's path was becoming increasingly obscure. Could it be that Rorschach had detected his presence? That seemed unlikely. The young man began to meticulously retrace the events, finding no discrepancies in his actions. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Suddenly, a series of honks erupted from behind. The young man turned to see 5 agent vehicles lined up in a formidable display, advancing with purpose. He gestured towards the agents inside those cars, signaling that the target was ahead. Okay, let us get to work. In the foremost vehicle, Wade, seated in the passenger seat, conducted a swift reconnaissance of the scene and quickly spotted Rorschach. The convoy proceeded directly, positioning themselves at the roadside to completely obstruct Rorschach's passage. With a flurry of activity, the doors swung open, and a total of 20 fully armed agents disembarked from the 5 vehicles surrounding Rorschach. Each agent brandished an assault rifle, all barrels unwaveringly trained upon Rorschach. Rorschach surveyed the imposing scene, particularly noting the presence of a certain loquacious individual among them. And it dawned upon him who was orchestrating this encounter. I know. Wade's voice rang out as he strode purposefully from the encirclement of agents toward Rorschach. You must be quite curious about who these individuals are, what their intentions might be, and whether they intend to kill me, blah blah. Freed from strict restraint, Wade's true nature began to emerge in a torrent of chatter. Let me clarify things for you. Approximately a month ago, at an amusement park in Ohio, you killed a beast. Do you recall? Certainly, it is not a beast in the truest sense, but rather a person akin to a beast. I believe you would understand without further explanation, wouldn't you? How verbose you are. Rashia couldn't help but interrupt Wade. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Sun Wukong desired to eliminate Tang Sung in a Chinese odyssey. Indeed, excessive chatter can be quite lethal. Just a moment ago, he genuinely felt as though a swarm of mosquitoes was buzzing around his ears. Let us be succinct and direct. Tell me your purpose, and then I shall decide whether to eliminate you. Let us not squander each other's time, shall we? Rashia was much more straightforward. I was speaking, and you interrupted me, all right? You did not deny having killed that beast, which implies your acquiescence, correct? Wade, feeling increasingly vexed by the interruption, was not pleased. At this juncture, does it even matter if I admit or deny anything? Rashia could not suppress a derisive laugh. My goodness. Wade, he is right. Let us refrain from further trivialities and execute our task with efficiency, shall we? Even Strick, stationed at the command center, could no longer tolerate it and chastised Wade over the communication channel. Only then did Wade swallow back his words. Very well, you need to accompany us. Is that not simple and direct enough? Accompany you? If I were to go with you, would you step out with your left foot first or your right foot? Rashia gazed at Wade with a serious expression. Wade was taken aback. Does it even matter? No matter how hard he pondered. He could not fathom the significance of such an inconsequential detail. Yet, seeing Rashia's earnest demeanor, it seemed he was not jesting. Then it shall be the right foot? Wade ventured tentatively. I apologize, but I do not favor those who step out with their right foot first. Thus, I believe it is best to eliminate you. Rashia's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Chapter 036. Death is not unjust. This is dire. Wade's pupils dilated sharply. At that moment, Rashia's eyes resembled those of the individual he had previously apprehended, who could emit lasers from his eyes. Could this individual also possess such a capability? In the next instant, two scorching rays of heat shot forth towards Wade. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him. At such a close range, there was no escape for Wade. However, he was Strick's top warrior, possessing extraordinary abilities. Even amidst a barrage of gunfire from close quarters, he could deflect bullets with dual swords, making it no simple task for Rashia to slay him. Clang! The sound of metal echoed as Wade drew a long sword from his back and positioned it before him. Clang! Rochester's two beams of heat struck directly against Wade's sword. A tremendous force was exerted upon the blade, causing it to slam violently against Wade's chest, sending him hurtling backwards like a lifeless dog crashing onto the ground. Yet, the onslaught of Rochester's heat beams persisted, relentlessly pursuing Wade in an attempt to slice through him. However, Wade exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey, leaping and dodging with remarkable finesse, managing to evade Rochester's attacks for the time being. Whether Rochester could indeed eliminate Wade within 5 seconds remained uncertain. It was clear to Rochester that given a little more time, he would undoubtedly overpower Wade. However, 5 seconds felt rather brief. Moreover, Strick's other operatives were not to be underestimated. With a series of piercing sounds, several tranquilizer darts were launched from various directions towards Rochester. The speed of these darts paled in comparison to that of ordinary bullets. Yet Rochester's enhanced vision and dynamic reflexes allowed him to perceive them with utmost clarity. His body was capable of responding aptly to such velocities, and thus he did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly swept his hands before him, deftly catching the tranquilizer darts. With a smirk, Rochester glanced at the operatives who had fired upon him. He flicked his wrists and propelled the tranquilizer darts forward with great force. The darts whizzed through the air, transforming into fleeting shadows, their impact exceeding that of their initial launch from the tranquilizer guns. The operatives were caught off guard, struck directly by the darts, which not only incapacitated them, but also knocked several to the ground with a force reminiscent of a shotgun blast. A collective gasp echoed among the surrounding operatives, their astonishment palpable. Although they were aware they were up against a mutant, this was beyond comprehension. As core members of Strick, they had encountered mutants before. Indeed, the island was home to numerous imprisoned mutants. While many possessed various abilities, their combat prowess was generally lacking, with the majority displaying little to no fighting capability. The likes of saber-toothed tigers could assist Strick in hunting other mutants, illustrating the overall weakness of mutants at this stage. Yet, a powerhouse like Rochester was a rare phenomenon. The sound of slicing through the air resonated as Wade seized the opportunity to adjust his stance, brandishing dual swords and swiftly advancing towards Rashia. The blades glimmered with a chilling radiance, emanating a fierce momentum that struck down towards Rashia. Given Rashia's current speed, It was impossible for Wade to land a blow. With a swift motion, he unleashed his superhuman speed, effortlessly evading the onslaught of Wade's swords. Clang! Both blades crashed into the ground, sending sparks flying. In that very moment, Rorschach had already maneuvered behind Wade. With a fist as solid as steel, he prepared to deliver a devastating strike. Should he connect, Wade would undoubtedly perish, much like the unfortunate werewolves in the tavern who met their demise at Rorschach's hands. However, Wade was no ordinary foe. It was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. With a flick of his wrist, he reversed his sword, thrusting it backward, aimed directly at Rorschach's heart. Under such circumstances, Rorschach could not afford to press forward recklessly. Wade's assault was unrelenting, compelling Rorschach to evade. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Wade swiftly repositioned himself, resuming his attack with both swords aimed at Rorschach once more. Truly, he was worthy of the title of Deadpool. Admiration flickered in Rorschach's eyes as he recognized Wade's remarkable agility, particularly the dazzling finesse with which he wielded his dual swords. Even with Rorschach's speed reaching nearly 80 meters per second, it was a formidable challenge to eliminate Wade swiftly. After all, no matter how fast Rorschach was, could he outpace a bullet? Since Wade could intercept bullets, it was evident he could match Rorschach's velocity. The most efficient means of defeating Wade would be through heat rays. However, it was unfortunate that Rorschach was not yet able to wield them at will. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Rorschach was not Wade's equal. The disparity in their absolute strengths was significant, and Rorschach's ability to defeat Wade was beyond question. It would simply require a bit more effort. Well, one could only say that Victor met a just fate. While Rorschach silently commended Wade, in turn, held a deep admiration for Rorschach. As a master swordsman, Wade could discern that Rorschach's combat skills were exceedingly rudimentary, devoid of any coherent strategy. Yet, despite this, Wade found himself pressured and gasping for breath. This could only indicate one thing. Rorschach's physical prowess was astonishingly formidable, surpassing even that of a saber-toothed tiger. In truth, if the saber-toothed tiger lacked its terrifying regenerative abilities, relying solely on its beastly strength and explosive power would not suffice to contend with Wade. When you meet your end, it will also be no injustice. Rochester raised an eyebrow at Wade, then shifted his gaze to a tree beside him. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he mused. You wield a weapon, yet I stand here unarmed. Is that not a touch unfair? With that, Rochester embraced the trunk of a tree, thick as a stout leg, and pulled upward with all his might. The earth beneath him erupted, sending waves of soil cascading upward. To the astonishment of all present, he astonishingly uprooted the tree. Swinging it like a staff, he found it surprisingly manageable. Chapter 037. The Demise of Wade. Taken aback, exclaimed, You are indeed right. This is unjust. Yet Rochester paid him no heed, grasping the tree's roots and wielding it as a formidable weapon, bringing it crashing down toward Wade. Despite the tree's massive size, it posed no challenge for Rochester's strength. He swung it effortlessly. Curse it, Wade muttered under his breath, watching as the tree's canopy loomed larger in his vision. Without a moment's hesitation, he stumbled to the side in a desperate attempt to evade it. The vast expanse of the tree's branches, interwoven and formidable, left him with little recourse. Even if he could deflect several bullets in rapid succession, he could not withstand the onslaught of such a colossal tree. With a resounding crash, the tree's canopy struck the ground, reverberating through the earth. Quite nimble, aren't we? Rochester remarked, lifting the tree once more and shrugging at Wade. But how many times can you evade? Admittedly, it was his first time wielding such an unconventional weapon, and he felt somewhat out of practice. However, after the initial adjustment, he was confident that striking Wade would become significantly easier. Indeed, it was akin to swatting a fly. In this scenario, Wade represented the insect that Rochester sought to eliminate. No matter how elaborate Wade's swordplay or combat techniques, they would be rendered moot against this overwhelming force, an outright dimensional assault devoid of reason. Of course, Rochester was acutely aware of a critical flaw in his approach. He must not allow Wade to close the distance. Once Wade approached, Rorschach found himself rendered powerless, the canopy of the tree completely losing its efficacy. Wade was evidently aware of this. After evading the initial assault from the canopy, he swiftly rolled on the ground, darting towards Rorschach like a monkey. Unfortunately, Wade's aspirations were grand, while reality was starkly different. The disparity in their absolute strengths was considerable, and no amount of combat skill could bridge that gap. With a disdainful sound, Rorschach unleashed a searing energy beam towards Wade. Knowing he could not withstand such an attack, Wade instinctively leaped aside at the last moment. However, Rorschach's swatter was already poised to intercept. With a resounding thwack, it struck Wade squarely, pinning him beneath it. Subsequently, Rorschach casually placed one side of the root he wielded on the ground, stepping lightly upon it, effectively suppressing Wade under the tree. It was akin to the legendary Sun Wukong being trapped beneath the Five Fingers Mountain, utterly unable to escape. This is sheer bullying. It's utterly unfair. Wade's strained voice emerged from beneath the canopy. In his current state, he was a picture of disarray, his body marred by numerous cuts and scratches from branches, bloodied and bruised. However, these injuries paled in comparison to the true damage inflicted by the immense force transmitted from the canopy above. It felt as though a colossal boulder had crashed down upon him, leaving several of his ribs fractured. At that moment, Rorschach's gaze fixed upon Wade, his eyes once again glowing crimson. This time, there would be no escaping for Wade. Fire! Fire! The elite operatives dispatched by the strike team were not idle spectators. Witnessing Wade being subdued so swiftly ignited their urgency. Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! The operatives began to mercilessly pull the triggers of their weapons at Rorschach. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Yet, Rorschach's physical prowess had not yet reached such extremes where he could dismiss this level of firepower. He had no choice but to abandon Wade momentarily, channeling his strength into his legs for a powerful leap. Crack! A crater formed in the ground beneath him as Rorschach propelled himself like a cannonball to the side. With keen anticipation and swift evasion, he successfully dodged the wave of bullets and took refuge behind a nearby vehicle parked by the roadside. Then, with a casual motion, Rorschach lifted the car effortlessly, positioning it as a shield before him. Clang! 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 The moment echoed with the sound of countless bullets striking the vehicle, rendering it a mere sieve. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wade, trapped beneath the canopy, managed to extricate himself. However, just as he emerged from beneath the branches, a searing ray shot forth from the side, piercing straight through his heart. Damn it, am I really dying here? Wade lamented, realizing the truth in that man's words. His demise was indeed unjust. Staring at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes widened in disbelief. After uttering that peculiar final sentiment, he collapsed to the ground. What an oddity! Even his last words were strikingly unique. Rorschach couldn't help but silently ridicule. At that moment, Rorschach had employed his heat rays 3 times. And although each instance was brief, the cumulative toll had approached its limit. His eyes felt increasingly uncomfortable, burning with a subtle pain, rendering him unable to continue exterminating the ordinary operatives. Yet this posed no significant issue for Rorschach. Why would he need heat rays to deal with mere operatives? Grasping the automobile with both hands, he wielded it like a battering ram and charged toward the operatives with an air of undeniable authority. For the operatives, once Rorschach closed the distance, they lost every advantage, becoming mere lambs to the slaughter. As Rorschach advanced, they could no longer fire indiscriminately. After all, it was far more probable that they would hit their own than him. Quick, stop him. We must halt his advance, barked their squad leader, urgency lacing his voice. The sound of gunfire intensified. However, it proved futile. A ton of steel was inconsequential in Rorschach's grasp. He swiftly reached the armed operatives. With a powerful kick, he sent the vehicle hurtling towards them like a massive boulder. The operatives felt a wave of dread wash over them, scrambling to evade what they could not escape. Several were instantly reduced to mere pulp beneath the weight of the car. Chapter 038. Sweeping through the ranks like a whirlwind whoosh. Bang! As the vehicle crashed into the scene, Rorschach himself, leveraging his extraordinary leaping ability, soared several meters through the air, landing with the force of a war deity. A special agent was ruthlessly crushed beneath Rorschach's foot. Bang! With a casual punch directed at a nearby agent, the latter was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall. A splatter of blood erupted. The man's head shattered against the surface like a watermelon, bursting forth in a gruesome display. Yet, prior to this gruesome end, Rorschach had already bludgeoned him to death. The sheer terror and might of Rorschach left all the agents present utterly paralyzed with fear. A primal roar escaped from one agent's lips as he tightened his grip on his weapon and began to squeeze the trigger at Rorschach. Whoosh! However, in the instant the bullet was discharged, Rorschach had already evaded to the side, causing the shot to miss its mark entirely. Bang! Immediately afterward, the agent felt a tremendous force strike him, lifting him off the ground. Subsequently, There was no further moment. His eyes dimmed into darkness. With a resounding crash, Rorschach tore off the car door of a vehicle he had just sent flying and brandished it as a makeshift shield, charging once more into the fray of agents. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out incessantly, interspersed with the harrowing cries of the wounded. With the shield in hand, Rorschach became an unstoppable force. Even when bullets whizzed past, the car door would absorb the impact. Thus, amidst the onslaught of agents, he maneuvered through, striking down opponents with ruthless efficiency. In a mere few minutes, apart from Rorschach, not a single person remained standing. All had returned to the depths, meeting their dearly departed ancestors. Wade, respond quickly. What is the situation on site? Wade, please reply. Smith, respond. In the hushed atmosphere, only a handful of agents' radios crackled with Strick's anxious voice. Rorschach smiled faintly and picked up a radio from one of the fallen agents. Addressing Strick, Wade is dead. It won't be long before you join him. Crack. Without allowing Strick further opportunity to speak, Rorschach crushed the radio into fragments. In the makeshift command center, Strick's expression shifted to one of utter dismay, akin to a severe slap across the face. At this point, it was painfully clear that the forces he had dispatched had been completely annihilated. Underestimating the enemy, Rorschach had slain the saber-toothed tiger and could effortlessly dispatch a werewolf. Strick initially believed he had accorded the opponent due respect. Not only had Wade been dispatched, but he was also accompanied by a 20-member special operations team. This assembly could hardly be described as anything less than formidable, even bordering on the exaggerated. Initially, there was a belief in an absolute certainty of success, yet how long had it been? Everything had already fallen apart. Stryker harbored a profound apprehension towards Rorschach. It seemed that only the X-weapon could contend with that individual. It was imperative to expedite the development of the X-weapon. Stryker silently resolved this in his mind. However, the mere thought of it filled him with immense frustration. Currently, there were only two candidates for the X-weapon, namely Logan and Wade. Wade was relatively manageable. He had already consented to participate in the X-weapon experiment, so there were no issues there, and it could proceed at any time. However, Logan presented a more troublesome case. He was unlikely to agree to partake in the transformation experiment. Moreover, the modification for the X-weapon required the consent of the subject, making coercion impossible. Logan had long held a grudge against Stryker and was unlikely to consent under any circumstances. Therefore, Stryker employed Silver Fox and Sabretooth to orchestrate a scheme that would compel Wolverine to willingly participate in the experiment. Yet before the trap could be sprung, Sabretooth was eliminated by Rorschach. Now, Wade had also met the same fate at Rorschach's hands. Stryker felt as if his head might shatter from the pressure. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Stryker quickly summoned the nearby operatives and hastily departed the makeshift command center. As for how to handle this mess, he could deliberate upon his return, but it was evident that Stryker had a tumultuous future ahead. Meanwhile, Rorschach hoped there was still time. He swiftly removed his blood-stained outer garment, muttering softly. Although he had dispatched Wade and his associates in a relatively short span, hailing a taxi in this era proved to be quite the challenge, often requiring an interminable wait. Furthermore, Rorschach had deliberately chosen a secluded location to unleash his prowess. Of course, Stryker's operatives had several unscathed vehicles parked along the street, technically operational, yet Rorschach had no intention of utilizing them. With so many lives lost, particularly those of military operatives, it would be foolish to invite further trouble. Thus, he resolved to inconvenience Howard Stark instead. Having lived as a playboy, Howard likely had a lifetime of others waiting on him, never having to wait for anyone in return. Rorschach's actions inadvertently provided Howard Stark with a new life experience. As he casually tossed his coat onto the ground, ready to depart, Rorschach suddenly recalled something and bent down to retrieve it. He then made his way toward the automobile he had employed as a makeshift hammer. The vehicle's fuel tank had long since ruptured, gasoline gushing forth incessantly. Rorschach soaked the coat in gasoline, and with a swift gesture, a searing ray of heat shot out, igniting the fabric in an instant. Problem solved. No trace would remain. At that moment, Rorschach's extraordinary hearing detected footsteps approaching. Without uttering a word, he activated his super speed and vanished from sight, heading to meet Howard Stark. As for Strick, Rorschach temporarily cast him aside. After all, he had yet to unlock his ability to fly, and his acute hearing could not reach such distances, rendering him unable to locate Strick at present. However, this was hardly a significant issue. Rorschach was well aware that Strick had a secret base on an island, housing numerous mutants. Once another thought amplifier was constructed at Xavier's mansion, finding Strick would be a trivial matter. At that time, he could simply dismantle the very lair of his adversary. Rorschach had it all planned out in his mind. Chapter 039. Special energy source. By the time Rorschach arrived at Howard Stark's mansion, nearly 2 hours had passed. He was a full hour late for their appointment. Surely, Howard Stark had never been stood up like this before. Rorschach couldn't help but indulge in a bit of wicked amusement. Yet, given the sudden turn of events, who could have predicted that Strick would send someone to ambush Rorschach at such a moment? This was certainly not Rorschach's fault. Ding dong. Collecting his thoughts, Rorschach extended his hand and pressed the doorbell at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Jarvis appeared. "Mr. Rorschach, you have finally arrived. Mr. Stark has been awaiting you," Jarvis said hastily as he opened the door, a look of relief on his face. "My apologies, Jarvis. I was caught up in trivial matters and lost track of time." "Is Mr. Stark well?" Rorschach inquired casually while following Jarvis inside. "Considering that nothing has been shattered and no expletives have been uttered, I would say he is doing rather well," Jarvis replied thoughtfully, adopting a serious tone. "Jarvis, I've suddenly reconsidered my decision to attend the meeting. Is it too late to back out?" "Mr. Rorschach, I assure you that Mr. Stark will not devour you." As they conversed, Jarvis guided Rorschach into the opulent confines of Howard Stark's estate. Playboy rose to his feet, brimming with sarcasm. "Roxa, I have met political figures, military leaders, and business magnates. Yet you are the first to keep me waiting for such an extended period. I am truly flattered. My apologies for my tardiness. I was attending to some unforeseen matters." Roxa replied, "No worries. I had already been waiting. And after all, who could blame you for rescuing me?" Howard Stark personally ushered Roxa inside and instructed Jarvis, "Please have the kitchen start preparations." In truth, Howard Stark's banquet had been ready for a while. However, he had to momentarily put everything on hold, awaiting Roxa's arrival to resume preparations. It is evident that those of wealth exude grandeur. "Mr. Stark, my assistance to you is a significant favor, not something easily repaid with merely a meal," Roxa remarked, half jokingly and half seriously, as he accompanied Howard Stark indoors. After all, it is no small feat to have Howard Stark indebted to someone. It must be properly acknowledged. "Haha. Indeed, this meal is merely a token of my gratitude, nothing more." Howard Stark chuckled. "Come, let me show you around my home." "I would be delighted," Roxa responded with genuine interest. Neither in his past life nor in this one had Roxa ever visited a mansion belonging to someone of Howard Stark's caliber, making this an opportune moment for enlightenment. "First, let us explore my storeroom. It houses quite a collection of my prized possessions." With a hint of pride, Howard Stark led Roxa into a lavishly adorned room. "Wow, this is astonishing," was Roxa's initial reaction upon entering the storeroom, which resembled a miniature museum. Various masterpieces, antiques, fine wines, and luxury watches were haphazardly piled in every nook and cranny. This is Giotto's Kiss of Judas, capturing the psychological clash between Jesus Christ and Judas. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of this painting. It is rather somber. Yet, as you know, some gifts, despite one's personal tastes, cannot be declined and must be accepted with feigned enthusiasm. "Ah, the great sword of Scotland, a man's delight. It seems you have an affinity for it, Roxa. What man does not appreciate a sharp weapon?" Indeed, indeed. This antique is the world's first bicycle, though it appears quite rudimentary now. It was a marvel of ingenuity in its time. As Howard Stark observed where Roxa's gaze lingered, he continued to provide insights about the treasures within the storeroom. As Roxa had anticipated, every item was extraordinary, leaving him in awe. "Come, let me show you my garage." The playboy, having finished showcasing his various treasures, eagerly led Rorschach to his opulent garage. A splendid array of luxury vehicles, in a multitude of colors and styles, lined up in 2 long rows, making one wonder if they were indeed in a dealership. "What do you think, Rorschach? These are my prized possessions collected over the past 15 years, all right here." Howard Stark's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he began to recount the details of his dazzling automobiles to Rorschach. The Cadillac V16, discontinued for 40 years, stands as the world's first mass-produced 16-cylinder engine. It took considerable effort to acquire this gem. Before a striking red convertible, Howard waxed lyrical once more, eager to impress Rorschach. However, Rorschach remained rather indifferent. Due to the constraints of the era, The vehicles from this time appeared exceedingly outdated to him, almost embarrassingly so. Suddenly, an alert from the system echoed in Rorschach's mind. Detecting special energy source. This unexpected notification caused him to momentarily pause. Simultaneously, his visual perception transformed under the system's influence into a computer-like scanning interface. Within this view, the Cadillac that Howard was enthusiastically presenting was distinctly marked by a digital projection, with a red dot blinking incessantly. Clearly, the special energy source mentioned by the system resided within that Cadillac. Special energy source? What does that mean? Rorschach couldn't help but feel bewildered, but regrettably, the system remained as unresponsive as ever. Energy source analysis in progress. Energy value. 37 source points. Status. Non-extractable. This series of notifications left Rorschach even more perplexed. The energy value was measured in source points, and the subsequent indication of non-extractable status implied the existence of a condition that could indeed be extractable. If extraction were possible, could it not directly replenish source points? It must be so. Rorschach's eyes brightened, as the logic behind it was quite straightforward and easy to grasp. The only aspect he found perplexing was why this energy source was deemed non-extractable. Furthermore, what could possibly be hidden within a vehicle that constituted an energy source? While Rorschach remained uncertain about what the system identified as the energy source, he was certain it was not the vehicle's fuel. Otherwise, it would be far too mundane. Additionally, the kind of energy found in fuel was ubiquitous, lacking any uniqueness. Chapter 040. A request beyond reason. Rochester. It seems you have quite the fondness for this car. I never anticipated that our tastes would align so perfectly. Observing Rochester's unwavering gaze upon the Cadillac, Howard Stark could not help but chuckle. With an air of enthusiasm, he proposed, "Would you like to take it for a spin? You know, after our meal, I can let you drive and experience it firsthand." "Really, Mr. Stark?" "Absolutely. It's no trouble at all." "That sounds marvelous. I am very much looking forward to it." Rochester responded without a hint of hesitation. He was eager to seize the opportunity to explore the unique features of the vehicle. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Rochester, the banquet is ready." At that moment, the loyal butler Jarvis approached them, addressing both gentlemen. "Well then, Rochester, shall we dine?" Howard Stark patted Rochester on the shoulder and led him into his opulent dining room. As Rochester surveyed the lavish spread, he was taken aback. What a feast it was! When Jarvis had mentioned that Howard Stark had prepared a banquet, Rochester had no true grasp of the grandiosity. Now, witnessing the bountiful array of dishes, he was thoroughly astounded. The table was adorned with an abundance of culinary delights, easily numbering 2 or 3 dozen dishes. Even the tableware was arranged in an impressive line before him. To be honest, Rochester had never been particularly fond of Western cuisine in his previous life and had little familiarity with it. He was aware that Western dining was rife with intricate customs, where the choice of dish dictated the appropriate utensils. This left him somewhat bewildered, as he had no idea how to proceed. "Rochester, I imagine you must be hungry. Please, feel free to indulge," Howard Stark encouraged as he gestured for Rochester to take a seat. Very well. Given his uncertainty about the utensils, Rochester decided to disregard them entirely. He picked up a pair of utensils at random, dismissing the formalities of Western dining, and began to converse with Howard Stark while they ate. Howard noticed that Rochester was unfamiliar with the nuances of Western dining culture. However, the dashing playboy himself did not place much weight on such conventions. Furthermore, it was evident that Rochester was no ordinary individual, and Howard Stark did not underestimate him because of it. The atmosphere at the dining table was remarkably harmonious. "By the way, Rochester, forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire how you acquired such extraordinary powers?" As the time drew near, Howard Stark finally posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. This inquiry was not only of great interest to Peggy Carter, but also piqued Howard Stark's own curiosity. After all, the predecessor of SHIELD, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was initially established for the purpose of researching super soldiers, with Howard Stark being one of the principal researchers. Previously, Agent Carter had inquired about this matter, to which I had responded, "I was born with it," Rorschach remarked, shrugging his shoulders. "All right, Rorschach, if you prefer not to divulge, I can understand. It is indeed your personal privacy," Howard Stark mused, initially believing Rorschach was deliberately withholding information and recognizing his own abruptness. Rorschach chose not to provide further explanation to Howard Stark, as he had spoken the truth. Whether others believed it or not was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Howard Stark did not press the issue further, instead shifting the conversation to other topics. There was no need to elaborate on Howard Stark himself, for his knowledge far surpassed that of the average individual. Though Rorschach did not possess such depth of scholarship, his perspective as a reincarnated soul was nonetheless profound. The two engaged in a stimulating dialogue. "Rorschach, I must admit, I am truly astonished by your insights," Howard Stark exclaimed with admiration. Despite Rorschach's youth, his understanding of certain matters was more insightful and forward-thinking than that of many industry elites. He was indeed a rare talent. Overall, the gathering was a delightful affair, with hosts and guests alike enjoying themselves. After satisfying their appetites and spending a moment in the lounge, Howard Stark once again led Rorschach to the garage. True to his earlier promise, he handed the keys to a Cadillac over to Rorschach. "Rorschach, let me confirm once more, you do possess a driver's license, correct?" Just as Rorschach was about to start the vehicle, Howard Stark could not help but inquire once again. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark, I am quite the experienced driver," Rorschach replied with a gentle smile, deftly starting the engine and skillfully maneuvering the car out of the garage and onto the street. Having driven in his past life, he quickly regained his proficiency after only a few attempts. He had also driven Charles's car, so his driving skills were undoubtedly sound. With a screech, a dazzlingly vibrant red convertible roared down the street. Luxury cars and handsome drivers have always been captivating, drawing countless admiring gazes along the way. Should Rorschach desire, he could effortlessly attract the attention of a beautiful woman. However, at that moment, Rorschach's thoughts were solely focused on the vehicle itself. After traversing several streets, Rorschach remained unable to discern any peculiarities about the vehicle in question. Upon his inspection, it appeared to be an entirely ordinary car, unremarkable in every aspect. Lost in profound contemplation, Rorschach pondered whether the situation was akin to that depicted in Fast Five, where the exterior seemed innocuous while concealing something extraordinary within. However, after thoroughly examining the car both inside and out, he found no anomalies. When he consulted the system regarding the source of that enigmatic energy, the aloof system remained unresponsive, leaving Rorschach somewhat exasperated. Surely, he could not return the car empty-handed. Reluctant to concede defeat, Rorschach resolved to devise a means to retain the vehicle for a more extended period, or perhaps even to claim it as his own, which would entail purchasing it from Howard Stark. Having prepared himself to dismantle the car, he recognized that while he currently lacked the funds, his skills would make acquiring money relatively straightforward. The issue lay in the fact that he had only recently met Howard Stark, who had shown considerable affection for the vehicle, making such a request rather awkward. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take the plunge. Chapter 41. Youthful determination. Having made up his mind, Rorschach hesitated little. Instead of lingering outside, he drove directly back to Howard Stark's opulent mansion. "So how was it, Rorschach?" "It must have been exhilarating," Howard Stark exclaimed, having come out to greet him with palpable enthusiasm. Although Rorschach yearned to express that the experience was lacking compared to modern vehicles, he diplomatically replied, "Of course, Mr. Stark. I'm delighted you appreciate it." Pleased to see his car acknowledged by another, Howard Stark beamed with satisfaction. After parking, Rorschach handed the car keys to Howard Stark. Weighing his words carefully, he then ventured, "Mr. Stark, I have a request that may place you in a difficult position. However, should you acquiesce, it would effectively repay the favor I owe you for saving your life." Howard Stark was genuinely intrigued. The value of a favor from him was immense. And Rorschach was choosing to spend it? Curiosity piqued, he urged, "Do tell, Rorschach. I wish to purchase this car from you," declared Rorschach with fervor to Howard Stark. "I am utterly enamored with it. Having just taken it for a spin, I find it impossible to part with." He exhibited the impetuousness of youth, willing to risk everything for a beloved vehicle. Howard Stark remained silent for a few moments, then scrutinized Rorschach with a skeptical gaze. "Rorschach, are you certain? Or are you jesting? This request is indeed quite absurd. A favor from Howard Stark reduced to the value of a mere automobile? What kind of nonsense is this? Moreover, you wish to buy it, rather than simply asking for it. Mr. Stark, I acknowledge that this may sound somewhat immature, even ludicrous, but it is genuinely my desire. I have a profound affection for this car," Rorschach asserted solemnly. Howard Stark studied Rorschach for several moments, ultimately realizing the sincerity behind his words. Though he felt that someone like Rorschach ought to exhibit greater maturity, upon reflection, it was understandable that youthful exuberance might occasionally surface. "Rorschach, in my younger days, I engaged in many foolish and whimsical endeavors, and you are certainly no exception. This car is of little consequence, if you truly wish for it. I would be inclined to gift it to you. But you must consider carefully the implications of utilizing my favors so readily, Howard Stark inquired earnestly. His goodwill could prove invaluable in critical moments. Indeed, Mr. Stark, Rorschach replied emphatically, though I find it rather unfortunate, this is my request. After a moment's contemplation, Howard Stark handed the car keys back to Rorschach. This car is yours. There is no need for payment. My favors are not so trifling. However, this also signifies that we are now even. I understand. I owe you nothing. Rorschach nodded, finding the process to be far smoother than he had anticipated. It was clear that for someone of Howard Stark's stature, a car held little significance. Congratulations, Rorschach, on acquiring your cherished vehicle, Howard Stark quipped with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Farewell. Rorschach waved as he climbed into the Cadillac, starting the engine and driving away. After all, he is but a child, Howard Stark mused, watching Rorschach's retreating figure before shaking his head and returning indoors. With the car now in his possession, what would Rorschach do next? He fell into contemplation. First and foremost, it is essential to comprehend the secrets concealed within this vehicle, for that is the ultimate objective. This inquiry from Rorschach should pose little challenge for the brilliant scientist Hank. Given the rapport between Rorschach and Hank, it is merely a matter of a few words. If even Hank cannot uncover anything, one cannot expect much from others. However, Rorschach soon dismissed this notion. The car could not be returned to Xavier's estate, lest it arouse the suspicions of other mutants. This vehicle is intricately linked to Rorschach's system, representing his most profound secret. Moreover, it is no ordinary car. It harbors a unique energy source, specifically one that is intimately connected to Rorschach's enhancement. Although this energy cannot be extracted at present, could not analyzing this inextricable energy yield intelligence regarding a more accessible source? Such caution is certainly warranted. Rorschach deftly changed direction, venturing onto another street and halting at a convenient spot. After meticulously inspecting the vehicle once more and confirming that no discoveries had been made, Rorschach ultimately located an auto repair shop. He resolved to enlist the expertise of a mechanic to disassemble the car. Dismantling a vehicle is a technical endeavor that requires a professional touch. Wow, buddy, tell me I'm not mistaken. Is that a Cadillac? While Rorschach considered the car somewhat mundane, to others, it radiated an aura of sheer coolness. The shop bustled with activity, and the sight of the car sent waves of excitement through the workers, their eyes wide with astonishment. A young African-American man wielding a wrench exclaimed dramatically, "Typically, individuals driving such a car would not frequent our establishment." A hat-clad figure, presumably the owner, approached Rorschach with courtesy. "How may I assist you?" "Certainly, I need repairs." "Which of your mechanics possesses the finest skills?" Rorschach inquired directly. I'm not one to boast, but I've honed my craft over 2 decades. And there isn't a car I can't fix." A slightly portly middle-aged man within the yard enthusiastically endorsed himself. Though I found his self-promotion somewhat irksome, I had to concede that he was indeed the best among us. The owner nodded in agreement. "Old Jack, is it? Do you have time now?" Rorschach asked Jack, his gaze keen. "Hey, Ryan, do you think I have time right now?" Jack responded with a hint of playful sarcasm. Old Jack inquired about his boss's opinion, as he was currently occupied with other tasks. "If you are in a great hurry, sir, Ryan," the boss pondered for a moment and made a decision. Given that a wealthy client like Rorschach deserved preferential treatment, this society is indeed pragmatic. "Now, Old Jack, let us commence. Please dismantle this vehicle," Rorschach instructed Old Jack. Chapter 042. The emergence of the Decepticons. "Sir, you wish to dismantle this Cadillac?" Old Jack was taken aback, believing he had misheard. If he was not mistaken, this was a rare Cadillac V16, a true treasure. Was this client out of his mind? "Indeed, dismantle it," Rorschach asserted with an undeniable tone. "Afterward, reassemble it. Old Jack, your craftsmanship is unparalleled. This should pose no challenge for you. Of course, it presents no issue, but may I inquire why you wish to disassemble it? Is there a problem with the car? Let me inspect it first. There's no need for disassembly. You need not concern yourself with that. I insist you dismantle it. And rest assured, the payment shall remain unaffected. It is not a matter of money." Old Jack hesitated, increasingly suspicious that Rorschach's Cadillac might be stolen, perhaps to be disassembled and discreetly transported elsewhere. This could lead to significant trouble. Old Jack cast a glance at his boss, Ryan, who also appeared uncertain. After all, Rorschach's request was exceedingly peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan resolved not to involve himself in this predicament. I apologize, sir, but perhaps you might consider visiting another repair shop? Ryan suggested to Rorschach. Are you implying that you want me to make a fruitless trip? Rorschach feigned a stern expression. No, sir, I absolutely did not mean that. Ryan quickly waved his hands in denial, attempting to explain. However, Rorschach was disinclined to engage in further trivialities. He turned around, embraced the Cadillac, and effortlessly lifted it. With a thunderous roar, he advanced toward the repair shop, depositing the Cadillac right before Ryan and old Jack. Oh my God, what am I witnessing? Ryan, old Jack, and the other mechanics stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight before them, nearly paralyzed with shock. To lift a vehicle with such ease, was this even humanly possible? I'm pressed for time. Let us get to work. Rorschach clapped his hands and addressed old Jack. Please wait a moment, sir, Jack stammered, his anxiety palpable as he swiftly grasped his tools, ready to commence his task. Yet, at that precise moment, an astonishing event unfolded. The Cadillac, which had been peacefully resting on the ground, suddenly sprang to life. The entire vehicle began in frenetic disassembly and reassembly, the cacophony of metal grinding echoing around them. In the blink of an eye, the original Cadillac vanished, replaced by a towering robot, standing 5 or 6 meters tall. Before the astonished crowd, "Why do you insist on courting danger, little bug?" The robot boomed, its voice dripping with disdain as it loomed over Rorschach. Stunned, Rorschach could hardly comprehend the sight before him. Transformers existed in this world. He had never imagined encountering such a phenomenon in this era. Thus, the so-called special energy source was not something hidden within the car, but rather the vehicle itself. No wonder he had failed to uncover anything despite multiple inspections. Do you wish to perish? I shall reduce you to pulp. The furious voice of the Transformer rang out, and despite its lack of human-like facial expressions, Rorschach could unmistakably sense its wrath. Monsters! Aliens have arrived. Jesus Christ! Gasps of disbelief erupted from Jack, Ryan, and the others, their eyes wide with astonishment at the colossal being before them. What an irritating swarm of bugs, incessantly noisy. The Transformer growled impatiently, swinging its enormous arm toward Jack and his companions, as if swatting away bothersome flies. This Transformer exhibited an alarming temperament. Rorschach surmised it was likely a Decepticon, for Autobots did not behave in such a manner. A collective gasp escaped Jack and his companions, their faces drained of color, paralyzed by fear. Forgetting even the instinct to flee, they had instinctively entered a state of sheer terror, colloquially known as being frozen in fright. Suddenly, in that very moment, a blur of motion caught their attention as Rorschach, like a specter, swiftly positioned himself in front of Jack, shielding him from the impending danger. With a swift motion, he intercepted the mighty fist of the Decepticon. A dull metallic clang echoed as the fist came to a halt before Rorschach, as if a pause button had been pressed. Immovable despite all effort, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Old Jack and Ryan trembled, unable to believe their eyes. This young man had actually thwarted the assault of that colossal robot. One stood at a height of 5 to 6 meters, while the other barely reached 1 or 2. The disparity was striking, the fist of one dwarfing the head of the other, creating an astonishing contrast. Yet, against all odds, the young man had managed to deflect the massive machine. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would dare to believe it. Are you not leaving? Are you waiting for the new year? Rorschach's voice broke the stunned silence, jolting old Jack and the others back to reality, prompting them to hastily retreat. This is impossible. The incredulous voice of the Decepticon rang out, filled with disbelief. Humanity could not possess such formidable strength. Isn't it a bit premature to be astonished? Rorschach smirked coldly, then, with a powerful push from his legs, propelled himself like a cannonball toward the Decepticon's head. With a resounding thud, his fist connected squarely with the Decepticon's face. The impact was akin to a celestial meteor striking, sending the massive figure crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Gulp! Old Jack and his companions, who were hurriedly fleeing, were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before them, their eyes wide with shock. This is wrong, utterly wrong. Your strength cannot be this immense. The Decepticon was left bewildered by Rorschach's power. Rorschach pondered whether this creature possessed any intellect. If so, it must have short-circuited. I refuse to believe it. In a furious roar, the Decepticon sprang back to its feet, charging at Rorschach once more. Bang! Once again, Rorschach sent it tumbling back. Coughing, the Decepticon spat out some mechanical debris, genuinely questioning its existence. Was this human truly the same one it had once known? Were humans not supposed to be frail, insignificant creatures? The Decepticon doubted whether it was fully awake. Whoosh! At that moment when the Decepticon was momentarily dazed, Rorschach, akin to a human tank, soared once again to a height of 8 or 9 meters and forcefully struck down towards the Decepticon. Having learned from previous encounters, the Decepticon dared not confront Rorschach head-on this time. Instead, it swiftly rolled on the ground to evade Rorschach's punch. Boom! Rorschach's fist crashed into the earth, creating a sizable crater. Clang! At this juncture, a massive blade materialized on the Decepticon's arm, which it gripped tightly. The creature regained its earlier bravado. Die! The Decepticon roared as it swung the blade at Rorschach. However, at that moment, Rorschach unleashed a beam of intense heat, slicing through the Decepticon's arm as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, severing its entire right arm that clutched the weapon. What? The Decepticon's mind nearly exploded. How could two beams of laser emanate from human eyes? When did humans acquire the ability to project lasers? Just as the Decepticon was in shock, Rorschach fired another heat ray, this time grazing the creature's head. Thud! A massive head plummeted to the ground, followed by the Decepticon's colossal body collapsing helplessly beside it. The once imposing Decepticon had now been reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Rorschach gazed at the pile of debris, lost in contemplation. Is it possible that Decepticons exist on this planet? It seems this realm transcends merely the Marvel Universe. Upon reflection, the Marvel Universe is inherently interstellar, with Skrulls and Kree having visited Earth, alongside figures like Star-Lord's father, Ego, and so forth. Not to mention the likes of Loki and Thor or Thanos' army. And even the Eternals, who could be classified as extraterrestrial. The presence of yet another Cybertronian hardly seems extraordinary. In fact, Cybertronians might be considered weak among the multitude of alien races. There was no need for the Avengers to intervene. Thus, Rorschach swiftly cast aside this matter and began pondering another question. Why is the Decepticon deemed an unextracted energy source? The concept of an energy source seems comprehensible, given that Transformers are mechanical life forms that could embody energy in some form. Yet, why is extraction impossible? Is it because the Decepticon is a living entity? Does the system only extract from inanimate objects, not living beings? If that is indeed the case, what then of the Allspark? The Allspark and Megatron are manifestations of a shared energy source, or rather, a more advanced form of energy. Thus, the question arises, can the energy of the Allspark be extracted? At this thought, Rorschach's eyes gleamed with possibility. He sensed that there might indeed be a chance of doing so. System, he inquired, is the Allspark on Cybertron an extractable energy source? Yet, as was customary, the aloof system offered no response. Nevertheless, Rorschach's mind began to churn with ideas. He firmly believed that the Allspark held significant potential. Although certainty eluded him at this moment, it was undoubtedly worth exploring. Reflecting on the timeline, Rorschach began to piece together the narrative of Transformers. He recalled that the protagonist's ancestor had inadvertently discovered a frozen Megatron in either the Antarctic or Arctic, and upon donning a pair of glasses, a crucial piece of information was imprinted, one that pointed to the key to locating the Allspark. However, in this era, searching for those glasses seemed futile. No, in Transformers 1, he distinctly remembered that both Megatron and the Allspark were secreted away within the Hoover Dam. This raised an essential question. When was Megatron officially discovered and quietly removed? At this point in time, was Megatron still encased in ice at one of the poles, or had he already been found and taken by the authorities? Rorschach was left in the dark regarding these inquiries. As for the pivotal glasses left by the protagonist's ancestor, well, that was even more of a jest, impossible to trace. At this moment, it was clear that finding the Allspark in this era was exceedingly challenging. Thus, a thought sparked in Rorschach's mind, illuminating his eyes once more. If his own strength proved insufficient, why not seek external assistance? The S-H-I-E-L-D. Indeed, Rorschach contemplated the invaluable resources of S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be a grave oversight not to utilize such a capable tool. Moreover, S-H-I-E-L-D had an inherent interest in supernatural phenomena. And considering that this particular Decepticon was affiliated with Howard Stark, entrusting this matter to S-H-I-E-L-D seemed most fitting, perfectly legitimate without a hint of flaw. And so, Rorschach joyfully resolved to proceed with this plan. Hey Ryan, Upon contemplating this, Rashia cast a glance at Ryan, who was discreetly observing from a distant corner, and called out to him, "Surely you have a telephone in your establishment?" "Why, yes, we do," Ryan stammered, unable to meet Rashia's gaze. The memory of Rashia's formidable display of prowess, effortlessly dispatching the Decepticon, left an indelible impression on their minds. Though Rashia appeared quite delicate in their eyes, he was nothing short of a formidable overlord. Disregarding the reactions of Ryan and his companions, Rashia strode into the repair shop and, indeed, found a telephone in a rough office cubicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Howard Stark's number, succinctly reporting the situation at hand. "Rashia, is everything you say true? Hold on, I'm on my way." Upon hearing this, Howard Stark wasted no time and immediately summoned his personnel to the repair shop. Chapter 044, Mechanical Life Form. My God. What on earth is this? Rashia, is this the mechanical life form you speak of? Upon Howard Stark's arrival at the scene, he was utterly astounded by the colossal form of the Decepticon, his worldview shattered. It was almost beyond belief. Consider the era we inhabit. The concept of robots is still in its infancy. To witness such an immense automaton firsthand was a jarring experience, even for someone of Howard Stark's caliber. The agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. he brought along were equally flabbergasted, rendered speechless as if in a stupor. Yet, the very thought that Rashia had vanquished such a gigantic robot made Howard's heart race uncontrollably. How on earth had he accomplished this? It seemed utterly absurd. Surely, deploying an entire army would scarcely suffice against such a behemoth. Previously, both Howard Stark and Peggy Carter had harbored doubts about whether Rashia had somehow replicated a super soldier using Captain America's serum, but now, Howard was certain this was not the case. Even a revived Captain America could not possibly possess such extraordinary capabilities. However, where was the head? The massive robot's torso and severed right arm remained, yet the head was conspicuously absent. After meticulously scanning the scene, Howard Stark eventually discovered that the head was nestled beneath Rashia's seat. Rochester has been casually seated like a stool. Howard Stark found himself at a loss for words. This is a robot, a product of an unprecedented era, and Rochester exhibits such a nonchalant demeanor? His audacity is truly remarkable. Rochester. Howard Stark took a moment to compose himself before approaching Rochester, his mind brimming with questions. What on earth is happening? You mentioned over the phone that this robot transformed from my car, but I'm afraid I simply cannot grasp what that means. After all, cars and robots are inherently disparate entities. Connecting the two seems a formidable challenge. It is quite literally what it is. At that moment, Rochester rose, brushing off his trousers, and declared, "The colossal mechanical life form you see before you is indeed the Cadillac you gifted me." "Pardon me, Rochester, let me clarify," Howard interjected. "Are you suggesting that the Cadillac which you just drove away is, in reality, a robot?" Howard Stark felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend this notion, for it sounded utterly illogical. Firstly, that vehicle had been lying dormant in his garage for years. It was simply a car, not a robot by any means. Secondly, even if this Cadillac were a robot, who on earth would create a robot in the guise of an automobile? "Mr. Stark, please follow me," Rochester instructed, leading Howard Stark to the immense carcass of the Decepticon. They approached a prominent insignia upon it. "Take a look at this," Rochester said. Howard Stark leaned in and exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was the emblem of Cadillac. Moreover, upon Rochester's prompt, Howard realized that the robot's entire exterior was red, mirroring the color of his Cadillac. Could it be that this robot was manufactured by Cadillac? Is the Cadillac manufacturer truly that remarkable? "Sir, I have gathered the necessary information." Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents then approached Howard Stark, delivering their report. Eyewitnesses from the auto repair shop claimed that Mr. Rochester intended to dismantle a Cadillac, only for the vehicle to suddenly transform into a colossal robot. This account mirrored Rochester's own testimony precisely. Howard Stark fell into contemplative silence. Although the situation sounded quite extraordinary, the consistency in everyone's accounts was telling. Furthermore, there was no reason for Rochester to fabricate such a convoluted lie to deceive him. It served no purpose. Moreover, Howard Stark was no ordinary individual. He was aware that there exist, in this world, some enigmas that defy conventional understanding. Thus, despite harboring some doubts, he chose to place his trust in Roche's words. "Roche, it seems I must impose upon you for a bit of your time. Would you kindly make a trip to the bureau? I have numerous inquiries, Howard Stark stated earnestly. Of course, that poses no problem, Roche readily acquiesced. He had intended to seize this opportunity to divulge certain pertinent information to Howard Stark, facilitating the latter's investigation. To be more candid, it was to expedite H.I.E.L.'s discovery of the source of the fire. Before long, Howard Stark arranged for personnel to transport the colossal remains of the Decepticon back to S.H.I.E.L.'s base. Roche once again accompanied Howard into room 218. Within this space, Roche meticulously recounted the intricate details of the events that had transpired to Howard Stark. After diligently recording every aspect, Howard identified several points of contention. Fixing his gaze upon Roche, he inquired solemnly, "So, Roche, this is the reason you were so adamant about acquiring that Cadillac, is it not?" Previously, Howard Stark had perceived Roche as a child, impulsively enthralled by an impressive vehicle. However, it dawned upon him that the matter was far from simple. That Cadillac had remained unscathed in his possession for nearly a decade. Yet the moment it came into Roche's hands, it transformed? Such coincidences were improbable. Indeed, Mr. Stark, Roche did not deny this, recognizing it as a significant logical inconsistency. Yet, having resolved to lay bare the truth to Howard Stark, Roche had already prepared his explanation. "While in the garage, I sensed something extraordinary about that vehicle," Roche remarked with utmost seriousness. "Extraordinary?" Howard Stark was momentarily bewildered. "I do not comprehend, Roche. In what manner is it extraordinary? Is it not merely an ordinary car?" "I sensed a vitality emanating from it. I knew that while it appears to be a mere automobile, it is, in essence, a living entity." "A living entity? Wait a moment." Howard Stark was again taken aback. "Are you suggesting it possesses life akin to that of animals or plants?" "Precisely, Mr. Stark. Although it is a machine, it is also a living entity," Roche affirmed with a nod. "It may even possess DNA." Only then did Howard Stark grasp that from the outset. Roche had been describing that robot as a mechanical life form. Chapter 045, Deceiving Shield Mechanical Life Forms? Even for a pioneer such as Howard Stark, grappling with this concept proves somewhat arduous, given the profound familiarity with carbon-based life. The notion of silicon-based life is not easily comprehensible. All right, Rorschach. Even if we entertain your assertion that this constitutes a mechanical life form, how did you arrive at such a conclusion? Howard Stark once again posed this pivotal question. "As I mentioned, I sensed it," Rorschach replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Sensed it?" Stark inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Stark, I understand that you may find this hard to fathom. But my perceptual abilities are indeed far superior to those of the average individual. You must be aware that I am not an ordinary person." Despite Rorschach's explanation, Howard Stark remained perplexed. In his understanding, being extraordinary was akin to the capabilities of Captain America, enhanced physical attributes, nothing more, rather than possessing peculiar abilities that others lack. "Mr. Stark, did you and Agent Carter not express curiosity regarding my uniqueness?" Rorschach contemplated revealing his identity to Howard Stark. "Certainly. But I hope your answer does not revolve around innate gifts or exceptional talents," Howard Stark replied with a hint of exasperation. "Regrettably, that is indeed the truth," Rorschach nodded. "Rorschach, please, this is not the appropriate time." Howard Stark felt a slight headache coming on. "No, Mr. Stark, you misunderstand my intent. My abilities stem from a genetic mutation," Rorschach clarified, reaching the crux of the matter. "Genetic mutation?" Howard Stark raised an eyebrow. With his knowledge, he understood the term and recognized that mutations could indeed lead to certain distinctions. "Genetic mutation has endowed me with enhanced physical capabilities and has granted me instincts that others do not possess. Therefore, you are able to perceive the vitality of that Cadillac?" Stark interjected. "Precisely. Charles Xavier, an expert in genetic mutation, has penned some enlightening papers. I highly recommend you peruse them. I particularly appreciate his term for individuals like us, mutants." "Mutants?" Howard Stark instantly recalled this term, which encapsulated its underlying meaning with remarkable precision. "Mutated humans?" "Wait a moment." Stark suddenly grasped something, urgently fixing his gaze on Rorschach. "Are there others like you?" "Of course." Rochelle nodded gravely. "Although genetic mutations are rare occurrences, the sheer number of humanity ensures that individuals like us will inevitably emerge. This constitutes crucial intelligence." Howard Stark etched this notion deeply into his memory. Despite it being his initial encounter with such information, Rochelle's assertions possessed no logical flaws and were easily verifiable. leading Howard Stark to temporarily embrace Rochelle's perspective. Henceforth, the sequence of events surrounding the Cadillac transformation incident became lucid and coherent, devoid of any discrepancies. "Mr. Stark, have you heard of Megatron?" Rochelle suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze upon Howard Stark. "No, why do you ask?" Howard Stark responded, momentarily taken aback by the question. "Before I dispatched that mechanical entity, it uttered a phrase. 'Megatron shall return,'" Rochelle stated earnestly. This proclamation, of course, was entirely fabricated, aimed at inciting Howard Stark to investigate Megatron. Moreover, Megatron was pivotal in locating the Allspark. "Megatron shall return?" Howard pondered the phrase carefully, promptly inscribing it into his memory. The latent significance within this cryptic statement was indeed immense. Firstly, it was indisputable that Megatron was akin to the mechanical entity he had just vanquished, indicating that such mechanical beings were not singular in existence. The phrase "shall return" implied that Megatron had previously encountered failure, yet was biding his time to unleash a formidable strike. Although Howard Stark could not ascertain why Megatron had failed or what would transpire upon his return, it was evident that this did not bode well. Vigilance was imperative. "Did it mention anything else?" Howard Stark inquired, fixating his gaze on Rochelle once more. It questioned whether there were exceptionally cold places on Earth. Rochelle reflected before responding to Howard Stark. This was undoubtedly a ploy to direct S.H.I.E.L.D. toward investigating the poles. While Rochelle, possessing the ability of X-ray vision, could personally scan Hoover Dam to determine the presence of Megatron, it was essential to plant the seeds for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement. After all, he could not simply return to mislead S.H.I.E.L.D. after discovering the dam to be barren. The optimal approach was to pursue both avenues. He would seize the opportunity to inspect the dam, while leaving the polar investigations to S.H.I.E.L.D. Exceptionally cold places? Howard Stark was momentarily bewildered, finding the disjointed nature of the information perplexing. Nevertheless, he diligently recorded the statement, intending to pass it on to the decryption team for analysis. "Rochelle, I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. There's no need for gratitude, Mr. Stark. It's simply my duty." After understanding the situation, Howard Stark personally escorted Mr. Rorschach to the entrance of the base. "Mr. Rorschach, please step inside the vehicle." Jarvis, who had been instructed to stand by, promptly approached with utmost respect and opened the car door for Rorschach. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could readily discern that Howard Stark regarded Rorschach with increased esteem. "Thank you for your efforts, Jarvis." "No need for thanks, Mr. Rorschach." "Well then, Mr. Stark, farewell." "Goodbye." Rorschach waved to Howard Stark as they bid each other farewell. He then entered the vehicle, where Jarvis took the wheel and drove him away from the base. "Notify Carter and Mr. Phillips to come over. Inform them that I have significant matters to discuss in a meeting." Immediately after Jarvis had seen Rorschach off, Howard Stark turned to a nearby secretary and spoke in a low voice. Chester Phillips may not have the resounding name of Agent Carter or Howard Stark, yet he was indeed the last of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, he was the inaugural and sole director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and also the superior of Captain America and Peggy Carter. In the ultimate showdown against the Red Skull, it was this man who personally drove the two into battle. His family has deep-rooted connections within the military, wielding considerable influence. Overall, he is a remarkably understated individual. Chapter 046. Howard Stark is astonished. "Yes, sir." The secretary responded promptly and then hurried away to contact the other two S.H.I.E.L.D. executives as per Howard Stark's request. After a brief moment of contemplation, Howard Stark made his way towards a clandestine laboratory within the base. Before the other two could arrive, he was eager to investigate the nature of that mechanical life form. Ding! After passing through the access verification, Howard Stark descended in the elevator to a hidden laboratory underground. There, Arnim Zola was leading a team in the study of the fallen Decepticon's corpse. "Arnim, what do you have? Any discoveries?" Howard Stark approached the lab table with impatience, gazing at Arnim Zola. "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, Stark." Arnim Zola adjusted his glasses, his face illuminated with the fervor of a scientist. "This massive creature has no power module whatsoever. At least, I have not found any source of power. Without a power source, how could such a colossal robot be in motion? This is clearly inconsistent with scientific principles. Is it possible that Rorschach speaks the truth?" Could it be that this entity is not merely a robot, but a living organism? Come over here. Anam Zolo once again guided Howard Stark to a device, pointing at the intricate curves and data displayed. Do you see? Within this heap of metallic scrap, there lies an astonishingly faint energy fluctuation. Although it sounds utterly implausible, I am compelled to arrive at this conclusion. This robot is alive. It truly is alive. Howard Stark, too, bore a look of sheer disbelief. Rorschach was not lying. His vehicle is indeed a mechanical life form. Initially intending only to share a meal with Howard Stark, little did I anticipate the series of extraordinary events that would unfold. The delays accumulated over time. By the time Rorschach returned to Xavier's mansion, night had fully descended. However, the majority of the inhabitants were young, their spirits still lively, congregating in the living room to engage in light-hearted conversation rather than retreating to their chambers. Upon Rorschach's arrival, he instantly became the center of attention. "Hey, Rorschach, I flew today," the siren exclaimed, brimming with excitement, unable to conceal her elation. "Let me tell you, mate. The feeling was simply exhilarating, like soaring through the skies like a bird. Can you imagine? Siren, you've been bragging all day. Do you really need to go on?" The Ravager interjected teasingly. "Strictly speaking, what you did can only be classified as gliding, not true flight," Darwin added nonchalantly, dousing the siren's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Darwin, you are such a buzzkill," the siren retorted, then turned back to Rorschach. "Would you like to know how I accomplished that?" Having seen the movie, Rorschach was well aware of the details, but he did not wish to dampen the siren's spirits at that moment. "Of course, I'm quite intrigued. Please, share with me." Rorschach settled into an empty seat, joining the group. It was Charles and Hank. The siren began animatedly, gesturing as she recounted her tale. "You know, Charles has been teaching me how to control my sound waves these past few days, and I've made tremendous progress. Hank crafted me a bat suit today, and then I utilized sound wave propulsion alongside the suit to adjust my body balance. And just like that, I flew. Hank, thank you so much. You are truly remarkable," the siren exclaimed, giving Hank a thumbs up. "Basic fluid dynamics. That's all it is, siren. There's nothing extraordinary about it," Hank replied. Though his words seemed to carry an air of pretension, they were, in fact, grounded in truth. For Hank, fluid mechanics, as a fundamental branch of physics, was indeed just that. At this moment, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Rorschach, saying, "Do you have time tonight? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Although Rorschach was uncertain about the nature of Hank's request, he readily agreed. "Of course." "Hey, Hank, why the secrecy? Is there something that can't be said here?" the Ravager interjected, unable to contain himself. The others joined in the playful teasing. However, Mystique, Raven, could not help but cast a meaningful glance at Hank, as if she understood his intentions for seeking out Rorschach. "Hank, please come to my room," Rorschach suggested. After exchanging light banter with the others present, he bid them farewell and led Hank to his quarters. "You know, this feels rather strange. If I weren't aware of who Hank is, I might genuinely suspect he harbored ulterior motives towards me," Rorschach thought. "Please, take a seat, Hank," Rorschach invited, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "What is it that has you so mysterious?" "Hank," he began, "I must admit, at times I find myself envious of you." Hank sat down before Rorschach, expressing his sentiments with a sense of longing. Rorschach chuckled. "Envious of what? My looks? Come on, you're not lacking in that regard." Hank laughed in return. "Rorschach, you know that's not what I mean." This playful exchange lightened the previously serious atmosphere considerably. "You, Charles, Eric, and the others, unlike Raven and me, though you are extraordinary, you do not need to conceal your true selves. Do you understand what I mean? My large feet are abnormal. They render me akin to a monster. And I have no desire to be a monster." Hank then collected his thoughts and began to elaborate to Rorschach. By now, Rorschach understood Hank's intentions. Hank wished to cure himself, which led him to develop a serum that he subsequently injected into himself. However, rather than achieving his desired outcome, it transformed him into Beast Hank. Rorschach recalled that in his pursuit of this serum, Beast Hank had drawn blood from Raven. Was he now seeking to draw blood from Rorschach? Indeed, Rorschach's intuition was correct. For Hank, merely studying his own blood and Raven's was insufficient. To achieve a normal appearance, he needed a baseline sample from a mutant who appeared ordinary. This thought was one Hank dared not share with Charles and Eric, knowing they would not comprehend. He also refrained from discussing it with other young mutants like Darwin and Siren. Those individuals exhibit a remarkable lack of maturity. Upon reflection, it appears that only Rorschach is the most suitable candidate. Chapter 047. Rorschach's mutant abilities from a young age. I have pondered the aspiration to become normal. It has been a long-held dream of mine. Rorschach, I wonder if you can empathize with this sentiment, for your appearance is inherently ordinary, and as you walk outside, no one casts a peculiar glance your way. However, my experience differs. I have endured enough of such scrutiny. Hank's voice resonated, interrupting Rorschach's reverie. So, Hank, what do you require of me? Although Rorschach had already surmised Hank's intentions, he feigned ignorance and inquired further. Rorschach, I realize my request may be rather presumptuous, but may I collect a sample of your blood? Hank hesitated momentarily before addressing Rorschach. I have been diligently researching a cure for my condition and have made significant breakthroughs. I am merely one step away, and I require a reference sample. Just a small amount of your blood would suffice. Hank gazed at Rorschach with hopeful anticipation. I am truly sorry, Hank, but I am quite sensitive about this matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Rorschach firmly declined Hank's request. His body had undergone systematic modification, distinct from his original X gene. Indeed, Rorschach possesses the X gene, making him a genuine mutant. Otherwise, how could he have been brought to the CIA's secret facility by Professor X? As for Rorschach's mutant abilities, they remain dormant in everyday life but can manifest under specific circumstances, particularly underwater breathing. His skin can absorb the surrounding air directly. Of course, Rorschach's underwater breathing differs vastly from that of the deep-sea members of the Super 7. Their physiological structures have undergone transformation, developing gill-like features akin to fish. Rorschach, however, exhibits no such anomalies. His body remains entirely typical. He absorbs air from the water without needing to swallow it along with the liquid. This ability, one might say, is often superfluous, indeed, quite useless. Rorschach has never disclosed this to anyone. To date, everyone, including Charles, believes that Rorschach's abilities stem from the capabilities bestowed upon him by the national template. Under these circumstances, Rorschach could not possibly allow Hank to draw his blood so casually. No, Rorschach, I should be the one apologizing. I realize this request is quite intrusive. A hint of disappointment flickered across Hank's face, yet he maintained a courteous demeanor towards Rorschach. Hank, do you only require a sample of normal-looking mutant blood? Just as Hank was about to depart, Rorschach suddenly lifted his head to inquire. Yes, why do you ask? Hank responded, somewhat perplexed as he gazed at Rorschach. If that is the case, Hank, while I cannot allow you to draw my blood, I might be able to provide you with other blood samples, Rorschach remarked in a nonchalant tone. For him, this was merely a trivial matter. Regardless of the inevitable confrontation with Black Emperor or the long-awaited clash with Stryker, Rorschach would inevitably encounter other mutants. At that time, bringing Hank a few samples would be of little consequence. Rorschach, thank you very much. A look of surprise suddenly illuminated Hank's previously disappointed face. However, if this would put you in a difficult position, it's quite all right, Hank. Doing something for a friend is no burden at all. Thank you, Rorschach. Beyond gratitude, I find myself at a loss for words. Then there is no need to say more. Now it's getting late. Let us return to rest. The presence of two grown men in one room at this hour makes me rather uncomfortable. Hank departed, content, although it was merely Rorschach's verbal promise. Devoid of any tangible evidence, Hank believed that since Rorschach had made a commitment, he would surely fulfill it. After Hank's departure, Rorschach found himself deep in thought. He recalled that in the original film, Hank had only requested a blood sample from Mystique, Raven. Clearly, his own traversal had caused some deviation in the original narrative. If Hank were to acquire another blood sample, would he once again transform into Beast Hank? Rorschach was quite eager to find out. Good morning, Rorschach. Morning, Sea Witch, Raven. Alex. The following day, the young mutants rose early, even while the eastern horizon was merely tinged with the first light of dawn, and the sun had not yet fully ascended. This was unimaginable when they were at the CIA base, where they had been a lethargic bunch, unable to rise until the sun was high in the sky. However, under the rigorous training of Charles and Eric, substantial changes had taken place in every aspect of their lives. After hastily consuming breakfast in the cafeteria and exchanging greetings, they regrouped once again on the training grounds. Charles and Eric had already been waiting there for some time. However, for some unknown reason, Moira, who typically accompanied Charles, assisting with data recording, was absent. Although puzzled, Rorschach did not voice his thoughts immediately. As Charles began leading everyone into intensive training, he approached Eric quietly. Moira had received a tip-off and went out to investigate. Eric did not wait for Rorschach to inquire. Instead, He proactively offered an explanation. Rorschach nodded, refraining from further comment, yet he held a rather pessimistic view regarding this investigation. After all, from Rorschach's recollection, it seemed that prior to the climactic showdown of the Cuban Missile Crisis, no one had ever located the Black Emperor. However, the content encapsulated within a film is invariably limited, revealing only fragments of the entirety. Presently, Rorschach found himself in a realm of reality, where it was indeed plausible for Mora to have uncovered a lead on Shaw. It simply had not made the final cut into the film. Furthermore, due to Rorschach's transdimensional journey, certain predetermined trajectories might have deviated, making the outcome uncertain. After all, when Shaw initially infiltrated the CIA base, he had not encountered the setbacks he faced now. Rorschach, tell me, if Shaw is found, would you prevent me from killing him? Eric suddenly asked, his demeanor serious as he gazed at Rorschach. Why would I do that? Rorschach shrugged, responding matter-of-factly. In this regard, he was certainly not an idealist like Charles. Eric's desire for vengeance against the murder of his mother was wholly justified. Rorschach could conceive of no reason to dissuade him. Chapter 048. The Trail of the Black Emperor. Upon hearing Rorschach's words, a look of profound satisfaction spread across Eric's face. Indeed, compared to Charles, Rorschach was far more to his liking. Charles was excessively idealistic, bordering on the absurd. Yet with Charles's remarkable intellect, could he truly be oblivious to this fact? Eric believed not. It was well known that Charles graduated from Harvard at the age of 16 and was appointed as a genetics professor by a prestigious institution like Oxford before he even turned 20. The brilliance of such a mind far surpassed Eric's own. Eric found it hard to believe that Charles was unaware of the myriad issues stemming from the inherent differences between mutants and humans. Rather, Charles had consistently chosen to ignore them. In their extensive time together, Eric had come to a genuine understanding of the vast chasm that existed between him and Charles, an insurmountable divide. This meant that no matter what, Eric could never fully integrate into Charles's circle. Their paths would inevitably diverge. Alas, ideological differences are a fundamental flaw, and one cannot force compatibility. However, the current unity among everyone in combating Shaw has prevented any rifts from surfacing. Yet, once the situation with Shaw reaches a resolution, these fissures will inevitably emerge. Eric is also contemplating his future, secretly planning to establish his own circle. With extraordinary strength and a maturity that surpasses his peers, yet lacking the rigidity of Charles, Rorschach naturally becomes a prime target for Eric's recruitment. Rorschach, I believe we should engage in more discussions privately when the time allows, Eric remarked, patting Rorschach on the shoulder with a meaningful look. What are you two discussing? Charles, having taken a moment from his brief arrangements for the mutants, approached with curiosity. We're discussing Shaw, Eric replied nonchalantly. I informed Rorschach that Moira is investigating Shaw. At the mention of Shaw, Charles's expression grew serious. It's unfortunate that the mind wave amplifier was destroyed. Otherwise, locating Shaw would have been considerably easier. During this time, Hank has indeed been diligently preparing for the reconstruction of the mind wave amplifier, but it remains a substantial undertaking. Given that everyone is currently preoccupied with training, there is simply no time to complete the construction in the near future. In Charles and Eric's understanding, the reason Shaw has eluded capture is due to the White Queen. However, during their recent mission to the Soviet Union, they successfully apprehended her. Thus, Shaw should no longer possess the means to resist Charles. What they do not know is that the true tool enabling Shaw to shield himself from Charles's perception is not the White Queen, but rather his helmet. Furthermore, within Shaw's submarine, there exists a room that completely isolates mental perception, effectively neutralizing Charles's abilities. Even if Hank were to reconstruct the mind wave amplifier, it would be of no consequence. Rorschach, did you seek me for a particular reason? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Charles fixed his gaze on Rorschach and inquired. It is noteworthy that Rorschach does not require special training under Charles, so his presence here suggests he has something to discuss. Charles, I actually wanted to ask if there is a suitable place for me to train my heat beam, Rorschach stated directly to Charles. He indeed had a purpose for coming to him. In both his battle against Wade and the conflict with the Decepticons, Rorschach realized that his application of the heat beam was not yet sufficiently refined. Otherwise, defeating Wade should have been far easier. Through those encounters, Rorschach became acutely aware of the deficiencies in his combat skills. Of course, Rorschach, Charles chuckled, for he lacked nothing in this place except for space. I am truly delighted that you have finally come to seek me out. In fact, I have been contemplating your heat ray. Would you care to hear my thoughts? I would be eager to do so, Rorschach promptly replied. Charles engaged Rorschach in a discussion regarding certain training issues related to the heat ray, and their exchange was quite pleasant, resulting in a rough plan being formulated swiftly. Thank you immensely, Charles. Rorschach expressed sincerely. No need for thanks, my friend. Charles responded with equal sincerity. After greeting Charles, Eric, and the other mutant companions, Rorschach returned to his training room to continue his regimen. Should I consider learning specialized combat techniques? He pondered while throwing punches. His confrontation with Wade had indeed revealed several shortcomings. However, this thought was soon dismissed by Rorschach. With his power steadily increasing, a straightforward approach would suffice. There was no real necessity for additional skills. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated incessantly. Charles's efficiency was remarkably high. By the next day, he had prepared a dedicated space for Rorschach to train with the heat ray, an indoor tennis court. How extravagant! Moreover, Charles had enlisted Hank's help to design a simple tennis ball launcher that could continuously and randomly project tennis balls. Rorschach's task was to utilize his heat ray to strike those tennis balls, thereby achieving his training objectives. Of course, Rorschach's current heat ray could only be sustained for a brief duration, necessitating intermittent training, which was somewhat frustrating. Rorschach, could you come to my office for a moment? Before Rorschach could commence his training, Charles called him into his office with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Eric and Moira were already seated inside, and the atmosphere was distinctly grave. Moira, when did you return? Rorschach inquired casually as he sat down in an available seat. Moira had just come back, and she bore crucial intelligence. Charles spoke gravely to Rorschach. We have located Shaw. Eric added emphatically. Indeed, Rorschach, I have found Shaw. Moira reiterated solemnly. So, we have truly found Shaw? Frankly speaking, Rorschach was somewhat taken aback by this development, as it had not been part of the original narrative. However, upon further reflection, he found little to say. This issue had already occupied his thoughts the previous day and was not particularly challenging to comprehend. He simply hadn't anticipated that Moira would genuinely achieve something. Chapter 49. Charles's abilities rendered ineffective Rorschach. We intend to set out immediately to apprehend Shaw. What you must understand is that this operation will proceed without the support of the CIA, and Agent Moira is still on leave. Thus, this will be a private undertaking. Regardless of whether you choose to participate or abstain, I felt it necessary to clarify this beforehand. Charles's voice resonated with gravity as he regarded Rorschach earnestly. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. While Charles would not coerce Rorschach, he would be profoundly disappointed should Rorschach falter at such a critical juncture. After all, both he and Eric had long held high expectations for Rorschach. I understand. So, when do we depart? Rorschach replied with an air of inevitability. This was a splendid opportunity to refresh his mission. How could he possibly refuse? Moreover, having enjoyed the comforts provided by Charles, it would be rather ungracious for Rorschach to feign indifference now that there was a matter at hand. He then noticed a subtle joy flickering across Charles and Eric's faces. Include the others. Eric interjected at this moment. Eric, they are not yet prepared. Charles hesitated in response. Indeed, the training during this period had proven effective, and everyone's abilities had significantly improved. However, in Charles's eyes, they had not yet reached the level required for deployment. Even Eric could only rely on his anger to unleash his latent potential, and under normal circumstances, he could merely withstand bullets, nothing beyond that. Not to mention the others. Charles, when Shaw confronted the CIA, he did not consider whether they were prepared. That is the harsh reality. Can you guarantee that they will be ready to face all future challenges and setbacks? Eric asserted firmly. From my perspective, they are sufficiently prepared. Moira concurred with Eric, emphasizing that one could not shield them indefinitely, and indeed, they were needed. Charles fell silent. After a moment, he finally nodded. Very well. He then summoned all the mutants together and conveyed the news about the discovery of Shaw. Who is Shaw, you may ask? I trust you are all well aware of his identity. If any of you wish to remain behind during this operation, I completely understand. You have every justification to do so, Charles solemnly addressed the group. The atmosphere in the room visibly shifted, becoming increasingly oppressive. The previous encounter with the CIA had left an indelible psychological scar on everyone, courtesy of Shaw. Of course we should go. I have awaited this day for far too long. Alex, the Ravager, was the first to voice his enthusiasm, his voice ringing out. Count me in. I am no longer a protected weakling, chimed in Raven, the shapeshifter. Human nature often inclines towards conformity, with the Ravager and the shapeshifter leading the charge. Despite their underlying tension, doubts, and concerns, the remaining mutants ultimately joined the cause without exception. Charles and Eric exchanged a glance, each finding a flicker of reassurance in the other's eyes. Their recent arduous training had not been in vain. All right, prepare yourselves. We shall convene on the playground in 20 minutes. Eric clapped his hands and announced to the group. The mutants departed, each displaying a myriad of expressions. At this moment, Moira cast a glance at Charles, Eric, and Rorschach, her uncertainty palpable as she inquired, "Do you think we will capture Shaw this time?" "There is no room for doubt. I must apprehend him," Magneto declared with unwavering conviction. 2 hours later, a plane from New York touched down in Manhattan, and a contingent of mutants filed out along the terminal. Good heavens, the weather in Manhattan is frigid, the Sea Witch remarked, tugging at her sleeves to retain warmth. Is Shaw truly here in Manhattan? I wonder if he intends to infiltrate Wall Street. Once we capture him, you can certainly ask him that question, the Ravager interjected. Indeed, it would be prudent to inquire. Darwin raised his fist in agreement, clearly indicating that his version of questioning involved a more physical approach. After a long journey, the emotional tension among the mutants had dissipated significantly. They were far less anxious than before. This was a positive development. Outside the airport, Moira had already arranged for transportation. The group boarded the vehicle, and after navigating a labyrinth of streets, they eventually halted on a somewhat secluded road. Not far from their stopping point stood an ordinary hotel. "Please wait for me here," Moira called to the others in the vehicle before disembarking. She walked approximately 300 meters and settled onto a public bench beneath a gnarled tree. It seemed as though one had grown weary and sought a place to rest. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man passed by Moira. He did not linger near her, but discreetly gestured in her direction. Understanding the implication, Moira returned to the vehicle shortly after the man's figure vanished. "I have confirmed with my informant that Shao is indeed inside," Moira indicated towards the hotel. "Charles." Eric's spirits lifted as he immediately turned to Charles. Without further ado, Charles placed his hand to his temple, attempting to sense the interior of the hotel. Soon, his expression darkened. "There was troubling news. My abilities are restricted to the exterior of the hotel." "Well," Eric replied with a chilling smile, "this is fortuitous news for me. The fact that Charles's powers are obstructed signifies what? It appears we are indeed in the right location. How could this be? Do they possess another telepath?" Moira inquired of Charles with a furrowed brow. This was not favorable news for her, as it left them oblivious to the specifics within the hotel. "Perhaps. I cannot be certain, but I regret to inform you that I may be of little assistance in the forthcoming actions." Charles shook his head, visibly disheartened. His abilities were centered around manipulating thoughts and consciousness. Once restricted, they rendered him utterly incapacitated. Chapter 050. The Black Emperor has truly appeared. Charles, has Shao discovered our presence? Raven, the shapeshifter, asked gravely, her gaze fixed on Charles. Yet, Charles shook his head. "I did not perceive any psychic scanning. My abilities are merely obstructed. Honestly, this is the first time I have encountered such a situation, but I suspect that it may not be the work of a telepath." If a telepath had sensed Charles's scan, the individual would have immediately retaliated with their own scan, rather than remaining completely unresponsive. Following a concise exchange among Charles, Eric, and the others, they speculated that the opposition might be employing some form of device, which would render the scenario more plausible. However, if they indeed possessed such a device, it would be dire news. Regardless of the implications, since we have arrived, we must achieve a resolution. Eric, growing impatient, removed his outer garment, preparing for action. Charles, Moira, and Rorschach exchanged glances, each in agreement with Eric's proposal. Thus far, they were unable to undertake any further actions, save for entering the hotel's confines. If a group of individuals were to retreat in fear simply because Charles' abilities were suppressed, that would indeed be a farcical scenario. "Raven, you stay behind." However, before the operation commenced, Charles addressed Mystique with a serious demeanor. Having grown up alongside her, he was naturally reluctant to expose her to unnecessary danger. Moreover, Mystique's capabilities were undeniably limited, especially in an environment like a hotel, where her potential for action was severely constrained. Raven was displeased, feeling that Charles' preferential treatment rendered her akin to a liability. "This is not the time for debate. We need someone to keep watch outside and assist us." Charles interrupted Raven firmly. He then turned his attention to Hank, stating, "Hank, you and Raven will be together. This is equally an important task. If anything seems amiss, I need you to notify us immediately, understood? I understand, Charles. Hank responded with a rational demeanor, recognizing that this arrangement was indeed the most prudent. If anything were to transpire, he and Raven would merely become burdens to the group. Furthermore, from a tactical perspective, it was essential for not everyone to enter simultaneously, otherwise, they would risk being overwhelmed by the enemy without any chance of recovery. Thus, Raven and Hank remained outside, while the remaining mutants followed Charles, Eric, and Moira as they proceeded toward the hotel ahead. With Charles' abilities neutralized, everyone heightened their vigilance, adopting a cautious demeanor. However, until they entered the hotel lobby, they could not discern anything amiss. Guests occasionally passed by, and the receptionist attended to patrons, presenting a facade of normalcy. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. To be precise, it was a voice that everyone recognized all too well. Black King Shaw? There he appeared, clad in a suit and holding a glass of wine, exuding an air of ostentatious superiority from the second-floor corridor. He looked down upon the crowd in the lobby, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. As everyone in the lobby raised their heads, numerous gazes converged upon Shaw's face. Their expressions turned grim, for it became abundantly clear that this was indeed a trap meticulously laid by Shaw. Nevertheless, despite the evident danger, they felt compelled to press on. For this was the first opportunity in such a long time to capture Shaw. Is it really Shaw? Rorschach felt a sense of surprise. Through television news, it has become apparent that the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union has begun to deteriorate, approaching a critical freezing point. With the missile crisis on the brink of eruption, at such a juncture, should not Shaw be actively navigating the tensions between the two nations? How is it that he finds himself here? Luo felt an unsettling dissonance. Yet, the individual before him was unmistakably Shaw, there could be no doubt. Shaw. Eric's teeth clenched in fury. He raised his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the Black Emperor, as if he wished to devour him whole. In the throes of his rage, the chandeliers overhead began to sway, and metallic objects throughout the hall trembled in resonance. This spectacle left the ordinary onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Eric, not now? Not here with civilians present. Charles shouted at Eric. With a cold smirk, Eric extended his hand towards the chandeliers, and the metal frames within them abruptly contorted. Crash! Crash! The chandeliers exploded in an instant. A chorus of gasps erupted as the crowd, startled and horrified, scattered in panic. In mere moments, the once lively hall was rendered desolate. Eric waved his hand once more. Bang! Bang! The hotel doors were slammed shut, sealing off any further entrance. The situation was flawlessly resolved. Charles furrowed his brow. Eric's volatile temperament, prone to extremes, was starkly evident at this moment. They could have easily opted for a more measured approach to disperse the crowd. In fact, he had intended to do just that. New task generated. Task: foil the Black Emperor Sebastian Zhao's plot and ambush. Task reward: 700 source points. In the midst of confronting the Black Emperor, several notification chimes echoed in Luo Xia's mind. At last, a new task had arrived. His eyes brightened, for this task promised a generous reward of 700 source points, more than all his previous tasks combined. This made Luo Xia quite pleased. It seemed that his journey to Manhattan had not been in vain. Ah, what a formidable display of anger. Xiao's voice rang out, calm and composed, a superior smile gracing his features. Dear compatriots, I understand your purpose here, yet I am still willing to offer you an opportunity. Will you join me in ushering in a new era for mutants, reclaiming the rightful status that we deserve, or will you stand against me? This is the final opportunity one offer you. I urge you to deliberate carefully. I assure you, I shall show no mercy to my adversaries. Chapter 051. The Great Mutant Class Shao. This is not a new era. It is a shameful and heinous massacre. What you are doing now is far more egregious than the actions of that little tyrant from the past. Charles raised his head, launching a relentless accusation at the Black King. He had long accessed the memories of the White Queen and was aware of the Black King's plans to incite nuclear war on Earth. Thus, his anger was anything but feigned. It appears you have chosen to side with ordinary humans. The Black King made no effort to debate Charles, merely sentencing him to death in silence. Swish, swish, swish. The faint sound of slicing air echoed. It was Eric, controlling all the metallic objects within the hall, metallic ornaments, dining knives, forks, and so forth, launching them frantically toward the Black King on the second floor. At that moment, the door behind the Black King suddenly swung open, and a figure swiftly darted out, placing a hand on the Black King's shoulder. Instantly, the two became semi-transparent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the metallic objects passed through their bodies, striking the corridor and walls behind them, causing no harm to the Black King whatsoever. Goodness, is that divine power? Roche could not help but exclaim, incredulous that one could render oneself ethereal. Eric's expression darkened. It seems you have already made your choice. After Eric's wave of attack subsided, the ethereal figure withdrew his hand from the Black King, who returned to his normal state, disappointment etched on his face as he addressed the assembly. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to eliminate you. With this declaration, 4 additional mutants emerged sequentially from the connecting rooms along the corridor. While their abilities were not immediately apparent, their imposing presence suggested they were far from ordinary. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Shao! Eric shouted in fury, extending his hands once more to seize control of the metallic objects for another assault on the Black King. However, before the objects could reach Shao, a figure dressed like a ninja suddenly leapt from the second floor, descending upon Eric with the grace of a soaring goose. A samurai sword was swung menacingly towards Eric. Instinctively, Eric attempted to seize control of the weapon, only to discover that the sword was not metallic at all, rendering him utterly powerless. Alarmed, he realized that the ninja's blade was already poised dangerously before him. Just then, a searing beam of energy shot forth from the side, striking the ninja's sword and deflecting it away. "Thank you, Rorschach," Eric exclaimed, still shaken, as he began to manipulate the metal objects around him, launching them at the ninja. However, the opponent wielded his sword with such precision that every one of Eric's attacks was effortlessly blocked. Impressive, is it not? Black Monarch, observing from the second floor, regarded Rorschach with astonishment. Rorschach glanced up at Black Monarch, but chose not to engage him. Having previously encountered Zhao's abilities, he understood that all assaults against him would be futile. Not only Rorschach, but even the Ravager, the Sea Witch, and others refrained from recklessly attacking Shao. Charles had previously warned everyone that Black Monarch could absorb abilities, rendering any offensive efforts counterproductive. Thus, none dared to attack Shao indiscriminately. Only Eric, upon seeing his nemesis before him, was unable to restrain his emotions, leading to his impulsive actions. Aside from Charles, none could contend with Shao. This understanding was shared not only by Rorschach and the others, but also by Black Monarch himself. At that moment, a man with dreadlocks standing beside Black Monarch suddenly extended his hand towards Charles. Despite being a grown man, his nails were extraordinarily long, reminiscent of a woman's. In an instant, those sharp nails shot towards Charles with the force of bullets. "It's a Kimaru," Darwin cried out, instinctively shielding Charles. The 5 razor-sharp nails struck Darwin. Yet his survival instinct activated, transforming his body into something as resilient as steel, completely thwarting the attack from the nail-wielding adversary. At this juncture, 2 figures leaped down from the second floor. One of them bore hands resembling the claws of a wolf, their movements evoking the shadow of a wolf itself. This individual was a wolfman. The individual adeptly utilized both hands and feet, charging towards the Ravager with a rapid, thunderous momentum. The Ravager unleashed an energy projectile aimed at his opponent, yet the agile man effortlessly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, another combatant, a mutant capable of projecting airwave-like blades, surged forward towards the Sea Witch. A swift skirmish ensued between the 2 parties. As for Rorschach, a voice abruptly resonated from behind him. "I have heard that you killed the Red Devil and the Torrent." Upon turning, he beheld a woman clad in a tight black suit, seemingly emerging from the shadows, transforming into a whirlwind as she approached him. "But unfortunately, you cannot kill me." With that proclamation, the Windblade woman swiftly slashed at Rorschach with her dagger. Naturally, Rorschach was not one to be so easily struck. With a deft motion, he brandished a dagger he had prepared earlier, intercepting her attack. The sound of a crisp clash echoed as the dagger in the Windblade woman's hand was forcefully dislodged, sent flying backward. Due to the brief duration of the heat ray, Rorschach opted to conserve it for a critical moment, choosing instead to engage with his dagger. "You certainly possess remarkable strength," the Windblade woman remarked, momentarily taken aback, before licking her lips and offering a seductive smile. As if ignoring her, Rorschach lunged forward once more, aiming to strike. Once again, she transformed into a gust of wind, allowing his dagger to slice through the air without inflicting any harm. The Windblade woman's ability to become the very essence of wind starkly contrasted with the Torrent's reliance on whirlwinds for displacement. It seemed her audacity to confront Rorschach, Despite his notorious reputation for vanquishing the Red Devil and the Torrent, stemmed from her underestimation of his true capabilities. Chapter 052. The Flaw, the beginning of the counterattack. Boom. 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 The hall was engulfed in chaos as a fierce battle erupted between the two factions of mutants. Among them, Eric faced off against a ninja. Nailman clashed with Darwin. Wolfman battled the Ravager, and the Sea, which confronted the Windblade Man, while Rorschach contended with the Windblade Woman. Morris stood vigil by Charles's side, prepared for any eventuality. As for Charles and the opposing leader, Shao, neither had yet engaged in combat. Additionally, there was the phasing man accompanying Shao. However, the circumstances for Charles and Shao differed significantly. Charles found his abilities entirely suppressed, rendering him incapable of mounting any effective offense against the enemy, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Conversely, Shao appeared to have the situation firmly in hand, disinterested in joining the fray. The two parties exhibit fundamental differences. From the perspective of the battlefield, Charles's situation appears exceedingly precarious, despite the extensive training that has significantly enhanced their capabilities. However, their adversaries are evidently seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and adept. Upon engagement, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Except for Eric, who maintains a calm demeanor against his opponent, the other mutants find themselves in a state of utter disarray, floundering amidst the chaos. It is an inescapable truth that real combat diverges markedly from training. Rorschach is inclined to assist, yet the Wind Woman clings to him like a persistent leech, hindering his every move. The moment Rorschach lets his guard down, a gust of wind surges forth from all directions, launching a stealthy assault against him. Ironically, Rorschach's attacks prove ineffective against the wind, which is exceedingly vexing. Although the Wind Woman cannot inflict harm upon Rorschach, her incessant interference remains a source of considerable annoyance. With a swift motion, Rorschach had just repelled the Wind Woman, intending to rush to the aid of his comrades, when a familiar whistling sound reached his ears once more. A fresh gust of wind barreled towards him, accompanied by a dagger that approached silently. Rorschach promptly unleashed his super speed, narrowly evading the strike, before pivoting to counterattack. Yet, his blade merely sliced through the wind. A mocking laughter echoed from within the tempest, the Wind Woman taunting him with her insolent voice. Are you frustrated? Are you enraged? Do you wish to eliminate me? Alas, you shall never lay a finger on me. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle and imperceptible smirk had crept onto the corner of Rorschach's mouth. Through the relentless exchanges and clashes, Rorschach had discerned the Wind Woman's patterns. Alex, be cautious. Amidst the fierce battle, Charles's voice rang out with palpable concern. Before them, the Wolfman surged through a barrage of energy waves, propelled forward like a true wolf, leaping through the air to confront the Ravager. With ferocity, he lashed out with his claws. I've got you. The Wolfman's face contorted into a menacing grin. The Ravager's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He found himself trapped, with no opportunity to evade. However, at that moment, Rorschach abruptly turned his head, unleashing two heat beams directed at the Wolfman. Just as the Wolfman was about to overpower the Ravager, he was struck as if by a mighty hammer. Careening sideways and crashing against the wall, the Ravager was spared from imminent peril. The man gazed at Rorschach, still shaken, filled with profound gratitude. However, at that moment, the Ravager's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Rorschach, be careful." Seizing the opportunity while Rorschach was preoccupied with aiding the Ravager, the Stone Woman appeared at his side in an instant. With her dagger, she plunged it fiercely into Rorschach's body. You dare to be distracted while battling me? A smug smile spread across her face. The audacity to divert attention to save another while ensnared in her grasp was unfathomable. Yet, her moment of triumph was fleeting. Almost immediately, the sensation she felt was wrong. Something was amiss. She cast a hurried glance and her expression soured. The dagger merely grazed Rorschach's skin, piercing only the surface, failing to penetrate deeply at all. How could this be? Was this boy's body forged from steel? If I don't reveal a weakness, how could you possibly deceive me? Rorschach smiled softly, seizing the hand that clutched the dagger. The Stone Woman's face contorted with alarm. As long as I hold on to you, you cannot petrify, can you? Otherwise, why would someone with such extraordinary power resort to ambush? Rorschach said confidently. The Stone Woman thrashed desperately in his grip. But her struggles were futile, akin to the mythical sun Wukong trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Her strength was utterly insignificant before Rorschach. Alice, A furious and anxious cry erupted as a ninja, engaged in a fierce battle with Eric, caught sight of this scene. Abandoning Eric, he rushed toward Rorschach with his blade raised. The Wolfman, who had just been shot down by Rorschach, scrambled to his feet and charged at Rorschach as well, seeking to rescue the Stone Woman. This further validated Rorschach's suspicions. However, regrettably for them, Rorschach had no intention of granting them the opportunity. With a swift thrust, Rorschach drove the dagger into the Stone Woman's heart. The Wolfman, who had rushed halfway, was intercepted by a wave of energy from the Ravager before he could reach Rorschach. The same fate awaited the ninja. Eric was not to be trifled with. With a casual toss, Rorschach discarded the Stone Woman's lifeless body to the ground. He dove forward, achieving nearly triple the speed of a highway, and surged toward the Wolfman. With a powerful punch aimed at the Wolfman, the force of the blow generated a resounding crack as it sliced through the air, swiftly reaching its target. Sensing the immense pressure emanating from Rorschach's fist, the Wolfman dared not take it lightly. He propelled himself off the ground, lunging towards Rorschach. In an instant, Rorschach's fist collided with the Wolfman, who was sent sprawling as if struck by a meteorite. However, this time, the Wolfman could not rise again. He lay motionless on the ground. Having already endured Rorschach's scorching ray, he was now overwhelmed by the sheer weight of Rorschach's punch, which was measured in hundreds of tons. The mutants on Black Emperor's side were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of deep apprehension towards Rorschach. In a mere moment, two of their own had fallen to this formidable adversary, and his ferocity was undeniable. At that moment, Rorschach strode towards the Windblade Man, who was engaged in combat with the Sea Demon. Chapter 053. This fellow is indeed formidable. The Windblade Man, embroiled in battle with the Sea Demon, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, as if a ferocious beast had set its sights upon him. Alex, Sean, Darwin, you three assist Charles in locating and dismantling that device that shields mental abilities. The rest of you, it will suffice for me and Eric to handle the situation. Rorschach commanded as he advanced, viewing all present adversaries as trivial obstacles. With his current strength, eliminating them posed no challenge. The sole concern was the Black Emperor. His abilities were exceedingly grotesque, standing there as an insurmountable barrier. Without Charles' support, he was practically invincible. Understood. Acknowledged Rorschach. Came the chorus of agreement. Rorschach had long established his authority in the eyes of the others, and his recent decisive actions had only bolstered his standing. No one dared to question his orders, and promptly set about executing his strategy. The Ravager, the Sea Demon, and Darwin swiftly approached Charles. Charles expressed his concurrence with Rorschach's plan, merely cautioning Rorschach and Eric to exercise care before hastily departing the hall with Moira and the other three mutants. Rorschach, calm and composed, approached Eric. The remaining adversaries, a trio of ninjas, the Windblade Man, and the Claw Man, gathered together, momentarily locking eyes in a tense standoff. Rorschach, you truly are a troublesome individual, one of them remarked. The voice of the Black Emperor resonated, as he shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the unexpected resilience of your physique. One misstep has cost us our advantage. In the Black Emperor's strategy, the Wind Woman was deemed the most suitable adversary for Rorschach, and none anticipated that Rorschach could vanquish her. After all, the essence of wind cannot be extinguished. Once the others had dealt with their opponents, Rorschach would become a target trapped without escape, inconsequential. Yet, who could have foreseen that Rorschach's body could withstand a dagger? The Wind Woman, upon whom everyone had pinned their hopes, was swiftly eliminated, catching everyone off guard. Rorschach, restrain those troublesome individuals, Eric's voice commanded, his gaze fixed intently upon Shao, as if he were ready to unleash fire. Go, Eric, I shall handle this, Rorschach replied straightforwardly. He understood that until Charles regained his abilities, any offensive would be futile, possibly even empowering Shao further. However, Rorschach was acutely aware that Eric, upon seeing his mother's murderer before him, could not remain indifferent. Eric nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the staircase. The trio of adversarial mutants would not passively allow Eric to confront their leader. The Clawman immediately reached out towards Eric. However, before the Clawman could launch an attack, Rorschach unleashed a thermal ray towards him. The Clawman's expression shifted as he swiftly evaded, forgetting all about Eric. Rorschach's thermal ray continued unabated, slicing toward the other ninja and Windblade Man, forcing all three to dodge, leaving them no time to consider Eric. At that moment, Rorschach stomped his foot upon the ground, shattering it. and propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, crashing down before the Claw Man, Wind Blade Man, and the ninja, effectively obstructing their assault on Eric. "Your opponent is me," Rorschach declared to the trio of mutants, drawing a dagger in each hand as he charged towards them. The Claw Man immediately unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp claws at Rorschach, while Windblade Man summoned a gust of wind to strike. Yet, within Rorschach's dynamic vision, super hearing, and swift reflexes, their speed paled in comparison to that of bullets, presenting significant vulnerabilities. Rorschach either dodged or parried with his daggers, effortlessly closing the distance to stand before the Claw Man. For remote assailants like the Nail Man, encountering an adversary up close can prove exceedingly perilous. The Nail Man's expression darkened instantly, his prowess in melee combat being rather inadequate, especially when pitted against someone like Rorschach, a veritable human tank. Clang. Fortunately, the ninja was a master of close combat, and at this crucial moment, he swung his katana fiercely towards Rorschach, attempting to rescue the Nail Man ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as Rorschach effortlessly parried the ninja's katana with his dagger. Simultaneously, a searing ray shot towards the Nail Man. At such a close range, there was no way for him to evade it. Even a hasty retreat was beyond his capabilities. Ugh! The Nail Man emitted a muffled grunt, instantly being knocked to the ground by the energy ray. Unlike the Wolfman, he did not possess an abnormally resilient physique capable of withstanding such an attack and remaining combat ready. With that single blow, the Nail Man collapsed, unable to rise again. Owen! The Blade Wind Man roared, unleashing a gust of wind toward Rorschach. The ninja also lunged at Rorschach with another strike. Whoosh! Yet, Rorschach's swift movements allowed him to easily evade both assaults, charging directly at the Blade Wind Man. Everyone understood Rorschach's intentions. He aimed to dispatch the Blade Wind Man in the same manner as he had the Nail Man, one by one. However, understanding his plan was one thing. Thwarting him was quite another. Crack! With a single leap, Rorschach propelled himself like a cannonball over 5 meters, almost instantaneously appearing before the Blade Wind Man. His dagger lunged forward with the swiftness of the wind, striking with terrifying precision. The dagger was undeniably lethal. The Blade Wind Man had no time for an effective counter and could only attempt a hasty dodge. Yet, a searing ray awaited him in that very trajectory. Thus, the Blade Wind Man, too, was swiftly dealt with by Rorschach. In mere moments, only the ninja remained on the scene, his complexion reflecting sheer dismay, struggling to comprehend the rapid turn of events. How long had it been? 2 more adversaries had fallen to this relentless foe. This individual was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Whoosh whoosh. Nevertheless, the ninja wasted no time, once again charging at Rorschach with his blade drawn. The air was soon filled with the sound of clashing metal. Chapter 054. The Perverse Black Emperor and Another Deadpool. Rorschach felt a slight discomfort. Facing a martial arts master like Deadpool was the last thing he desired. Such an opponent may not inflict significant harm, but they possessed an uncanny ability to evade and escape, much like a rat. Rorschach found it quite challenging to land a blow on them. However, the individual before him was somewhat inferior to Deadpool. In Rorschach's grasp, this adversary had virtually no opportunity to catch their breath, being relentlessly pressured throughout the encounter. Defeating this foe was merely a matter of time. Rorschach mused internally, wishing for a longer duration for his heat ray. If the heat ray could last longer, combat would become significantly more manageable. He could simply unleash it upon his enemy without the need for intricate maneuvers. Even the most agile adversary could only endure for so long. At present, despite wielding a machine gun, he was limited to sporadic fire. Nevertheless, Rorschach's prowess remained formidable and, for the average individual, nearly insurmountable. This was particularly true for the ninja before him, who could only rely on evasive maneuvers, too intimidated to confront Rorschach directly. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, and with the capacity to emit lethal lasers from his eyes, any moment of carelessness would result in dire consequences. Meanwhile, as Rorschach engaged the ninja, Eric had ascended to the second-floor corridor, mercilessly launching an assault on Shao. Swish, swish, swish. Under Eric's command, a barrage of metallic objects began hurtling towards Shao. The phantasmal figure beside Shao, however, chose not to intervene, opting instead to cloak himself in invisibility, merely spectating the unfolding chaos. Some of the metallic projectiles veered towards him, but passed harmlessly through his form without inflicting any damage. As for the Black Emperor, he approached Eric with a faint, mocking smile, disregarding the metallic onslaught. You are truly filled with rage, Eric. Should you not express your gratitude towards me? The Black Emperor remarked in a condescending tone, admiring his own handiwork. Eric, however, paid no heed to Shao, focusing solely on controlling the metallic objects as they relentlessly assaulted Shao. Regrettably, regardless of their intimidating appearance. The moment these objects made contact with Zhao's body, their kinetic energy was instantaneously absorbed, causing them to plummet to the ground. It had no impact on Shao whatsoever. Yet, Eric remained utterly indifferent to everything around him. Consumed by rage, his singular obsession was to eliminate the Black Emperor, leaving no room for any other thoughts. He was merely fixated on the frenzied pursuit of killing Shao. Everything else had vanished from his mind. In such a state, Shao advanced unimpeded, adorned in a full array of metallic armor, approaching Eric without any hindrance. With a mere gesture, he seized Eric by the throat. Clang! The metallic objects that had been suspended in midair clattered to the ground. Thud! At that moment, Rorschach had already dispatched the ninja, carelessly discarding the lifeless body onto the ground. He slowly turned his gaze towards Eric on the second floor, enveloped in silence. He knew better than to act rashly, otherwise, Eric's life would be forfeit. The Black Emperor held Eric's throat firmly, a confident smirk adorning his face as he addressed Rorschach. Eric writhed madly in the Black Emperor's grasp. However, despite his frantic efforts, he was merely an ordinary man, unable to break free from the Black Emperor's formidable grip. Don't worry about me killing him. All Eric could manage was to utter this fragmented plea to Rorschach with great difficulty. Eric, save your breath. You know he is incapable of such indifference towards your fate. This is a common flaw among your kind, is it not? Moreover, even if he truly did not care for your life, could he truly defeat me? The Black Emperor chuckled triumphantly, resembling a victorious general. He dismissed Eric and turned his attention to Rorschach, asking, So, what will your choice be? Rorschach remained silent. But at that moment, his eyes began to glow a deep crimson. TSK, TSK, TSK. You know that is futile, the Black Emperor remarked condescendingly, shaking his head. However, Rorschach paid no heed to him. Instead, he unleashed two beams of intense heat from his eyes. Yet, they did not target the Black Emperor, but rather shot towards the ceiling of the corridor directly above them. Crack! Crack! The reinforced concrete structure crumbled effortlessly under the onslaught of the heat rays, showering down a cascade of debris like rain, instantly obscuring the Black Emperor's vision with dust. Even though the Black Emperor could absorb energy, he was powerless against the dust, instinctively releasing his grip on Eric to shield his eyes and mouth. Crack! Boom! In that instant, Rorschach propelled himself forward, his feet shattering the ground as he launched like a projectile, landing squarely before Eric and helping him to his feet. Eric, are you all right? Rorschach inquired, gazing at him with concern. Coughing several times, Eric finally regained his composure and, breathlessly, replied, I'm fine, truly thanks to you, Rorschach. Had it not been for you, I would have been left helplessly struggling in the grasp of the Black Emperor, much like a piece of meat on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. Such a fate would be a greater humiliation than death for me. You possess even more potential than I imagined. You have astonished me time and again. Wow, your performance is truly remarkable. At this moment, the Black Emperor also returned to his normal demeanor, his face filled with admiration as he gazed at Rorschach, showering him with praise. However, his expression soon turned icy. But alas, I must kill you. It is truly a pity. With that, the Black Emperor charged directly at Rorschach. To Rorschach's surprise, the Black Emperor's agility was remarkably fierce. Although he did not match Deadpool's prowess, he was certainly on par with the ninjas he had just slain. Is this what it means to be overpowered? Rorschach could not help but think to himself. The ability to absorb all energy and immunity to every form of attack was already exceedingly abnormal. Yet this being was also a martial arts expert. Such an advantage was nearly equivalent to 1/10 of Rorschach's own capabilities. Whoosh. However, Rorschach refrained from engaging the Black Emperor. Instead, he merely grasped Eric and leapt to a safe distance. Engaging in battle with the Black Emperor would be a futile endeavor. Why waste his efforts on such fruitless pursuits? Chapter 055. Crushing the Black Emperor. Eric, I need you to assist Charles. After evading an attack from the Black Emperor, Rorschach spoke sternly to Eric beside him. Having learned from previous setbacks, Eric had become considerably more rational. He understood that the only opportunity to defeat the Black Emperor lay with Charles. Attacks like the one he had previously executed would serve no purpose other than to create chaos. Rorschach, I leave this to you." After casting a deep glance at the Black Emperor, Eric called out to Rorschach and swiftly turned to leave. Even though he was still merely a novice Magneto, Eric's strength was already formidable among mutants. His presence would undoubtedly provide significant support to Charles and the others. The Black Emperor allowed Eric to depart without hindrance, for with Rorschach present, he was powerless to intervene. Moreover, at this moment, the Black Emperor deemed everyone else inconsequential, even that exceptionally overpowered telepath. The Black Emperor's sole focus was on the individual before him, whose body resembled steel, possessing strength and speed far beyond that of an ordinary person, with the ability to emit laser beams from his eyes. This individual is the most flawless mutant that Black Emperor has ever encountered. In terms of defense, offense, strength, speed, in both close and ranged combat, he exhibits no discernible weaknesses. The Black Emperor often asserts that mutants represent the future of humanity, the direction of human evolution. However, this young man before him epitomizes the evolutionary path of these mutants, a perfect being devoid of any flaws. Even the Black Emperor, despite his apparent might, harbors critical shortcomings, particularly a deficiency in offensive power. Without external energy input from his adversaries, the Black Emperor is merely an ordinary individual, nothing more. So, is your intention to persist in this game of hide and seek with me? To merely prolong this standoff until they devise a method to regain control of their minds and subsequently vanquish me? The Black Emperor's voice resonated with confidence. A commendable strategy indeed, but do you truly believe you can defeat me so effortlessly? You are correct, hence I have reconsidered my approach. After a moment of silence, Rorschach made an alternative decision and charged once more at the Black Emperor. Though Rorschach understood that he could not kill the Black Emperor, the latter's unwavering confidence compelled him to question whether Charles and the others could indeed succeed. Thus, Rorschach felt obliged to prepare a contingency plan to see if he could force the Black Emperor out of the hotel. Beyond the hotel, Charles's abilities could be utilized. Such a dual-pronged strategy seemed far superior to merely exhausting himself in a stalemate with the Black Emperor. While he could not slay the Black Emperor, the latter was equally incapable of killing him. It was akin to having a free sparring partner. Whoosh! Rorschach lunged directly at the Black Emperor. What? Are you attempting to resist? That changes nothing. The Black Emperor sneered coldly and charged toward Rorschach in kind, and they engaged in combat. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists and feet echoed loudly. Something feels amiss. However, upon this initial clash, Rorschach experienced an intense sensation. The Black Emperor before him appeared significantly weaker than during their previous encounter at the CIA base. Unlike that time, when the Black Emperor had been preoccupied with posturing and had relied entirely on passive defense without any offensive maneuvers, he now demonstrated formidable combat skills. Yet Rorschach could distinctly sense that the Black Emperor was indeed diminished. His punches, while failing to inflict actual harm, felt markedly different compared to their earlier confrontation at the CIA. Back then, Rorschach's every strike seemed to land on empty air, utterly ineffective. Now, however, it felt as though he were striking a sponge. Although the energy was still absorbed by his opponent, it seemed that the absorption was not entirely complete. What could be the reason? Roa was somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a fortunate development. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a devastating punch at the Black Emperor. Bang! In the midst of the fierce battle, Roa harnessed his super speed and heat rays to create a rare opening, channeling all his strength into his fist. Striking with the force of thunder towards his adversary, the blow connected directly with the Black Emperor. To everyone's astonishment, accompanied by the sound of muscle colliding, the Black Emperor was sent flying by Roa's strike, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. Cough! The Black Emperor coughed loudly, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Remarkably, Roa had inflicted internal injuries with a single punch, drawing blood. Roa was momentarily dazed. How could the Black Emperor sustain such damage? The impact of that punch was far beyond Roa's expectations. The Black Emperor could absorb the energy from a nuclear submarine. There should be no reason for him to be unable to absorb the force of Roa's punch. Did he possess a threshold for the energy he could absorb? If exceeded, could he not absorb it? Yet, even if that were the case, it should not be so low. Had he been concealing his true strength all along? Was this truly his real power? Rising to his feet, the Black Emperor wiped the blood from his mouth, astonished as he gazed at Roa. In truth, it was not Roa who had hidden his strength. Rather, since the last battle with the CIA, Roa had doubled his power. At that time, Roa's strength was merely 15 tons, but now it had surged to 30 tons, almost a twofold increase. This was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that if you, Shao, possess only this level of power, then your fate is sealed. Roa flashed a grin at the Black Emperor, swaying slightly before charging at him once more. Despite the various doubts surrounding the Black Emperor, Roa could no longer afford to ponder them. Since his strength could overpower the Black Emperor, he resolved to subdue him first. Shao. The concerned voice of the Phantasm Man echoed nearby, initially an observer. He could no longer stand idly by and sought to intervene. Stop. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat this kid? The Black Emperor retorted sharply at the Phantasm Man. The Phantasm Man possessed only one skill, Phantasm. He could render himself or others intangible. Thus his attempt to intervene would signify the Black Emperor's complete defeat, an outcome the Black Emperor could not accept. With renewed determination, the Black Emperor charged at Roa once more. The two parties clashed once more in a designated location. Regrettably, upon realizing that he possessed sufficient explosive power to breach the defenses of the Black Emperor, Rorschach devised a clear combat strategy. How could the Black Emperor possibly contend with Rorschach? Bang, bang, bang. The Black Emperor was repeatedly struck by Rorschach, akin to a mere punching bag, ultimately thrusting him out of the hotel and onto the bustling street. Rorschach, Raven, and Hank, who were stationed outside, hurriedly rushed over. They were met with the sight of the Black Emperor, battered and sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, leaving them utterly astonished. Chapter 056. Imitating a cat. Back at the CIA base, they had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Black Emperor firsthand, having been thoroughly intimidated by his might. At that time, Rorschach had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet could not even budge the Black Emperor. They had no choice but to retreat in dismay. Yet, how was it that, in such a short span, the Black Emperor now lay in such a pitiful state? Both Raven and Hank struggled to accept the scene before them. Go inside the hotel and summon Charles, Rorschach commanded, disregarding their astonishment. Right. They quickly regained their wits and dashed towards the hotel. The Phantasmal Man stationed at the entrance, upon witnessing this, moved to obstruct their entry. Do you dare to make a move? Rorschach's gaze sharpened, emanating a fierce crimson glow. Should the Phantasmal Man dare to act recklessly, his heat ray would strike without mercy. Throughout the previous battle, the Phantasmal Man had merely provided minimal assistance to the Black Emperor and had not engaged in any other actions. Even as the Black Emperor was being ruthlessly beaten by Rorschach, Rorschach suspected that the Phantasmal Man was akin to the Woman of Erosion. Although he appeared powerful, he likely harbored a critical vulnerability. Otherwise, his abilities would surpass those of the Woman of Erosion. Naturally, this was merely Rorschach's conjecture. Yet he could see the Phantasmal Man's expression darken under his threat, affirming that his hypothesis was likely correct. Enough, Alan. The tide has turned. We have lost. At that moment, the Black Emperor, slowly rising from the ground, addressed the Phantasmal Man. However, the voice that emerged was no longer that of the Black Emperor, but that of an entirely different woman. What is happening? The unexpected voice astonished everyone present. Rorschach, Raven, and Hank could not help but turn their gazes towards the Black Emperor in bewilderment. At that moment, the Black Emperor seemed to perform a magical transformation. His colors surged and he morphed from the original Black Emperor into a woman with azure skin. Another Mystique? This was indeed a different Mystique. Hank was utterly dumbfounded. He scrutinized Raven beside him and then the blue-skinned woman across from him, completely bewildered. Both individuals possessed the ability to shapeshift and bore strikingly similar blue skin, making it difficult not to speculate whether they were perhaps biological sisters. Not only Hank, but even Raven herself was taken aback. In her entire life, she had never encountered someone so remarkably similar to herself. Could this truly be her sister? You, how can you change your appearance as well? Who are you? Raven inquired with astonishment, gazing at the blue-skinned woman. The woman keenly seized upon the pivotal word also. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and a flicker of curiosity crossed her face. Have you encountered others like us? Hank, I'll go fetch Charles. Hank's voice rang out, his desire to unravel this mystery equally strong. Yet he recognized that the moment was not right. He waved at Raven and hurried into the hotel. The phasing man observed the scene without intervening. He merely watched the blue-skinned woman and her companions from a distance, his expression shifting multiple times before he abruptly dashed out of the hotel, disappearing in an instant. Rorschach did not stop him, seemingly oblivious to his departure, allowing him to retreat without contest. To Roche, the phasing man was an inconsequential character. If he chose to leave, it was of no great concern. At that moment, Roche's focus was entirely on the blue-skinned woman. The Black Emperor was not the genuine article, but a mere imposter, which clarified all the doubts surrounding the situation. In this critical moment, the Black Emperor should indeed be manipulating the international landscape from the shadows, orchestrating a missile crisis. Rather than concerning himself with this group of mutants, the Black Emperor's energy absorption ability would be significantly diminished, which could also explain this charade. However, one question lingered. Why did this woman possess identical abilities to the Black Emperor? Suddenly, a name flashed through Roche's mind, and he instantly recognized the identity of the blue-skinned woman. Mimic Cat. Mimic Cat possessed abilities strikingly similar to Mystique, capable of imitating others' appearances to the point of indistinguishability. Yet, Mimic Cat's powers were even more extraordinary, as her mimicry could reach a genetic level. Thus, the Mimic Cat can not only replicate the appearance of others, but also emulate their abilities. This explains why the Mimic Cat is capable of wielding the powers of the Black Emperor. It appears that everyone was deceived by this woman. No, it would be more accurate to say that everyone was played by the Black Emperor. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 700 source points. Detected that the host has surplus source points. Would you like to immediately use them for enhancement? At this moment, a notification echoed in Rasha's mind. Well, except for Rasha. The others were indeed tricked by the Black Emperor, rendering their efforts futile, but Rasha had reaped substantial rewards. These 700 source points were sufficient for Rasha to ascend to a new level of power. However, the timing was not right. Rasha did not immediately proceed with the enhancement, but instead approached the Mimic Cat and inquired, "I presume you have no knowledge of the true whereabouts of Shao? I'm merely a hired hand. I concern myself with nothing beyond the task at hand." The Mimic Cat shrugged nonchalantly, appearing utterly unconcerned about the predicament she was about to face. "However, I am quite curious about your grievances with Shao that necessitate his demise," the Mimic Cat asked, gazing at Rasha with genuine curiosity. "It seems you are entirely ignorant of Zhao's affairs." Rasha shook his head, refraining from further discourse with the Mimic Cat. "Rasha, is this the woman? Is he Shao?" Several astonished voices, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps, revealed Charles and his companions as they arrived on the scene with Hank. Upon seeing the Mimic Cat before Rasha, they appeared utterly bewildered, filled with frustration and dismay. They had fought tirelessly, enduring injuries and brushes with death, only to find that their efforts had been in vain. "A blue-skinned woman who can transform? Raven, what is your connection to her?" The heartless siren seemed to take particular interest in this detail. Chapter 057, A Surge in Power, Iron Body Swish. With the siren's inquiry, Darwin, the Ravager, and others instinctively turned their gazes toward Raven. Even Charles could not resist casting a few extra glances at her. Given the resemblance in appearance and abilities between Raven and the Mimic Cat, no one would believe that they were unrelated, even under duress. "I don't know her. I've never met her." Raven, feeling somewhat flustered under their scrutiny, quickly shook her head in explanation. "It seems you are the other individual capable of altering your form. Are you not?" Imitating the cat, she was unable to discern the situation, her gaze fixed intently on Raven. However, before she could finish her thought, the imposing Eric approached the imitating cat with ferocity. Seizing her by the neck, he demanded in a low, menacing voice, "Where is Shao? Tell me, where is Shao?" In that moment, Eric resembled a feral beast, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. He tightened his grip, pressing the imitating cat forcefully against a car parked by the roadside. "I don't know. I truly don't know." The imitating cat struggled to cry out. "Stop lying. You possess the same abilities as Shao, and you must have some sort of connection with him. Tell me." Eric's grip intensified, causing her face to contort in agony, veins visibly protruding. "Eric, enough. Stop this at once. You're going to kill her." Charles interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer, rushing forward to pull Eric away. "Let me handle this, all right? You know I have the ability to read minds, don't you?" Reluctantly, Eric released the imitating cat. "You must be aware of my capabilities since you've created a device to block mental communication, right?" Charles now stood before the imitating cat in Eric's stead. "Thus, you know you cannot lie in my presence. Come now, let us begin. Feel free to access my memories and see if I am deceiving you." The imitating cat appeared unfazed by his challenge. Charles placed his hand on his temple and activated his ability. A series of relevant images flashed before his eyes, and his expression darkened considerably. It became evident that the imitating cat was telling the truth. She truly did not know where the Black Monarch was. This individual was merely a mercenary hired by the Black Monarch to eliminate their kind, nothing more. They were not even affiliated with the Hellfire Club. Charles, what is the verdict? Hank inquired, his gaze fixed on Charles, while Eric's eyes bore into him with intensity. Charles shook his head in disappointment. I'm sorry, but she genuinely does not know where Xiao is. Like the previous mutants, she is simply a hired hand. Damn it, how infuriating. The others present felt a wave of frustration wash over them, their tempers flaring with the desire to lash out. It seemed they had made the journey in vain, gaining nothing of value. The notion of hired hands was well understood. They could not possibly possess extensive information about their employer, making it nearly impossible to glean further insights from them. Surely there must be something of value? I regret to say, Eric, that I do not see it. Charles, she cannot merely be a mercenary. What is her connection with Xiao? I am convinced there is a link between her and Xiao. Eric found this notion increasingly intolerable and sought another angle of inquiry, fixating on Charles. Eric, her ability lies in imitation. She can not only replicate others' appearances, but also their abilities. I apologize, I too am filled with indignation, yet I must concede that our mission has failed. We have all been outmaneuvered by Xiao, Charles lamented, equally disheartened as he addressed Eric. Is it truly as simple as that? Just that. Bang. Eric delivered a forceful punch to the vehicle before him. We should return. The police will be arriving shortly, Mora interjected, reminding the group. What about her? Darwin inquired, glancing at the imitation cat beside them. She will return with us, Eric declared decisively, then ushered the imitation cat into the vehicle, swiftly departing the scene. It was only at this moment that Roxia eagerly accessed his system. Host, Roxia, age, 16, speed, 85 meters per second, strength, 392 tons, physique, 204, average for a healthy adult male, 10. Mental power, 162, average for a healthy adult male, 10. Current template, patriotic human, unlock progress, 5. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner. Heat ray, beginner. Flight, locked. Source points, 750 points. The source points had astonishingly increased to 750, an unprecedented sum, which filled Roxia with excitement. Detected surplus source points. Would you like to use them for enhancement immediately? The system chimed once more, and this time, Roxia did not hesitate. Enhance. Congratulations, host. Patriotic human template unlocked at level 12. The system announced again. Host, Roxia, age, 16, speed, 1,341 ms, strength, 975 tons, constitution, 274, average value for a healthy adult male, 10. Mental power, 232, average value for a healthy adult male, 10. Current template, Patriot, unlock progress, 12. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner. Heat ray, beginner. Flight, locked. Source points, 50. This round of enhancements resulted in a remarkable increase of 7 percentage points, significantly boosting Roxia's attributes compared to before. His speed, for instance, has nearly doubled, and his strength has reached almost 100 tons. This is merely a reflection of the quantifiable attributes on the surface. As for abilities such as X-ray vision, super hearing, and heat rays, their enhancements are equally noteworthy. Notably, in terms of physical fitness, Roxia is acutely aware that he has achieved a state of invulnerability. He now embodies a true ironclad physique. This signifies that in future confrontations, Roxia will no longer feel constrained. He can disregard the majority of attacks and charge forward with unrelenting force. Additionally, the duration of Roxia's heat ray has now extended to at least 5 minutes. This enhancement has substantially elevated his combat capabilities. Overall, Roxia is exceedingly satisfied. Chapter 058. Do not compare with the aberrants. After a long and arduous journey, the group of mutants returned to Xavier's mansion. Charles, Eric, and Moira were temporarily absent, as they had taken the mimic cat to the CIA for interrogation and detention and would return later. Darwin, did you witness my performance? I had that beast-like fellow gasping for breath. Come on, Alex, if I recall correctly, he nearly took you down, and Roxia was the one who saved you, right? Exactly. What is there to boast about? I haven't even shared my own performance. What performance? Were you the one who was sent scurrying away by that individual who unleashed shockwaves? The young mutants walked inward, laughing and joking together, each of them radiating excitement. Especially when recounting their valiant deeds, they could hardly contain their exuberance. Indeed, the recent expedition to Manhattan could be deemed a complete failure. Aside from squandering time, energy, and stamina, they returned empty-handed. Initially, they were filled with frustration and anger. And even during the battles, tension and fear loomed large. However, at present, what everyone feels is primarily exhilaration. For these young individuals, it is their first genuine encounter with combat. The adrenaline surge and the sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death are experiences that cannot be truly comprehended without first-hand involvement. Can you still claim that it appears as though all adversities were vanquished solely by Rorschach? Raven glanced at the boastful individuals around her, unable to suppress a scoff of derision. This remark deflated their bravado. Indeed, upon close examination, Raven's words were far from exaggerated. Aside from the one who managed to escape by rendering himself intangible, all foes were dealt with by Rorschach alone, even the formidable imposter, Shao. Ultimately, these individuals contributed nothing to Charles's quest to locate the device that obscured mental perception, arriving at a fruitless conclusion, as Rorschach had already subdued Shao prior. In retrospect, they merely played a minor role. Raven, you are truly merciless. Your words have made me realize how inadequate I am. The Sea Witch sighed deeply, unable to continue boasting. I, too, initially believed my prolonged struggle against that monster was commendable, yet witnessing Rorschach's prowess, I recognized the disparity, especially since he even saved my life. Why would you compare yourselves to that eccentric Rorschach? Darwin, however, took it lightly, questioning why one would seek discomfort in such comparisons. Remember, we are not on the same level as Rorschach. Does that not provide a sense of relief? Darwin's observations resonated with everyone, and they acknowledged the truth in his words, feeling a profound sense of comfort. The stark contrast they perceived seemed to balance itself out. Previously, during the CIA confrontation, Rorschach had already demonstrated his exceptional strength surpassing that of his peers. This battle further showcased his extraordinary capabilities. If, at that time, Rorschach could be compared to Charles and Eric, then in this encounter, he had subtly eclipsed them both. Rorschach played a pivotal role in this conflict, effectively thwarting Zhao's schemes single-handedly, while all present, including Charles and Eric, contributed little to the endeavor, a fact that could not be disputed. Dear friends, your praise makes me feel rather bashful, Rorschach remarked, his hand scratching his head as a shy smile graced his face. Thus, I implore you, if you are so eloquent, do share more. A collective eye roll ensued among the group. With laughter and light-hearted banter, everyone made their way into the dormitory building. Having just endured a fierce battle and a relentless journey, despite a lingering exhilaration, the fatigue of both body and mind was inescapable. Unlike their usual practice of gathering in the common room on the first floor for idle chatter, the group exchanged brief greetings before retreating to their respective rooms for some much-needed rest. To be frank, they were quite exhausted. However, this did not apply to Rorschach. His stamina far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and even now, he radiated vitality, brimming with energy. Especially after recent enhancements, Rorschach was eager to test the newfound strength that surged within him. While others sought solace in their rooms, Rorschach ventured alone to the training facility. With a resounding thud, he struck a metal punching bag, leaving an imprint of his fist deeply embedded within it. Had he not supported it with his other hand, the bag might have been sent flying. With rapid succession, his fists created a blur of motion. On the training field, he sprinted at a speed exceeding 100 meters per second, far beyond the limits of the naked eye, leaving only a vague shadow in his wake. An all-encompassing enhancement. Rorschach brimmed with confidence. Should he encounter Deadpool again, he could effortlessly dispatch him without even resorting to his heat vision. The exertion of earlier confrontations was a thing of the past, even in the face of formidable foes like Nailman, the Ninja, or Windblade. Rorschach felt assured that he could single-handedly eliminate them in a matter of moments. Next, he decided to test his heat vision. With a gleam of excitement, he entered the heat vision training room and activated the tennis ball launcher. Whoosh! One tennis ball after another was propelled into the air. Zing! Streams of heat vision shot from Rorschach's eyes, obliterating each ball into nothingness. During this session, he discovered that he could sustain his heat vision for an impressive 5.5 minutes. Admittedly, this duration might not seem extensive at first glance, But for Rorschach, it was more than sufficient for most battles. After all, what kind of adversary could withstand 5 uninterrupted minutes of his firepower? Not to mention, the potency of his heat vision had also significantly increased compared to before. Even outside this current era, amidst the chaos of Marvel's superhero age, Rorschach would undoubtedly stand strong. The only regret lies in the fact that the ability to fly has yet to be unlocked. Should this power be granted, then Rorschach would undoubtedly be impeccable. However, one cannot help but wonder what percentage of progress is required to achieve such a feat. Rorschach is filled with anticipation regarding this matter. For now, however, he must first acclimatize to his newly enhanced physique before delving into training. Chapter 059, Transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, truly. As evening fell, the mutants gathered in the lobby after dinner, where Charles, Eric, and Moira made their presence known. Moira, with a countenance of regret, addressed the group, expressing her remorse for the erroneous information she had provided, which placed everyone in a perilous situation. She felt deep shame, acknowledging her mistake without reservation. Fortunately, no one was harmed during this operation. Were it otherwise, she could scarcely imagine how to face the consequences. Moira spoke with heartfelt sincerity to the assembly. Charles, too, took responsibility, admitting his failure. Although the group placed their trust in him, he had allowed them to fall into Shaw's trap, rendering the mission a complete disaster, for which he bore the brunt of the blame. Eric stood silently to the side, feeling that there was no need for apologies regarding the failure. War, after all, is fraught with unpredictability and uncertainty. Whether it be Moira, Charles, or himself, each had performed to the best of their abilities, and that sufficed. Moira, Charles, how could this possibly be your fault? Raven interjected, rising to comfort them. It was merely Shaw's cunning. He orchestrated a trap specifically designed for us, something none of us anticipated. Indeed, do not be too hard on yourselves. We all emerged unscathed, did we not? In my view, this is a fortunate outcome. We have all come to recognize our own shortcomings, have we not? The other mutants echoed their sentiments, expressing understanding and refraining from blaming Moira or the others. They were all reasonable individuals. Thank you for your forgiveness and trust. Once Charles had reflected on his own mistakes, he presented a new proposal to the group. You are right. This operation was not an utter failure. We have gleaned some insights. For instance, we now understand the vast chasm that separates us from becoming true warriors. It is evident to all that this mission relied heavily on Rorschach, and one might even assert that it was accomplished solely through his efforts. Without his intervention, we all would have surely succumbed. Rorschach, your performance has been commendable. Both Eric and I have not misjudged you. At this juncture, Charles could not help but cast a look of approval towards Rorschach. However, what about the rest of us, including myself and Eric? With this statement, the atmosphere in the room grew considerably somber. I do not intend to dampen anyone's spirits, nor do I wish to place blame. I merely wish to convey that we must continue our training. Tomorrow morning, assemble on the playground. Following this, Charles, Eric, and Moira departed. Yet the heaviness lingered in the air. Alas, the reality we face is indeed burdensome, and it is a truth we must confront. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall retire to my quarters. Likewise, see you all tomorrow. The oppressive ambience stifled any desire for idle chatter, and after exchanging brief farewells, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. It seems each individual has a multitude of matters to contemplate. Rorschach, Hank, however, intentionally lagged a few steps behind, approaching Rorschach with a hesitance that suggested he had something on his mind. Hank, come with me, Rorschach beckoned, understanding Hank's unspoken intentions. Hank's face lit up with delight. He recognized that things were falling into place. Here, Hank, this is what you requested. Upon returning to his room, Rorschach handed Hank a syringe filled with blood, drawn directly from the ninja before his defeat. Having promised Hank this, Rorschach had kept it in mind. Excellent, Hank exclaimed, grasping the syringe as if it were a rare treasure, reluctant to release it. Rorschach, thank you. I am truly grateful, Hank expressed repeatedly, tucking the blood sample away. No need for thanks, Hank. I hope it proves beneficial to you, Rorschach replied earnestly. Rorschach was aware of Hank's aspirations. He aimed to develop a serum that would alter his physical appearance while retaining his abilities, essentially transforming into a mutant with a normal appearance. If he could achieve this, it would indeed be a positive outcome. However, the reason Hank had transformed into Beast was due to his previous serum enhancing rather than suppressing the genes within him, which resulted in the manifestation of Beast. Should Hank succeed in this endeavor, His power may not be as formidable as it once was. Yet, whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. It will happen. It surely will. Hank approached with unwavering confidence, firmly believing in his own capabilities. In truth, he had already completed the majority of his research, and one could even claim it was nearly finished. He merely required a blood sample for reference to make the final adjustments, and that was all. "Good luck, my friend," he said. "Thank you, Rorschach." With a sense of satisfaction, Hank departed. The following morning, all the mutants resumed their rigorous training. It was evident that, following the recent encounter in Manhattan, they had all matured considerably. Both their spirit and mindset had seen remarkable improvement compared to before. Previously, some had complained about fatigue, hardship, and monotony. However, such sentiments had vanished entirely. Even Eric dedicated more time to training. This recent operation served as a wake-up call for everyone, Eric included. He had come to a stark realization about his current limitations. Although the earlier encounter with the false Shaw had been a deception, Eric could never forget the feeling of helplessness and despair he experienced. If he did not enhance his abilities swiftly, he feared that he would once again face such despair in the presence of the real Shaw. This was something Eric absolutely could not accept. Rorschach was no exception. He too was training, striving to adapt to the sudden surge in his physical attributes. Additionally, he focused on training his heat ray attacks. This skill, much like marksmanship, seemed simple in appearance, yet becoming a sharpshooter required considerable effort. The entire Xavier estate was enveloped in an atmosphere of fervent dedication. In this environment, Eric quietly approached Rorschach. Chapter 060. Rorschach versus Eric. "Eric, are you certain?" Rorschach inquired, arching an eyebrow at the solemn figure before him. "You are courting disaster." "I am absolutely certain, Rorschach. Charles's training may be beneficial for others, but it holds little value for me. I have reached my limits." Eric's eyes glimmered with an unusual determination. Clearly, the confrontation with the imposter Shaw had profoundly impacted him. If he could not overcome the false Black King, it was disheartening to think he would fare no better against the true one. Thus, "Rorschach, I need you to treat me as a genuine adversary. Attack me, strike me. Do not hold back," Eric declared resolutely to Rorschach. Rorschach found himself in a state of deep contemplation. He understood Eric's intentions. Eric sought to unleash his potential through the crucible of life and death combat, propelling his growth at an accelerated pace. This concept was not misguided. However, one critical error marred Eric's reasoning. He had chosen the wrong sparring partner. Given Rorschach's current prowess, if he were to regard Eric as an adversary, the latter would be fortunate to survive even 5 seconds. Yet, upon reflecting on Eric's capabilities, Rorschach considered that utilizing him as a means to practice his heat ray might not be such a poor idea after all. After all, engaging in a mundane game of tennis seemed rather unexciting. "Very well, Eric, I shall acquiesce," Rorschach nodded, eliciting a bright smile from Eric. The duo enthusiastically made their way to the training ground, where Eric had already prepared an array of metallic paraphernalia. He had somehow procured various steel pipes, rods, metal tables, and other assorted metallic objects, clearly sufficient for Eric to showcase his abilities. With a subtle gesture, Eric summoned the metallic items, which obediently levitated behind him, forming a dramatic backdrop that accentuated his formidable presence. Rorschach noted that Eric's talent for theatricality was truly remarkable. "Are you ready, Rorschach?" Eric inquired, his face alight with fierce determination, having long yearned for a vigorous confrontation. Although his strength paled in comparison to Shaw's, he was still considered formidable among mutants, having rarely encountered worthy opponents. "Let us begin, Eric." Rorschach beckoned with a flick of his finger. "Is it starting?" "Almost." "Oh, don't shove me. If you push any harder, I'll be out of here. I can't see from this angle." A cacophony of chatter erupted from outside the training area. The likes of Juggernaut, Siren, Raven, and other mutants clamored eagerly to peek through the corner, resembling famished wolves. The impending clash between Eric and Rorschach was an event not to be missed. To miss it would be a lifelong regret. Even seasoned mutants like Darwin and Hank transformed into enthusiastic huskies, jostling amongst the crowd. "What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Charles appeared like a specter, causing the eager mutants to shudder involuntarily. A few in the front lost their balance and stumbled forward. A group of individuals tumbled out in unison, akin to a pack of vicious hounds crashing to the ground. "Charles, well, we merely came to observe." The sea monster forced an awkward smile towards Charles. "We were just passing by." The Ravager scratched his head, grinning like a large yellow dog. "Rorschach, Eric, what a delightful coincidence to see you here. Raven feigned surprise, casting an exaggerated look at Eric and Rorschach. Eric and Rorschach exchanged glances, their expressions dripping with insincerity. Could your facial expressions be any more contrived? If you cannot act, then please refrain from such awkward performances. Charles, disregarding the drama unfolding before him, moved forward to peer inside, where he discovered Eric and Rorschach poised for confrontation. The situation became abundantly clear to him, igniting his anger. Why was I not informed of such a splendid spectacle? Charles glared at the gathering, voicing his displeasure with indignation. The youthful mutants, upon hearing his words, erupted with excitement. No longer discreetly lurking, but boldly charging into the fray, clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Eric, Rorschach, let the show commence. We can hardly contain our anticipation. Eric, give it your all. May you shatter Rorschach's undefeated legend. Though, I must admit, it seems a bit improbable. Eric shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh, and chose to disregard the crowd. He addressed Rorschach, I am about to begin. Whoosh. A flurry of metallic objects hurtled towards Rorschach with the ferocity of a tempest. Rorschach's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. With a sharp hiss, a beam of heat erupted forth, striking the foremost steel pipe, which was promptly sent tumbling. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Rorschach unleashed a relentless barrage of heat rays, toppling each metallic projectile that came his way. However, Eric commanded an overwhelming number of metal objects, and in such a brief span, it was impossible for Rorschach to intercept them all. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch, sending a 3-meter-long I-beam crashing to the ground. Rorschach, unleash your true potential. Do you dare to underestimate me? Eric called out in frustration as he observed Rorschach as passive defense. Very well. Rorschach shook his head, pondering how to handle Magneto's relentless pursuit. Well, he decided to acquiesce. With a sudden lurch, Rorschach charged directly toward Eric amidst the barrage of metallic projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of metal colliding echoed incessantly as Rorschach advanced like an unstoppable tank, cutting through the chaos. The menacing metallic objects, upon his entry, were swept away as if caught in a tornado, rendered unrecognizable by the force of his charge. Not only did they fail to inflict any harm upon Rorschach, but they also could not even graze his form. Regardless of the metal's nature, any object that neared Rorschach was sent hurtling away with tremendous force, without exception. Gulp. The surrounding mutants watched in astonishment. Rorschach's physique was undeniably extraordinary. Chapter 061. The Terror of Rorschach. Come on, Rorschach. Bring it on. Eric's eyes sparkled with a hint of manic excitement, as the immense pressure Rorschach exerted after a long absence invigorated him. Every muscle in Eric's body tensed. His nerves heightened in a state of acute alertness. He found himself slightly breathless, but this was precisely the thrill Eric craved. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the rhythmic clamor of metal clashing, Rorschach forged a path and stood before Eric. He swung his iron fist, delivering a powerful blow aimed straight at Eric. A wave of suffocation washed over Eric. In that instant, it felt as though a ferocious beast was lunging toward him. His pupils dilated, and adrenaline surged through him. Huh! With a fierce shout, Eric seized control of a massive block of reinforced concrete, hurling it toward Rorschach. Such a heavy object would have previously been impossible for Eric to maneuver with such finesse and precision. Boom! In the next moment, debris exploded as Rorschach shattered the concrete block with a single punch, reducing it to rubble. Hiss! At that moment, the scorching rays from Rorschach's gaze shot toward Eric. A sudden tightening gripped Eric. Every hair on his body stood on end as he sensed the looming specter of death. In that extreme moment of stimulation, Eric's reflexes reached an extraordinary level. Just as time seemed to slow, he managed to control a steel pipe, positioning it before him as a shield. Clang! The thermal rays struck directly against the steel pipe. However, Eric managed to shield himself from the direct assault of the thermal rays. Yet he could not avert the collateral damage. The pipe, under the tremendous impact of the thermal rays, was propelled away with great force, crashing violently into Eric. With a thud, he was sent sprawling to the ground, creating a heavy sound that echoed around him. It was a sight that induced sympathy. Nevertheless, Eric appeared to be unfazed. He promptly rose from the ground and shouted to Rorschach, "Bring it on. Continue. Maintain this, Rorschach." It was surprising to see Eric exhibit such a penchant for endurance. Rorschach, suppressing a quiet critique, decided to forego any further pleasantries and charged at Eric once more. Thus commenced a series of impacts. Bang, bang, bang. Eric found himself repeatedly knocked down to the ground, his face soon bearing the marks of his ordeal. Of course, Rorschach was careful with his strikes. While Eric appeared battered, he had not sustained any real injuries. Was Eric truly suffering so much, or had Rorschach grown immensely powerful? The surrounding young mutants watched in astonishment, shaking their heads in disbelief. They had anticipated a thrilling duel between Eric and Rorschach, but instead, it was a one-sided display of dominance. Although they had suspected Rorschach surpassed Eric in strength, the stark disparity caught everyone off guard. Charles could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Despite Eric's evident distress, he recognized that Rorschach had been holding back. To put it more accurately, he had been exceedingly lenient. Otherwise, Eric would have perished countless times over. Yet, despite Eric's disheveled appearance, it seemed to serve a purpose. Alex, Sean, Darwin, you all join Eric and attack Rorschach, Charles declared decisively to the onlooking young mutants. The mutants stood momentarily stunned before excitement surged through them. Rorschach, I am eager to test my mettle against you. The Ravager let out a fierce cry, puffing out his chest as he unleashed a wave of energy directed at Rorschach. Whoosh! But Rorschach merely swayed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he deftly evaded to the opposite side. And the Siren had been waiting for his moment. He opened his mouth, sending forth a wave of sound aimed at Rorschach. Whoosh! Yet once again, Rorschach shifted, disappearing from sight. What an astounding speed Rorschach possesses. It left both Raven and Hank utterly astonished. Such extraordinary velocity implies that even if Rorschach were merely a target, none could hope to injure him. Got you, a voice proclaimed, as Darwin unexpectedly emerged from behind and seized Rorschach. Unbeknownst to him, this was entirely Rorschach's design. Crack! Suddenly, Darwin's form transformed into a statue, effectively binding Rorschach in place. The others seized this rare opportunity, launching their attacks towards Rorschach. Energy waves, sound waves, and Eric's metallic assaults converged upon him in an instant. Yet, Rorschach merely grasped Darwin with one hand, exerting a slight force that lifted him effortlessly, casting him aside as if he were mere refuse, sending him flying several dozen meters away. At that moment, the attacks reached Rorschach, sealing off all possible escape routes, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Surely, this time they would hit him, right? A smile crept onto the faces of the Ravager, the Siren, and Darwin, who had been thrown away. However, their smiles quickly froze. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted as Rorschach propelled himself downward, creating a massive crater in the ground. He then soared upward, leaping over 10 meters high. All the attacks simply whizzed past him, failing to graze a single hair on his body. The mutants stood dumbfounded. Could it truly be done this way? Guys, I initially intended only to give Eric a thrashing, but it seems you've brought this upon yourselves, Rorschach remarked with a grin as he landed back on the ground. Casting a glance at the young mutants, they shivered involuntarily. A glance at Eric's disheveled state caused them to shake their heads vigorously, like rattling drums. Rorschach, Charles has instructed us to act. Don't come any closer. Huh, that is not for you to decide. Bang, bang, bang. No. The training ground erupted into chaos. When tranquility was finally restored, all mutants present, save for Charles and a few others who had not engaged, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly spent, as if turned to mush. On this day, they truly experienced the terror that is Rorschach. Chapter 62. Clues of the Decepticons. It is indeed proven that practice is the best teacher. Although Eric and his companions felt somewhat humiliated during their ordeal with Rorschach, upon reflection, they all recognized a marked improvement in their abilities. The difference between training under pressure and without it is indeed profound. Thus, Charles, witnessing the efficacy of this approach, joyfully decided to incorporate practical combat lessons into their training regimen. What? More? The mutants collectively elongated their faces, instinctively shaking their heads like rattling drums. They were not eager to relive the terror imposed by Rorschach. It settled then. Without a moment's hesitation, Eric was the first to voice his agreement. Everyone, take the time to recuperate. I hope we won't endure such a defeat at Rorschach's hands again tomorrow. With that, Eric dismissed the group, patting his backside before turning to leave. Did you hear what Eric said? Charles shrugged his shoulders, wishing them good luck, and exited with equal nonchalance, leaving the mutants to exchange bewildered glances amidst the chaos. However, it wasn't long before Darwin abruptly stood up and strode towards the exit. Darwin, where are you going? Siren called out from behind. To train. You all heard Charles and Eric. Darwin declared as he marched forward, leaving only that solitary remark trailing behind him. What shall we do? What can we do? We must accept our fate. The Ravager, Siren, and others exchanged resigned glances, reluctantly acquiescing to this unavoidable destiny. In truth, they internally acknowledged the wisdom of this approach, though they were too stubborn to admit it outright. Thus began the mutants' prolonged existence under the dominion of fear instilled by Rorschach. Yet, it must be noted that since the introduction of practical lessons, their progress has been distinctly observable, with training efficiency visibly enhanced. In merely 10 days, the mutants exhibited significant transformations. Their youthful naivety had substantially diminished, and they appeared more akin to seasoned warriors. Had they possessed this current state when they ventured into Manhattan to apprehend Shaw, Charles would have harbored far fewer reservations and would have considered including them in the mission from the outset. On the training grounds, each mutant diligently pursued their practice, while Charles, Eric, and Rorschach stood together, observing the fruits of their labor with expressions of satisfaction. Yet, once more, Moira's presence was conspicuously absent. Although Moira inadvertently fell into Zhao's trap last time, leading everyone into a predicament, this has not deterred her from pursuing her investigation into Zhao. Instead, it has merely rendered her increasingly cautious and vigilant. Nevertheless, as always, Rorschach remains skeptical of Moira's capabilities. Given the escalating tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union, Zhao, the mastermind behind the scenes, is likely to concentrate his efforts on inciting war between the two nations, making it improbable for him to reveal himself easily. Charles. They are now prepared. Eric's voice resonated as he spoke to Charles. Indeed, Eric, they are ready. Charles nodded in agreement, reluctantly acknowledging this fact, despite his naturally conservative disposition. All of this is attributable to Rorschach. At that moment, Charles turned his gaze toward Rorschach, his expression one of admiration. Without your encouragement, progress would not have been so swift. Yes, it indeed served as a powerful impetus, Eric remarked, instinctively touching the bruise on his cheek, a lingering reminder of their previous encounter. Rorschach, having been told not to hold back, truly did not exhibit any restraint. Eric, do not cast such glances at me. In truth, I too was injured. My fist hurt quite a bit after striking your face. Rorschach earnestly accused Eric. You rascal! Eric exclaimed, feeling helpless. Rorschach was indeed one to benefit from the situation while feigning innocence. Haha, Charles laughed, relishing the camaraderie shared among them. Yet, regrettably, he remained unaware that such moments of closeness were unlikely to endure. Eric, Rorschach, I have an idea. Charles's voice emerged, his eyes sparkling as he addressed the two. The recent practical training has yielded excellent results, so I propose we establish a dedicated training room for real combat scenarios. What do you think? Are we aiming to elevate our reputation for taking hits? Eric jested, failing to grasp Charles's true intent. No, Eric. I mean a training room that can simulate various authentic situations. We could even mimic combat against Zhao. Charles elaborated. While the current practical training has proven beneficial, its format remains too simplistic, and knowing that none would truly harm one another imposes limitations, preventing the true potential of everyone from being unleashed. Charles began to articulate a vision of an ideal training facility, a space where they could genuinely experience the intensity of a battlefield, grasping the fleeting moments between life and death. Isn't this precisely a crisis training room? Rorschach could not help but inwardly scoff. In the future Xavier Institute for Young Adults, this device will become standard. And even the X-Men will simulate battles against Sentinel robots here. Who would have thought that, by a twist of fate, it might come into existence prematurely? While Eric and Charles were engaged in conversation, a sudden alert sounded from the watch on Rorschach's wrist. Upon glancing down, he noticed a message had popped up, critical clues regarding mechanical life forms discovered, request a meeting. In this era, such a watch could be deemed cutting-edge technology. However, considering it was specially designed by Howard Stark for Rorschach's communication needs, it was hardly surprising. After all, Howard Stark was a genius capable of creating hovering vehicles during World War II. A communication watch was trivial in comparison. Charles, Eric, please lead the training with everyone. I have some matters to attend to, Rorschach declared, making a swift decision without hesitation. He exchanged farewells with Charles and Eric, intending to keep his appointment. His initiative in investigating the Decepticons with S.H.I.E.L.D. was driven by the pursuit of the Tesseract, and he certainly would not hesitate to provide further assistance at a critical juncture. Moreover, remaining cooped up in Xavier Mansion would undoubtedly hinder the activation of any missions, rendering the situation quite straightforward. Chapter 063. A truly beast encounter. After bidding farewell to Charles and Eric, Rorschach departed Xavier Mansion and arrived at a luxurious suite in a high-end hotel, where he met Howard Stark. To his surprise, not only was Stark present, but Peggy Carter was also there. Rorschach surveyed Stark and then Peggy, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. A lone man and woman sharing a hotel room? What was the situation? Why are you lingering at the door? Come in. Howard Stark called out from the closet, where he was organizing his clothes. Upon noticing Rorschach's meaningful glance, he could not help but wear a wry smile. What are you daydreaming about? Stark beckoned Rorschach inside, insisting there were important matters to discuss. Rorschach was well aware that the two had legitimate business in the hotel. He was merely teasing Stark. Of course, this was not a testament to Rorschach's faith in Stark's character. He believed it would not be surprising if Stark indeed pursued Peggy Carter. However, the crux of the matter was that Peggy Carter was clearly not someone Stark could easily win over. As Rorschach entered, he cast a glance at Peggy Carter, mischievously remarking, "Agent Carter is here as well. I hope this time you can send someone who isn't afraid of heights to follow me." Instantly, Peggy's face turned as sour as an overripe eggplant. The last time she sent someone to follow Rorschach, not only was she discovered, but they were also thrown onto the rooftop. They even conveyed threats to her. Peggy Carter was furious, her face flushed with indignation. "Rorschach, do you know what crime it is to assault national law enforcement personnel?" Peggy Carter said, her expression icy. "I am unconcerned." Rorschach replied nonchalantly, "However, I am quite curious about the consequences of assaulting a senior official of an intelligence agency. For instance, a high-ranking executive from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Peggy Carter nearly exploded with rage. Wasn't that a blatant reference to herself? "Peggy, Rorschach, let us remain calm. We are all on the same side. The past is merely a misunderstanding. Why must we be at odds?" Howard Stark interjected, sensing the escalating tension and eager to mediate. He understood that Peggy harbored prejudices against Rorschach due to the misunderstanding that led her to follow him. However, he had since clarified matters to her. During their last clandestine meeting of the three founders, Howard had disclosed information regarding mutant activities, which was later confirmed by SHIELD's investigation. Peggy had completely misjudged Rorschach. Yet, even with this revelation, Peggy's pride would not allow her to show any leniency due to such a trivial misunderstanding. At most, she would cease her investigations into Rorschach. Given her elevated status, she considered this a significant concession. She hadn't pursued any consequences even after her agent was hospitalized. But when Rorschach met her with cold sarcasm and even veiled threats, Peggy could hardly endure it. "Rorschach, my previous surveillance of you was not meant to target you personally. It arose from misunderstandings. Now that everything is clarified, I assure you, I will not pursue you further," Howard explained to Rorschach, then took Peggy aside to persuade her, eventually calming her down. "Mr. Stark, I am uncertain of the purpose of our conversation, yet I find that if I am in a foul mood, I lack the inclination to discuss matters. Seeing someone I wish to avoid only worsens my mood, as it does now." However, Rorschach was not inclined to let the matter rest. "Please, exhibit a modicum of the decorum expected of a gentleman," Howard Stark lamented, bewildered by Rorschach's obstinacy. "Such pettiness will not endear you to women." "That is of no consequence," Rorschach retorted indifferently. "After all, women are the ones who seek my favor." Howard Stark exclaimed, "Rorschach, you are pushing it a bit too far. Even the most audacious of playboys would hesitate to utter such words." "Roger Stark," Peggy Carter interjected, interrupting Howard Stark. "She is a person of great capacity, willing to make personal sacrifices for the greater good. One can only hope that you reap the rewards of this endeavor." With that final remark, Peggy Carter exited, leaving only Roger and Howard Stark within the confines of the room. "Mr. Roger Stark, now that the old woman has departed, surely you do not intend to lecture me?" Roger cast a sidelong glance at Howard Stark. "No, I meant to say, it takes a remarkable man to provoke such ire in Peggy. That is no ordinary feat," Howard remarked, patting Roger on the shoulder, shaking his head in contemplation. "In truth, Peggy is quite a pitiable figure. Mr. Stark, will you not extend a hand to this unfortunate soul?" Roger queried. "How could you entertain such thoughts? Rogers is my friend." "Then you should certainly assist your friend," Roger countered, his eyes widening in astonishment at Howard Stark's unexpected sentiment, which struck him as rather uncouth. "Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand." Clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, Howard Stark thrust a meticulously prepared suit into Roger's hands. What is this for? Put it on. We shall converse as we proceed, Howard instructed, adjusting his own attire before the mirror. No, Mr. Stark, I believe you should speak now. I fear you might betray me otherwise. You rascal, Howard Stark replied, shaking his head in exasperation. He found it perplexing that Roger could be so casual in his presence. As the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a super-wealthy magnate, his stature commanded respect, yet here was Roger treating him as if he were inconsequential. Though Howard inwardly mused about this, he secretly appreciated the relaxed atmosphere. 3 days ago, our team discovered a vehicle suspected to be UB6. UB6? Oh, the code name for that mechanical life form you previously encountered. Roger, you were correct. That vehicle indeed houses a mechanical entity. Our research has revealed that not only does this life form emit energy radiation at specific frequencies, but objects it has come into contact with also possess this energy signature. 3 days ago, my colleague detected a peculiar radiation emanating from General Ross's vehicle. Chapter 064, General Ross. Upon hearing this, Howard Stark's intentions became entirely clear to Rorschach. The presence of energy radiation, whether from the Decepticons or objects they have interacted with, merely indicates that General Ross's vehicle is under suspicion. However, it does not definitively confirm that the vehicle belongs to the Decepticons. Under ordinary circumstances, regardless of the vehicle's affiliation, S.H.I.E.L.D. could simply confiscate it for research and investigation. Yet, the current situation is far from ordinary. The vehicle's owner is no less than a general. Therefore, Howard Stark must ascertain the vehicle's connection to the Decepticons before proceeding with any further actions. The only individual capable of confirming the identity of the Decepticons is undoubtedly Rorschach. This is precisely why Howard Stark summoned Rorschach. All became clear to Rorschach. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Rorschach's expression shifted as he realized something. General Ross? He gazed intently at Howard Stark. This General Ross, could he possibly be related to the future General Ross, or rather, Secretary of State Ross? Wilson Ross, a 2-star Air Force general in the Western Air Defense Sector. What of him? Howard Stark found Rorschach's reaction rather peculiar. Wilson Ross, doesn't he have a son? After a brief contemplation, Rorschach posed another inquiry. General Ross indeed has a son. If memory serves me right, he should be around 13 years old this year. Rorschach, do you know General Ross? Howard Stark was quite taken aback. Do you happen to know his son's name? Let me think. It should be Thaddeus E. Ross. Indeed, it is that General Ross. While Rorschach might not have recalled that particular name on his own, he could certainly recognize it when mentioned by others. After all, he is the lifelong adversary of the Hulk. This implies that he would soon encounter the father-in-law of the Hulk during his childhood phase. Quite intriguing indeed. What is the matter, Rorschach? Howard Stark's voice broke through, his gaze fixed on Rorschach. Nothing. I just found the name somewhat familiar. I must have been mistaken. Rorschach waved his hand, gently diverting the topic, and then fixed his gaze on Howard Stark. Mr. Stark, may I inquire how many UB6 units you have located? 3 SK. At that moment, Rorschach noticed a hint of embarrassment crossing Howard Stark's face. Rorschach, matters are not as simplistic as you perceive. Previously, we were entirely oblivious to the existence of UB6, and the detectors for it have only recently been developed. Howard Stark's expression darkened slightly as he attempted to elucidate this to Rorschach. You could simply state that none were found, Mr. Stark, Rorschach interjected, interrupting Howard Stark's discourse. Howard Stark retorted, this child truly lacks eloquence. So, have we not gathered any intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Megatron or those frigid locales? Rorschach, these are classified secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even I cannot disclose them casually. This realization settled within Rorschach. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. had failed to uncover anything. What incompetence! At this pace, when will we ever uncover the crucial leads indicating Megatron's concealment in the polar regions? Thus, Rorschach, should we succeed in capturing even one UB6 this time, I am confident it will yield tremendous rewards. Howard Stark's voice resonated earnestly as he addressed Rorschach. Therefore, in the interest of expediting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuit of Megatron, Rorschach felt he had no choice but to silently assist these inept allies. Moreover, a more significant point was to ascertain whether any tasks could be activated during this process. Rorschach swiftly made his decision. He refrained from uttering any further inconsequential words and promptly donned the suit that Howard Stark had handed him. Wow, Roxa, I suddenly regret summoning you here, Howard Stark remarked, gazing at the youthful and handsome figure before him, a hint of jealousy flickering across his face. At this rate, you will eclipse my own spotlight. Mr. Stark, is this realization dawning upon you now? Roxa quipped playfully, raising an eyebrow at Howard Stark. You know, Roxa, you possess that audacious and dazzling aura reminiscent of my younger days. Howard Stark gestured with an open hand. Is that so? I do not feel particularly honored. You should. Engaging in light banter, Howard Stark led Roxa to the underground garage, halting before a sleek silver Mercedes. The Mercedes 220 SE, a splendid new tailfin model, just released. Impressive. Isn't it? Oh, and let us not overlook that this is the inaugural model to integrate energy-absorbing deformation zones with a rigid body structure, showcasing a remarkably forward-thinking design. Howard Stark once again exhibited a trace of pride as he introduced the vehicle to Roxa. However, much to his dismay, the car, akin to the Cadillac of yore, appeared rather antiquated in Roxa's eyes. Yet, it surely cannot be UB6, can it? Howard Stark jested. You seem to wish it to be so. Rochester casually responded and took a seat in the passenger seat. Howard Stark swiftly started the car, leaving a trail of dust in his wake as he vanished from sight. Approximately 40 minutes later, Stark's luxurious vehicle came to a halt in front of an opulent villa, which was their intended destination. Within this grand residence, a high-profile trade fair was underway, attended exclusively by prominent figures from various strata of American society. According to Howard Stark's intelligence, items of interest to the military were to be auctioned, hence Wilson Ross's participation. Mr. Stark. It's Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark has arrived. As Howard Stark alighted from the vehicle, a throng of reporters swarmed him, cameras clicking incessantly, flashes illuminating the scene and nearly blinding onlookers. Particularly, the reporters, who were accustomed to Stark's charismatic charm, noted with keen interest that he was accompanied not by a female companion, but by a young man instead, leading to speculation about his identity. The cameras snapped away at Rochester, fueling the curiosity surrounding him, as the crowd pressed forward for interviews with both Stark and Rochester. Stark could not help but flash a sheepish smile, casting a resigned glance at the young man beside him. It was this fellow who had sent his female companion away, branding Howard Stark as an unconventional figure in the eyes of the onlookers. However, Stark was no stranger to such situations. With a faint smile, he calmly proceeded into the villa's grand hall, escorted by the vigilant security. Chapter 65. The Ring of Count Dracula. As soothing music filled the air, a wave of relaxation washed over everyone, akin to the gentle flow of a clear, warm spring. Walking through the magnificent hall, reminiscent of a crystal palace, Rochester momentarily felt as though he had been transported back to the 21st century rather than being in the 60s. The villa's opulence surpassed Rochester's expectations. Aside from certain stylistic elements that appeared outdated due to the constraints of the era, this place was undeniably the most luxurious he had ever visited in both of his lifetimes. All around him, well-dressed luminaries, exuding confidence and elegance, traversed the hall. Their meticulously styled hair and polished shoes gleamed, presenting a strikingly glamorous appearance. They moved with assured grace, adorned with polite yet insincere smiles, navigating the various corners of the grand hall. Is this your first time in such a place? Howard Stark inquired, observing Rochester's astonished gaze as he surveyed his surroundings. Rochett nodded, acknowledging that there was nothing to conceal regarding such matters. How does it feel? Howard Stark inquired with keen interest, fixated on Rochett's response. Feeling? In such a splendid place, it would indeed be a pity not to be struck by the Hulk, Rochett pondered before replying earnestly. The Hulk? What on earth? Howard Stark appeared utterly perplexed, wondering if his age had rendered him incapable of grasping the trendy idioms of the younger generation. Howard Stark. Mr. Stark. Just as he was about to inquire further about Rochett's reference to the Hulk, a throng of individuals approached to greet Howard Stark, each displaying utmost respect. Even amidst this gathering of luminaries, Howard Stark stood out as one of the most distinguished figures. Mr. Stark, I shall wander about on my own for a bit, Rochett remarked, observing Howard Stark becoming engulfed by the crowd, and began to meander through the opulent hall on his own. An informal trading fair was underway, with various display cases scattered throughout the hall. Within these cases lay an assortment of peculiar and exotic items, antiques, curios, magical stones, ancient swords, and so forth. To facilitate a better understanding of these treasures, Each case bore a label detailing the nature of its contents. Rorschach perused the exhibits, feeling as though he were visiting a museum of rare wonders, and found it far from tedious. Leibniz's manuscript. Leibniz published his first paper on calculus in 1684, defining its concepts. This manuscript chronicled the entire process by which he developed calculus. Did these affluent individuals truly find such artifacts intriguing? The Wright brothers' pocket watch. The airplane is one of history's greatest inventions, yet its monumental success is rooted in relentless perseverance. The triumph of the flyer was the result of countless experiments conducted by the Wright brothers. This pocket watch was utilized by them to time their test flights. Rorschach examined the display closely and noticed that the watch had long ceased to function. Count Dracula's ring. Count Dracula? A look of intrigue crossed Rorschach's face. This was a character of immense renown, depicted in countless literary works, and even within the Marvel universe, Dracula made an appearance. Goodness, Rorschach thought, his expression shifting. Perhaps in this world, Count Dracula truly existed. After all, were there not werewolves present? It is well known that werewolves and vampires invariably appear in tandem. Where there is a werewolf, a vampire is sure to follow, and thus, the presence of Count Dracula should hardly come as a surprise. Just then, a familiar notification echoed in Rorschach's mind, signaling the system's alert. Concurrently, his vision shifted once more into a scanning mode. Within the display case, an ancient-looking ring was marked by the system. Energy source analysis in progress. Energy value. 276 primal points. Status. Extractable. Extractable. Rorschach's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Initially, he had merely approached this venture with a sense of chance, hoping to trigger a quest. Yet he had stumbled upon a special energy source once again, and one that was extractable at that. Did this not imply that by acquiring this ring, Rorschach could effortlessly obtain 276 primal points? Indeed. System, extract the special energy source. After calming his exhilaration, Rorschach attempted to issue this command to the system. Extraction failed. Extraction failed? Must one physically come into contact with the special energy source? Rorschach pondered this possibility, suspecting it was indeed plausible. Extracting from a distance seemed rather implausible. If that were the case, then he must purchase the ring. With a firm decision made, he began to search for the dandy, as he had left without any money and needed to borrow some. However, upon glancing around, he noticed Howard Stark still engaged in jovial conversation with the group, even playfully draping an arm around several ladies. It appeared he would have to wait. Rorschach silently mused. Could Howard Stark truly be so distracted by the ladies that he forgot his mission? He quickly redirected his gaze, curiously examining the ring within the display case. To Rorschach, it seemed nothing more than an ordinary ring, its design rather unappealing, and he was quite taken aback that this ring was considered a special energy source. Upon reviewing the ring's description, which spoke of some piercing duke, there was nothing particularly novel about it. You seem quite intrigued by that ring, a voice suddenly interjected. Cold and unexpected. A man clad in a trench coat, with long hair and an air of classical nobility, had appeared at Rorschach's side without him noticing. Rorschach was genuinely startled. Before the man spoke, he surprisingly remained oblivious to even the slightest sound. Given Rorschach's current prowess, such a scenario was nearly inconceivable. This classical gentleman was certainly no ordinary individual. In an instant, Rorschach made his assessment. However, the next moment caused his pupils to involuntarily constrict. He was taken aback to discover that the smooth, mirror-like surface of the display case reflected only his own image, devoid of any trace of the classical man. What was happening? A ghost? As a native of China, Rorschach felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of this peculiar phenomenon, and an unbidden thought flickered through his mind. How could a living person like a shadow? Was this some sort of joke? Wait, no, that wasn't he right. In a fleeting moment, another name surged to the forefront of Rorschach's mind. Vampire. He seemed to recall that in Western folklore, vampires were indeed beings devoid of shadows, failing to cast reflections in mirrors. Shadows and reflections symbolized the soul, while vampires were soulless entities. Could it be that the figure beside him was a vampire? Upon reflecting on the classical appearance of this individual, Rorschach found this latter hypothesis considerably more plausible. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. If it were a vampire, that would suffice. While vampires are undeniably terrifying to the average person, Rorschach felt they posed little threat to him, even without employing his devastating heat ray. His formidable physical prowess could easily overpower a vampire. Yet, Vampires are known to fear sunlight, and here they were in broad daylight. How could this vampire not fear the sun? It seemed he was indeed a remarkable being, considering his knowledge of vampires, particularly within the context of the Marvel Universe. The only truly formidable vampire Rorschach could envision was Dracula. Could it be that this individual was Dracula? Perhaps he had appeared here because of Dracula's ring? Moreover, the system had already confirmed that the ring was a source of special energy, indicating that it might indeed belong to Dracula. Taking all these clues into account, Rorschach felt that the likelihood of this individual being Dracula was exceedingly high. In truth, Rorschach was correct. The figure beside him was indeed Count Dracula. In the annals of vampire lore, the progenitor of all vampires holds an unparalleled and extraordinary status. Yet, within the Marvel Universe, this figure is no longer the original, but merely a second-generation progenitor. How astonishing! Even Dracula has emerged? Such is the realm of Marvel. A tapestry of bizarre and supernatural occurrences. Rorschach silently marveled at this. Though he swiftly tucked away the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and addressed Dracula with a calm demeanor. I am merely browsing. I cannot claim to be interested. Merely browsing, you say? Dracula responded with a smile, exuding the demeanor of a true gentleman, leisurely, cultured, and imbued with an air of elegance. It must be said, if one were to disregard Dracula's identity and solely focus on his appearance, conversing with such a person would indeed evoke a comforting sense of springtime warmth. However, upon recognizing Dracula's true identity, Rorschach was enveloped in a profound sense of caution. Although relegated to the role of a second-tier figure, he remained a personage of considerable stature. Merely browsing. This ring appears rather intriguing. Rorschach nodded in earnest agreement. Just as he intended to offer a few dismissive remarks and take his leave, Dracula suddenly fixed Rorschach with a discerning gaze and stated, "You are lying." A surge of wariness coursed through Rorschach's mind. Was this ancient creature truly so astute? He pondered whether his previous performance had seemed less than genuine, as he believed he had not revealed any significant flaws. "Sir, you are speaking nonsensically. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse my departure." Realizing that verbosity could lead to missteps, Rorschach chose not to engage further. Offering a polite smile before turning to leave, Dracula made no effort to detain Rorschach, allowing him to depart unimpeded. Only when Rorschach's figure was engulfed by the throng did Dracula retract his gaze, muttering to himself with keen interest, "It appears he has truly recognized this ring. Fascinating." Yet, soon after, Dracula's attention shifted back to the ring before him, a gentle expression gracing his features. It was as if he were conversing with an old friend. "After all these years, who would have thought I would see you again?" He then reached out, extending his hand through the glass of the display case to stroke the ring from a distance. The ring, as if responding to some unspoken call, began to shimmer with a soft glow, reminiscent of a precious gem igniting with light. Dracula's ring is glowing? What is happening? I recall it being merely a ring. The commotion surrounding the ring soon captured the attention of nearby patrons, who approached with expressions of astonishment, engaging in animated discussions. Indeed, this ring was no ordinary artifact. Not far away, Rorschach witnessed this scene and inwardly remarked, "Indeed." However, his brow could not help but furrow slightly. It was now almost certain that the man was Dracula, which meant that the ring within the display case belonged to him. Was Rorschach truly to see something that rightfully belonged to Dracula? He believed this matter required careful deliberation. Although the ring represented a unique source of energy that lingered in his thoughts, there were alternative means to obtain the essence points. The ring was not the sole option. To confront a legendary figure like Dracula over a mere 200 points of energy would warrant thorough consideration. Rorschach fell into a deep reverie. At that moment, as the anomaly surrounding the ring drew more attention, Dracula finally ceased his contemplative demeanor and withdrew his hand. The ring, which had been shimmering, quickly dimmed. Yet this spectacle only heightened the intrigue of those around, further substantiating the notion that the ring's earlier brilliance was orchestrated by the man himself. All eyes were now fixated on Dracula, which only exacerbated Rorschach's discomfort. The ring had become the focal point of the gathering. And even if Dracula had no intention of reclaiming it, it was likely to be the target of a frenzied scramble from the crowd. This was decidedly unfavorable for Rorschach. Nevertheless, he considered the likelihood of such an outcome to be slim, as it appeared that Dracula was indeed drawn to the ring. The uncertainty lay in how Dracula would act under the watchful gaze of the masses. Soon enough, Rorschach discovered the answer. Under Rorschach's scrutiny, Dracula suddenly spoke and exhaled a large plume of white mist. The mist did not dissipate but swelled rapidly, akin to dry ice released on stage, swiftly enveloping the entire hall. It surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping over all the guests. Thud, thud. One by one, the guests collapsed to the ground. Chapter 067. You are not honest. What was this peculiar maneuver? The bizarre scene caught Rorschach completely off guard. Wasn't Dracula a vampire? When did vampires acquire such extraordinary abilities? Yet, recalling Dracula from the Marvel Universe, Rorschach could only concede that the depiction there was indeed rather outrageous. Immune to sunlight, possessing accelerated regeneration, and an immortal existence. Here, the notion of immortality was genuine. Each time Dracula was slain, he would inevitably rise again. This immortality resembles the very rules of the universe itself. Even one of the 5 primordial deities of creation, death, is incapable of vanquishing Dracula. Furthermore, Dracula possesses the extraordinary abilities to vaporize, summon storms, conjure lightning, transform into a bat or a werewolf, and hypnotize, among other remarkable feats. Such an exceptional being, exhaling a white mist potent enough to incapacitate a person, hardly seems extraordinary under the circumstances. However, the true nature of this enigmatic white mist remains a mystery. As these chaotic thoughts flickered through his mind, the rapidly spreading white vapor enveloped Rorschach's body. Yet, Rorschach was no ordinary individual. He instinctively held his breath, refusing to inhale the perilous gas. Moreover, at that moment, his dormant mutant abilities, long neglected, finally came into play. He filtered the gas emitted by Dracula through his skin, directly absorbing the oxygen from the surrounding air, thereby perfectly countering Dracula's maneuver. Interesting, a voice suddenly echoed. It was Dracula, who had inexplicably appeared before Rorschach, gazing at him with an expression of surprise, clearly unprepared for someone to remain standing in his presence. Rorschach noticed that Dracula's fingers were adorned with the ring that had previously been displayed in the showcase. His earlier speculation had proven accurate. Dracula indeed sought his ring. My hypnosis seems ineffective against you. You are no ordinary person, Dracula remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Rorschach, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Perhaps I indulged in too much coffee earlier, Rorschach replied nonchalantly, while secretly contemplating the situation. Observing Dracula's extraordinary demeanor and his immortal traits, it became evident that confronting such a being was an act of folly. Moreover, the ring was never truly his to begin with. Rorschach resolved to speak firmly. Listen, regardless of who you are or what your intentions may be, it has no bearing on me. Therefore, once you have accomplished your objectives, why not simply depart? You were clearly intent on acquiring my ring. And you have already recognized my identity, have you not? Dracula's lips curled into a self-assured smile, his tone unambiguously confident despite the phrasing of his query. I am not. I have not. Do not utter such nonsense, Rorschach retorted decisively, refusing to acknowledge any such claims. You are not being honest. The disobedient child is not to my liking. Dracula shook his head, and with a swift motion, he seemed to transform into a gust of wind, vanishing entirely as he surged towards Rorschach. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Rorschach, extending his right hand to seize him. Although Rorschach initially had no desire to engage in conflict with Dracula, the latter had initiated the confrontation, leaving Rorschach with little choice. He emitted a cold snort and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at Dracula. With a resounding thud, Rorschach deftly evaded Dracula's grasp using his extraordinary speed, simultaneously delivering a forceful blow to Dracula's chest. The impact sent Dracula hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Rorschach's strength, in its regular state, approached a staggering 100 tons, and in moments of exertion, it exceeded several times that. Even Dracula could not withstand such a formidable strike. In the comics, Dracula had the prowess to vanquish even Captain America. Yet he was not as invincible as Rorschach had envisioned. Who on earth are you? Dracula inquired, rising from the ground, his demeanor now frazzled, his expression betraying an uncontainable shock. Having lived for so long, he had never before encountered such a terrifying individual. Countryman, Rorschach proclaimed. Countryman? What nonsense is this? How could anyone bear such a name? Dracula felt a surge of indignation, suspecting that this young man was mocking him. In a swift motion, he transformed into a colossal, fearsome wolf and lunged at Rorschach with a growl. Yet, with another powerful punch, the wolf was sent sprawling, landing on the ground like a lifeless dog. a considerable dent now visible in its chest. Rorschach had likely shattered several of its ribs. Coughing, Dracula reverted to his human form, the indentation in his chest visibly healing at an astonishing rate. His regenerative abilities surpassed even those of Wolverine. While Rorschach's punch was indeed fearsome, it had not inflicted any substantial harm on Dracula. To genuinely wound him would necessitate the use of silver, garlic, or crucifixes, items known to counteract vampires. Indeed, even the second-generation progenitor of vampires, Dracula, could not escape the limitations imposed upon his kind. Such astonishing power. The voice of Dracula echoed, still imbued with astonishment. Yet he soon let out a mocking laugh. But what if your strength is utterly useless? With those words, Dracula suddenly transformed into a swarm of bats, darting towards Rorschach. If Rorschach were merely a brute, he would find it quite challenging to counter Dracula's maneuver. After all, one cannot simply strike each bat down with their fists, can they? However, what Dracula was unaware of was that Rorschach's abilities extended far beyond mere physical strength. In an instant, two beams of scorching energy erupted from Rorschach's eyes, ruthlessly targeting the flock of bats above. After extensive training, Rorschach had become remarkably adept at wielding his heat rays, rendering the task of targeting the bats effortless and enjoyable. The piercing cries of pain filled the air as one bat after another began to plummet like rain. Chapter 68. The Power of the Curse. Ah, how can this be? As the anguished and astonished cries echoed, the remaining bats dared not approach Rorschach any longer. They spiraled away, reforming into Dracula. Yet, at that moment, Dracula's visage bore the marks of laser burns, glaringly evident upon his skin, a sight both shocking and gruesome. It was unmistakable that the healing of those burn wounds had significantly slowed. Rorschach's heat rays inflicted devastating damage upon Dracula, instilling a deep sense of trepidation in him. "You are not human. What exactly are you?" Dracula's voice resonated, filled with astonishment and apprehension as he regarded Rorschach with a grave demeanor. "Well, I certainly am not dead." Rorschach shrugged nonchalantly. The expression on Dracula's face twitched slightly. The boy was essentially calling him a corpse. Though, from a physiological perspective, Dracula could hardly be classified as a living being. Vampires typically held a strong aversion to being reminded of such a sensitive point. It was a form of mockery and insult to them. Yet, at that moment, insults were all that could be exchanged, for Dracula had no means to retaliate against Rorschach. "What are you staring at? Hand over the ring, or I shall blow your head off." Rorschach's voice rang out, as he reiterated his demand with a fierce tone. Having already severed any semblance of civility with Dracula, Rorschach felt no need to hide his intentions any longer. Dracula's chest heaved violently, and his entire being trembled slightly, incensed by Rorschach's provocations. As a second-generation progenitor of vampires, he held an exalted status, yet here he was, insulted and threatened by a mere youth. Dracula was truly enraged, consumed by an uncontrollable fury. "You ought to learn the essence of respecting your elders," he uttered with a cold snort, then suddenly gestured with both hands. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Rorschach. However, in that instant, Rorschach's figure trembled and vanished, reappearing elsewhere with a ghostly grace. The lightning summoned by Dracula struck the ground instead. Simultaneously, the scorching rays emanating from Rorschach's eyes shot toward Dracula. These rays, akin to garlic, wooden stakes, and silver, posed a significant threat to Dracula. Despite his extraordinary regenerative abilities, he dared not confront them head-on. Dracula, too, transformed into a mere afterimage, darting about with agility, desperately evading Rorschach's searing beams. Indeed, Dracula possessed strength and speed far beyond that of an ordinary human. Stripped of his vampiric traits, he was undeniably a superhuman. Yet, regrettably, while his speed exceeded that of most, it paled in comparison to Rorschach's. He could manage roughly 100 meters per second, offering him no advantage against Rorschach. Thinking of escape? A cold smirk curled upon Rorschach's lips as he unleashed his super speed, rapidly closing in on Dracula, the scorching rays relentlessly pursuing him. Crack! Yet Dracula was no novice. As he deftly evaded, he summoned bolts of lightning to strike at Rorschach. Alas, lightning was not as nimble as Rorschach's rays. Moreover, each invocation of lightning required Dracula to perform a conspicuous gesture, making it all too apparent. Under such circumstances, striking Rorschach was nothing short of a miracle. With a swift motion, Rorschach evaded Dracula's lightning, and his scorching rays found their mark on Dracula's form. Staggering, Dracula fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Rorschach lunged forward, his eyes glowing crimson, fixated intently on Dracula. He then beckoned with a hand, uttering a single word, "Ring." Dracula's visage contorted in an instant, rage manifesting as if it were a tangible force erupting from his eyes. Never before had he endured such a profound humiliation. "You desire this ring? Very well. Take it if you must." However, after several fluctuations in his expression, Dracula's countenance ultimately regained its composure. He shrugged nonchalantly, removed the ring, and tossed it towards Rorschach. For a fleeting moment, Rorschach found Dracula's capitulation rather perplexing, seeming almost too facile for one of his vampiric lineage. Yet he dismissed such thoughts, instinctively reaching out to receive the ring, for it was indeed his objective. Even if Dracula harbored ulterior motives, he would first need to secure the ring. What Rorschach did not anticipate was that the moment he grasped the ring, he could distinctly feel an indescribable power surging from within, feverishly invading his being. Simultaneously, the once dull ring inexplicably regained its brilliance. What was happening? Rorschach was utterly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Though he could not fathom the nature of these changes, he sensed that they could not bode well. A glance at Dracula revealed a smirk of triumph upon his face. Rorschach understood then that the ring was undoubtedly cursed. With little regard for the source of this peculiar energy, he hastily attempted to fling the ring away. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The ring seemed as if it were affixed to his hand with an unyielding adhesive, refusing to be discarded. He employed his other hand to pry it off, but it felt as though all strength had been siphoned away by the ring, rendering his efforts futile. It was in vain. Once a curse is initiated, it cannot be disrupted by mere brute force. Dracula, witnessing this spectacle, could not contain his mirth, laughing joyfully as if reveling in the whims of fate. "Embrace this destiny, for the undead welcome you." However, Rorschach paid no heed to Dracula's ramblings. In this critical moment, he became increasingly composed. Since the power of the curse could not be countered with sheer strength, he resolved to test his own extraordinary abilities. Extract energy source. Rorschach commanded the system. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired 276 essence points. Soon, a series of notifications flashed through Rorschach's mind. Concurrently, the ring, which had been pulsating with light in his grasp, began to dim once more. Even the wild surge of power that flooded into Rorschach's body was completely absorbed by the system. With a deep sigh of relief, Rorschach finally felt that the ordeal was over. The recent events had indeed been quite exhilarating. Chapter 69. I have become undead. The curse has come to an end. Have you begun to sense the changes within your body? Dracula's voice echoed as he regarded Rorschach with an air of solemnity, his eyes glimmering with unspoken anticipation. The previous animosity and resentment he held towards Rorschach had vanished entirely, as if their prior conflict had never transpired. Upon hearing Dracula's words, Rorschach hurriedly checked his body again, finding no signs of anything amiss. This realization allowed him to relax completely. It seemed that whatever the so-called curse had been, the system had forcefully interrupted it. Now, the energy within the ring had been entirely absorbed by the system, transforming it into an ordinary ring. What just transpired? What do you mean by curse? Rorschach pondered momentarily before directing his gaze towards Dracula. Come, let us sit and converse at leisure. Dracula's demeanor had completely shifted. He gestured warmly to Rorschach, akin to a venerable elder welcoming a junior. Are you trying to butter me up? Rorschach remained unmoved, casting a sideways glance at Dracula. What happened earlier was merely a delightful misunderstanding. However, we are now akin to family, so there is no need for such hostility. I shall no longer bring you harm. My child, Dracula replied with a smile. Family. Connecting this with Dracula's earlier remark about the undead welcoming him, Rorschach contemplated and arrived at a logical conclusion. This ring can curse a person into becoming one of the undead? He gazed at Dracula in astonishment. Upon reflection, he recalled that in the Marvel Universe, the progenitors of vampires were indeed born of curses. Indeed, my child, Dracula affirmed with solemnity, do not doubt. You are now a member of the undead. Welcome to our ranks. Do you truly believe that? Rorschach regarded Dracula with skepticism, questioning the elderly man's perception. Could he truly fail to recognize that Rorschach was not a vampire? Presently, Rorschach was brimming with vitality, exuding a robust, masculine aura. How could he possibly be one of the undead? I understand your doubts. Do not fret. Allow me to elucidate this matter for you. Dracula seemingly regards Rorschach as a protege, displaying an exceptionally amiable demeanor. Although the ring possesses the power to transform individuals into the undead, this metamorphosis does not always manifest immediately. Rather, it varies from person to person. Some may succumb to the curse and instantly become undead, while others experience a subtle and gradual transformation over time. In fact, there are those who may never reveal such changes. Yet the essence of the undead is already embedded within them, hidden beneath the surface. For instance, during my travels in the 5th century, I encountered a young duke in Hungary who fortuitously acquired my ring and successfully activated the curse. Remarkably, he exhibited no immediate transformations until a plague swept through the region decades later, ultimately triggering his undead identity. Such a revelation was indeed surprising to Rorschach. Yet it elucidated why Dracula, despite being a quintessential human, regarded him as kin. However, the tale of that Hungarian duke's transformation due to a plague resonated with an uncanny familiarity. Throughout my extensive travels, the ring has passed through countless hands, with the majority failing to activate the curse. Only a select few managed to do so, which is why I deem it a gift of fate, a divine decree. Among all those who triggered the curse, I have never encountered anyone with such remarkable intensity. Especially considering that you still hold the ring without any ill effects. This has never occurred before. Child, in a sense, you and I are both unique. Dracula's voice softened further, and his gaze toward Rorschach brimmed with an indescribable fondness. Rorschach thought, Ulda is completely mistaken. The reason he can hold the ring without consequence is not due to his uniqueness, but rather because the ring has become utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, upon reflection, being so misconstrued by Dracula may not be entirely disadvantageous. After all, he is the progenitor of vampires. Although a second-generation ancestor, in the absence of the first, he stands as the patriarch of all vampires, a truly vast lineage. Moreover, within the Marvel universe, vampires have long since integrated into human society, infiltrating commerce, politics, and the military across various sectors. With Dracula's association, it is conceivable that this could afford him significant advantages in the future. May I keep this ring? Rorschach pondered and subsequently posed this request to Dracula. The ring is now utterly useless. If returned to Dracula, one must ensure that no flaws are detected. Undoubtedly, it is destined to belong to you, so keep it. Upon seeing Rorschach's earnest request to retain the ring, Dracula displayed a look of profound satisfaction. It seems this child has embraced their identity as a member of the undead. My heart is greatly comforted. Generally, I have ceased to concern myself with matters of the undead, but you are exceptional. Consider this a gift from me to you. I recall that approximately 30 kilometers from here lies an ancient castle, home to a clan of the undead. This is the lineage of the Hungarian duke I previously mentioned. You may wield this ring to assume control of that clan. Well, my child, I must take my leave. I eagerly anticipate the day you truly become one of the undead. With that, Dracula patted Rorschach on the shoulder and rose to his feet. What about the people here? Rorschach also stood, casting a glance at the scattered individuals around, looking to Dracula for answers. Rest assured, they are unharmed. They will awaken in 5 minutes. And they will remember nothing. Dracula waved his hand, then with a swift motion transformed into a whirlwind, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, he came and went in a flash, leaving not a single cloud in his wake. As Dracula had foretold, after his departure, the individuals in the hall gradually opened their eyes and rose from the floor. Their faces bore expressions of bewilderment, and it was only after a few seconds that they regained full awareness. Chapter 070, Reinforcement and Power Enhancement. Sheldon, heed my advice. Venturing into precious metals is not a wise choice at this moment. Dawson, the day after tomorrow marks my son's full moon celebration. Your presence is essential. Miss Cartier, you remain as radiant as you were at 20. The hall quickly regained its lively atmosphere, with everyone engaging in social interactions and pleasantries, reminiscent of the moments before Dracula's appearance. It appears that they recall not a single instance of being hypnotized by him. Moreover, despite the evident signs left by Rorschach's heat rays and Dracula's lightning, it seemed as though none perceived these remnants at all. No one voiced any doubts. It appears that Dracula's hypnosis was not merely a simple enchantment. It likely modified their memories or consciousness to some extent. Perhaps all present, though awakened from slumber, remained in a state of hypnosis. One cannot help but commend Dracula. In a word, remarkable. As for surveillance and the like, well, The world's earliest electronic surveillance system was only invented in 1957, a mere 5 years ago. Even the first surveillance system capable of recording would not be created until 6 years later. This implies that, at present, surveillance cameras are virtually absent. As long as Dracula manages the human factor, everything will proceed without issue, since no one can remember what transpired. Rorschach has little to worry about and promptly entered the system. Just moments ago, he had accumulated nearly 300 source points. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 1,341 meters per second, strength, 952 tons, physique, 274, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Mental strength, 232, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Current template, patriotic citizen, unlock progress, 12. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner, heat ray, beginner, flight, unlocked. Source points, 326. Having just gained 276 source points, coupled with the previously insufficient minimum settlement unit of 50 source points, Rorschach now possesses over 300 source points. This means he can once again proceed with 3 unlocking enhancements. Detected surplus source points in host. Would you like to use them for enhancement immediately? At this moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Enhance. What is there to hesitate about? Congratulations. Host. Patriotic citizen template unlocked to level 15. The system immediately relayed this delightful notification to Rorschach. Simultaneously, the data on his display underwent corresponding changes. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 1,644 meters per second, strength, 1,272 tons, physique, 308, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Mental strength, 271, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Current template, patriotic citizen, unlock progress, 15. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Super hearing, beginner, heat ray, beginner. Flight, unlocked. Source points, 26. Rorschach glanced at the various data on his display and discovered that his speed had reached half the speed of sound, while his strength had surpassed 120 tons, with both his physique and mental strength showing corresponding enhancements. Although the improvements may not be overtly apparent in the statistics, Rorschach could distinctly sense that his capabilities had indeed increased significantly. Quite impressive. Rochester was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Initially, he could scarcely have anticipated that accompanying Howard Stark to a trade fair would yield such unexpected rewards. The crux of the matter was not merely the acquisition of the source point. He had also successfully appropriated a cadre of vampire subordinates. It was nothing short of a dual triumph. Rochester's elation was palpable. Contemplating the vampire clan that Dracula had spoken of, Rochester leaned towards the idea of taking command of them. After all, having a faction at his disposal was undeniably advantageous. As Rochester pondered this, the voice of Howard Stark broke through his thoughts, the dandy finally recalling his presence. "Mr. Stark, how did your conversation with those ladies go? Did you manage to secure an appointment?" Rochester inquired, a hint of teasing evident in his gaze. "You misunderstand. They approached me," Howard Stark replied with a flamboyant grin. "I do not wish to boast, but I have always had a way with women." Rochester found it difficult to dispute this claim. Frankly, Howard Stark's looks were quite appealing. And given his background, it was hardly surprising that women would be drawn to him. Such a quality man would be sought after anywhere. "Very well, Rochester. General Ross has arrived. Let us proceed to the parking lot," Stark said, refraining from further banter and beckoning Rochester to follow. "Has General Ross come alone? Or is his son with him?" Rochester asked, a touch of curiosity lacing his tone. What purpose would he have for bringing a child to such an event? "Rochester, you seem particularly interested in General Ross's son," Howard remarked, eyeing him quizzically. "That would indeed be a pity," Rochester replied, unable to suppress a tinge of regret. He was curious to see what Hulk's father-in-law looked like in his youth. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a casual inquiry," he waved off, lightly shifting the topic. "Mr. Stark, shall we?" Despite his lingering curiosity, Rochester recognized the importance of the occasion, and Howard Stark chose not to delve further. Nodding in agreement, they departed together. The pair swiftly arrived at the parking lot and successfully located their target vehicle, a subtle yet commanding Jeep. "This is the one. My team detected energy radiation from this vehicle similar to that of UB6, Howard Stark indicated, pointing to the Jeep. "Now, Rochester, it's your turn. Please utilize your abilities to sense more keenly. Rochester nodded, offering no further commentary as he approached the green Jeep. A series of prompts promptly materialized before him. Detection of a special energy source. Energy source analysis in progress. Energy value. 56 source points. Status. Non-extractable. As the alert sounded, a familiar scanning interface emerged, marking a nearby Jeep. What do you think, Ross? Howard Stark inquired eagerly as he noticed Ross's perceptive demeanor. Indeed, Ross replied with unwavering certainty. Yes, Stark exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fist. Since Ross had discovered the first mechanical life form, S-H-I-E-L-D, had expended tremendous resources on this endeavor. At last, they had made a significant breakthrough. Mr. Stark, I hope it's not too late to ask, but how much do you know about the capabilities of UB6? Ross, intrigued by Stark's enthusiasm, posed the question. Previously, he had provided S-H-I-E-L-D with a corpse of a Decepticon, and within the hotel, he had confirmed that S-H-I-E-L-D had yet to encounter a living Decepticon. This implied that they had never witnessed one alive. Hence, Ross held considerable skepticism regarding this matter. Ross, are you underestimating us? Stark responded with a hint of discontent. The research on UB6 has been spearheaded by Arnim, and we have achieved remarkable results. Arnim, the one who nearly blew up the entire camp during your last visit to the base. He is our chief researcher, a brilliant scientist second only to myself. Arnim? You mean Arnim Zola? I am, of course, familiar with him. Ross replied, somewhat bemused by Stark's apparent admiration for Zola. He is a loyal servant of Hydra, truly devoted in life and death, a rather touching sentiment. Mr. Stark, you seem to have a great deal of trust in Arnim? Ross raised an eyebrow, observing Stark with keen interest. Certainly, but Ross, it seems you have something else on your mind? Stark, perceptive as he was, detected the underlying tone in Ross's words. From my observations, I believe that Arnim harbors treachery, Ross remarked, adopting an enigmatic demeanor before Stark. Treachery? Howard Stark furrowed his brow, finding himself somewhat perplexed by the meaning of the statement. It was a certain expression indicating that the individual in question was prone to betrayal. Rorschach reiterated his explanation. Rorschach, while it's true that Arnim may not possess my charm, one must not judge solely by appearances, my friend. I appreciate your concern for me, but you are overthinking it. Howard Stark chuckled dismissively, clearly unable to accept Rorschach's seemingly ludicrous assertion. Rorschach chose not to elaborate further, having merely mentioned a thought that crossed his mind. Whether Howard believed him or not, he had no intention of pressing the matter. All right, Rorschach, since UB6 has been confirmed, I believe it is time to have a word with General Ross, Howard Stark declared, patting Rorschach on the shoulder as he prepared to return to the hall. Stark? At that moment, a voice interrupted. Not far ahead in the corridor, a tall, imposing middle-aged man was frowning at Howard Stark. Accompanying this authoritative figure was a young man in a suit, who appeared to be a bodyguard or aide. Rorschach cast a glance at the man, noting a resemblance to General Ross, or perhaps Secretary of State Ross, and naturally deduced his identity. This man was likely General Ross. Excuse me, Stark, but what are you doing in front of my vehicle? Are you investigating me? General Ross's voice, tinged with irritation, rang out as he strode purposefully toward Howard Stark. General Ross, please do not misunderstand. I can explain. I can clarify everything. Howard Stark replied, feeling slightly flustered as he addressed General Ross earnestly. You had better provide me with a convincing explanation. General Ross huffed lightly, his presence commanding respect. Wasn't it your people who were tampering with my vehicle last time? Are you insinuating that something is hidden within it? General Ross, this is a misunderstanding, a complete and utter misunderstanding. May I speak with you privately? Howard Stark courteously requested. General Ross pondered for 3 seconds before expressionlessly stating, You have 3 minutes. That will suffice. General Ross, please. Howard Stark gestured for Ross to follow him as they stepped aside for a moment of privacy. He then quietly relayed the details regarding the Decepticons to General Ross. To one unacquainted with such matters, this revelation seemed utterly fantastical, and unsurprisingly, General Ross's anger flared. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. You dare tell me that my vehicle is a living entity? You mean to say that my car can transform into a colossal robot? He rushed to his Jeep in just 2 steps, pointing at it with a finger, mercilessly voicing his grievances against Howard Stark. Stark, you call yourself a scientist. Yet listen to the absurdities you utter. Even my 13-year-old son wouldn't articulate such nonsense. Hush, General Ross. Please refrain from speaking. It might be listening. Howard Stark exclaimed urgently to General Ross. According to Ross's intelligence, the mechanical life forms were indeed sentient beings capable of comprehending human speech. He and Ross had previously communicated entirely in code, avoiding any mention of mechanical life forms. Is it true? It can hear? That would be splendid, my friend. If you can hear us, then transform and let us behold. General Ross nearly scoffed aloud. Suddenly, a heavy metallic grinding sound erupted. The jeep, which had been lying innocently on the ground, began to undergo a frenetic process of disassembly and reconfiguration. Its components surged like waves, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary jeep vanished, replaced by a colossal robot towering 6 or 7 meters high, standing before the astonished onlookers. My God! Jesus Christ! General Ross, who had previously chided Howard Stark, now appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, utterly dumbfounded as he gazed up at the imposing figure before him, rendered speechless by the sheer shock. Not even Howard Stark, who had already seen the remains of a Decepticon, could mask his astonishment. He had never witnessed a Decepticon's transformation before, and this visual impact triggered an instinctual reaction. Even Howard Stark found it impossible to maintain his composure. Chapter 072. The Feats of Humanity. My God, how is this possible? General Ross's incredulous voice echoed again. He gazed up at the massive robot, feeling as though his worldview had shattered. I told you so, General Ross, Howard Stark murmured softly beside him. Yes, Stark, you were indeed correct. But what shall we do now? General Ross spread his hands in exasperation, his face a mixture of helplessness and urgency. Faced with such a gargantuan entity, the weapon in his hand seemed nothing more than a jest. It would be utterly ineffective. General Ross even doubted that summoning an army would prove useful unless they were equipped with heavy artillery. General Ross, there is no need for alarm. The situation is not as dire as you perceive, Howard Stark spoke with a calm assurance, exuding a confidence that momentarily startled General Ross. What was the source of Stark's composure? However, there was no time for Ross to delve deeper, as the colossal robot before them had begun to speak. With its massive head held high, it fixed its gaze upon Howard Stark. You recognized me? Indeed, I did. You are not the first mechanical life form I have encountered. Stark responded, swiftly regaining his composure, his face illuminated by a fervent excitement characteristic of a scientist. What exactly are you? And what brings you to Earth? I have seen your kind alongside General Ross. What is your purpose? Stark's piercing gaze remained locked onto the imposing Decepticon, as he unleashed a barrage of questions he had long wished to clarify. You, a lowly creature, dare to speak to me in such a tone? The Decepticon retorted with a mocking laugh, its enormous fist striking the ground in fury. Boom. The resounding impact sent tremors through the earth beneath Ross and Stark, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on their foreheads. The overwhelming presence of such a gargantuan entity and the indescribable pressure it exerted was an experience that could not be comprehended without being present. Stark instinctively recoiled, shrinking behind a nearby vehicle, hesitant to reveal himself. General Ross and his bodyguard followed suit, swiftly taking cover beside the car while drawing their handguns. Yet, even with weapons in hand, they found little solace. In stark contrast, Rorschach remained unfazed, standing calmly amidst the chaos, a clear distinction from the panicked individuals surrounding him. The Decepticon's attention was drawn to Rorschach, who was the true point of recognition. It was you. The one who genuinely identified me. It was you. The Decepticon recalled past events, realizing that the other individual had confirmed its identity through this young man. The pivotal factor was not the other person, but rather this youth. Mr. Stark, General Ross, I suggest you keep your distance, Rorschach advised, waving his hand dismissively at Stark and Ross, seemingly unfazed by the towering robot. Stark, is he one of yours? What is he doing? General Ross wore a bewildered expression as he addressed Howard Stark in a hushed tone. Is that young man seeking his own demise? General Ross, do not question too much. Simply trust him. Howard Stark replied with unwavering certainty, urging Ross to retreat quickly. Although Ross found it peculiar that Stark would place such blind faith in the youth, and was even more curious about the reason for their retreat, reason prevailed, prompting him to obey Stark's instructions. The group swiftly crouched down, retreating like mice scurrying away from danger. It was only then that General Ross found the opportunity to inquire of Howard Stark. Stark, what exactly are we doing? What is he planning? Why does he want us to keep our distance? Perhaps he finds us to be more of a hindrance than a help, Stark mused, tilting his head thoughtfully before responding earnestly. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble once more as General Ross and Howard Stark whispered. During their retreat, the Decepticon, Megatron, was not idle. He engaged in a rather cordial conversation with the formidable Rorschach. However, it didn't take long for Rorschach to become incensed, leading to a swift and aggressive confrontation. In an instant, Megatron charged toward Rorschach, raising a fist larger than Rorschach's head, ready to strike with tremendous force. General Ross felt his heart lurch. This was it. That young man would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. But then came the resounding clang of metal colliding. Megatron's massive fist hung suspended in the air, unable to descend any further. Beneath Megatron's fist, another hand had emerged, Rorschach's own, with a casual yet commanding motion. Rorschach raised his right fist to block, effortlessly halting Megatron's colossal blow as if he were a mountain, solid and immovable. It was as if the might of a mountain itself had interposed between them, rendering Megatron's attack futile. The scene was utterly breathtaking. General Ross swallowed hard, his face a portrait of astonishment, unable to fathom the spectacle before his eyes. How could such a thing be possible? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Rorschach's display was beyond comprehension. Even Howard Stark, who was already aware of Rorschach's true identity, was left dumbfounded by the astonishing event. He was indeed aware of Rorschach's formidable prowess, understanding that Rorschach possessed the capability to vanquish the Titan. Yet, the ease with which he executed this feat was entirely beyond Howard Stark's expectations. Boom. At that moment, a loud crash reverberated as Rorschach, having successfully blocked the Titan's punch, exerted a powerful force. Thunderous roars echoed as the Titan staggered, as if struck by lightning, and began to retreat uncontrollably. Whoosh! Bang! Rorschach, relentless in his pursuit, leaped forth and delivered a powerful blow to the Titan. The Titan's massive frame was sent hurtling through the air. Chapter 073, Single-Handed Domination of the Titan. Boom. Accompanied by this resounding explosion, the ground trembled violently, and the Titan crashed heavily to the earth. The spectacle was indescribably shocking, particularly for General Ross. However, before the Titan could rise, the onlookers were momentarily blinded. In an instant, Rorschach leapt several meters, landing squarely upon the Titan. Boom. His fist struck the Titan's chest with tremendous force, creating a significant dent. Sparks flew, and shattered metal fragments scattered in all directions. Even the core of the Titan was exposed by Rorschach's powerful strike. Should Rorschach choose to obliterate the core, the Titan would be irrevocably defeated, beyond the reach of any divine intervention. Yet, Rorschach refrained from such an action, for he still required the Titan to remain intact. Cough, cough. A loud coughing sound erupted, as the Titan nearly succumbed to Rorschach's devastating blow. Despite being a mechanical life form, it could not withstand the immense force of Rorschach's hundreds of tons of strength. This was only a fraction of Rorschach's true power. Had he unleashed his full might, that punch would have sent the Titan to its demise. Indeed, Rorschach's prowess was overwhelmingly dominant against an ordinary Titan, a veritable display of sheer force. He did not even need to employ his heat ray. His physical strength alone was sufficient to dominate. Get away from me. The Titan's feeble roar pierced the air as it summoned its strength for a retaliatory punch against Rorschach. However, Rorschach effortlessly seized its arm with one hand and, with the other, exerted a sudden force. Clang! The Titan's arm was brutally wrenched from its socket. General Ross and Howard Stark, witnessing this spectacle, felt their hearts race, nearly rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of the moment. Compared to that robot, he is indeed a monster, isn't? General Ross murmured almost dreamily as he gazed at Rorschach's suave and commanding demeanor. Who could argue otherwise? Howard Stark concurred with a sigh of agreement. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Rorschach violently tore off the other arm of the Decepticon. With a casual kick, akin to discarding refuse, he sent the Decepticon tumbling aside. After enduring Rorschach's series of thunderous blows, the once formidable Decepticon had been utterly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Its weapon-laden arms had been severed, rendering it incapable of posing any threat to the group. All done, Rorschach clapped his hands and casually remarked to Howard Stark, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. Rorschach, you didn't kill it, did you? Howard Stark emerged from his cover, casting a worried glance at the motionless Decepticon before turning to Rorschach. No, it's still breathing, Rorschach replied nonchalantly. Phew. Howard Stark exhaled a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. They had finally located another Decepticon, and it would have been a complete waste of effort if Rorschach had smashed it to pieces. A deceased Decepticon, while not entirely devoid of value, certainly held diminished worth. After all, once the last vestige of energy within its body dissipated, it would merely be a collection of rare metals from outer space, nothing more. Stark. So all of this is real. General Ross's astonished voice broke the silence as he incredulously approached Howard Stark, scrutinizing the remnants of the Decepticon from every angle. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a colossal being could have once been his vehicle. Thus, every absurd claim Howard Stark had made about mechanical life forms was indeed true. Yes, General Ross, as you can see, it is all real. Howard Stark affirmed with a firm nod. At that moment, General Ross's gaze shifted from the Decepticon back to Rorschach, his expression increasingly unsettled. This individual with an Eastern visage was even more incredible than the transformation of his vehicle into a massive mechanical life form. Stark, who is this person? General Ross lowered his voice, leaning closer to Howard Stark to inquire discreetly. General Ross, that question is rather complex. It cannot be succinctly explained, Howard Stark replied, shrugging his shoulders. Well, Stark, I believe there is much for us to discuss, General Ross remarked with a meaningful gaze directed at Howard Stark. The grandeur of both his vehicle and the Rorschach were far beyond General Ross's usual comprehension, leaving him feeling as though he had lived like a dog for many years. The general was eager to unravel all the mysteries. Of course, General Ross, I would be delighted to share my insights whenever you wish, Howard Stark readily agreed. Given that the matter had already been uncovered by General Ross, it was no longer feasible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to pursue their clandestine research. Thus, it would be more prudent to embrace the situation openly. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? What is that colossal creature? An extraterrestrial. There is indeed an alien here. Although the confrontation between Rorschach and the Decepticons was brief, indeed, it could be aptly described as swift, the commotion was too significant to go unnoticed, and many within the villa were disturbed. One by one, guests arrived, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. Both individuals felt overwhelmed by the predicament. The last thing they desired was for such an incident to be exposed, particularly in a gathering of high society. If it had been the general public, they could easily have brushed it aside. However, the assembled crowd was composed of notable figures, making it far more challenging to downplay the situation. How vexing. Mr. Stark, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave, Rorschach stated, recognizing the chaos unfolding around them. With no purpose in lingering further, he approached Howard Stark to bid farewell. Howard Stark, now preoccupied and frazzled, had little time to attend to Rorschach's departure. He expressed his gratitude and apologies before watching as Rorschach departed alone. Chapter 074. The birth of Magneto. Upon returning to Xavier's mansion, the atmosphere remained as vibrant as ever. The mutants were each engaged in their respective training sessions. Not far down a corridor, Rorschach spotted Charles and Eric standing together. Eric was gesturing animatedly at the air before him. What are you two up to? Rorschach casually inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he approached Eric. Rorschach, you have returned. Charles greeted him with a smile. We were just discussing how, despite the progress everyone has made during this training period, especially under your encouragement, there remains a notable gap when compared to your abilities. I have always been intrigued by the manner in which you achieve such remarkable control over your abilities. It seems to be a unique talent of mine. Rorschach smiled at Charles, who appeared to have lost his sanity. At that moment, Eric halted his actions, pointing ahead and addressing Rorschach. He actually wants me to move that colossal object. Following the direction of Eric's finger, Rorschach beheld a massive signal receiver several kilometers away, resembling an inverted, oversized pot lid, with a diameter approaching 100 meters. While this signal receiver appeared diminutive when compared to the likes of the stadiums or the Golden Gate Bridge that Magneto had moved, it was nonetheless a daunting task for Eric. He had never attempted to shift such a substantial entity, especially from such a great distance. Despite the progress he had made during his training, this behemoth was still somewhat beyond his grasp. No, Eric, with your potential, you can undoubtedly accomplish this. I am utterly convinced of it, Charles asserted with a serious demeanor. Come on, Charles. I am not one of those young sea creatures. Your encouragement is futile for me. Eric replied, shaking his head dismissively. Eric, Charles is right, Rorschach interjected earnestly. In fact, I believe your potential extends far beyond what you realize. If you truly harness your strength, moving that object would be a trivial feat for you. You could even shift the Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge? Rorschach? That is an exaggeration, Eric chuckled, thinking Rorschach was jesting. Charles, you understand telepathy. Tell Eric I am not joking. Rorschach glanced at Charles. Charles rolled his eyes. You are well aware that my abilities do not affect you. But Eric, you once obliterated a cruise ship. You should have faith in your potential. That was different. I was consumed by extreme anger, Eric countered. Then channel that anger effectively. Realizing that Charles was indeed serious, Eric chose not to argue further. He took a deep breath and continued to focus intently on the colossal signal receiver. However, there was no response from the receiver. I cannot do it. Eric despondently shook his head, feeling that this task was still too daunting for him. Eric, when I said to use your anger, I did not mean for it to control you, but rather for you to master your anger. I believe the key lies in finding a balance between fury and tranquility. Do you mind if I say this? Charles raised his hand, seeking Eric's approval. Without a moment's hesitation, Eric shook his head. Although they held differing views on certain ideologies regarding mutants, the two were, beneath it all, trusted friends. Despite Eric's tumultuous past, he harbored no qualms about Charles knowing it. Charles placed his hand on his temple, activating his abilities. In an instant, Eric found himself flooded with memories he had long forgotten, memories that were both tender and warm. A long-lost sense of comfort. Unbidden, tears streamed down Eric's face. Charles, what did you just do? Eric asked, his voice tinged with emotion. What happened to me? I delved into the most luminous corners of your memory, Charles replied, and what a beautiful recollection it was. Thank you, Eric. Charles shrugged. I didn't even realize I still remembered those. Eric smiled softly. There are many memories you remain unaware of, Eric. Your heart holds more than just pain and anger. There is an abundance of beauty within you. I can feel it. Once you recall everything, you will be unstoppable. Let us give it another try? Encouraged by Charles, Eric swiftly adjusted his mindset. He turned once more towards the signal receiver, extending his hand. In that moment, Eric's state had transformed. He sensed the receiver and, harnessing his abilities, reached out to it from a distance. Huh, he exclaimed, exerting his power with all his might, his body trembling with effort. At last, the massive signal receiver, several kilometers away, began to turn. Astonished and elated, Eric could scarcely believe he had achieved such a feat. Ha ha ha. He laughed triumphantly. Rochester, eyes wide with excitement, couldn't help but smile. The shark has been born. Eric's laughter had indeed resembled that of a shark. What a moment. Rochester lamented not having captured that scene on camera. Ha ha. Charles, Rochester, I did it. I did it. Eric exclaimed joyously. Eric, I told you from the beginning. You could do it, Rochester replied matter-of-factly. The power of the future Old One is indeed formidable. This is merely the beginning. Well done, Eric. Charles sincerely felt joy for his old friend. The presidential address was about to commence. A familiar voice suddenly resonated as Moira poked her head out of a window from the adjacent building, calling out to the group. By the time Rorschach departed, Moira had already gone out to investigate information regarding Shao, and her early return suggested, as Rorschach had anticipated, that she had come back empty-handed. However, it must be said that her return was quite timely. Chapter 075. The missile crisis is imminent. Eric, Rorschach, let us proceed. Upon hearing that the presidential speech was imminent, the group immediately perked up. Charles called to his two friends, swiftly returning indoors. During this period, the situation between the United States and the Soviet Union had deteriorated to an extreme, verging on a state of frozen tension. It was not surprising to anticipate the imminent outbreak of a major conflict. The destiny of this nation hung precariously in the balance. Everyone awaited an answer from their country. Thus, the upcoming presidential address garnered nationwide attention, and the mutants were no exception, especially since it was understood that Shao had been instigating this turmoil from behind the scenes. While they had failed to prevent it, not only Charles and Eric, but Moira also informed the other trained mutants simultaneously. Everyone was keenly interested in this matter, gathering in the living room at the first opportunity. Let us hope this speech brings us some good news. Siren stood behind the sofa, arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently on the television resting on the nearby stool, quietly praying. Buddy, I don't know why, but I have a terrible feeling. The Ravager exhaled these words languidly. Why do you feel that way? Darwin couldn't help but glance at the Ravager. Because this world is rife with misfortune. Good things never happen, the Ravager replied, as if it were an obvious truth. Haven T, we all experience this? Alex, at such a moment. Your pessimistic remarks are of no assistance. Raven said with a hint of exasperation to the Ravager. Shoo, quiet, it's starting. Moira called out from the side, interrupting the conversation. Everyone straightened up, promptly silencing themselves, their attention riveted on the small television ahead. From a national policy perspective, any actions that crossed the Cuban embargo line would be viewed as an act of aggression by the Bear Nation against the Beautiful Nation. In response, the Beautiful Nation would undoubtedly retaliate with full force, showing no mercy. On the screen, an individual destined to become an internet sensation through his smile was delivering a solemn speech. This abruptly cast a pall over the atmosphere in the hall. The situation appeared to be heading toward the most undesirable outcome that everyone had anticipated. Although this was something that had long been foreseen, few could remain unperturbed upon its confirmation. I always knew it would come to this, the bully remarked with an air of somber wisdom. Shaw must be there, Eric asserted with an unwavering conviction. How do you know? The bully inquired, a hint of curiosity in his gaze directed at Eric. Two superpowers are locked in confrontation, and Shaw wishes to ignite a third world war. He would not miss such an opportunity, Charles replied on Eric's behalf, his brow furrowed deeply. Akin to an aged chrysanthemum blooming in the heart of autumn. This was a scenario that Charles was particularly reluctant to witness. Let us cease diplomatic discussions. We must prepare for tomorrow's actions, Eric proclaimed once more, his countenance resolute and imbued with a chilling intensity. After delivering this definitive statement, he turned and strode towards the exit. Prepare for what, Eric? What do you mean? The siren, momentarily bewildered, called after him with a raised voice. Sean, what do you think our extensive training has been for? Hank adjusted his glasses, determination etched across his handsome features. We must stop him. Are you saying that tomorrow we will go to Cuba? The siren's eyes widened. He had naturally been ready to confront Shaw, but the sudden prospect of journeying to a foreign land caught him off guard. Indeed, we are headed to Cuba, Charles reiterated emphatically, casting a glance at the assembled mutants. This is our only chance. An overwhelming weight settled upon everyone's shoulders, heavy and burdensome. They had faced the Black Emperor twice, and each encounter had ended in utter defeat. The first occasion was particularly humiliating. Virtually everyone, save for Rorschach, had been paralyzed with fear. The second time, the Black Emperor had not even made an appearance. Yet they narrowly escaped annihilation. With the shadows of these past encounters looming over them, the looming third confrontation with the Black Emperor was a source of considerable anxiety. Despite the significant improvements in their abilities, everyone need not be anxious. What is there to fear? Noticing the lack of confidence among the crowd, Charles smiled and gestured toward Rorschach. After all, we have Rorschach with us. Indeed, Rorschach, the spirits of the crowd, initially low, experienced a subtle uplift. It was true that their previous encounters with the Black Emperor had ended in dismal defeats, yet there remained a notable exception. In both confrontations, Rorschach had dealt a resounding blow to the Black Emperor's pride. Particularly in the second encounter, Rorschach single-handedly thwarted the Black Emperor's sinister machinations. It could be said that Rorschach was their steadfast source of confidence. Indeed, with Rorschach by their side, what was there to fear? Raven remarked with a smile. Harboring an inexplicable faith in Rorschach, I can assure everyone that Shaw shall be defeated this time, Rorschach proclaimed with a conviction that was almost unshakable, meeting the gazes of his comrades. This was not mere bravado. After all, he had foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative. Shaw was destined to meet a grim fate at the hands of Eric. However, Rorschach soon reconsidered. The war involving mutants and Shaw had already undergone significant alterations due to his rebirth. To mention just a few changes, the formidable allies of Shaw, including the likes of Surge and the Red Devil, had long since been dispatched by Rorschach, and Angel had not betrayed them. Thus, the team was poised to face an entirely new faction of the Black Emperor. Nevertheless, Rorschach felt an ample reservoir of confidence. The reason was simple. Rorschach's power had grown significantly. It would not be an exaggeration to claim he was unmatched among mutants. Of course, in the current landscape of mutants, aside from the Black Emperor, whom Rorschach could not vanquish, he was confident that he could effortlessly eliminate any mutant Shaw might dispatch. And as for the Black Emperor, Rorschach had discerned his fatal weakness. Once the helmet was removed, the Black Emperor was nothing more than a mere child. There was truly little cause for concern. You heard him. Rorschach has declared it, Charles said, gesturing to the young mutants. Indeed, upon receiving Rorschach's assurance, The morale of the group surged dramatically. The previously low spirits had been significantly revitalized. Chapter 076. An inevitable divergence. All right, everyone disperse. Go about your business. Charles's voice rang out once more. We have been preparing to confront Shaw, and we are ready. This is not a matter of great consequence, is it? As he observed the team's improved demeanor, he clapped his hands and addressed them. Excessive encouragement could inadvertently instill unnecessary tension, and the best course of action was to downplay the situation. Thus, Charles refrained from delivering an extensive speech, opting instead for a light-hearted approach to alleviate their burdens. However, Charles, what exactly should we do? The sea creature touched its head, gazing at Charles with a hint of bewilderment. Tomorrow heralds an epic-making battle, yet it felt utterly unprepared. Everything will be just fine. Charles reassured the sea creature with a smile. Come on, Sean, our match remains undecided. The Ravager patted the sea creature's shoulder, grinning at his companion. They had been engaged in a friendly sparring session prior to being summoned by Moira. The two of them, one wielding sound waves and the other energy waves, shared similar combat styles, thus frequently training together in practical exercises. Let us continue our training. With that, the other mutants gradually departed from Charles's chamber. Rorschach, it seems we shall be relying on you once more tomorrow. Raven naturally walked alongside Rorschach, smiling at him. No, tomorrow we will depend on all of us. Rorschach replied earnestly. With his current capabilities, he recognized that eliminating Shaw would be exceedingly challenging. He possessed enough self-awareness to understand this. To defeat Shaw, Charles's assistance would be indispensable. But what of the time before? Shaw had been lurking within a nuclear submarine deep beneath the sea. Locating that submarine would necessitate the sea creature's sonic positioning, while surfacing it would require Eric's magnetic control. This truly was a team effort, rather than an exhibition of individual heroism. Do you genuinely believe we will triumph over Shaw and thwart him? Raven shifted the topic, looking intently into Rorschach's eyes. Of course, I have that confidence, Rorschach replied without hesitation. Observing the sharp contours of Rorschach's face, Raven felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. I am beginning to believe that as well, Rorschach, she said, her expression softening as she smiled at him. Perhaps having clashed with Shaw twice had endowed them with a measure of experience, thus enhancing their resilience. Or perhaps it was Rorschach who truly instilled confidence in them. Or maybe it was a combination of both. In any case, after leaving Charles's room, the mood among them was notably buoyant. Even the Ravager appeared eager for action. The mutants returned to their respective posts, resuming the training that had been interrupted by the president's address. Rorschach was no exception. He had just unlocked 3% of his progress, resulting in enhancements across various physical attributes, which required some adjustment. His gaze inadvertently caught the ring adorning his hand, prompting him to merely shrug. The takeover of the undead can only be postponed. Roche had just arrived at his exclusive training ground when Eric's voice resonated behind him. What is it, Eric? Roche turned to see Eric seemingly hesitant to speak, prompting his curiosity. Let us train together, Eric suggested, gesturing for Roche to follow him. Having trained together numerous times in the past, Roche said nothing further and redirected his path, accompanying Eric to another outdoor training venue. There, an array of metallic objects awaited, perfectly suited for honing Eric's magnetic control and Roche's heat rays. They had engaged in such training on numerous occasions, apart from their real combat experiences. As they arrived at the training site, Eric wasted no time, skillfully manipulating the objects to dart toward Roche. With a sharp hiss, Roche's pupils began to flicker with intense heat rays. The air crackled with energy as lasers scattered wildly, and objects soared, creating a vibrant scene. It was only when both men, drenched in sweat, settled down to rest that Eric, with a serious demeanor, addressed Roche. You know, tomorrow I will surely kill Shaw. He can fight it. But Charles will undoubtedly intervene. He will. Indeed, Charles will, Roche nodded, his belief reinforced by cinematic portrayals. I truly cherish Charles as a friend. He is not only my comrade, but also my brother. I wish to protect our kind alongside him, yet he will never align with my beliefs. So, Eric, what precisely are you trying to convey? Roche inquired. Roche, I am uncertain of what tomorrow holds, yet I possess an unsettling intuition that things will not resolve perfectly, nor will they unfold as we all desire. However, you have always known my longing to do something for our fellow mutants, to allow them to live freely in this world without the need for concealment or fear. Therefore, Roche, if I require your assistance, will you stand by me? Eric hinted subtly, attempting to draw Rorschach into his fold. Rorschach understood the implication. It seemed Eric had already resolved to part ways with Charles following his confrontation with Shaw. Even if the unfortunate incident where Eric injured Charles had not occurred, he likely would have departed regardless. However, Rorschach had no intention of leaving alongside Eric. Eric, I will. Regardless of whether it's you or Charles, I will do it. We are brothers, are we not? Rorschach smiled at Eric. Indeed, we are brothers. Eric murmured as he echoed the sentiment. He truly resonated with this notion. Even though Charles would prevent him from taking Shaw's life, Charles remained his brother, albeit one who did not comprehend him as Rorschach did. Eric, do not overthink it. Ultimately, everything will resolve itself, Rorschach stated as he rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Let us continue our training. Indeed, everything will ultimately resolve itself, Eric nodded. The two resumed their dedication to training. Chapter 077. The birth of the X-Men. As nightfall quietly descended, a full moon hung high in the sky. On ordinary occasions, the living room would be lively, filled with young mutants engaging in idle chatter and playful antics after their meal. However, the atmosphere was unusually tranquil this evening. With the impending climactic battle and a day of rigorous training behind them, everyone was weary and in need of rest to regain their strength. Yet Hank did not take a break. He sat at his desk, staring vacantly at the syringe in his hand. Through his examination of the blood sample Rorschach had previously provided, he had indeed discovered that the earlier formula harbored fatal flaws. Rather than suppressing his X gene, it would amplify it significantly. If that were the case, not only would Hank be unable to remedy his beast-like, oversized feat, but he would also risk developing animalistic features in other parts of his body. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. However, the current formula was flawless, devoid of any defects. The only lingering disappointment was that Hank had initially been eager to share this serum with Raven to cure her blue skin, only to be met with her ruthless rejection. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, yet it only solidified his resolve to inject the serum into himself. Taking a deep breath, Hank exhaled slowly to calm his nerves. With a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, he injected the syringe into his own body, fixating his gaze on his unusually large feet. Hardly daring to breathe. Before long, the muscles in Hank's oversized feet began to ripple, undergoing a transformation unimaginable to outsiders. And then, astonishingly, they returned to normal. Haha! Hank exclaimed in sheer delight, laughter spilling forth. I did it. I have finally succeeded. In that moment, Hank yearned to share this thrilling news with Rorschach. The following morning, the mutants rose early, gathering with a sense of gravity that contrasted sharply with their usual training routines. The atmosphere was thick with seriousness, for the task ahead was monumental, capable of altering the very fabric of the future. Even though they had been invigorated by Charles the day before, as departure drew near, an undeniable pressure enveloped them. Everyone. The extensive preparation and arduous training we have endured culminate in this moment. We must thwart Shaw. We must prevent him from annihilating this world and strive to save it, Charles declared, his conviction resonating with the group. Indeed, we are on a mission to rescue the world. I am confident in our success. We will prevail. With the weight of their collective gazes upon him, Charles rallied their spirits once more. Now, let us commence our journey. Eric interjected simply, clapping his hands. Wait a moment. Hank interjected, standing up and adjusting his glasses. I have prepared some items that I believe you will find useful. As a distinguished scientist, Hank may not have possessed formidable mutant abilities, but his scientific prowess was undeniable. The intrigue surrounding Hank's mysterious preparations piqued the curiosity of the group. However, when Hank opened a large, pre-prepared box, a chorus of groans erupted as they realized he had provided each of them with a rather unattractive uniform. Hank, you have certainly been busy, Eric teased. Do we really have to wear this? See which remarked, her expression one of clear discomfort. Given that we cannot withstand extreme gravity, nor are we bulletproof, I recommend we wear them regardless, Hank replied with a smile. Well, Raven shrugged. I doubt these will pose any problems for Rorschach. With his exceptional physique, even a knife from a mutant mercenary would struggle to penetrate him. Bulletproof attire seems a given, doesn't he? All right, with the exception of Rorschach, Hank added. Despite this banter, Rorschach made no objections, donning the first-generation X-Men uniform alongside his comrades. This ensemble marked the inaugural battle attire of the X-Men, laden with historical significance. Although Rorschach privately deemed the uniform somewhat unappealing, such trivialities were inconsequential. They were preparing for battle, not a social engagement. Look at us. We even have a unified uniform now. Shouldn't we bestow a name upon this team? Raven's penchant for naming has resurfaced, and she proposed, how about the X-Men? X-Men? A group of warriors possessing the X gene? Not too shabby. Raven, that sounds rather cliché. The mutants jested, none taking the name seriously. Little did they know that this whimsical name concocted by Raven would later signify a team of immense importance. Is this how the X-Men came into existence? Rorschach pondered with interest. He considered himself a witness to history. All right, let us set forth. Once the group was ready, Charles clapped his hands with enthusiasm and led everyone into an enormous warehouse. Inside, a remarkably advanced aircraft, far beyond the current era, stood before them. The first-generation Blackbird. A symbol of great significance, Rorschach gazed at the somewhat rough aircraft, secretly contemplating its value. He was certain that just a photograph would fetch a handsome price from the fervent fans of the X-Men. Charles, this is quite extravagant. You even have this, exclaimed Mystique excitedly, her eyes widening. We must have some means of transportation, Charles replied with a grin, putting on a show of nonchalance. Cool, really cool, Darwin remarked, his eyes widening. I never dared to imagine that one day I would board such a magnificent aircraft. But who will pilot it? Eric? Moira? The Juggernaut posed a crucial question. Of course, it will be me, Hank said, stepping forward with an air of confidence. Excuse me, Hank, you can fly a plane? The Juggernaut eyed Hank skeptically. That seems quite a leap. Absolutely, I built this aircraft, Hank replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Without further ado, the group boarded the plane, each finding a seat and fastening their seat belts. Attention everyone, we are about to take off, Hank announced as he performed a series of operations. Whoosh! The aircraft soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Chapter 078, Nuclear War, Imminent Cuba. On the vast expanse of the sea, two fleets stood poised at a standoff across the embargo line. The atmosphere was charged, a tension palpable in the air. A cargo ship from the Great Bear Nation seemed to provoke the beautiful country, persistently navigating towards its waters. Commander, there are only 3 minutes left before they cross the embargo line, the first mate reported solemnly to the Supreme Commander aboard the flagship of the beautiful nation. However, the Supreme Commander had already observed the unfolding scene through his telescope. The stifling atmosphere on site made it difficult for him to breathe, preventing him from making such a grave decision lightly. This decision could potentially ignite the flames of a third world war. Nevertheless, some decisions must be rendered. If they dare to cross the line, they shall face their own fate, he murmured quietly before resolutely issuing the command to sound the battle alarm. The piercing siren echoed throughout the fleet, thrusting the beautiful nation into a state of combat readiness. Upon witnessing this display, the fleet of the Great Bear Nation promptly took corresponding measures, also entering a state of preparation for battle. The tension in the air escalated palpably. At this juncture, the focus of both the beautiful nation and the Great Bear Nation was entirely fixated on the cargo ship inching ever closer to the embargo line. The actions of that vessel in the next 3 minutes would directly determine the future trajectory of the world. Hearts raced, and breaths grew heavy as the cargo ship approached the line. Some clenched their fists unconsciously. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Great Bear Nation received an order from higher command. The command was to halt the cargo ship's advance and return immediately. In other words, it was a directive to cease provocations against the beautiful nation. A collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks of the Great Bear Nation's fleet. The looming specter of a third world war was finally averted at the crucial moment. Sakansi, please respond. Sakansi, please respond. Sakansi, you are ordered to return to Odessa immediately. However, matters began to spiral out of control. The Great Bear Nation issued repeated commands for the cargo ship to turn back. Yet it continued to disregard them, relentlessly approaching the embargo line. The atmosphere over the vast sea seemed to grow heavier. Just then, in this critical moment, a sleek and striking fighter jet suddenly roared past. What on earth? Where did this plane come from? Both fleets, from the beautiful nation and the Great Bear Nation, were taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the aircraft. However, due to the extremely sensitive nature of the moment, any reckless gunfire from either fleet could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Thus, despite their bewilderment, neither side took immediate action, merely staring in unison at the fighter jet flaunting its prowess right before their eyes. Undoubtedly, this aircraft was the Blackbird, piloted by the mutants. Hank, with his weapons fully operational, had finally made his entrance at this critical juncture. The mutants inside the cockpit bore witness to the chaotic scene unfolding around them, their hearts gripped by a profound unease, akin to standing before a long-dormant volcano on the verge of an explosive eruption. The atmosphere was undeniably tumultuous. Hank could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What was the true nature of that cargo ship? Did the Bear Nation genuinely intend to instigate a dispute between the two countries? Raven's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a blue chrysanthemum blooming in the heart of autumn. It seemed that Shaw's instigation had been remarkably effective. No, it shouldn't be attributed solely to the Bear Nation. Charles interjected, activating his telepathic abilities to seize the consciousnness of an individual aboard the cargo vessel, the Salty Sea. Through this mental intrusion, he gleaned the entire truth. Indeed, it was Shaw? Charles's expression darkened considerably. He had sent someone to alter the ship's course, directing it towards the embargo line. Should the vessel cross this line, it would immediately be subjected to bombardment from our forces, igniting war. Moore's demeanor turned gravely serious. Charles, cannot you redirect the Salty Sea's course? The Ravager suggested, unable to contain his proposal. I cannot, Charles replied, shaking his head. All personnel aboard the Salty Sea are deceased. If he could have controlled them, would he have awaited the Ravager's suggestion? There was not a single living soul left on that ship. He had been fortunate to find a dying individual who had not yet succumbed. Such circumstances were utterly unmanageable. This is the independent vessel of the United States. I am Alexander Nowitzki. We have lost control of our cargo ship. We have ordered it to return. Please do not open fire. Please do not open fire. A voice echoed across the waters. It was the Bear Nation, witnessing the Salty Sea completely slipping from their grasp, attempting to communicate with the Beautiful Nation. However, the Beautiful Nation misinterpreted this as a ruse from the Bear Nation, disregarding the plea and instead commencing a countdown to open fire. The situation had become critically urgent. At this pivotal moment, Charles made a swift decision, immediately utilizing his abilities to take control of an officer within the fleet of the Bear Nation, launching a missile that obliterated the Kazilcom cargo ship before it could cross the embargo line. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone, be they from the United States or the Soviet Union, or even the mutants aboard the Blackbird aircraft. With the Kazilcom destroyed, both fleets had lost their justification for conflict. The specter of World War III had been averted. Thus, the mutants could now concentrate their efforts on confronting Shaw. However, a slight sense of frustration lingered among them, for Charles remained unable to sense Shaw as presence. He must be lurking below. We must devise a method to locate him, Eric stated with an air of authority. Hank. Charles inquired of Hank, who piloted the aircraft ahead. The radar shows no signs of him, Hank replied, shaking his head. He must be concealed beneath the water, but regrettably, we lack sonar. Without sonar, how can we conduct underwater detection? No, Hank, who says we lack sonar? Laughed Rorschach at that moment. Indeed, who claims we are without it? Chimed in the siren. The others were taken aback. After all, the siren was essentially a humanoid sonar. Chapter 079, Locating the Black Emperor. Magneto's might elevates the submarine without hesitation. The siren, Eric, and Charles unbuckled their safety belts and moved towards the hatch of the aircraft's lower compartment. Hank, open the hatch. The siren called out to Hank, who was piloting the aircraft. Boom. The hatch swung open, revealing the tumultuous sea, its icy waters rushing into view, while a fierce wind surged in, leaving everyone slightly breathless. Remember, this is merely muscle. You can control it, Charles shouted beside the siren, providing psychological encouragement. Just think of it that way. We shall meet again shortly. Follow my command. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh. The siren leaped from the hatch, plunging headfirst into the ocean. Buzz. As the siren opened her mouth, a sound wave emanated forth, spreading widely through the water. Indeed, it was a sonar system. Meanwhile, Charles maintained a mental connection with the siren throughout the process. The moment the siren sensed Shaw's location, Charles would be the first to know. Eric stood by, ready to spring into action once Shaw was located. He was determined to personally extract Shaw. As for Rorschach, new task generated. Task: thwart the actions of the Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw and eliminate Shaw. Task reward: 2,000 source points. At this moment, a series of prompt sounds echoed in Rorschach's mind. A new task had emerged once more, and this time, it boasted a reward of a full 2,000 source points, which, based on past experiences, could unlock up to 20 levels of progress. This was the most substantial reward since acquiring the template system. Rorschach was undeniably excited about it. Shaw, it appears that sparing you is no longer an option. A glimmer of determination flashed in Rorschach's eyes. He unfastened his seatbelt and approached the hatch to provide support. He was not merely a bystander. At that moment, all eyes within the aircraft were fixed on Charles, as everyone awaited the outcome from the Sea Witch. Approximately 5 minutes later, Charles, still connected to the Sea Witch, felt a surge of energy. The Sea Witch has locked on Shaw's position. The atmosphere in the aircraft became charged with exhilaration. Are you ready? Charles turned to Eric and inquired. I have been waiting for this moment. Eric nodded emphatically. Charles then relayed the coordinates of Shaw, as sensed by the Sea Witch, to Hank, who was piloting the fighter jet. Hank swiftly adjusted their course, flying towards the waters above Shaw. Seizing the opportunity, Eric climbed out of the aircraft, standing on the landing gear, extending his hand to sense the submarine beneath the water. Remember, the key lies in the balance between anger and tranquility. Charles called out to Eric from the side. Whether it was due to Charles's guidance or Eric's newfound strength from his transformation the previous day, he quickly sensed the submarine beneath the surface. Employing his abilities, he managed to draw the submarine from the depths of the ocean. With a resounding splash, a massive nuclear submarine floated into the air beneath Eric's outstretched hand, hovering as he guided it towards the shore. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. Eric's display was rather extraordinary, wasn't it? The crew inside the cabin watched in disbelief, nearly having their eyes pop out. Eric's performance was indeed remarkably powerful. My God, what is happening? How is the submarine airborne? Look at that individual, could it be him? Even Eric's companions were taken aback, let alone the personnel on both sides of the embargo line within the American and Soviet fleets. They appeared as if they had encountered a specter, feeling as though their worldviews had shattered into countless fragments. Amidst their profound astonishment, a deep-seated trepidation and unease began to take root within their hearts. When had a nuclear submarine ever been so casually and effortlessly formidable? The individual aboard the aircraft possessed such terrifying power. If wielded against them, who could withstand it? A palpable threat loomed over both fleets, as the sailors collectively sensed an overwhelming danger. What was happening? What had transpired? It was those adversaries. Within the grand hall of the nuclear submarine, the expressions of 4 or 5 mutants shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the figure of the Black Monarch was conspicuously absent, for he was ensconced in a secret chamber, absorbing the submarine's nuclear energy with utmost intensity. In the shadows, he was poised to unleash a nuclear strike against either the American or Soviet faction, thereby igniting a cataclysmic nuclear war. The impetus for the Black Monarch's decisive action stemmed from the prior destruction of the Xianhai cargo ship, which they had controlled. They swiftly realized that their old foes, that group of mutants, had returned. How outrageous! Who dared to thwart our endeavors? A man, bare-chested with a pair of eagle-like wings sprouting from his back, emitted a cold snarl. Without uttering a word, he ascended the ladder and forcefully opened the hatch of the submarine. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to be astounded to see the submarine soaring into the sky. They had been submerged just moments ago, yet now they were ascending. Turning again, he beheld a man seemingly levitating the submarine with his hand. Undoubtedly, it was Eric, the individual the Black Monarch had previously mentioned. Indeed, it was that group. The eagle-winged man's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he spread his wings and swiftly launched himself toward Eric. His wings bore a menacing exoskeleton reminiscent of daggers, poised for a lethal assault. At that moment, Eric was wholly focused on maneuvering the submarine, leaving him no time to contend with the approaching adversary. Fortunately, Rorschach was nearby, ready to assist Eric. Did they truly believe they were unprotected? With a cold smirk, Rorschach leaned in, his pupils igniting with fervor. With a swift motion, 2 beams of thermal energy shot forth toward the eagle-winged man. It was indeed him. The eagle-winged man's expression shifted dramatically. Now, Rorschach has become somewhat of a celebrity on the Black Emperor's side. Many of Black Emperor's trusted subordinates are familiar with Rorschach and are aware of his fundamental skills. It is well known that this individual possesses formidable strength, posing a significant threat to Black Emperor's inner circle. The eagle-winged man is no exception. He dares not underestimate Rorschach in the slightest. Chapter 080. The Ultimate Showdown. A storm approaches swish. The moment Rorschach unleashed his heat ray, the eagle-winged man swiftly spread his wings and executed an agile somersault, evading Rorschach's lethal strike. He then hovered in midair, arms crossed, gazing at Rorschach with an expression of cold seriousness etched upon his face. Indeed, Shao was correct. This man is an immense source of trouble. The fact that he can emit heat rays from his eyes is an extraordinary ability, posing a natural and substantial threat to all mutants. Not to mention, he possesses strength, speed, and defensive capabilities that far exceed the norm, leaving no apparent weaknesses. Even Shao has found himself at a disadvantage against this individual. With such a presence, eliminating the one who controls magnetism seems quite daunting. As for Rorschach, he too refrained from pursuing the eagle-winged man further. The exceedingly confined space within the Blackbird aircraft limited Rorschach's options. After all, he could not simply destroy the Blackbird in order to eliminate the eagle-winged man, could he? With the shore already in sight, Rorschach felt confident that once they reached land, dealing with someone like the eagle-winged man would be a trivial matter. Of course, in reality, resolving these minor adversaries would be even more effortlessly handled by Charles, whose abilities are exceptionally formidable. After all, he need only place his hand on his temple and concentrate to immobilize the eagle-winged man, rendering him unconscious and allowing him to sink into the sea. However, at this moment, all of Charles's energy was devoted to dismantling the mental barrier within the nuclear submarine, leaving him no time to attend to other matters. Indeed, the instant Eric pulled the submarine from the water, Charles sensed that one area within it was shielded from his mental probing. It was reminiscent of the incident at the Manhattan Hotel. Charles was certain that Shao must be concealed in that very location. Despite having been powerless against such an energy barrier during the Manhattan incident, Charles could not afford to be negligent now, as it pertained to the future landscape of the world. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his strength, desperately attempting to breach the barrier, leaving him with no capacity to concern himself with the minor adversaries. Fortunately, with the capabilities of the other X-Men, they were more than capable of handling those lesser foes. In the original film, the X-Men, along with Quicksilver, the Scarlet Witch, and the Fallen Angel, engaged in a relentless battle without Charles intervening. Otherwise, how could those individuals, lacking even helmets, have the audacity to act so brazenly before Charles? It was only after the X-Men had dealt with all the minor adversaries that Eric found Shaw, at which point Charles finally deployed his abilities to immobilize Shaw, allowing Eric to eliminate him with a coin. In summary, prior to locating Shaw, Charles was of no use. Everyone had to rely on their own strength to confront the Hellfire Club's members. Fortunately, this was not an insurmountable task for the X-Men. Nicholas. Another voice emerged after Rorschach had forced the winged man away, as yet another figure emerged from their nuclear submarine. This was a robust, bald man with remarkably pale skin, resembling the white plaster of a freshly painted wall. Those unfamiliar might mistakenly believe he suffered from a grave illness. However, it was evident that this was merely a manifestation of his mutant abilities. The bald man was in excellent health. He glanced up at the winged man in the sky and called out, "That Eastern man inside, I cannot approach." The winged man, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Fine. Leave it to me." The bald man grinned widely and suddenly extended his arms, mimicking the motion of the Hulk's thunderous clap aimed at the Blackbird fighter jet. Boom. With his clap, a colossal wave erupted from the water, surging forth with unstoppable force, as if a dam had burst, crashing towards the Blackbird. "Shat! What is this? A tidal wave is approaching. Hank, be cautious." Alarmed voices erupted within the Blackbird. "Everyone brace yourselves. We are about to experience significant turbulence." Hank quickly maneuvered the Blackbird to evade the impending wave while shouting to the mutants. "Charles, get down," Rorschach instructed, and he promptly lowered himself to the ground, grasping Eric's hand and pulling him in. In the next instant, boom. The immense wave engulfed the Blackbird, causing the aircraft to shudder violently, rocking as if it were a mere leaf on the water's surface. Inside the aircraft, the mutants were violently jolted by an immense shockwave, feeling as if their very bodies were on the verge of disintegration, with the world spinning around them and the light of day dimming, akin to experiencing a great earthquake. Fortunately, everyone aboard the Blackbird had secured their seatbelts. Rogue's strength was astonishing, enabling her to stabilize herself effortlessly. As for Eric, he utilized his abilities to firmly anchor himself to the aircraft, even pressing down on Charles beneath him, acting as a makeshift safety belt to ensure Charles remained securely fastened. Remarkably, all were unharmed. Suddenly, the Blackbird lost control, and Hank was forced to land it near the shore. The violent tremors intensified, far surpassing the initial impact. The first-generation Blackbird, a symbol of significance, was instantly reduced to ruins, leaving the mutants on the brink of nausea. Thankfully, their precautionary measures proved effective, resulting in no injuries. Cough, cough. Is everyone all right? Mora? Raven? Charles? We're fine. It seemed that, despite his frail appearance, Charles, possessing the most powerful mind in existence, was the first to regain his composure. While others still struggled with dizziness, Charles had already risen to assess the situation. As for Rogue, she stood effortlessly within the aircraft, appearing completely unfazed, not even a strand of hair out of place, as if the crash had never occurred. Without further ado, Rogue, along with Charles and Eric, assisted the other mutants in disembarking from their seats, and the group exited the aircraft together. Meanwhile, on the opposing shore, Shaw's nuclear submarine lay shattered on the ground, completely demolished. Outside the wreckage stood 4 individuals: a bald man who had just attacked them and possessed the ability to manipulate water, a swaggering man with dreadlocks and sunglasses, exuding confidence, another man who appeared unremarkable, with no immediate discernible abilities, and lastly, a winged figure, gracefully hovering in mid-air, emanating an air of superiority. The 4 gazed intently at Charles and the others, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Chapter 081. The X-Men's First Battle. A full-scale eruption. I delved into the Guardian's thoughts. Shaw was absorbing the energy from the entire submarine, intent on transforming himself into a nuclear bomb. Charles' voice echoed, grave and focused, as he fixated on the mutants opposite them while addressing his companions. Time is of the essence. The Geiger counter is about to exceed its range. Mora provided additional input from the side. All right. We must first notify both fleets to commence evacuation via the walkie-talkie. Charles promptly instructed Mora. I shall enter the submarine to stop him, Eric resolutely declared, leaving no room for debate. Although, in terms of strength, the most suitable candidate to confront Shaw would be Rorschach rather than Eric. Everyone was acutely aware of the animosity between Eric and Shaw, rendering his decision unsurprising. Rorschach did not contest Eric's choice. After all, with his prowess, eliminating the minor adversaries outside before confronting Shaw would pose no significant challenge. Prior to that, Eric might very well suffer a severe beating at Shaw's hands. Rorschach, Alex, Darwin, I entrust the others to you. Charles acknowledged that Eric's decision was far from ideal, yet he refrained from elaborating further, instead entrusting Rorschach and the Ravager with the task. As for Raven and Hank, well, they found themselves sidelined once again. Raven, at this juncture, undeniably lacked combat skills, while she had improved considerably. She remained far from being battle-ready. The difference between her current abilities and the level required to confront Wolverine one-on-one was astronomical. Hank, on the other hand, was in a somewhat altered state. Thanks to Rorschach's assistance, his mutant abilities had not enhanced, leaving him merely as a mutant who could run faster than others, nothing more. In terms of combat, he was of little assistance. However, it must be noted that everyone possesses their own area of expertise, and each mutant's abilities have their respective contexts for utilization. Raven and Hank were indeed not suited for frontline combat. To expect them to charge headlong like the Ravager or the Siren would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. Let us proceed with this plan. The Ravager was brimming with enthusiasm. Eric, once you enter, follow my instructions, but I need you to eliminate all obstacles in my path. Charles reiterated to Eric. Nodding affirmatively, Eric charged directly towards the nuclear submarine. You shall not pass. A scoff echoed, as the winged man let out a cold laugh. He spread his wings and soared towards the group. With a resounding clap, the bald man struck again at the X-Men, unleashing another Hulk-like shockwave. The sea behind him erupted, sending several splashes towards the mutants. The splashes of water were not mere ordinary waves, but rather water blades imbued with formidable energy under the control of the bald man. Sizzle. The Ravager's abilities proved immensely beneficial at that moment. His hands moved with swift precision, unleashing a series of circular energy waves that dispersed the water projectiles hurled by the bald man. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted from the depths of the sea, as the submerged sea monster surged forth, colliding directly with the flying winged man. With a swift motion, the sea monster unleashed a sonic wave towards the winged man. In a graceful and fluid maneuver, the winged man evaded the sonic assault and propelled himself towards the sea creature. Both the winged man and the sea monster were the sole aerial combatants in their respective teams, each bearing unique strengths and weaknesses. The sea monster's advantage lay in its ability to launch long-range sonic attacks, but its mobility in flight was significantly limited, merely gliding through the air. In contrast, the winged man possessed genuine wings, granting him superior maneuverability, yet he was confined to face-to-face combat. lacking any long-range capabilities. Thus, the dynamics of their confrontation were clear. Distance favored the sea monster, while close quarters benefited the winged man. Currently, the winged man was executing precisely this strategy, navigating against the sea monster's attacks to close the gap and confront it directly. Given the prevailing circumstances, neither side appeared poised to achieve a decisive victory. Meanwhile, other mutants began to showcase their unique abilities, launching fierce assaults against their adversaries. An extraordinary and dazzling battle among mutants had commenced. The first skirmish began in earnest. Whoosh! The air was filled with the sounds of slicing wind as the dreadlocked fighter unleashed a flurry of attacks against Darwin. To his astonishment, this was a Medusa. Darwin, having already undergone a transformation into steel, endured the relentless lashes of the opponent's whip as if they were mere tickles, feeling nothing at all. Frankly, Darwin's ability to survive was rather extraordinary, albeit a passive skill. Unfortunately, when the external stimuli that stimulated his evolutionary capabilities vanished, so too would the powers he had acquired. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. That seemingly unremarkable man possessed an ability somewhat akin to a torrent, capable of conjuring fierce winds. This is a windman. However, his abilities differ significantly from those of the torrent. The gales produced by the torrent manifest as hurricanes in the form of tornadoes, characterized by their swirling winds, and can amalgamate with moisture to create genuine torrents. In contrast, the windman cannot conjure such spiraling winds. His gusts are direct and linear, devoid of any moisture integration. Nevertheless, his power remains formidable, capable of effortlessly lifting a car into the air, making it exceedingly challenging for an average person to withstand. Whoosh! The windman unleashed a barrage of tempestuous winds upon the assembled X-Men, instantly toppling them in disarray. Particularly, Eric found himself at the forefront of the onslaught, blown backward with considerable force. This windman, capable of wide-ranging attacks, proved to be an especially troublesome adversary, prompting Rorschach to designate him as his primary target. With a sudden flash, Rorschach's eyes turned crimson, and two intensely radiant heat beams shot forth towards the Windman. Chapter 082. Rorschach strikes, sweeping across the battlefield. Rorschach had long been on the Hellfire Club's watch list. Despite being engaged in combat with others, every member of the club remained acutely aware of Rorschach's presence, constantly monitoring his actions. Upon witnessing Rorschach's offensive move, the Windman dared not underestimate the threat. He promptly abandoned Eric and leaped aside, narrowly evading Rorschach's heat beams. The beams struck the sand near him, creating two sizable craters. However, just as Rorschach pursued the Windman for another shot, the Windman abruptly waved his hand, summoning a fierce gust that kicked up a cloud of sand, obscuring his figure. It must be said that this maneuver was quite astute. After all, if one cannot see, how can the most powerful beams strike their target? Unfortunately for the Windman, he could not fathom Rorschach's true capabilities. The sand, which seemed sufficient to nullify Rorschach's heat rays in the eyes of the Hellfire Club members, merely served as a minor hindrance for Rorschach. Indeed, it was nothing more than a trifling obstacle. Rorschach employed his X-ray vision, effortlessly penetrating the veil of yellow sand to pinpoint the Windman's precise location. Additionally, Rorschach's superhuman hearing honed in on the Windman's heartbeat. The sand, which could obscure one's vision, was utterly ineffective against Rorschach. Whoosh! The scorching rays emitted by Rorschach continued to sweep across the battlefield, shifting their focus towards the Windman. However, at that very moment, Rorschach revealed a chilling smirk, his right hand extending sharply to the right, grasping at the seemingly empty void. A sound immediately resonated. Simultaneously, the light before him warped in response, and a figure gradually materialized within Rorschach's grasp. A mutant, never before witnessed. A being endowed with the ability to become invisible, lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike against Rorschach, the Invisible Man. In his hand, he wielded a short dagger, not just any ordinary blade, but one crafted from a special metal designed to effortlessly slice through steel. It was a weapon specifically intended for Rorschach's demise. This Invisible Man was a formidable weapon prepared by Shaw to counter Rorschach's arrival. Yet, unbeknownst to Black Emperor and his cohorts, Rorschach possessed extraordinary hearing. In that instant, he discerned that the mutants dispatched by the Hellfire Club numbered not 4, but 5. He had long since detected the heartbeat of the Invisible Man. As the chaos of battle unfolded, the Invisible Man stealthily approached Rorschach, But Rashia was acutely aware of it all, monitoring the entire process with unwavering clarity. How is this possible? You discovered me. The face of the invisible man contorted in disbelief. Amidst such tumultuous conflict, how had Rashia perceived his presence? He had exhibited no flaws. Crack. But this question would remain forever unanswered for the invisible man, as Rashia exerted his strength, swiftly snapping the opponent's neck. He then discarded the lifeless body to the ground, as if it were mere refuse. Turning his attention once more, Rashia unleashed two beams of heat that pierced through the still settling yellow sand barrier, deeply penetrating within. Bang! The wind man, ensnared within the sandy barrier, was hurled backwards as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The tempestuous winds abruptly ceased. The figure of the wind man, whose fate hung in the balance, now lay before the onlookers. Beside Rashia, the corpse of the unfamiliar man also materialized, presenting a grim tableau to the gathered spectators. Every heart within the Hellfire Club thudded violently. How could it be that within such a brief encounter, two individuals had already been eliminated? And to their shock, Winston had been slain so swiftly? He had been summoned specifically by Shaw to contend with the young man from the east. The rapidity of his demise was utterly unforeseen. The intelligence was flawed. That eastern youth was far more formidable than reported. Well done, Rasha. Eric's jubilant voice echoed, and the spirits of the other X-Men surged to unprecedented heights. However, their adversaries felt an immense pressure. With Windman defeated and the other mutants restrained, Eric faced no further obstacles and boldly advanced, using his powers to tear a gaping hole in the nuclear submarine, striding confidently inside. Meanwhile, Rasha approached the other mutants from the Hellfire Club. The mutants immediately sensed a tightening in their chests, overwhelmed by anxiety. "Hey!" the bald man exclaimed, unleashing a fierce shout as he directed a Hulk-like strike towards Rasha. Boom! Boom! Two colossal waves erupted from the sea behind him, hurtling toward Rasha. Alas, at that moment, Rasha stood as a true embodiment of steel. Such an attack could hardly command his attention. Boom! With a powerful thrust of his legs against the ground, Rasha propelled himself forward like a cannonball, crashing into the oncoming waves. Splash! In the next instant, he emerged from the other side of the torrent, landing heavily before the bald man. The bald man's expression shifted dramatically. His formidable attack, capable of effortlessly overturning a vehicle, had utterly failed to affect this Eastern individual. This person had withstood his onslaught with sheer physicality. The intelligence was indeed correct. This individual's body was astonishingly abnormal. Boom! Just as those thoughts flickered in his mind, the bald man felt an overwhelming force collide with him, sending him hurtling backward. Crack! Simultaneously, the sound of breaking bones echoed. So swift. This was the last thought that crossed the bald man's mind. He hadn't even registered Rasha's movements before he found himself airborne. Then, darkness enveloped him completely, and he lost consciousness, oblivious to his body plummeting to the ground like a lifeless dog. Gulp! The braided-haired man could not help but swallow hard, feeling as frantic as a frightened dog. In the midst of battle, all comrades, save for Nicholas, who had inexplicably taken to the skies, were swiftly vanquished. Only he remained. This Eastern individual possessed far greater strength than the legend suggested. Chapter 083. The secret weapon against Rasha. Surely you wouldn't dare to overwhelm the few with your numbers? One must uphold the virtues of martial ethics. As Rasha casually clapped his hands and resumed his stride, the man with the braids lost all composure, vociferously calling out to Rasha. Unbeknownst to him, Rasha had no intention of engaging the braids man. Among the mutants aligned with the Black Emperor, the braids man was the weakest, with combat abilities severely limited to face-to-face encounters, unlike the widespread attacks of others such as Windman or Baldman. Even after prolonged combat with Darwin, he had yet to subdue him. Such an insignificant opponent posed no threat to Rasha, who chose to disregard him. After all, Rasha's mission was to eliminate Shao, not to eradicate his entire entourage. Such trivial characters could easily be handled by others. He could not possibly undertake every task alone. Without a glance at the braids man, Rasha swaggered through the gaping hole torn open by Eric, entering the nuclear submarine. Indeed, they had failed to impede his progress. A voice suddenly echoed within. Inside the submarine, a figure donned in a gas mask leaned against the wall, arms crossed, as if awaiting Rasha's arrival. It was surprising that the Black Emperor had arranged for a backup. However, upon reflection, it seemed only reasonable. In the previous mission to Manhattan, Xiao had deployed a considerable force, yet still met with utter failure, so it was rather peculiar that he would now settle for merely a handful of individuals outside. Of course, the presence of the Invisible Man was a formidable trump card. Had Rorschach lacked super hearing, there was indeed a possibility of being eliminated. Yet at such a critical juncture, Zhao's decision to rely on just this singular ace appeared rather precarious. It seemed that the gas-masked individual was the second ace up their sleeve. How careless of him. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the situation on the beach and had neglected the potential for others to be concealed within the submarine. Rorschach had not even noticed the masked man's presence. Now, with the masked figure standing there, yet Eric absent, Rorschach hurriedly surveyed his surroundings, keen to assess the situation. He is unharmed, the individual who entered earlier. The masked man, aware of Rorschach's concerns, began to elucidate his thoughts, suggesting that Xiao harbored distinct expectations of him. However, Rorschach was resolute in disregarding the masked man's words. He unleashed his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance and swiftly detected Eric and Xiao within a concealed chamber of the nuclear submarine. At that very moment, Eric was being subjected to Zhao's relentless torment, akin to that of a trifling grandchild. To speak candidly, Zhao's abilities were indeed formidable. There was no conceivable way for Eric to vanquish him. Seeing that Eric was safe, Rorschach felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without uttering a single word, he cast a cold smile at the masked man before his eyes transformed into a fiery crimson. He planned to dispatch a searing beam of energy to send this masked man to his demise. Yet, the masked man was prepared. In an instant, he removed his gas mask and exhaled a plume of vibrant green gas. Undoubtedly, this gas was toxic, a final gambit devised by He Huang specifically for Rorschach, reminiscent of the venomous fugu fish. The verdant toxin swiftly enveloped the entire scene like a green mist, shrouding Rorschach entirely. The masked man could not suppress a cruel smile, proclaiming, "You must be Zhao's greatest threat, otherwise he would never have released me. No matter your prowess, you are finished. My poison is insurmountable." However, before he could complete his taunt, Rorschach unleashed a scorching ray that pierced through the masked man's chest, creating a gaping hole. With a resounding bang, the force propelled the masked man against the wall, from which he fell to the ground. As he glanced up, he beheld Rorschach emerging unscathed from the green gas. His demeanor calm and composed, with a healthy complexion. The toxin, which could obliterate one's internal organs within mere seconds, had utterly failed to affect him. How could this be? Such a phenomenon was unfathomable. With widened eyes, he muttered 2 words of bitter disbelief before his head tilted, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Xiao has truly prepared me a splendid gift," Rorschach remarked, casting a glance at the masked man's lifeless body, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. To be candid, the masked man's strength was exceptionally formidable. If wielded effectively, he alone could easily annihilate an entire squad of X-Men, regardless of whether it is Charles, Eric, or others. With the possible exception of Darwin, everyone would be swiftly defeated. However, the current battle takes place in an open area, which greatly restricts the masked man's abilities. Had he been present in Manhattan during that incident, it would have resulted in catastrophe for all. From the perspective of Black Emperor and his allies, the masked man indeed serves as a formidable weapon against Rorschach. Yet, for the same reasons, they can never truly comprehend Rorschach's real strength. To be frank, Rorschach's capabilities are indeed rather overwhelming. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the masked man, Rorschach quickly averted his gaze and strode purposefully towards the front chamber of the nuclear submarine. After traversing nearly 20 meters along the lengthy corridor, he halted before a wall. With a swift motion, a heat ray shot forth, slicing a square opening into the wall, followed by a powerful punch that created an entrance before him. Behind that aperture lay a completely silver chamber, where Xiao was forcefully pinning the disheveled Eric against the wall. Hearing the commotion, Xiao turned and fixed his cold, grave gaze upon Rorschach. "You again? So they truly could not stop you?" His expression bore the weight of impending danger. "I always knew you would become my greatest concern." Zhao's eyes were locked onto Rorschach, his demeanor grave and laced with an unmistakable intent to kill. This young man from the East was exceedingly troublesome, persistently causing him distress. This time, he must be eliminated without fail. "Finally, we meet again, Xiao," Rorschach said, seemingly oblivious to Zhao's merciless stare, offering a gentle smile as he boldly entered the chamber. "Rorschach, don't mind me. Kill him." Eric struggled futilely in Zhao's grip, yet stubbornly shouted at Rorschach. Admittedly, hearing those words filled me with sorrow and disappointment. Xiao shook his head, regarding Eric with a look of pity. You still cling to those inconsequential emotional ties. They are but lowly beings, including your mother. We are the future. We are the direction of human evolution. This is our era. I have helped you become your true self. You should be grateful. Release Eric, and I will show you what true human evolution entails. Rorschach's voice rang out, calmly addressing Xiao. Indeed. At this moment, Xiao redirected his gaze towards Luoxia, declaring, in comparison to Eric, you are far more exquisite, perhaps even surpassing me in certain respects. Yet, regrettably, I must eliminate you. He then glanced disdainfully at Eric, adding, you are nothing more than a laughable jester. With a dismissive gesture, Xiao tossed Eric aside as if discarding refuse. In his eyes, Eric was merely an inconsequential pawn, and he derived a twisted pleasure from observing Eric's futile attempts at vengeance, which were perpetually thwarted, igniting both despair and rage within him. Meanwhile, on the beach, Charles, who was intensely attuned to Xiao's presence, exhibited a flicker of delight. Xiao, who had previously seemed to vanish, became palpable shortly after Luoxia's entrance. However, for reasons unknown, Charles was limited to sensing Xiao's existence without the ability to penetrate his thoughts. As expected of Luoxia, Charles felt invigorated. Previously, Xiao had completely blocked his perception, but upon Luoxia's arrival, the situation had markedly improved, evidently due to Luoxia's actions. Charles yearned to communicate to Luoxia that whatever he had done, he should continue. Alas, as ever, his abilities proved ineffective against Luoxia. Thus, he resorted to connecting with Eric. Eric, I sense Xiao's presence. Did Luoxia do something? Charles inquired within Eric's consciousness. What did Luoxia do? Eric was taken aback, recollecting recent events. It seemed Luoxia had merely created a large breach in the shimmering silver room, nothing more. Could it truly be that simple? Eric pondered, suddenly enlightened. The room had been constructed to be impervious, undoubtedly designed to shield Charles's perception. Therefore, when Luoxia breached the chamber, it had revealed a flaw in the otherwise perfect concealment. Realizing this, Eric's excitement surged. There was no time for idle chatter. He immediately raised his hands, attuning himself to the metallic elements surrounding him. Commanding the metal, he initiated a forceful assault. Clang, clang. A cacophony erupted as the silver glass walls of the chamber were relentlessly shattered by Eric's onslaught. At last, Eric, you seem to have utilized your intellect, but alas, it is all for naught, Xiao remarked, shaking his head with a cold smirk. He instinctively understood Eric's intentions. Yet having fully absorbed the energy from the nuclear submarine, he no longer feared exposure. However, unexpectedly, while his attention was diverted by Eric, Rorschach swiftly maneuvered, utilizing his half-supersonic speed to remove Xiao's helmet in an instant. Xiao's ability merely involved energy absorption, providing little enhancement to his speed or reflexes. Moreover, with his focus drawn to Eric, he failed to perceive Rorschach's actions. He merely sensed a fluctuation in the air beside him, and in a fleeting moment, the coolness enveloped his forehead. This is bad. Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he charged towards Rorschach, desperate to reclaim his helmet. He understood that without the helmet's protection, his fate was sealed. Well done, Rorschach, Eric exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he called out to Charles, now's the time. In truth, Charles's psychic presence had been enveloping the area all along. He did not require Eric's reminder and had already sensed everything unfolding. Without a moment's hesitation, Charles utilized his abilities to immobilize Xiao. In an instant, Xiao transformed into a statue, frozen in mid-action, as though the pause button had been pressed. Rorschach, thank you. Eric expressed his gratitude to Rorschach before stepping in front of Xiao, his gaze fixed intently upon him, revealing a complex mix of emotions. Xiao, at last. We have reached this juncture. Eric's demeanor grew cold, an unmistakable murderous intent surfacing on his face. I know you can hear me, and I want you to understand that I concur with every word you spoke. We are indeed the future of humanity. Yet, unfortunately, you have slain my mother. With that, Eric contemplated ending Xiao's life. However, suddenly, he found himself unable to move. Charles had used his powers to interfere with Eric's actions. Eric, listen carefully. Killing Xiao will not bring you peace. It will only stain your hands with blood, a stain that you will never wash away. Charles fervently attempted to reprogram Eric's thoughts. Charles, not now. Get out of my head. Do not obstruct me. Eric shouted desperately, struggling to break free from Charles's control. Eric, master your anger. Do not allow it to master you. You do not wish to become that kind of person. Trust me. Silence. Do not hinder me, Charles. Eric was on the verge of exploding with rage. The situation was undeniably exasperating. The enemy was right before him, easily vanquishable with but a mere coin. Yet his own ally intervened. Eric scoffed just as a searing ray emitted from Rorschach, piercing through Zhao's head and creating 2 gaping holes. The moment was agonizing. Charles, spiritually connected to Zhao, felt the profound pain, involuntarily letting out a cry of despair. Chapter 085. Our enemy is all of humanity. Rorschach. Charles's face contorted in anguish, unable to suppress his anguished shout. In that instant, the realization struck him. Rorschach had slain Zhao. For so long, Charles had been aware of Eric's relentless pursuit to eliminate Zhao, focusing solely on him. He never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, it would be Rorschach who dealt the fatal blow without mercy. Charles felt a deep sorrow, overwhelming disappointment, and intense rage. He had always held great hope for Rorschach, believing him to be less radical and extreme than Eric. Yet now, Rorschach had committed an act as extreme as Eric's. What's wrong, Charles? Mora, observing Charles's distress, could not help but inquire. Raven and Hank also cast their concerned gazes his way. Zhao is dead. Rorschach killed him, Charles replied weakly. I never expected it would be Rorschach who did this. Is there anything wrong with that, Charles? Shouldn't someone like Zhao be put to death? Raven, sensing Charles's discontent towards Rorschach's actions, could not restrain her questioning. That despicable scoundrel deserved no mercy. Raven, how can you think that way? Charles felt as though his heart had been struck fiercely. He could hardly fathom that the person he had grown up with, his closest companion, would not stand by him in such a pivotal moment. Charles, your tolerance is misplaced this time. Raven maintained her stance firmly. Mora? Hank. Charles turned to the others. But both Mora and Hank remained notably silent. Clearly, they did not share Charles's belief in sparing lives. Regardless, Zhao should have been handed over to the CIA for due process, Mora eventually offered, after a moment of contemplation. To speak candidly, deep within her heart, Mora felt that Charles's philosophy of not killing was nothing short of a farce, and that Zhao deserved to perish countless times over. However, as a CIA agent, she struggled to endorse the act of executing a principal perpetrator when capture was within reach. Yet, on a further note, Ross was not even affiliated with the CIA. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 origin points. Detected that the host has surplus origin points. Would you like to use them for enhancement immediately? As Charles was injured by Ross, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Ross aboard the nuclear submarine. He had received a notification from the system. The reward of 2,000 origin points had been credited. However, there was no rush to enhance anything. The timing was not right. Ross, you killed Shaw. The voice of Eric interrupted Ross's thoughts. There stood the liberated Eric, gazing down at Shaw's lifeless body, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, murmuring to Ross. The nemesis he had pursued relentlessly throughout his life had finally been slain, but the hand that executed the deed was not his own. Despite a tinge of regret, Eric could not fault Ross. On the contrary, he felt gratitude towards him. It was Ross who had avenged him, accomplishing what he could not under Charles's interference. Indeed, I killed Shaw, Ross nodded, affirming that everything was over. No, everything has only just begun, Eric remarked profoundly, casting aside his distractions, his gaze steady on Ross. Ross, Charles's circle is not suitable for us. I intend to form my own circle. Join me, my brother. Not at all, Eric. Charles's circle is not fitting for me. And neither is yours, Ross replied, shaking his head. I do not subscribe to the ideologies of either of you. What a pity, Eric genuinely lamented. If you and I were to unite, we would undoubtedly usher in a new era. Yet, that is not the new era I desire, Ross shrugged. Eric recognized that. Despite his youth, Ross was unlike typical young individuals. He was remarkably mature and resolute. Changing Ross's perspective would prove exceedingly challenging for both him and Charles. Hence, Eric refrained from elaborating further. However, Ross, could you pass that to me? Eric pointed at the helmet in Ross's hand. Of course. Without hesitation, Ross handed the helmet over to Eric. The two individuals exchanged no further words and stepped out of the nuclear submarine, arriving at the beach. By this time, the external conflict had concluded. The remaining adversaries, the Winged Man and the Braided Man, from the Black Emperor's faction had been vanquished and captured by the X-Men. Eric, Rorschach. Upon spotting Eric and Rorschach, The gathered mutants on the beach converged around them. "Alex, release them. The war has ended." Eric addressed the captors holding the winged man and the braided man. However, the captors did not heed Eric's request, instead casting inquiring glances towards Charles. Though Eric, Rorschach, and Charles were regarded as leaders among the mutants, it was Charles who commanded the genuine respect and recognition of the group. After all, Xavier's mansion was under Charles's stewardship, and he managed all internal and external affairs. Their remarkable transformation was also a testament to Charles's training. Despite appearing less imposing than Eric, Charles's stature among the mutants was not diminished in the slightest. As for Rorschach, the situation was distinctly different, being of the same generation. The mutants viewed him with admiration and reverence, aspiring to emulate him as an idol. Noticing that the captors did not immediately comply with his request, Eric remained unperturbed and continued to address the assembly of mutants with a resolute tone. "Shaw is dead, but our true adversaries still remain. They are right there," Eric proclaimed, pointing towards the fleets on the distant sea, his voice resonating with conviction. "I can sense their weapons shifting beneath the water, their cannons aimed at us. They are our enemies. The beautiful nation, the Bear Nation, all of humanity. They have united in fear of the unknown. Neanderthals frightened, my mutant brethren." Eric delivered a stirring and persuasive rallying speech to all the mutants. Chapter 086. The Missile Purge, the obliteration of mutants in the Ministry of Defense of the Beautiful Nation. The round table symbolizing supreme authority was filled with high-ranking officials from various departments, including the military, the CIA, and the FBI. Each individual present was a significant figure whose mere presence could reverberate throughout the nation. Recently, these dignitaries convened an urgent meeting and reached a consensus. "The Bear Nation shares our sentiments. We shall jointly launch an offensive against the mutants, thus permanently eliminating this threat," the Minister of Defense proclaimed to the Assembly, announcing the resolution of the meeting. No one anticipated that the much-feared conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union would give rise to a formidable group endowed with terrifying abilities, the mutants. The kind of power that could rival nuclear submarines could be wielded by a single individual with ease. This is nothing short of horrifying. Moreover, according to intelligence reports, these beings possessed the capability of flight, the ability to unleash devastating shockwaves, and the power to control ocean waves and hurricanes, among other extraordinary feats. Faced with such an irrational yet overwhelmingly powerful group of mutants, a palpable fear engulfed everyone. Their weapons seemed futile in the presence of this extraordinary force, rendering their formidable ships and cannons utterly vulnerable. The existence of such an uncontrollable entity posed an existential threat that could not be ignored. It was deemed essential to eliminate this perilous group to ensure peace of mind. In this moment, two superpowers, previously at odds, found an unexpected consensus. "I have an operative there," whispered the CIA director to the defense minister. "It's just one agent. She is exceptionally skilled. She's merely collateral damage." Eric's words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, intensifying the sense of dread. Until now, the primary concern had merely been dealing with Shao, without considering the broader implications. However, Eric had laid this grim reality before them. The mutants instinctively turned their gaze toward the fleet on the sea, witnessing the warships pivoting their cannons in their direction. The expressions of all present turned grave, filled with anguish. These individuals had risked their lives to come here, facing the threat of the Black Emperor, all in a bid to save the world and protect others from his malevolence. Yet, ironically, those they sought to shield now intended to turn against them. There could be no more intolerable reality than this. "Charles, tell me I am mistaken." Eric's voice echoed as he addressed Charles nearby. Charles placed his hand on his temple, reaching out to sense the emotions of those aboard the fleets. His expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, for Eric spoke the truth. There was no exaggeration, no embellishment at all. The highest commanders of both nations had received orders from their respective hierarchies to unite in the extermination of all mutants. "Mora." Charles immediately called out to Mora, who understood the urgency of the situation. As the only official representative in this operation, she was the sole person capable of negotiating with the higher-ups. Without uttering a word, Mora hastened to the Blackbird aircraft and established contact. "Fleet Commander, this is Team XB-70. Please respond. The beach is secure. We request the cancellation of the attack. I repeat, please respond. Request the cancellation of the attack." However, there was no reply on the line. Communication was abruptly severed. Despair washed over Moira's face. As she returned, all eyes were fixed upon her, filled with hope that she would bear good news. Yet, with a sorrowful shake of her head, she conveyed the grim reality. A wave of despondency washed over the gathered mutants. The very people they were determined to protect were indeed poised to annihilate them. Fire! Fire! At that moment, the supreme commanders of both fleets simultaneously issued the command to attack. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of missiles being launched, a relentless barrage hurtling towards the mutants on the beach. The sheer volume of missiles was overwhelming, blotting out the sky above them. The mutants' pupils constricted in terror, their hearts racing to the brink of escape. Faced with such a dense onslaught, survival seemed impossible, regardless of their abilities. Yet, amidst the chaos, Rorschach remained remarkably composed, reassured by the presence of Magneto, a formidable ally. Were the mutants so consumed by fear that they overlooked the fact that Magneto could control metal? Among the missile warheads that obscured the heavens, which one did not contain metal, Rorschach found the situation rather perplexing. He speculated that the individual issuing the attack orders might not be entirely sane. With Eric lifting a nuclear submarine with one hand, Rorschach believed it was impossible for those on the fleet to remain oblivious. He also doubted that they were unaware of the basic principle that missiles contain metal. Thus, in light of these factors, was launching missiles at Eric not akin to courting death? As the missiles drew closer, the oppressive sound of their approach grew louder, amplifying the tension in the air. The warheads loomed larger in the mutants' sight, ultimately hovering above them. However, in that critical moment, Eric remained unfazed, extending his hand towards the incoming warheads. The moment the ability was activated, all nuclear warheads seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, suspended in the air as if frozen in time. A collective sigh of relief escaped the mutants. My God, how could this be possible? The members of both fleets stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out from sheer shock. Is this something a mere human can achieve? The worldview and cognitive framework they had long established crumbled in an instant. Yet, this was only the beginning. After immobilizing the missiles, Eric did not remain idle. He subtly twisted his fist, causing the suspended warheads to redirect their trajectory, now aimed at the fleets on the ocean's surface. Eric, don't! Charles exclaimed, his face turning pale as he could not help but shout at Eric. But Eric seemed oblivious to his plea, continuing to control the warheads towards the fleet. Chapter 087. The missile counterattack, annihilating the two fleets. Eric stopped this immediately. Charles, witnessing the dire situation escalate to its peak, could no longer afford to hesitate. With a desperate shout, he charged at Eric, intent on tackling him to the ground to halt his actions. However, just then, Charles felt a flash before his eyes as another figure appeared, blocking his path. His expression darkened instantly. Roxa, please, don't stop me. Undoubtedly, the one obstructing Charles was Roxa. Facing Charles's almost pleading gaze, Roxa shook his head. I'm sorry, Charles, but I cannot let you pass. This time, I stand with Eric. Those people deserve their fate. We have done nothing wrong. We even saved them, yet they seek to kill us. I will show no mercy to those who wish to take my life. Roxa, Eric, there are thousands of people on those ships. They are merely following orders. It is not their intention. Charles roared at Roxa and Eric, desperate to make them understand. This was all he could do at the moment. Confronted with Roxa's monstrous strength, Charles found himself utterly unable to break free from his grasp. Moreover, both individuals were fully capable of countering his abilities, leaving him with no recourse. Stop them. Alex, Sean, Darwin, stop Eric. Moira, halt Eric. As the warheads drew ever closer to the fleet, Charles could only place his hopes in the others. The Ravager, the Siren, and Darwin found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment, utterly at a loss. For an extended period, Charles, Eric, and Rorschach had been the steadfast pillars of their group, guiding a series of actions that had always been led by these three individuals, who had never experienced any discord among them. However, at this moment, a rift had emerged among the triumvirate of leaders. Particularly, the alliance between Eric and Rorschach against Charles left the mutants in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to support Charles or to remain passive. Moreover, they faced an even graver dilemma. Even if they wished to assist Charles, they were likely powerless to do so. For neither Rorschach nor Eric was someone they could contend with. Only Moira stood resolutely by Charles's side. Suddenly, she drew a firearm and pulled the trigger aimed at Eric. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets were fired toward Eric, yet for one who could manipulate magnetic fields, they posed no threat. With a swift motion of his hands, Eric deflected all the bullets away. One of the projectiles, however, inexplicably hurtled back toward Charles. Rorschach was rendered speechless. Surely, Charles's positioning this time diverged from the original narrative. It was astonishing that he could not evade this bullet. Yet, upon reflection, standing so close to Eric, it was hardly surprising that stray bullets could hit them. Rorschach's abilities had evolved significantly. His dynamic perception and reaction speed had seen remarkable enhancements. Thus, with a mere extension of his hand, he effortlessly caught the bullet that was aimed at Charles. This time, Charles was spared the misfortune of being confined to a wheelchair. Meanwhile, Moira's rapid barrage quickly depleted her magazine, and with a casual wave of his hand, Eric manipulated the metal on her person, sending Moira flying away. At that moment, Eric resumed his control over the missile warheads, directing them toward the distant fleet. This was sheer madness. Apologies, Eric. In this critical juncture, the Ravager finally resolved to take action. He stepped forward, poised to launch an attack against Eric. However, in the next instant, two of Rorschach's heat beams shot forth, striking the sand at the Ravager's feet and creating two gaping holes. Damn it! At this moment, the Siren also gritted her teeth, opening her mouth to unleash a sonic attack directed at Eric. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Siren's vision blurred as Rorschach materialized before her like a phantom, swiftly pressing his hand against her mouth, forcibly suppressing the sound wave that threatened to escape. Old chap, this is quite improper, Darwin admonished, shaking his head repeatedly. Yet he refrained from intervening, acutely aware of his inability to contend with Rorschach. Moreover, it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of projectiles had decimated the fleet in the distance. The relentless cacophony of explosions resonated, mushroom clouds erupting one after another. The searing flames, akin to the breath of a demon, consumed everything in their path. The fleets of both the United States and the Soviet Union were obliterated, reduced to mere remnants by the relentless onslaught of missiles. Eric, what have you done? Charles's voice trembled, his face ashen, his body weakened. He slumped to the ground as if the sky had collapsed upon him. The prospect of mutants annihilating the fleets of both superpowers left him questioning whether there would be any sanctuary for mutants in the future of human society. Eric and Rorschach had thrust mutants into an abyss from which there was no return. At that moment, Charles felt his heart bleed, overwhelmed with grief. Charles, my friend, I am truly sorry, but I had no choice. Eric glanced at Charles, who lay despondent on the beach, and spoke. Friend, I beg to differ. I do not believe we are. Charles glared at Eric, shaking his head in disbelief. The actions Eric had taken were unforgivable in Charles's eyes, crossing an insurmountable boundary. Charles, I have always wished to stand with you, to unite our brothers and sisters, to protect one another, and find warmth in solidarity. All of us mutants must come together to confront our adversaries. I had hoped we shared a common purpose, but alas, we do not. As Eric spoke, he turned his gaze toward Rorschach. And you, Rorschach, I believe we are not as dissimilar as you suggest. Eric, my support for your decision this time is solely because they attempted to take our lives. That is all, Rorschach responded with a shrug. Indeed, at this moment, they are my enemies. However, not all ordinary people necessarily are. Should they refrain from provoking me, I would be indifferent to their existence. This is our most significant divergence. Chapter 088. The rift between Charles, Eric, and Rorschach. No, Rorschach, they are our adversaries. They must be our adversaries. Has today's incident not imparted a lesson upon you? Formerly opposing factions, upon witnessing our capabilities, have now united against us. Does this not elucidate the matter? Once the world comprehends our powers, what do you believe their response will be? Eric, they are merely frightened. Moreover, people's momentary lapses in judgment do not signify a lifetime of such behavior. At that moment, Charles, Eric, and Rorschach each articulated their perspectives. The divergence of their ideologies became starkly apparent. Charles, ever the idealist, clung to unrealistic and rosy fantasies of the world. Eric, on the other hand, exhibited a rather extreme outlook, consistently interpreting situations through the lens of malevolence. Rorschach, however, served as a balance between the two. Charles, you may continue to harbor your impractical illusions, Eric remarked, growing weary of further discourse with Charles. Addressing the assembly of mutants present, he proclaimed, Charles's circle is unsuitable for me. Thus, I shall forge my own, a true sanctuary that protects and unites our mutant brethren. Who will join me? The gathered mutants found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. They exchanged glances, each overwhelmed and perplexed. How had events escalated to such an extent? The once unified family within Xavier's mansion was now fracturing. Particularly for Charles, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, a manifestation of profound sorrow. Since the day he rescued Eric, they had fought side by side, supporting one another and growing together, forging an exceptionally deep friendship. Despite his deep distress over Eric's missile strike, the realization that Eric was severing their bond struck him with tremendous force. Yet, Charles refrained from imploring Eric to stay. Both understood that their ideological chasm was insurmountable, with neither able to sway the other. Previously, Charles could deliberately overlook these issues, but now, with such a significant event transpired, he could no longer do so. Reluctantly, and with a heavy heart, Charles was compelled to acknowledge a painful truth. He and Eric were destined to part ways. "Charles, I am truly sorry, but I too must take my leave," Rorschach interjected, addressing Charles. His primary motive for remaining at Xavier's mansion had been to complete certain tasks and enhance his own prowess. However, the initial boss, Shaw, has been slain. And now the Vietnam War is upon us. The mutants will be coerced into battle, and Professor X will enter a period of decline. It is only when Wolverine, hailing from the future, arrives that circumstances begin to shift. Given this situation, it is evident that remaining at Xavier's mansion is no longer appropriate. Moreover, Rorschach has gained sufficient strength to establish himself in this world. He cannot confine himself to the small circle of the X-Men indefinitely. It is time for him to depart. Charles felt a twinge of discomfort at the corners of his mouth. Eric was about to leave, and now Rorschach too. The three brothers, once inseparable comrades in arms, were now destined to part ways? It would be disingenuous for Charles to claim he was not pained by this. Yet, just as Charles understands Eric, he comprehends Rorschach equally well. He knows that once Rorschach makes a decision, it is immutable. Furthermore, Rorschach had aided Eric in the demise of many. Charles was uncertain how to face Rorschach in the future. Thus, he chose to remain silent. "Rorschach, are you also leaving?" The siren gazed at him, bewildered, calling out. With both Eric and Rorschach departing, the once cohesive family would be irrevocably shattered. "Charles, Eric, everyone, my time spent with you has been a beautiful memory that I shall cherish. However, no banquet lasts forever. It is time for me to go. This does not signify a complete severance. If circumstances allow, I will return to visit you." Rorschach smiled warmly at everyone, adding, "Of course, if any of you wish to join me in my departure, you are most welcome." The gathered mutants found themselves in a quandary, faced with three choices: follow Eric, follow Rorschach, or remain with Charles. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The mutants exchanged glances, contemplating their decisions. The first to choose were Angel and the one with braids. As Shaw's confidants, they found Eric's approach strikingly similar to Shaw's, and his recent words echoed Shaw's ideology. As for strength, the demise of Shaw was a clear testament to Eric's capability. Thus, they stepped forward toward Eric. No one from Charles's faction attempted to impede Angel and his companion. Their past grievances had dissipated with Shaw's death. Moreover, with the imminent schism within the X-Men, no one had the bandwidth to concern themselves with Angel and his companion. Everyone is contemplating their own fate. "Roxas, I will accompany you." A voice soon rang out, and it was Hank, standing resolutely to express his position. A gratified smile spread across Roxas's face. Hank, typically reserved, was entirely absorbed in his research, embodying the quintessential scientist. However, Roxas held Hank in high regard, recognizing him as a rare talent within the Marvel Universe. In fact, Roxas believed that, to some extent, Hank was not inferior to Tony Stark. There's no need to mention the brainwave amplifier for the Blackbird. Hank's prowess in biomedicine certainly eclipsed Iron Man by a significant margin. "My apologies, Charles." Hank then turned and said to Charles with a hint of regret. "No, you needn't apologize, Hank," Charles replied, shaking his head. "Raven, you need not conceal yourself any longer." At this moment, Eric called out to Raven, extending his hand in invitation. A flicker of struggle crossed Raven's face, but ultimately, she turned to Charles and uttered an apology. Charles felt an increasing sense of sorrow. Raven was entirely different from the other mutants. She was family, having grown up alongside Charles. It was unimaginable that even this family member would leave him now. "Raven, I know you will depart. That is what you desire," Charles said, his expression profoundly complex. "Charles, you promised me you wouldn't read my thoughts. I have promised you many things, but I fear I may not be able to fulfill them all." Take care, Charles. After bidding farewell to Charles, Raven began to step away from the ranks of the X-Men, heading toward the distant beach. A smile involuntarily crept across Eric's lips. He had not misjudged her. Raven was indeed different from Charles. I'm sorry, Eric, but I have not chosen you. However, Raven's steps halted, and she turned to Eric with a serious expression. Eric's smile faltered slightly. Then he observed as Raven turned and walked toward Roxas. To see Raven choose him over Eric was initially a surprise for Roxas. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Although Raven had grown up with Charles, she did not subscribe to his ideology, a fact beyond dispute, which led to her departure with Eric in the original narrative. Nevertheless, Raven also did not wholly align with Eric's beliefs. This is also why Raven, after following Eric, chose to part ways with him a few years later, opting for independence. Eric had indeed exhibited a rather extreme disposition. Initially, Raven had no alternatives, but now she was presented with a superior option, someone who, while not as idealistic as Charles, was certainly less extreme than Eric. Raven resolutely approached Rorschach and stood alongside Hank. As for the remaining trio, the Ravagers, the Siren, and Darwin, they exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to remain where they were. Dear friends, our paths may cross again. Farewell. Rorschach greeted both Charles and Eric with a nod, refraining from further idle chatter as he turned to depart with Hank and Raven. Goodbye, Charles. Eric similarly acknowledged Charles before leading the winged man and the one with dreadlocks away without looking back, leaving Charles, Moira, and the Ravagers in a state of melancholy. At the Ministry of Defense, a naval general solemnly addressed the gathered dignitaries. Our fleet has lost contact. The expressions of the officials grew grim in response. They had just commanded the fleet to launch an assault on the mutants, and now, without warning, their fleet had gone silent? This was not merely a phone call disconnect. In this context, the silence could only signify one grim possibility. The personnel aboard their fleet had likely encountered disaster. Is there news from the Bear Nation? The defense minister inquired gravely of the naval general. Like us, they too have lost contact, the general replied. The upper echelons furrowed their brows, overwhelmed by an ominous sense of foreboding. How could both American and Soviet fleets simultaneously lose communication? Moreover, had the mutants been eliminated? According to logic, with the firepower at the disposal of the American and Soviet fleets, they should have been able to utterly decimate a mere handful of mortals. Yet now, the fleet had completely lost contact. Such an occurrence was utterly baffling. On the beaches of Cuba, Rorschach suddenly called out to Hank and Raven shortly after departing from Charles. Hank, Raven, please wait, he exclaimed. What is it, Rorschach? Raven inquired, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Hank merely adjusted his glasses, remaining silent. It's nothing. During my recent battle with Shao, my abilities seem to have enhanced once more. Rorschach addressed Raven and Hank, inquiring whether he had grown stronger once more. Both Raven and Hank were somewhat speechless, clearly taken aback. Rorschach had already attained an astonishing level of power, and now he was beginning to grow even more formidable. Was there truly no limit to his strength? Nevertheless, this development was, in essence, a positive one, as excitement unmistakably illuminated their faces. Without further ado, Rorschach delved directly into the system interface. Host, Rorschach, age, 16 years, speed, 1,644 meters per second, strength, 1,272 tons, physique, 308, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Mental strength, 271, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Current template, Patriot, unlock progress, 15. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner. Enhanced hearing, beginner. Heat ray, beginner. Flight, locked. Source points, 2026. Upon seeing the figure 2026 in the source points, Rorschach could hardly contain his excitement. He had never experienced such wealth before. This was indeed a substantial fortune. Detected surplus source points for the host. Would you like to use them immediately for enhancement? The system prompted him once more, and this time, Rorschach had no doubts. Enhancement it was. Congratulations, host. Patriot template unlock progress, 35. 35%. Rorschach could hardly restrain his elation. The magnitude of this unlocking progress was unprecedented, and he was exceedingly pleased. Host, Rorschach, age, 16 years, speed, 3,782 meters per second, strength, 341 tons, physique, 510, average value for healthy adult males, 10. Mental strength, 581, Average value for healthy adult males, 10. Current template, Patriot, unlock progress, 35. Abilities, X-ray vision, intermediate. Enhanced hearing, intermediate. Heat ray, intermediate. Flight, locked. Source points, 26. A meteoric rise in power. Roxa exclaimed in astonishment. This wave of enhancement truly marked a significant leap in his capabilities. His speed had surged from subsonic to surpassing the speed of sound, while his strength had escalated to over 300 tons, with both his physique and mental strength more than doubling. Furthermore, his abilities, X-ray vision, enhanced hearing, and heat ray, had all seen substantial improvements, advancing from beginner to intermediate. A bountiful harvest, indeed. This wave could be rightfully hailed as a resounding success. Host progress has reached 30, enabling the ability to fly. Would you like to unlock it? This was merely the beginning. Roa did not anticipate that such a notification would once again resonate within his mind. Had the long-desired ability to fly finally arrived? His breath quickened with excitement, leaving no room for hesitation. Unlock. In an instant, Roa felt an indescribable transformation within his body. Yet he acutely sensed that he could indeed soar through the skies. Chapter 090. The Ice Age of Mutants. Roa, how are you feeling? A voice pierced through the air, revealing Raven, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him. Hank stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on Roa. I'm doing splendidly, Roa replied, his smile radiant. In fact, I just took a moment to reflect. And it seems I have awakened yet another new ability. Awakened again? Raven and Hank were left speechless. Is this endless for you, Roa? Moreover, how much time had passed since his last awakening of the heat ray ability? Raven felt an odd sensation, as if they were mere pretenders while Roa was the genuine mutant. How else could one explain the vast disparity between them? Wait, Raven suddenly recalled another detail. The last time Roa awakened the heat ray ability was after his battle with Shaw at the CIA base. And now, this new awakening seemed to follow yet another confrontation with Shaw. Could it be? Is Shaw some sort of lucky charm for you, Roa? Is it true, Roa? This is astonishing. What new ability have you awakened? Hank could hardly contain his excitement as he looked at Roa with eager anticipation. Flight. Roa could not suppress a hint of pride as he uttered those two words. Flight. Roa, you can fly now? This was beyond extraordinary. Both Raven and Hank widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in unison. That was flight. Even for mutants, such an ability was exceedingly rare. Moreover, unlike the foe they had just battled, Roa possessed no wings. Roa, I must admit, I feel a tinge of jealousy. It seems you are the favored child of the gods, while we are but the adopted ones, Raven remarked, looking at Roa with a mixture of admiration and envy. It is believed that Charles and the others are aware of the situation, and undoubtedly, they would feel a sense of joy for me. Hank, initially brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly became conscious of the changed circumstances and could not help but fall silent. Indeed, Hank, Charles and the others would rejoice. Rhea nodded earnestly, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing her face. She, too, was reluctant to part with Charles and Eric. However, a harsh reality loomed before them. They could never return to the past. Rhea, Hank, my awakening powers have come at a most opportune moment. Embrace me tightly. Rhea extended her hand toward Hank and Rhea. Understanding her intent, the two moved to either side of Rhea, wrapping their arms around her firmly. Whoosh! Suddenly, they found themselves lifted off the ground, soaring through the air with Rhea guiding them. Just moments ago, two fleets had turned to dust, and both the United States and the Great Bear Nation would undoubtedly arrive to investigate without delay. Rhea was indeed correct. Their ability to take flight had awakened just in time to facilitate their escape. Any delay would have led to complications. Wow, we're truly flying, Hank exclaimed, exhilarated by the sensation. As they felt the rush of air around them and gazed down at the ever-diminishing earth below, both Rhea and Hank could not contain their excitement. Due to the absence of a biological force field, Rhea intentionally slowed their pace. Furthermore, being mutants, both Rhea and Hank possessed physical capabilities that surpassed those of ordinary humans. Thus they experienced no discomfort. Instead, they could relish the exquisite sensation of high-altitude flight. However, this bliss was short-lived. Rhea held them for nearly 4 hours before finally descending into a secluded area of the United States. The absence of a biological force field indeed posed challenges, preventing her from flying at greater speeds. After such an extended duration in the same position, they had grown weary of the scenery, and Rhea and Hank even felt their arms tingling with fatigue. Had Rhea not possessed sufficient strength to hold them securely, they might have plummeted from the sky. I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly exhausted, and my body is numb. I can barely stand, Rhea exclaimed, leaning against a nearby wall, panting heavily. Heaven knows, being carried through the air is truly a test of stamina. It is a feat that few could endure. I swear, I shall never undertake this again. Hank's complexion was far from favorable. He felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if suffering from a hangover. A second time? Ha ha, Hank. Next time I might just sell tickets, teased Rorschach, maintaining a calm demeanor. It must be acknowledged that the physical prowess of the 35 template was remarkable. He, merely serving as a means of transportation, felt only a slight weariness, nothing more. The two passengers, however, could not bear the stark contrast in their conditions. After resting for a brief 15 minutes, Raven and Hank finally managed to catch their breath. At that moment, they exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of bewilderment in the other's eyes. When they chose to follow Rorschach in Cuba, they had not contemplated the implications. But now a pressing question emerged. Where would they go from here? In an instant, they felt adrift, stripped of their objective, direction, and even the sanctuary of Xavier's mansion. A sense of emptiness and confusion enveloped their hearts. Where do we head next? Raven inquired, glancing at Hank, then at Rorschach, unable to restrain her curiosity. Having grown up in Xavier's mansion, her decision to leave now rendered any possibility of return impossible. I don't know, Hank replied, equally lost, shaking his head. They both turned their gaze towards Rorschach. Well, Rorschach grinned in response. I actually know of a place. It seemed the time had come to take over the undead clan that Dracula had entrusted to him. Raven and Hank could not suppress their excitement. However, before that, they should find somewhere to eat. Upon Rorschach's suggestion, they both realized their stomachs were growling. They shrugged, saying little more, and began to walk alongside Rorschach. Following the path ahead, Raven, could you possibly change your appearance? Hank asked, noticing her still sporting blue skin. Hank, Eric is right. There's no need to hide yourself. No. What transpired in Cuba will soon send ripples across the globe. Mutants will face an awkward and severe period ahead, Raven. During such times, I believe it is prudent for us to remain discreet. Raven found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Hank acknowledged. He was right. The Ice Age for mutants was about to dawn. Chapter 091. The world shakes. Mutants step onto the stage of history. Hank was correct. The annihilation of the fleets of the United States and the Soviet Union in Cuba sent shockwaves across the globe, akin to a seismic event of an unprecedented magnitude. Upon receiving the news, nations were left in utter disbelief, struggling to accept the veracity of the intelligence. It was only after repeated confirmations that the astonishing reality was finally acknowledged. In the midst of the Cold War, with the United States and the Soviet Union being the two preeminent superpowers, the actions of these nations held the potential to profoundly affect the world. The Cuban Missile Crisis, a confrontation capable of reshaping the global order and perhaps inciting a Third World War, drew the world's gaze with intense scrutiny. In such a context, the complete obliteration of two fleets could hardly remain concealed. Yet, despite the shock, the incident was shrouded in a thick veil of mystery. Intelligence agencies worldwide deployed extensive resources to investigate, analyze, and comprehend the circumstances surrounding this unprecedented event. Regrettably, their efforts yielded no results. The reason behind the demise of the fleets from two of the most formidable nations remained elusive. It must be the mutants, the defense minister asserted with unwavering conviction before the assembled dignitaries. There exists no other plausible explanation for the swift eradication of the fleets of two contemporary superpowers, save for the involvement of extraordinary beings. His voice resonated with authority. The fleets were not merely sunk. They had been reduced to ashes before they could even begin to submerge, with no survivors. Furthermore, there were no traces of these mutants at the scene. Their whereabouts were unknown, and their existence remained uncertain. What transpired remains a mystery to all. Our current conclusions are merely conjectures, one high-ranking military official pondered aloud. However, these are indeed reasonable deductions. The CIA director interjected, stating that they had acquired intelligence suggesting the existence of a mutant capable of lifting a nuclear submarine from the ocean depths into the sky. Is that not so? This individual possesses the ability to manipulate metal. If he can elevate a nuclear submarine, then controlling the missile warheads to strike the fleets of both nations would pose no challenge. The assembled officials nodded in agreement. Recognizing the soundness of this hypothesis as the most logical and probable explanation, Director Hansen, the defense minister, then turned his attention to the CIA director, inquiring if the mutant department established by the CIA had indeed dispatched personnel to Cuba for this operation. It should be them. Director Hansen hesitated as he spoke. Should it? The Minister of Defense instantly appeared displeased. The use of such ambiguous terminology from the head of an intelligence agency was nothing short of ironic. That individual who possesses the ability to manipulate metal, I recognize him. He was once a member of that mutant squad, a mutant with magnetic control. However, I cannot ascertain whether the others are also from that original team, as Moira has been suspended and is operating independently this time. Despite the embarrassment of admitting such a thing, Director Hansen reluctantly revealed the information. You previously claimed she was an exceptionally skilled agent. The Minister of Defense remarked with a distinctly sarcastic gaze directed at Hansen. Well, perhaps she isn't as remarkable, but at this juncture, she is the only one we can rely upon. Hansen shrugged. Only Moira knows precisely what transpired at that time. How utterly exasperating. The Minister of Defense furrowed his brow and uttered a curse. Once you establish contact with that competent agent, be sure to inform us at the earliest opportunity. Director Hansen, we require intelligence. We need information on mutants. A military leader interjected at that moment, looking earnestly at Hansen. Although the truth of the matter remained shrouded in mystery, the mutant community had undoubtedly captured the attention of the powerful. Well, I'll have to wait until I get in touch with Agent Moira, Hansen said, rubbing his nose to mask his embarrassment. Initially, he considered Moira's proposal to form a mutant squad to be a frivolous endeavor, giving it little thought. Shortly after its establishment, the entire base was compromised, leading him to disband the unit entirely. He was genuinely unaware of the specific members of that squad. This situation is quite troublesome. At this moment, all the leads rested on the suspended and seemingly abandoned Agent Moira. At Xavier's mansion, the Ravager, Siren, and Darwin sat casually on a step, appearing rather listless. The atmosphere was equally somber. Since returning from Cuba, the once lively place had suddenly lost half its inhabitants, leaving them in a state of disorientation. Chet, why did this happen? Siren expressed his deep frustration. However, no one was available to provide an answer. I hope Charles can recover swiftly, Darwin remarked. Although Charles appeared to act as if nothing had occurred, everyone present understood that the departure of Eric and Rorschach had left a profound scar on him. A few individuals subconsciously gazed at Charles and Moira standing on the lawn ahead, unable to refrain from pondering that, at this moment, the only one capable of comforting Charles was indeed Moira. One day, the government would come to realize how fortunate they were to have Professor X on their side. Moira sincerely addressed Charles, expressing her thoughts. Everyone understood that, following Eric's explosive actions, a sharp confrontation between mutants and ordinary humans was imminent. Many mutants would be compelled to choose sides. In this context, Charles unwaveringly opted for the side of ordinary humanity, which truly brought Moira great solace. She had not misjudged this man. He possessed a grand vision, unlike Eric, who was extreme and narrow-minded. I intend to become a professor. Perhaps I shall be bald in the future, Charles remarked to Moira with a feeble smile. Moira found herself genuinely amused. I still stand with the government, Moira. Charles then stated earnestly, we are still government allies, albeit without official recognition. No, you have your own team, Moira countered, shaking her head. Isn't that even better? You are the X-Men. Haha, it does sound appealing, but Moira, remaining incognito is our primary line of defense, Charles asserted once more. Given the future circumstances, revealing the existence of mutants would only exacerbate tensions and provoke greater conflict with ordinary humans. Thus, Charles resolved that mutants must maintain a low profile. Especially regarding the events in Cuba, the truth must never be revealed. Otherwise, a chasm of enmity would irreparably divide mutants from ordinary humans. I understand. Moira promised resolutely to Charles, no matter how others threaten me, I will not disclose your whereabouts. I certainly know you won't, Charles replied sincerely, leaning in to kiss her. However, at that moment, Charles placed his hand on his temple and activated his powers, erasing all memories of mutants from Moira's mind. Consequently, the events in Cuba would forever remain shrouded in darkness, unknown to anyone. Charles was well aware that the U.S., the Soviet Union, and other nations were not naive. They would undoubtedly cast suspicious glances toward mutants. Yet, as long as there was no concrete evidence, there would always be room for maneuvering in the future, preventing a complete breakdown of relations. He could only hope that Eric and Raven would not falter. Moira, I am truly sorry, but this is the best choice for you, Charles murmured inwardly. He understood that, even so, someone must bear the consequences of the sunken fleet of Cuba. The fury of both nations must have an outlet. It is an undeniable fact that mutants would become that outlet, and Moira, caught in the midst of it all, would find himself in a perilous and precarious situation. Distancing himself from the mutants was indeed the wisest choice for Moira. Chapter 092. The world descends into chaos. An era of pandemonium begins on 34th Street in New York. A magnificent castle stood proudly by the wide road, imposing though not as extravagant as Xavier's estate, yet still capable of leaving ordinary passers-by in awe. Unlike Xavier's mansion, this castle exuded an ancient aura, imparting a profound sense of history and weight. Roxas, is this the place you mentioned? Hank gazed up at the seemingly endless structure, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Roxas, it turns out you were just like Charles. You have concealed your background remarkably well, Raven exclaimed, equally astonished. Even if this castle did not rival Xavier's in size, possessing such a grand residence in New York indicated that Roxas's origins were certainly extraordinary. It was amusing how everyone had assumed Roxas was of the same ilk as they were. Well, Hank adjusted his glasses, reflecting on the fact that he had left Charles and yet still found himself residing in such luxury. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It seemed the variety of trees here was quite abundant. Previously overlooked, Raven now realized the truth upon Hank's remark. Indeed, as she surveyed the grounds, she noted that the entire castle was largely veiled by a forest. The trees were plentiful, planted in both suitable and unsuitable places, and they had matured significantly. Towering high into the sky, this vast expanse truly warranted the description of casting shade over the sun. It appears the owner must have a profound affinity for nature, Raven remarked with a smile, adding a playful critique. Though I wonder, do they not find it a bit eerie? Eerie? That is precisely the atmosphere they desire. Roxas chuckled inwardly. However, Hank and Raven had clearly misunderstood his intentions. Roxas did not plan to reside in this place. Rather, he aimed to subdue the vampire clan dwelling within the castle. As for living here, that was out of the question. A perpetual twilight that blurred the lines between day and night would likely lead to despair within 3 days. Come, let me broaden your horizons. Roxas called out to the two, striding purposefully towards the castle's grand entrance. I can hardly wait, Raven exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although Hank said little, a glimmer of anticipation illuminated his face. I must caution you beforehand. Those who reside here are not human, Rorschach enigmatically informed Raven and Hank. Not human? Hank momentarily paused, his voice suddenly rising. Could they be mutants? He exchanged a puzzled glance with Raven, questioning Rorschach's knowledge of another gathering of mutants. No, to be precise, they cannot be classified as human. They are merely a horde of bloodthirsty creatures, Rorschach concluded thoughtfully. Bloodthirsty creatures? Raven and Hank exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily at a loss to comprehend the nature of the individuals Rorschach spoke of. Ding, ding. After pressing the doorbell, a figure draped entirely in a robe, with a hood obscuring their face and a black cloth veiling their features, appeared before them after approximately 5 minutes. This is private property. You must leave immediately. The cloaked individual showed no intention of engaging in any dialogue with Rorschach and the others, coldly demanding their departure. Private property? Indeed, this is my private domain. Rorschach replied earnestly, nodding. The cloaked figure thought to themselves, what a lunatic. Where does this madman come from? Do not make me repeat myself. Leave at once. The black-clad figure barked at Rorschach with irritation. Without uttering a single word, Rorschach unleashed a searing energy beam, striking the cloaked figure's arm. The cloaked figure stumbled, nearly collapsing, as a wave of excruciating pain surged through them, prompting a pained cry. Upon glancing down, the cloaked figure discovered their arms severely burned. At this moment, the vampire's extraordinary healing abilities proved utterly ineffective. The wound showed no signs of healing, instead wreaking havoc on their bodily structure. What are you? The cloaked figure, now wary of Rorschach, gazed at him with a mix of fear and anger. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I shall overlook your insolence, for you do not recognize me. However, should there be a next time, beware, as I may create 2 holes in your body, Rorschach retorted with a cold snort, producing a ring and handing it to the cloaked figure. Deliver this to your highest authority. The cloaked figure, now fully attentive, took the ring with a hint of curiosity. After scrutinizing it for a while, they remained perplexed, unable to discern any extraordinary qualities about the object. Yet, despite this, the figure in the black robe was no fool. He was acutely aware that this ring was no ordinary artifact. The individual before him evidently held a significant status and was likely connected to their undead kin. "Please, wait a moment," he said hesitantly, though he remained uncertain of Rorschach's intentions. The fear instilled in him by Rorschach's intense gaze was palpable. "I shall grant you merely 5 minutes. Any delay will bear consequences," Rorschach stated coldly, offering no further elaboration. The black-robed man trembled slightly, quickening his pace until he vanished from sight. It was only then that Reuven and Hank redirected their puzzled gazes toward Rorschach. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The peculiar behavior of the black-robed man and Rorschach's demeanor left them in a state of confusion. "Rorschach, what on earth is happening?" Reuven finally inquired, her curiosity piqued. "In simple terms, this place is inhabited by a group of vampires. Yes, those legendary beings that sustain themselves by consuming blood," Rorschach revealed, no longer withholding information. "Vampires?" Both Reuven and Hank gaped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could such mythical creatures truly exist? This world seemed utterly insane. "Reuven, Hank, this world is far more extraordinary than you can imagine. You shall gradually come to realize it," Rorschach remarked with a knowing smile at their astonished expressions. "This is the Marvel Universe. What are mere vampires in comparison? The era of superheroes sparked by Iron Man is merely the beginning. In the not-too-distant future, we shall encounter Sentinel robots, Apocalypse, the Deviants, and likely even the Transformers. Not to mention the Kree and the Skrulls. This world is on the brink of an era of chaos and mayhem." Soon, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. In the grand courtyard, a group of individuals clad in black suits, sporting sunglasses and carrying parasols, strode briskly toward Rorschach. Leading them was a man with shoulder-length, flowing hair, strikingly reminiscent of Severus Snape from Harry Potter. It must be said that few could pull off such a hairstyle, yet this man wore it with an effortless grace. And his countenance. Rorschach inadvertently cast a glance and found that Snape appeared remarkably familiar. It did not take long for him to realize Snape's true identity: Klein, the overseer of the vampires in Underworld. While the ancient elders of the vampires slumbered, he was responsible for managing their daily affairs. He did not seem to be a virtuous individual, having colluded with the werewolf leader Lucian, ultimately meeting a gruesome end at the hands of the vampire elder Marcus. His demise could hardly be deemed anything but tragic. Rorschach was utterly unprepared to discover that the undead faction entrusted to him by Dracula was one he recognized all too well. No wonder the tale of that Hungarian duke sounded so familiar. Was he not the progenitor of the vampires and werewolves in the Underworld film series? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein approached with a large entourage, standing beside the iron gates and gazing at Rorschach from a distance. After a few moments of scrutinizing Rorschach, he lifted a ring and inquired, "Is this ring yours?" "Indeed," Rorschach replied, unsurprised. "Please wear it," Klein urged in a deep voice. Handing the ring to Rorschach, with a casual shrug, Rorschach slipped the ring onto his finger and gestured to Klein. "See?" Klein's expression softened, and he casually instructed those around him, "Open the gate." With a creak, the massive iron doors swung open, and Klein gestured for Rorschach to enter. "After you." "Let us proceed," Rorschach called to Hank and Raven. Raven and Hank exchanged glances, feeling a slight unease amidst the throng of vampires, even shivering a little. Yet, seeing Rorschach's calm demeanor reassured them significantly. With Rorschach present, what threat could these vampires possibly pose? The group followed Rorschach and Klein toward the ancient castle. "What should I call you?" Klein's voice broke the silence, his expression impassive as he addressed Rorschach. "Rorschach," he introduced himself. "Mr. Rorschach, I can only make a preliminary assessment of the ring based on the records. However, to confirm your esteemed identity, we will require the elders of our clan. Therefore, I cannot ascertain your supreme status at this time." "Supreme?" Rorschach couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. The title sounded rather juvenile. Nevertheless, from Klein's words, he could deduce a conclusion. It seemed that those cursed into the undead by Dracula's ring were indeed the epitome of their kind. Most of the immortals in the world are predominantly transformed from those of supreme status. This could very well explain why individuals like him hold such esteemed positions among the immortals. Of course, this is merely Rorschach's conjecture. However, he believes his hypothesis carries considerable weight. He refrains from elaborating further, simply nodding in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding, nothing more. At that moment, Rasha would certainly not entertain the foolish notion of inquiring about the nature of supremacy. I have already dispatched someone to inform our elder, who will arrive in approximately 30 minutes. In the meantime, I kindly ask Mr. Rasha to remain quietly in the reception room and refrain from wandering about. Since you have found us, it is evident that you are aware of our identity. I trust you can comprehend this, correct? Klein continued to address Rasha with an imperturbable demeanor. Rasha, unfazed by this, inquired with a hint of curiosity, which elder governs this century. According to the narrative, this particular clan of immortals comprises 3 elders. One governs while the other 2 remain in slumber, rotating every century. Amelia? Rasha pondered, casting a tentative glance at Klein. The timeline of the night unfolds in the 21st century, during which Amelia is indeed the governing elder, while the other 2, Victor and Marcus, are in repose. Looking back, it is likely that she remains the governing elder at this time. Klein couldn't help but regard Rasha with a look of astonishment. This individual possesses an unexpectedly profound understanding of their clan, dispelling a fraction of his doubts. Yet, it was just a fraction. After all, Rasha, in essence, was still not one of them. Escorted politely by a group of vampires to the reception room, Klein specifically instructed for a few cups of coffee to be brought to Rasha and his companions. However, one must admit that the brewing method was rather crude. Apologies. We seldom utilize such items, and typically, we entertain no guests here, you understand, the ordinary kind of guests. Even the coffee machine was purchased out of curiosity by the ladies, so please bear with it. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask Erica. I must take my leave for the moment. After exchanging pleasantries with the group, Klein hurriedly departed, leaving behind a rather provocatively dressed and alluring female vampire, which rendered Raven and Hank distinctly uncomfortable. As for the coffee before them, they dared not touch it. Did you truly see their fangs, Hank? Raven leaned in closer to Hank, her voice low and laced with curiosity and a hint of excitement as she spoke. Hank discreetly glanced at the alluring vampire not far away, feeling a flutter of exhilaration as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, they all possess such fangs. And there is an indescribable scent about them. A scent, you say? I had not noticed, yet they do exude a chilling aura, their pallor quite striking. Observing the enthusiasm of the 2, Rasha couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Elder, there are people inside. After a brief exchange with Raven and Hank, Klein returned, accompanied by a woman radiating an air of nobility. Without a doubt, this was the vampire elder, Amelia. Chapter 094. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The time to collect has arrived. Amelia had appeared sparingly in the night, merely serving as a background figure, an almost invisible presence. Her entrance was met with her being swiftly dispatched by Lucien and a pack of werewolves, her blood drained, lending her an air of insignificance. Yet, Amelia held a position of considerable esteem among this vampire lineage, ranking just below Marcus and Victor. Her true strength was far from the feeble impression she projected. Otherwise, how could she have ascended to the rank of elder? Mr. Rasha, I apologize, but may I see the supreme ring? Amelia approached Rasha directly. Forgo any pleasantries. Of course, feel free to examine it. Rasha handed the ring to Amelia, who, after a brief inspection, found her expression turning serious. She instinctively glanced at Rasha, her demeanor shifting significantly. Then, Amelia bit her finger, allowing a drop of her blood to fall upon the ring, which absorbed it as if it were a droplet sinking into a sponge. In that instant, Amelia felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her very bloodline. Amelia had encountered the Supreme. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she immediately bowed respectfully to Rasha. Klein, standing beside Amelia, also underwent a transformation in demeanor, no longer daring to act nonchalantly, and joined Amelia in respectfully saluting Rasha. Rasha merely nodded in acknowledgement, leisurely reclaiming his ring and stating, Dracula has informed me that I am now your master. I wonder if Dracula's words hold weight among you. Sweat broke out on Amelia's forehead. Dracula, the progenitor of vampires, stands as a sacred and untouchable figure among all immortal beings. It is utterly astonishing that this individual speaks of him with such casualness. Furthermore, the fact that Dracula entrusted a ring to him underscores the singular regard in which Dracula holds him. The notion that this person might have seized the ring from Dracula is utterly inconceivable to Amelia. It seems as fantastical as a tale from a distant land. Dracula is the most powerful entity in existence, akin to a deity. Who could possibly accomplish such an unbelievable feat? Your Excellency jested. I pledge my loyalty on behalf of all our immortal kin, Emilia proclaimed without hesitation, affirming her allegiance to Rorschach. Excellent, Rorschach replied, clearly pleased with Emilia's response. He wasted no time and issued his commands. Two matters require your attention. First, I need a place to stay, and second, I require an investigation into a particular issue. What matter, Your Excellency? Please instruct me, Emilia responded with utmost respect. William Strick, a major, perhaps a lieutenant colonel in the military, my recollection of his rank is vague, has a clandestine research facility on an island. I need you to ascertain the precise location of that facility, Rorschach instructed Emilia. With the affairs concerning the Black Emperor concluded, it was now time to confront Strick and settle accounts. Additionally, he hoped to trigger some form of task. Previously, he had intended for Charles to assist him using a neural enhancer, but plans had changed rapidly, and he had not anticipated parting ways with Charles beforehand. Under the current circumstances, seeking Charles's assistance was no longer an option, which elucidated Rorschach's immediate decision to take control of this immortal clan. Despite his significantly enhanced abilities and extended auditory range, he was still not omniscient. Countless individuals in the Black Robe were deliberating on how to eliminate the Nationals, yet they remained unheard by Rorschach. Moreover, he was merely a 35th level National. Presently, his extraordinary hearing could only just encompass the entirety of New York, and although he attempted to locate Strick, he was unsuccessful. Thus, some matters still necessitated traditional methods. A military officer? Emilia expressed her apprehension at this juncture. Your Excellency, this may exceed our capabilities. Indeed, over the years, we have cultivated certain connections within human society, but penetrating the military is exceedingly challenging. Are you certain you are not misleading me? Rorschach's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as they fell upon Emilia's face. This was indeed a stark contrast to the vampires he had envisioned. Within the Marvel Universe, the infiltration of vampires into human society could be described as pervasive. I swear by the name of the progenitor Dracula, every word I just spoke is the unvarnished truth. Emilia offered a bittersweet smile. Our clan is not a large one. In fact, we can only be considered a moderate group. Within this ancient castle, along with our other outposts, there are merely a little over 300 of us. Rorschach furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that he had fallen into a preconceived notion, or perhaps his intelligence was lacking in detail. Vampires were not a monolithic entity, but rather comprised numerous distinct factions. The clan of Night consisted of only 300 individuals, a scale far smaller than Rorschach had imagined. Such a number would indeed have a severely limited influence on human society. Moreover, Rorschach's impression stemmed from a vision of a modern society decades ahead. While the present was still rooted in the 1960s, thus it could not be generalized. Rorschach nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. It seemed unrealistic to expect this vampire faction to locate Strick's secret base. However, for Rorschach, this was not a significant issue. If the base could not be found, then surely tracking down individuals was a feasible alternative. Furthermore, he was aware of the person who knew the location of that secret island, one, or perhaps the only, individual to have escaped from Strick's clandestine research facility, the King of Cards. Wolverine's assault on Strick's base was in pursuit of the King of Cards to guide him there. Even if Strick proved elusive, other options remained. With that in mind, I need you to assist me in locating William Strick with utmost urgency, Rorschach said after a moment of contemplation. Although this was merely a clan of a little over 300, one must not forget that they had been established since the 5th century and had settled in this beautiful land for several hundred years. Over such an extended period, their infiltration into human society was indeed remarkable, with their influence permeating various sectors. The resources at their disposal were not to be underestimated. Chapter 095. Even Superman cannot be omnipotent, let alone a native. That is certainly not an issue, Your Majesty, Emilia replied without hesitation, and then thoughtfully inquired. Aside from William Strick, is there anyone else you wish to find? Remiller Bow, known as the King of Cards. Logan, known as Wolverine. Fred Dukes, known as Blob. After a moment of contemplation, Rorschach sequentially articulated 3 names to Emilia. Among these individuals, the Card King is privy to the precise location of the secret base. The Meatball is aware of the Card King's whereabouts, and Wolverine is capable of locating the Card King. Uncertain of Wolverine's narrative progression, Rorschach deemed it prudent to pursue multiple avenues. urging Amelia to simultaneously seek out all three individuals who might provide him with answers. Regrettably, he lamented, he had never encountered these individuals and was unfamiliar with their voices. His extraordinary hearing could indeed capture the voices of everyone in New York. Yet the sheer volume of voices overwhelmed him. He was at a loss as to the nature of the sounds he needed to discern and how to filter them effectively. Moreover, the likelihood of overhearing keywords such as mutant base or secret base was considerably diminished, not to mention that these individuals might not even be in New York. Thus, apart from enlisting the assistance of these vampires in his search, he found himself bereft of better options. Superman, after all, is not omnipotent, and the same applies to those of his homeland. However, Rorschach was not overly anxious about the situation. Eliminating Strick was merely a task of minimal difficulty, akin to squashing a mere insect, and did not warrant such exertion. Supreme, I have noted everything. Amelia's voice resonated with utmost respect as she addressed Rorschach. Very well. For now, that will suffice. Please prepare a residence for me and additionally allocate some personnel at my disposal, Rorschach casually instructed Amelia. Klein. Amelia nodded and promptly directed Klein. Fetch the directory of industries controlled by our clan. Yes, Elder. Klein responded and swiftly departed. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the moment Klein turned away, a shadow of discontent darkened his expression. The elders of the Undying clan rarely concerned themselves with mundane affairs. It was Klein who managed the clan's myriad matters. To be more candid, Klein was akin to a local emperor, wielding power as he pleased, doing whatever he desired. However, the sudden arrival of a supreme overlord was far from agreeable for him. The fact that he was now required to personally attend to such errands was utterly absurd. His previous machinations, which involved colluding with werewolves to fabricate the death of their leader, Lucian, in exchange for his current exalted status, were certainly not intended for such trivial tasks. Nevertheless, Klein was acutely aware of the Supreme's esteemed position within the Undying clan, having witnessed the elders defer to him. He dared not express any dissatisfaction that simmered within. Minutes later, Klein returned, holding a thick tome in his hands. Amelia respectfully accepted it from Klein and presented it to Rorschach. Your Excellency, this contains the enterprises our clan has cultivated over the centuries. Please take a look, she said with reverence. Rorschach casually flipped through the pages, drawing a sharp breath as he nearly exclaimed in astonishment. Raven and Hank, curious, leaned in to catch a glimpse, their eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, this is astonishing, Rorschach marveled. With just a casual glance, he discovered that the clan possessed not one, but three sprawling family estates akin to Charles' Grand Manor. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless other luxurious hotels and bars were also listed. While many regarded Charles as extraordinarily wealthy, he paled in comparison to this undead lineage. It was evident that the wealth amassed by these over 300 individuals over centuries far surpassed anything Charles could dream of. You certainly have an impressive array of enterprises, Rorschach remarked, casting a surprised glance at Amelia. Do vampires possess worldly desires as well? It seems they are typically disinterested in matters beyond their thirst for blood. However, upon reflection, Rorschach recognized this as merely a stereotype. His understanding of vampires was superficial at best. Given their extensive lifespans, it was plausible that they would seek interests to stave off the tedium of immortality. Your Excellency is jesting. This is a necessity, Amelia responded with a wry smile. Our clan is viewed as an anomaly by humanity, inherently marginalized. To live quietly and securely, we must satiate numerous appetites. To live with dignity and grace, financial support is indispensable. Rorschach nodded in understanding. He refrained from further comment, casually perusing the directory until he pointed at a particular villa. This one will do. Amelia glanced at it and promptly handed the directory to Klein, who was waiting nearby. Make the arrangements immediately and gather all the clan members. Klein complied with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Amelia stayed by Rorschach's side, engaging him in conversation. This afforded Rorschach the opportunity to glean more about the vampire clan. The atmosphere turned out to be quite congenial, and throughout this exchange, Rorschach validated his earlier suspicions. In this world, vampires are divided into numerous clans, each invariably transformed by a singular supreme being. However, the relationship is not reciprocal, as one supreme can preside over multiple clans. For instance, the progenitor of the vampires in the Underworld film series, Alexander Corvinus, is indeed a supreme, albeit one who holds little influence among his peers and is rather indifferent to his own clan, suggesting a degree of withdrawal. This has rendered the Emilia clan somewhat awkwardly positioned among all immortal clans. Upon grasping this context, Roche began to understand why Emilia was so readily subservient to him, the newly appointed supreme. Perhaps she seeks to leverage his status to elevate her clan's standing? Indeed, individuals are driven by self-interest, and vampires are no exception. Nevertheless, Roche was entirely indifferent to such matters. If this clan of immortals genuinely devoted themselves to him, what harm would there be in assisting them with manageable tasks? Chapter 096. This female lead belongs to me. The assemblage of clans within the castle had gathered, awaiting in the grand hall. After conversing with Emilia for a while, Klein returned and nodded at her. Understanding his cue, Emilia respectfully addressed Roche, suggesting they proceed to meet the others. Roche pondered briefly, refraining from unnecessary words, and followed Emilia into the hall. Is there truly a supreme present? Hasn't he, the supreme, abandoned us? It's not Alexander. It is said to be another supreme. From a distance, Roche overheard whispers echoing from every corner of the hall. Given the transcendent status of a supreme among the immortal clans, all the vampires were exceedingly curious and eager about the newly arrived supreme. A clan with a supreme is undoubtedly different from one without. Silence. Elder Emilia has arrived. Hush. With the entrance of Emilia, Klein, and Roche, the previously bustling hall fell into an immediate hush. Swish. A multitude of gazes converged upon Roche. This must be the newly appointed supreme, as evidenced by Elder Emilia's demeanor. Yet, astonishingly, this supreme still appeared human, not yet fully transformed into an immortal being. Was Elder Emilia truly so reverent? Joy, curiosity, astonishment, and indifference. All these emotions flickered across the faces of the gathered vampires, each reflecting a myriad of sentiments. Esteemed guests, I trust you have heard from Klein. Indeed, our lineage is profoundly honored to welcome a supreme. No longer shall our clan drift aimlessly. We shall now bask in the protection of the supreme. This is a moment of glory for our esteemed lineage. Allow me to formally introduce, standing beside me, the one to whom we shall pledge our allegiance, Supreme Rorschach. Under the gaze of all the vampires, Emilia solemnly proclaimed Rorschach's identity to the assembly. Supreme Rorschach, I, Emilia, in my capacity as the clan elder, vow my fealty to you. Subsequently, Emilia turned to face Rorschach, bowing deeply in earnest as she pledged her loyalty. As she performed this gesture, the entire assembly of vampires behind her lowered their heads in unison towards Rorschach. Rise, came Rorschach's voice, prompting the crowd to straighten once more. Though some still harbored doubts about Rorschach, in such a setting, no one was foolish enough to openly challenge the authority. After all, they were ancient beings, far too wise to engage in such childish antics. Supreme, these are the clans currently residing within the castle. Emilia resumed her position, gesturing towards the assembled group to introduce them. This is Khan, our clan's most distinguished warrior and the commander of our guard. This is Selena, also a valiant fighter, who has rendered remarkable service in our prolonged conflict with the werewolves. As Emilia introduced them, Rorschach's gaze fell upon the striking female warrior clad in a form-fitting black attire. Her countenance cold, yet exquisitely refined, Selena. The undeniable heroine of the Night series, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, her allure distinct from that of ordinary women, imbued with a certain heroism and sharp intellect. In some respects, she bore a slight resemblance to that insufferable woman, Peggy Cat. Sensing Rorschach's scrutiny, Selena raised her gaze to meet his, exuding calmness and restraint unlike the others, though her demeanor remained largely indifferent. To Selena, the title of Supreme held little significance. Her mind was solely occupied with the singular objective of vanquishing the werewolves. Yet, circumstances do not always unfold as one desires. After Emilia provided a brief introduction to the core members of the clan for Rorschach, she began to solicit his opinions, allowing him to select individuals he deemed suitable. Without hesitation, Rorschach chose Selena. To him, Selena epitomized strength, beauty, and a refreshing absence of ulterior motives. Who else could he select? Moreover, she was the protagonist. If fate had brought them together, how could he let the opportunity slip away? Selena, choose some trusted confidants, and you shall accompany me henceforth, Rorschach casually instructed, gesturing towards her. Instantly, a multitude of envious gazes fell upon Selena, brimming with admiration and jealousy. Being personally selected by the Supreme One propelled Selena to a new height, ensuring that even the elders would think twice before crossing her. Of course, even prior to this moment, Selena held considerable standing within the clan, bolstered by the unwavering support of Elder Victor. This was precisely why she had always acted independently, often disregarding Klein, yet still thrived within the clan. Blessed by divine favor, she had now been chosen by the Supreme One. How could this fortunate woman possess such extraordinary luck? The crowd was consumed with envy. However, Selena herself appeared rather indifferent, instinctively opening her mouth to decline. Instead of pursuing a path alongside the Supreme One, she preferred to hunt werewolves. Yet, she was acutely aware of the Supreme One's status. Even in her recklessness, she would not lack the discernment to recognize such gravity. Ultimately, she refrained from voicing any objections. "Selena, did you hear the Supreme One's words?" Emilia inquired, looking down at Selena from her elevated stance. "Yes, Supreme One," Selena replied with a nod. Emilia breathed a sigh of relief. She feared Selena, having been spoiled by Victor, might cause some unforeseen trouble. Thankfully, Selena was able to maintain her composure. There was little left to discuss. Emilia escorted Rorschach back to the reception area to personally attend to him. Undoubtedly, the other tasks Rorschach had assigned began to operate with remarkable efficiency. By the afternoon, Rorschach, under the protection of a lavish convoy, arrived at an equally opulent villa. Chapter 97. The beautiful nation becomes the world's laughingstock. "Supreme One, please hold for a moment," came the voice at the grand entrance of the luxurious villa. Draped in black attire and wielding a sunshade, Selena suddenly spoke, halting Rorschach, who was about to enter. "What is it, Selena?" Rorschach inquired, casting a surprised glance at Selena beside him. "Please allow my personnel to conduct the necessary checks first," Selena stated earnestly. Though it was not her original intention to accompany Rorschach, having made the decision to follow him, she felt a sense of duty. "There's no need for that," Rorschach replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. With his enhanced hearing, he could ascertain that no ambush lay within the confines of the house. A quick scan with his X-ray vision confirmed the absence of any explosives or listening devices. Such precautions were anticipated. After all, Rorschach had few adversaries, and this was his first visit to the place. How could he attract unwanted attention? "Supreme One, ensuring your safety is of utmost importance. Please allow me to fulfill my responsibilities," Selena insisted, unwavering. "It won't take long." "Very well." Seeing Selena's resolute demeanor, Rorschach could only shrug. A few minutes' wait was not a burden he could not bear. Without further ado, Selena nodded to several of her subordinates, and 4 of them swiftly entered the villa. The remaining 2 stood guard alongside Selena, flanking Rorschach. Notably, aside from Selena, who was a vampire, the others in the group were humans, faithful individuals under the stewardship of her clan. This was a specific request from Rorschach. Otherwise, residing among a throng of vampires felt rather peculiar. "What? Selena is also a vampire?" Raven whispered incredulously to Hank. "Vampires are not all the same, you know. This is quite extraordinary, isn't it, Hank?" Coughing lightly, Hank adjusted his glasses and replied, "Let us discuss this inside, Raven." He found it somewhat uncomfortable to converse about others in their presence, especially when those others were their bodyguards. Even now, he felt a bit disoriented. How had Rorschach become the supreme leader of the undead so suddenly? It was utterly surreal. As Hank pondered these thoughts, the vampires who had entered the villa returned, nodding toward Selena. Only then did Selena respectfully gesture to Rorschach, saying, "Supreme One, you may enter now." Rorschach led Hank and Raven into the opulent and spacious villa, while Selena and the others took it upon themselves to maintain watch at various locations, refraining from disturbing Rorschach and his companions. They were acutely aware of their positions. "Wow, Rorschach, is this going to be our new home?" At this moment, Raven exclaimed with excitement, surveying the lavish decor with uncontainable exhilaration. "Raven, this is Rorschach's home. We are merely guests," Hank remarked, though he too was filled with enthusiasm, albeit tempered. "No, Hank, this is our home," Rorschach replied with a smile, gesturing for them to each select a room. Hank and Raven immediately dashed off with enthusiasm. Rorschach, in a leisurely manner, made his way to the balcony, gazing at the garden adorned with flowers and greenery, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, feeling utterly content. This was the temporary haven for Rorschach, where he would embark on a new journey. At the CIA headquarters, in the conference room, a long table was filled with attendees, including Director Hansen and other leaders from relevant departments. Among them were some familiar faces, notably present at the Pentagon's round table, a gathering of high-ranking officials. At this moment, All eyes were fixed upon a female agent seated at the end of the table. Mora. Mora, tell us, what transpired in Cuba? Who sank the fleets of both the United States and the Soviet Union? Director Hansen's piercing gaze bore into Mora's face as he inquired in a somber tone. Cuba? Director, what do you mean? Did I go to Cuba? I'm sorry, but for some reason, I cannot recall what happened during this time, Mora replied. A look of confusion adorning her face as she spoke innocently to Hansen. You can't remember? Mora, what are you implying? Are you telling me you've lost your memory? Director Hansen's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a chrysanthemum blooming in the autumn. With so many high-ranking officials present, Mora, are you jesting with me? Is this a blatant affront to my authority as director? I believe I have indeed lost my memory, Mora replied with a serious expression, nodding. I am unsure what has happened to my mind, but my memories from these days are entirely blank. Observing Mora's earnest demeanor, Director Hansen realized that she did not seem to be lying. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. He recalled that among the mutant team, there was one capable of manipulating the minds of others. Could it be that individual who erased Mora's memories? Logically speaking, such a scenario was indeed plausible. Director Hansen mused that if he had annihilated the fleets of both America and the Soviet Union, he certainly would not leave any evidence behind. An operative like Moira from the intelligence agency would have been eliminated countless times by now. Yet, she remained alive. This indicated that the adversary was confident that Moira posed no threat to them. Her memories had been wiped clean. The expression on Director Hansen's face grew increasingly grim. As it seemed that this was indeed the case, he proceeded to explain the situation regarding the mind-controlling mutant to the assembled dignitaries. The dignitaries were not foolish. They could discern that this was a logical deduction, for otherwise, it would be quite unreasonable for Moira to still be alive. Yes, erasing memories was within his capabilities. But what, then, did she still remember? Director Hansen held little hope and continued to question Moira, who could only occasionally recall fleeting fragments, a grand tree, sunlight, a kiss. Goodness! The dignitaries were on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, what nonsensical fragments were these? Utterly useless, and a kiss. Of all things, was this the appropriate moment for such a recollection? Such infatuation? Undoubtedly, the CIA's efforts had been in vain. Before their arrival, the dignitaries had been filled with hope, each one prepared to take decisive action. They had even devised contingency plans in their minds, ready to spring into action the moment it was confirmed that the fleets had been destroyed by mutants. However, who could have anticipated such futility? The mutants truly possessed remarkable tactics. With Moira's amnesia, the truth about Cuba would remain forever shrouded in darkness, and no one would ever know how the fleets of America and the Soviet Union had met their demise. Furthermore, America would become a global laughingstock, ridiculed by nations around the world. Thus, how were we to explain the events in Cuba to the public? For days now, the entire nation had been awaiting our explanation. After a moment of silence, one of the dignitaries posed this crucial question. The truth. A military leader uttered these words, asserting that we must reveal the truth to them. The dignitaries exchanged looks, with no one voicing dissent. They all understood that this was the only course of action. They also knew what the military leader meant by the truth. Aside from the mutants, no one is accountable for the sunken fleet of Cuba. The public's emotions require an outlet. This is the only way. As for whether it was indeed the mutants responsible, or what truly transpired in Cuba, does it even matter now? The truth? Mora could not help but furrow his brow. Forgive me, General, but the truth you speak of, is it that the so-called mutants annihilated our fleet? This remains unverified. How can it be deemed the truth? Director Hansen, please tend to your own affairs. The military magnate, however, paid no heed to Mora, instead gazing languidly at Director Hansen. Agent Mora, your involvement here is no longer necessary. You may depart. Director Hansen promptly dismissed Mora. Chapter 098. The World's Enemy of Mutants. On November 17th, a spokesperson for the White Palace of the Beautiful Nation held a press conference, elaborating on the series of dreadful and infuriating events that transpired in Cuba. When I first received this news, I was as shocked as you, unable to believe it. Yet the evidence before us compels us to acknowledge that we are not the sole masters of this planet. It is highly probable that among us exists a group endowed with various abilities, posing a significant threat, mutants. Indeed, mutants do exist. We must confront this grim reality. Just one mutant capable of manipulating metal has obliterated our fleet. What of the others? What abilities do they possess, and what power do they wield? The president, wearing a bright smile, personally addressed the media, expressing sorrow for the sunken fleet of Cuba while simultaneously voicing his trepidation regarding the mutant population. Naturally, he also cautioned all citizens of the beautiful nation to maintain a vigilant stance, for this group represents a considerable danger. Instantly, the nation was thrown into uproar. The world was astonished. In the common perception, the fleet of the beautiful nation has always been regarded as the preeminent force globally, the very cornerstone of its superpower status. Not to mention, during the initial U.S. Soviet standoff, the beautiful nation had stationed 68 Air Force squadrons and 8 aircraft carriers in the Cuban Strait, constituting a formidable fleet of 90 warships. To put it bluntly, such power is sufficient to flatten a small nation. Yet, this terrifying force was seemingly extinguished by a mere handful of individuals, if it were not for the official statement from the White Palace. If not for the president's fervent speech, who could believe such an event? Following the issuance of their statement, the Bear Nation promptly enacted a similar response. They also elucidated to their own nation, as well as to other countries with heightened awareness of the matter, the truth behind the mutants' annihilation of their fleets. Just like that, a group that had previously been shrouded in obscurity, often dismissed as mere folklore, suddenly became the center of attention. One could say they had completely transcended their prior anonymity. Even 3-year-old children now understood that mutants were terrifying monsters, prompting immediate calls to law enforcement upon sighting one. Eradicate the mutants. Defeat the mutants. Safeguard our nation. Shortly after the official statement concluded, numerous protests erupted across the beautiful nation and the Great Bear Country. Many individuals gathered in front of the White Palace and the federal presidential office, beseeching their government to take decisive action against this perilous group. In an instant, the atmosphere in both countries plunged into chaos, with the common populace gripped by fear. Sales of firearms and ammunition skyrocketed exponentially. Many stores were completely stripped bare. The populace's fervent rush to acquire weapons, ostensibly for protection against whom, required no further elucidation. Thus, mutants became the world's common enemy. In luxurious villas, following the presidential address, cities fell into a state of panic. At this moment, it is likely that everyone shared the same question as I did. Just how many mutants exist in this world? Where do they conceal themselves? On the television screen, a female anchor clad in professional attire reported on the mutants, with a backdrop of the tumultuous scenes of enraged crowds in the streets. Raven and Hank sat on their spacious, comfortable sofa, yet they found little solace in the moment, each bearing expressions as furrowed as a withered chrysanthemum in late autumn. How could this be happening? How could this be? Raven, unable to bear it any longer, stormed to the television, incessantly changing channels, yet to no avail. Regardless of her efforts, the broadcast remained focused on the mutants. In that moment, mutants had truly dominated the airwaves. Rochester, although it may be too late to say this now, I believe Charles might have been right. I should have attempted to prevent you and Eric from joining forces. Hank's brow was similarly knitted, etched with profound concern. When Rochester and Eric conspired to dismantle the fleets of both nations, they anticipated that in the near future, mutants would be subjected to intense scrutiny. Yet, when that moment truly arrived, it still caught Raven and Hank utterly off guard. They had not anticipated that the situation would become so dire. The mutants had become the targets of public disdain, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone eager to see their demise. In such circumstances, could there still be hope for the mutants? Hank was filled with regret, and Raven shared his sentiments. Witnessing their kin in such dire straits, it was inevitable for anyone, barring those as extreme as Eric, to harbor some regrets. But what of Rorschach? He felt no remorse. Even if given the chance to start anew, he would act in the same manner. While the plight of the mutants appeared particularly grim at present, when had their situation ever been favorable? Even if he and Eric had not joined forces to dismantle the fleet of the United States, the fate of the mutants would still have been bleak. For such is the nature of humanity. When confronted with immense power beyond their control, people will unhesitatingly resort to destruction. Indeed, in the original timeline where Rorschach did not intervene, Eric was successfully thwarted by Charles. Yet what became of the mutants? Countless were captured by the government for dissection and experimentation, forced into battle, while an array of weapons targeting mutants emerged, including the invention of machines designed to identify the X gene. Did the circumstances of the mutants truly improve? They simply lacked the current intensity. Of course, the mutants now faced such adversity, inextricably linked to Rorschach's actions, which is why he had no intention of remaining idle. After all, without his intervention, Eric would not have been able to obliterate the fleet. Rorschach bore a significant portion of the responsibility for the mutants being so universally reviled. He was not one to create a mess and then wash his hands of the consequences. Rorschach, what should we do? Surely we must take action, Raven implored, her voice laced with urgency. At this juncture, what more could be done? Hank shook his head despondently. No, Hank, we can certainly do something, Rorschach replied contemplatively. Upon hearing this, both Raven and Hank's eyes brightened with newfound hope. Chapter 099, Rorschach seeks justice for mutants. Rorschach, I knew you would not stand idly by while our brethren suffer. Raven expressed her relief and excitement towards him. But Rorschach, what do you intend to do? Hank adjusted his glasses, curiosity evident in his gaze. The United States had vilified us mutants as ruthless killers, distorting the events in Cuba and fostering immense prejudice against our kind. First and foremost, it is imperative that the world becomes aware of the truth and grants justice to us mutants. After a moment of contemplation, Rorschach gazed thoughtfully at Raven and Hank. He did not shy away from admitting that he and Eric had annihilated the fleets of two nations. However, this was contingent upon the crucial fact that those fleets had initiated hostilities against them. This distinction is of utmost importance. Yet, in the narrative spun by the beautiful country, such nuances were conveniently omitted, as they portrayed Rorschach and Eric as deranged individuals intent on annihilating the world, while the fleets were depicted as pitiable victims. Rorschach firmly rejected being cast in such a light. The beautiful country may attempt to distort the truth in Rorschach's presence, but he would not be swayed by their manipulations. Rorschach, what shall we do? What is required of us? Raven inquired with fervor. We must first retrieve one of our compatriots, Rorschach replied enigmatically. Which compatriot? You will understand once you meet them, Rorschach continued with a smile. Raven's curiosity was piqued, though she recognized Rorschach's intention to keep her in suspense and refrained from pressing further. However, her anticipation only heightened. Let us proceed, Raven. We cannot keep our compatriot waiting too long. With that, Rorschach rose to his feet and beckoned to Raven, who eagerly followed suit. What about me? Hank exclaimed, hastily standing up and pursuing Rorschach with an eager gaze. Hank, for this mission, Raven and I will suffice. You stay here and await our return, Rorschach replied nonchalantly. I understand. Please be cautious, Hank nodded, though a shadow of disappointment crossed his face. Throughout various missions, Hank felt like a mere bystander, unable to contribute effectively. This was particularly true during several confrontations with Shaw, with the exception of the Cuba mission, where he had served as the driver. Previously, he had found some solace in Raven's companionship, but now, with her joining Rorschach on this venture, he was left behind. This left Hank feeling profoundly disheartened, as if he were rendered utterly useless. Hank, every individual possesses their own strengths, and your talents do not lie on the battlefield. Rorschach observed Hank's despondent demeanor and felt compelled to speak earnestly to him. In fact, in certain domains, you are irreplaceable. Is that so? But what areas might those be? Rochester, I genuinely wish to assist. Hank mistakenly believed that Rochester was merely comforting himself, especially now that our compatriots are facing such dire circumstances. I too long to contribute something meaningful. Hank, if you truly wish to help, opportunities will arise. We have numerous projects awaiting your ingenuity. After a moment's contemplation, Rochester spoke earnestly to Hank. Hank's eyes brightened at this, and he eagerly inquired, what projects? For instance, a brainwave amplifier, the Blackbird fighter jet, and so forth. Rochester casually suggested a couple of examples. A brainwave amplifier? Rochester, aside from Charles, no one can utilize such a device, Raven interjected, a look of confusion crossing her face. Raven, there are more telepaths than just Charles, Rochester remarked meaningfully to both Raven and Hank, connecting the dots from Rochester's earlier words. Raven and Hank surmised that the compatriot Rochester intended to retrieve was likely a telepath. Hank nodded. I have successfully constructed one before. Replicating it shouldn't pose a problem. However, Rochester, it requires substantial funding, and this location is unsuitable. That is precisely your forthcoming task, Hank, Rochester continued. I will have Selena coordinate with you. You are to select an appropriate base for us and oversee its renovation. Money is not a concern. Simply inform me of the amount you require. Upon hearing the word base, Hank's eyes sparkled with excitement. A base for mutants? Rochester, will we be welcoming many compatriots in the future? Indeed, Hank. You and Raven will serve as the chief caretakers of the base. and you shall have plenty to occupy your time, Rochester said with a smile, patting Hank on the shoulder. The notion of being the chief caretaker of a mutant base sounded exceptionally promising. At that moment, both Hank and Raven were filled with fervor and vitality, as this appeared to be a remarkable endeavor. Supreme, are you heading out? Selena inquired, noticing Rochester and Raven making their way towards the door. After receiving an affirmative response, Selena promptly dispatched personnel to make arrangements. Soon, a discreetly luxurious black Mercedes was driven into the courtyard, coming to a stop before Rochester. Declining the driver Selena had arranged, Rochester took only Raven with him as they set off with great enthusiasm. Hours later, the black Mercedes came to a gentle halt by the roadside. Through the window, Raven gazed at a grand and imposing building not far away, one that symbolized one of the highest authorities in the beautiful country, her voice rising several octaves. Rochester, is this where you are meeting your contact? The CIA headquarters? Raven was thoroughly astonished, questioning whether Rochester was jesting with her. Upon observing the earnest expression on Rasha's face, Raven discerned that Rasha was indeed serious. Indeed, there was a compatriot imprisoned here, endowed with psychic abilities akin to those of Charles. Rasha succinctly introduced her, declaring that she would be our first target for recruitment. Without a doubt, the individual Rasha referred to was none other than the former loyal confidant of the Black King, the White Queen. To candidly speak, the ability of telepathy is undeniably formidable, poised to significantly influence Rasha's forthcoming strategies and actions. Furthermore, the White Queen possesses the remarkable capability to entirely shield herself from Charles's psychic insights, her powers perhaps rivaling his. She can even implant illusions into the minds of others, a skill that Charles himself does not possess. Such a prodigious talent, it seems rather unfortunate that Eric would benefit from her presence. Chapter 100. Rasha's infiltration of the CIA headquarters. There exists a psychic within these confines? Raven paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, regarding Rasha with surprise. You cannot be referring to the White Queen, can you? During their attempt to capture Shaw aboard the cruise ship, Charles had previously encountered the White Queen in a psychic duel, and he had emerged with no advantage whatsoever. Her abilities had completely neutralized his. Later, when Charles and Eric ventured to the Soviet Union to apprehend the Black King, they were met with a grievous error in intelligence, leading them to a wild goose chase. The Black King was not in the Soviet Union, but had instead appeared at the CIA base, wreaking havoc throughout the facility. Yet, Charles and Eric did not return empty-handed. Although they failed to capture Shaw, they did seize his right-hand woman, the White Queen, and detained her at the CIA headquarters, where she was subjected to interrogation. Regrettably, the White Queen's powers proved exceedingly formidable. Not only could she manipulate the consciousness of others, but she could also transform into an indestructible diamond, leaving the CIA utterly powerless against her. They could do nothing but confine her, yielding no useful intelligence. Indeed, it is the White Queen, Rasha affirmed with a nod, not denying her identity. Her psychic abilities will be invaluable to us in the future. This needed no further elaboration. Raven understood all too well the immense strategic value a psychic could bring, especially given Rasha's earlier declaration of their intent to establish a mutant force. The role of a telepath would be profoundly significant. Raven, I am aware she was once aligned with Shaw, but Shaw is deceased now, and our mutual grievances should dissipate along with him. If the White Queen is willing, she can become one of us, a sister or brother, Rasha stated earnestly, gazing intently at Raven. Rochus, there is no need for you to elaborate so much. I am not Charles. Raven shrugged, her demeanor nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed true that in the original narrative, Raven had accompanied Eric to infiltrate this very base and abduct the White Queen. Raven certainly did not possess Charles's rigidity. With a buoyant spirit, Rochus nodded and pushed open the car door. Well then, Raven, let us commence our task. Indeed, Raven's eyes sparkled as she also exited the vehicle. At that moment, she focused her thoughts, transforming into the appearance of the Moray agent. Having spent considerable time alongside the Moray agents, Raven was exceedingly familiar with them, rendering her impersonation of Mora effortless and enjoyable. Even those who were well acquainted with Mora would not detect any discrepancies at first glance. Thus, Raven and Rochus strode confidently into the CIA headquarters, encountering not a single obstacle. Hey, Mora agent, how are you? I wish to return home for a rest. Did you not just leave? I would hope so, but when we depart is entirely at our discretion. Who is he? An important witness. The director instructed me to bring him personally. During their passage, several individuals greeted Mora, all of whom Raven skillfully deceived without a hitch. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any flaws. Even Rorschach, observing from the sidelines, silently admired Raven's improvisational talent, complemented by her shape-shifting abilities. She was truly born for the role of a spy. This was indeed the quintessential application of Raven's powers. Effortlessly evading the enthusiastic colleagues around them, Raven and Rorschach entered the elevator. At this juncture, Raven could not resist turning to Rorschach and asking, "Now that we have gained entry, what comes next? How shall we ascertain the whereabouts of the White Queen? Tell me you possess a plan." "A plan? None is necessary." Rorschach replied with a knowing smile before directly employing his X-ray vision to scan the entire CIA base. In an instant, the location of the White Queen's confinement became vividly clear to him. Additionally, apart from the White Queen, Rorschach unexpectedly discovered another familiar figure, Mimic Cat. Mimic Cat's abilities were remarkably formidable, akin to an enhanced version of Raven, and without hesitation, Rorschach made his decision. Apart from the White Queen, even the Mimic Cat was taken away. Shortly thereafter, Rorschach withdrew his gaze and pressed the button for the 14th floor in the elevator, smiling confidently at Raven. "I have already discovered where the White Queen is being held." "You know? How could that be?" Raven expressed her astonishment. After all, she had been spending every day with Rorschach and had not observed him conducting any investigations. At that moment, Raven suddenly realized that the Rorschach she once knew had become somewhat unfamiliar, increasingly obscure to her understanding. "Perhaps it's because of my good looks," Rorschach shrugged, flashing a cheeky smile at Raven, offering no further explanation. Raven, aware of the boundaries, refrained from pressing him further, merely rolling her eyes in exasperation. As if in the comfort of their own home, Rorschach and Raven chatted and laughed, leisurely arriving at the 14th floor. However, they were soon halted by a checkpoint. Just outside the elevator stood two armed special agents. "I am here to interrogate the prisoner inside." Raven promptly approached the agents to negotiate. "I have not received any relevant orders," the agent on the left replied, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he spoke to Raven. Observing this, the agent on the right immediately picked up the phone to verify the situation. Bang! With a powerful punch, Rorschach shattered the glass and struck the agent who was on the phone. The agent was caught completely off guard, flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall, losing consciousness entirely. Bang! The second agent also fell to the ground. Bang! With another kick, the metal door blocking their path flew open. "Wow, Rorschach, you are truly ferocious," Raven remarked, stepping over the debris and following Rorschach down the long corridor. Eventually, Rorschach stopped in front of one of the doors. Chapter 101. The White Queen's shock. This mutant is so perverse. With no further ado, Rorschach unleashed two fiercely blazing heat rays from his gaze, slicing through the 20-centimeter thick steel plate, swiftly carving out an irregular square loop. Bang! With a casual punch, Rorschach created a large hole. On the other side of the vast opening, a woman with lustrous golden hair, exuding an air of delicate charm, sat gracefully on the bed, leaning against her pillow while engrossed in a book, appearing utterly serene. She was none other than the White Queen. It was only when Rorschach confidently strode through the large hole that the White Queen leisurely set her book aside and descended from the bed at a measured pace. She scrutinized Rorschach for a moment, only to realize that this was a face she had never encountered before. Tentatively, she inquired, "Did Shaw send you to rescue me?" Rorschach's first encounter with Shaw had occurred at the CIA's mutant base. At that time, the White Queen was in the Soviet Union, and shortly thereafter, she was captured by Eric and his associates and imprisoned in this place, which meant she had no knowledge of Rorschach. The situation was rather intricate, but Shaw is dead. "Emma," Rorschach shrugged, addressing the White Queen. The expression on her face shifted slightly, and she then let out a cold laugh. "How could Shaw possibly be dead? Who are you?" With Shaw's extraordinary abilities, the White Queen could scarcely fathom anyone capable of ending his life. "As you can see, I am your compatriot. I understand you may have numerous questions swirling in your mind, but are you certain this is the appropriate setting for a conversation?" Rorschach replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Compatriot? What is going on?" The White Queen regarded Raven with a wary gaze. It was this woman, accompanied by two other mutants, who had brought her here. "It seems you have misunderstood something." "Raven," Rorschach called out to Raven beside him. Raven, comprehending the cue, focused her thoughts, and a wave of blue energy enveloped her. The visage of Mora vanished, revealing her true form before the White Queen. Only then did the White Queen's wariness begin to dissipate. Although she had previously clashed with Charles from a distance aboard a cruise ship, the two vessels were quite far apart. Moreover, Raven had appeared as a different persona at that time, so the White Queen did not recognize her. Upon realizing that Raven was not the agent who had captured her, but rather a mutant in disguise, her apprehension lessened significantly. Nonetheless, the White Queen's gaze remained fixed on Rorschach as she attempted to employ her powers to read his thoughts. However, her expression rapidly shifted. She had failed. She was unable to penetrate this individual's mind. He, too, was a telepath, and his abilities far surpassed her own, even eclipsing those of Shaw's most trusted ally, Charles. After all, during her prior telepathic confrontation with Charles, she had never encountered such an inability to access another's mental realm. Shall we depart now? Rorschach wore a smile that was both enigmatic and tinged with subtle mockery as he regarded the White Queen. He was aware that she had attempted to penetrate his thoughts. Yet under the protection of the system, even Charles was incapable of achieving that feat. One could hardly expect the White Queen to succeed. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face, almost igniting a sense of indignation. But at that moment, she dared not underestimate Rorschach any further. After all, the audacity with which these two had infiltrated the CIA headquarters to rescue him rendered them, without a doubt, allies rather than adversaries. Without further hesitation, the White Queen stepped forward, following Rorschach out of the specially designed cell. The piercing sound of alarms reverberated throughout the CIA building, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. The White Queen quickened her pace, despite her usual demeanor of superiority, akin to that of Shaw. She understood the grave danger they faced as mere individuals within such a perilous environment. Yet, Rorschach remained unhurried, his steps languid and composed. After merely 2 strides, he abruptly halted. "What's wrong? Why have we stopped?" The White Queen could not help but inquire. "Do not fret. We have another comrade imprisoned here," Rorschach replied with an unflappable demeanor. He then disregarded her, turning instead to the formidable security door before him, unleashing another blast of thermal energy. With a searing intensity, the thermal rays sliced through the thick steel like a hot knife through butter, executed with an effortless grace. The White Queen felt a shiver of dread. Even as an observer, she could sense the terrifying energy emanating from those 2 beams. She was astonished to discover that this telepath possessed such formidable offensive capabilities. Terrifying flashed through her mind, intensifying her apprehension towards Rorschach. This mutant was indeed formidable, and within the Hellfire Club, it was rare to encounter such a powerful individual. "Over there! Quickly move!" shouted a voice amidst a cacophony of hurried footsteps, as a contingent of CIA operatives surged down the corridor towards them. "Emma, could you hold them off for me?" Rorschach calmly requested, temporarily pausing his thermal assault as he turned to the White Queen. The White Queen wasted no words and instantly transformed into her diamond state. However, she addressed Rorschach, stating, "Leave them to me, but please be swift." Indeed, while the White Queen's diamond form rendered her impervious to ordinary attacks, it did not imply that she could single-handedly confront the CIA headquarters. In truth, should the assault she endured reach a certain threshold, even her diamond body would succumb, just as in the Soviet Union, where her diamond form was nearly dismantled by Eric. Now, within this headquarters teeming with operatives, she faced a legitimate threat. After uttering her words, the White Queen charged towards the cluster of operatives. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the entire floor. Rorschach, seemingly oblivious, continued his methodical cutting. Chapter 102. The Despair of the Intelligence Agency. What manner of beast is this? Soon, a closed loop re-emerged. Bang. Rorschach delivered a punch, creating a sizable hole in the sturdy security door, and the mimic cat cautiously appeared in his line of sight. "Is it you?" Upon seeing Rorschach, the mimic cat's expression shifted to one of surprise. The very person who had once defeated her and imprisoned her in this place had come to rescue her? "Indeed, it is I. I understand we may have held differing stances in the past, but the circumstances have changed. Will you accompany me now?" Rorschach extended his hand towards the mimic cat, offering an invitation. "Why not?" The mimic cat, scarcely hesitating, smiled at Rorschach and stepped to his side. Together, they traversed into the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued unabated, as the now diamond-formed White Queen stood alone against the CIA operatives. Countless bullets mercilessly struck her, yet none could penetrate her diamond body, all deflected aside. The White Queen forged ahead through the hail of gunfire. With each punch and kick, operatives fell to the ground. However, the sheer number of operatives was overwhelming. The ground was strewn with those she had already incapacitated, yet fresh operatives kept pouring in from various corridors. Whoosh! As Rorschach and the mimic cat emerged, several stray bullets whizzed towards them. There was no recourse. The enemies are overwhelming. The White Queen cannot withstand them alone. Hiding behind me, Loki gently pushed the mimic cat behind him, allowing the barrage of bullets to strike him instead. It was as if they had hit solid metal, causing him no harm whatsoever. Wow, your abilities have grown stronger. The mimic cat could not conceal her astonishment. During the battle at the Manhattan Hotel, although he had displayed remarkable physical resilience, he could still be pierced by a dagger. Yet, how much time had passed? Now he could effortlessly deflect bullets? Raven, stay hidden and do not expose yourself, Loki instructed, ignoring the mimic cat as he addressed Raven, who was unable to show herself behind cover. Understanding that this was not the time for bravado, Raven nodded in silence. Are you serious? This is not the moment for conversation. Come help me, the White Queen exclaimed, having just kicked an agent of the CIA to the ground, turning to Loki in urgency. The situation was dire. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and the White Queen was beginning to falter. White Queen, you've rescued her as well. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, the mimic cat remarked, her gaze flickering toward the White Queen fighting valiantly ahead as she spoke to Loki. She was merely a mercenary working for pay, and technically, she had no significant grievances with Loki. However, that woman was tied to Shao. This meant that Loki had indeed come to rescue his enemies. What had transpired outside during her confinement? As I mentioned before, circumstances have changed, Loki replied to the mimic cat with a gentle smile, then ceased any further conversation. With a swift motion, he broke into a sonic burst. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated, and the mimic cat felt a powerful gust of wind whip through, tousling her hair. Loki, who had stood beside her, vanished in an instant. In the next moment, a blurred figure darted through the corridor, sweeping past the CIA agents like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. A synchronized chorus of muffled groans and screams erupted almost simultaneously. Concurrently, the figures of the CIA agents were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Swish! At that moment, Loki reappeared, nonchalantly clapping his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Raising a greeting to Raven, the White Queen, and Mimic Cat, he confidently declared, "All right, it's done. Let us proceed." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, it was as though he had effortlessly dispatched dozens of armed special agents in the blink of an eye. The White Queen and Mimic Cat stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. Was this level of prowess truly conceivable? What kind of divine speed was this? They barely registered a fleeting blur before realizing that numerous individuals had already collapsed to the ground. The sheer terror of it all, the magnitude of this individual's strength was unfathomable. Was this truly the extent of Rorschach's speed? Even Raven, who was well acquainted with Rorschach, found herself momentarily speechless. While she had long known that speed was one of Rorschach's abilities, she had never anticipated it could reach such astonishing heights. What kind of extraordinary being had she chosen to follow? Why didn't you do this sooner? Upon regaining her composure, the White Queen cast Rorschach a look filled with vexation. Why make me toil away when you could resolve this in an instant? Rorschach shrugged casually. You've been cooped up for so long. I thought you might want to stretch your legs. Thank you so much, replied the White Queen, albeit with a trace of irritation. Yet, despite her mild annoyance, a sense of relief washed over her, dispelling any lingering worries. With Rorschach by her side, what threat could the CIA headquarters possibly pose? This individual alone could breach the entire base. A smile of satisfaction and pride crept onto the White Queen's lips as she contemplated this. Those wretched fools have kept me imprisoned for so long, and now their reckoning has arrived. Rorschach's voice resonated. Following closely behind him, Raven, the White Queen, and Mimic Cat marched forward with determined strides. In the corridor, the CIA agents lay battered and broken, casting incredulous glances at the four as they boldly strode past. Each agent, drenched in sweat, dared not to obstruct their passage. Rorschach's otherworldly display had thoroughly intimidated them. Only after Rorschach and the three women entered the elevator, their figures vanishing entirely, did the agents finally exhale deeply. The monster had departed at last. Chapter 103. One man breaches the intelligence bureau. The elevator descended at a leisurely pace. Who exactly are you? The White Queen gazed at Rorschach with a lingering mixture of apprehension and astonishment, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. For her, the abilities displayed by Rorschach were nothing short of astonishing. Possessing a mental prowess far surpassing her own, emitting terrifying heat rays from his eyes, and exhibiting an equally alarming speed. Each of these abilities was formidable in its own right, yet he possessed them all simultaneously. The White Queen had never encountered such a powerful mutant. Even Xiao, who had once appeared flawless in her eyes, now seemed woefully inadequate in comparison. Not to mention, the very aspect of Rorschach's mental capabilities rendered Xiao utterly helpless. Do you not know who he is? Mimicking Cat could not suppress a chuckle. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, for he was indeed a significant threat to Xiao, someone Xiao had long desired to eliminate. A strange expression flickered across the White Queen's face. The individual who had come to her rescue was, in fact, an enemy? This was quite the predicament. Xiao is dead. Our reasons for opposition no longer exist. Rorschach remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Is Xiao truly dead? The White Queen's countenance darkened. When she first encountered Rorschach in the specially designed cell, he had made such a claim, which she had dismissed entirely. However, now doubt began to creep into her mind. Indeed, he is dead, slain by Rorschach, Raven interjected. The White Queen's expression grew increasingly somber. If this individual possessed the capability to kill Xiao, the implications were dire. Ding! With that sound, the elevator doors swung open with a clang. Do not move. Everyone freeze. A series of sharp commands echoed through the hall. Before them stood a throng of armed individuals, each weapon poised and aimed at Rorschach and his companions. At the forefront was none other than Hansen, the director of the intelligence agency, clad in a bulletproof vest. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on Rorschach with utmost intensity. Surrender. You are surrounded, he intoned gravely. Emma, could you possibly crystallize once more? Rorschach asked, not sparing Hansen a glance, his demeanor composed as he turned to the White Queen. She rolled her eyes in response. You have killed Xiao, and now you wish to fight alongside me? Precisely, Rorschach shrugged. Xiao is dead. You cannot expect me to remain loyal to a corpse, can you? In the original timeline, the White Queen had already followed Eric, who killed Xiao, thus giving Rorschach a sense of assurance. Moreover, this serves as a benevolent reminder. Surely, you would not wish to be struck by stray bullets, would you? Rorschach reiterated. Well, that is true, the White Queen replied, refraining from further idle chatter as she transformed once more into a diamond form. Upon witnessing this, Raven and Mimic Cat promptly positioned themselves behind the White Queen. At this point, Rorschach was entirely untroubled. Surrender immediately, or we shall open fire. Director Hansen, incensed by the audacity of these mutants who disregarded the presence of his numerous men, barked once more at Rorschach. However, Rorschach chose not to engage further with Director Hansen. Instead, he swiftly shifted his body, unleashing his sonic speed. In an instant, Hansen beheld the youth before him vanish without a trace, followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him, an effect of the rapid air displacement caused by Rorschach's astonishing velocity. Before Hansen could comprehend the situation, he was forcefully propelled through the air. He found himself suspended momentarily, experiencing disorientation and a sensation of weightlessness, before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact left him dazed, his entire skeletal structure feeling as though it might shatter. What just happened? Director Hansen exclaimed in alarm. Instinctively, he turned to survey his surroundings, his heart sinking with a profound shock. He discovered that all his intelligence agency operatives lay sprawled upon the ground, much like himself. Aside from the few mutants within the elevator, not a single person remained standing. In the fleeting moment of confusion, that young man had managed to incapacitate dozens of them. How could this be possible? Even for a mutant, this was beyond belief. Quick, over there. It's the director and his team. Shouts erupted, as a multitude of intelligence agents surged forth from the east and west corridors. Upon witnessing their director and fellow agents all collapsed on the ground, they were filled with disbelief. With a flurry of muffled groans and thuds, the incoming agents soon found themselves on the ground, joining their esteemed director. All right, now there are no more distractions, Rorschach remarked as he clapped his hands and nonchalantly advanced forward, closely followed by Raven, the White Queen, and Mimic Cat. A group of individuals strode confidently before the astonished and furious gaze of Director Hansen and others. Suddenly, however, Rorschach's steps faltered, as if he had sensed something amiss. Rorschach, what is it? Raven inquired in a hushed tone, her voice laced with concern. Both the White Queen and Mimic Cat exhibited expressions of vigilance, scanning their surroundings with acute awareness. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely an old acquaintance," Rorschach replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards the southeast. His eyes pierced through the walls, locking onto an individual hastily approaching from outside the base, Eric. Accompanying Eric were two others, unmistakably the Winged Man and the Braided Man, whom he had recently subdued. There was no doubt that Eric's objective was the White Queen. Unfortunately for him, he had arrived a moment too late. "Eric, something feels off," the Winged Man remarked gravely, addressing Eric in a low voice, having seemingly heard gunfire moments prior. "Owen, remain composed. Today, no one can impede my efforts to retrieve our compatriot. Whatever transpires within cannot alter this fact," Eric stated with unwavering confidence, his expression cold and resolute as he continued forward without a hint of hesitation. The Winged Man wished to voice further concerns, but the Braided Man interjected, "Enough, Owen. You remain overly cautious. Do you truly believe anyone here can withstand Eric?" They had first-hand experience of Eric's formidable abilities. Chapter 104. The Astonishment of Magneto. Rorschach topples the Intelligence Bureau with the Braided Man's words. The Winged Man fell silent. Indeed, Eric possessed the power to manipulate metal, a capability that rendered him a nemesis to ordinary humans. Every weapon upon which they relied was composed of metal. Every one contained it. By that virtue alone, there was no place beyond Eric's reach. After all, which armament could rival the might of Cuba's fleet? If Eric had vanquished even the Cuban fleet, what chance could an establishment like the Intelligence Bureau possibly have? With his apprehensions laid to rest, the Winged Man followed Eric boldly into the Intelligence Bureau's building. A chorus of anguished groans and muffled cries pierced the air, immediately capturing the attention of Eric and his companions. As they turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes widened in disbelief. Scattered across the ground were the agents of the Intelligence Bureau, huddled in disarray. At a cursory glance, the presence of no fewer than 50 to 60 individuals was unmistakable. Moreover, even Director Hansen of the Intelligence Bureau was among them. What on earth transpired? How could someone have raided the Intelligence Bureau? Both the Winged Man and the Braided Man were caught completely off guard. Astonishingly, there were others daring enough to cause a ruckus at the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau. Eric's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had initially intended to create a disturbance at the Bureau himself, only to discover that someone had preemptively executed his plan. Who could it be? Who possessed such capability? A youthful visage of Eastern descent swiftly materialized in Eric's mind. The only mutant he could conceive of with such prowess was Rorschach. However, Rorschach did not share his ideology, leaving Eric uncertain as to whether it truly was him. The group cautiously navigated through the scattered bodies of incapacitated Intelligence Bureau agents, inching forward. Eventually, they arrived at another corridor. "Eric," a voice suddenly rang out, revealing a few figures standing before a door at the corridor's end. Among them was a blue-skinned woman, who looked at Eric with a mixture of surprise and delight, exclaiming, "It's him. It turns out to be him." The gazes of the Winged Man and the Braided Man converged on Rorschach, their faces reflecting a dawning realization. On the beaches of Cuba, this formidable young Eastern man had left an indelible impression on them. He was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling Eric in strength. Yet, it was unexpected that this individual's modus operandi mirrored Eric's own. Following the young Eastern man were the White Queen and another blue-skinned woman, closely trailing behind. The actions Eric intended to undertake had been preemptively accomplished by this young man. "Rorschach?" Eric exclaimed in surprise. However, he soon could not suppress a smile, remarking, "What a coincidence that we find ourselves here together. Can you still claim we are dissimilar?" Eric was genuinely elated. "Eric, long time no see." "Well, it hasn't been that long," Rorschach replied with a grin as he greeted Eric. "Oh, and Frank, Emma." The Winged Man and the Braided Man also exchanged pleasantries with the White Queen. "Well then, it seems we have turned this into a grand reunion. Everyone, let us step outside for further discussion. This is not the place for conversation," Rorschach suggested, his voice resonating with authority. This is indeed not the place for conversation. And naturally, no one objected as they all departed from the headquarters of the intelligence agency, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. On 39th Street in New York, an isolated and desolate corner, two vehicles were carelessly parked at the roadside. A cluster of individuals gathered before the cars, some seated, some leaning, and others standing, forming small groups. Roshan, Eric, and Raven were reminiscing about old times. The White Queen and her companions from the Hellfire Club had also congregated together. As for Mimic, he sat leisurely atop the car's hood, exuding an air of indifference, as if the unfolding events did not concern him at all. Roshan, have you witnessed their actions? Their usual tactics of inverting right and wrong. Our mutant brothers and sisters are ensnared in a life of anguish. I cannot stand idly by, Eric declared with resolute determination. Addressing Roshan earnestly, I was uncertain before, but now I see clearly, and you shall too. So, Roshan, join me. Together, we shall protect our kin. Eric's heartfelt invitation resonated with Roshan. Eric, I do not doubt your commitment to safeguarding mutants. However, I cannot endorse your methods, Roshan replied, shaking his head. But did you not also invade the intelligence agency? How are you different from me? Eric countered, raising his hands in a gesture of amusement. I infiltrated the agency solely for Emma's abilities, nothing more. I do not regard the agency as an enemy, nor do I consider all of humanity as foes. Roshan spoke gravely to Eric, emphasizing their fundamental differences. One day, you will come to realize this, Eric said after a moment of silence, his tone earnest. Let us wait and see, Roshan shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Both Eric and Charles were stubborn individuals, and to some extent, so was Roshan. None could embrace another's ideology, and convincing one another proved futile. Words were wasted in vain. If you do not perceive humanity as your enemy, then who is? Another voice interjected, as the White Queen stepped forth, fixing her gaze upon Roshan. That is a false dichotomy, Emma. If mutants encounter an adversary, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Yet the crucial question remains. Why must mutants have an enemy? Roshan replied earnestly, meeting the White Queen's gaze. You witnessed what transpired in Cuba. They fear our abilities and have launched an assault against us. Eric interjected from the side. Indeed, we have mounted a counteroffensive and vanquished them. But what comes next? I understand your perspective, Rorschach, yet we cannot perpetually wait until we are struck before we retaliate. It is imperative to acknowledge that our two factions are inherently adversarial. Eric, this is precisely why we require your involvement. Rorschach smiled enigmatically, stating that this is also the reason I cannot join you. Chapter 105. Rorschach's ambitious undertaking. Both Eric and Charles exhibit tendencies that lean toward extremes, one excessively radical, the other overly conciliatory. Yet, it must be admitted that both Eric and Charles are indispensable to the mutant community. Without Eric's relentless provocations, the populace would not harbor a modicum of respect, if not fear, toward mutants. In such a scenario, various factions would converge to obliterate mutants entirely. A group that is submissive and lacks resolve will never elicit compassion. Conversely, without Charles, mutants would unequivocally become the foes of humanity, irrevocably positioning themselves against humankind. Whether mutants could prevail against ordinary humans is uncertain, but one thing is assured. They would find themselves ensnared in dire straits. Humanity is not easily vanquished. The clash between the two factions would indeed spell disaster for humanity, yet it would equally spell doom for mutants. Thus, the situation is remarkably intricate. Eric and Charles, though they fundamentally disagree with one another's philosophies, stubbornly uphold their distinct approaches to safeguard mutants, resulting in a lifetime of conflict. Ironically, it is this very struggle that has afforded mutants a semblance of existence within human society. Their mutual dissent and conflict have, in a mysterious way, crafted an exquisite balance, collaboratively creating the most advantageous circumstances for mutants. Hence, Rorschach posits that mutants require Eric just as they equally need Charles. Eric showcases the might of mutants, instilling a sense of caution in others, embodying the fist of mutants. Charles, on the other hand, radiates a message of goodwill, diminishing hostility towards mutants and fostering acceptance. He symbolizes the smile of mutants. The two are complementary, each essential. However, for the mutant community, mere fists and smiles are grossly insufficient. They lack a crucial element, genuine deterrence. A deterrence akin to that of nuclear arms. Rorschach does not shy away from assuming the role of this formidable weapon for mutants. Thus, Rorschach, the voice of the White Queen, resonated, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Rorschach, inquiring solemnly, "Since you do not intend to stand against humanity for us, what can you offer to us mutants? We should establish a true family belonging to us mutants." As Eric had articulated, all mutant brethren must unite, living proudly and freely in this world. No longer shall we hide, fear, or tremble. Our brothers and sisters can proclaim to the world with pride that they are mutants. For when that day arrives, The world will no longer harbor prejudice, discrimination, or disdainful glances towards us. They may even envy us, for we can achieve what they cannot, and we are more perfect than they. Rorschach's gaze lingered as he spoke these words. Though his voice was soft, it bore an undeniable strength. The White Queen, the mimicking cat, and even the winged man and the braided man brought by Eric were all moved, captivated by the utopian vision Rorschach painted. If the day he spoke of were to truly come, it would surely be paradise, a notion they could scarcely dare to imagine. Emma, I recognize that my aspirations differ from those of Charles, but will you assist me in realizing this vision? Rorschach turned his gaze upon the White Queen, gently asking. You must be mad. The White Queen could not help but gasp, yet she had to concede that Rorschach's grand vision was profoundly infectious. However, with Charles gone, she had nowhere else to go. A smile unconsciously crept onto Rorschach's lips. In truth, regardless of the White Queen's willingness, he had no intention of letting her go easily. His journey to the Intelligence Bureau was not merely for altruism. His initial objective was to win over the White Queen. Yet, how should one put it? A fruit forcibly plucked is seldom sweet. It would be far better if the White Queen willingly chose to follow him. I must be mad as well. The languid mimicking cat leapt from the hood, and for a fleeting moment, I genuinely believed you could accomplish this. You are far too naive, Rorschach. Eric scoffed, still unimpressed. They are our enemies. It is in their nature, and you cannot change that. The day you envision will never come. No, it will certainly come, Eric, Rorschach replied resolutely. You are ultimately too young, Rorschach. Eric could not help but shake his head with a long sigh, revealing a visage of resignation, having lost the strength to continue the debate. As Eric has now truly confirmed, Rorschach is indeed different from him, and, like Charles, is equally unpersuadable. It is a pity, though. Eric would be lying if he claimed not to feel disappointment. Nevertheless, Rorschach is certainly superior to Charles. It is utterly hopeless that Charles, as a mutant, consistently considers the interests of ordinary humans. It is a pleasure to see you again, my friend, but now, I must take my leave. Farewell. Eric offered no further words, merely waving goodbye to Rorschach. Take care, Eric. With that, they parted ways. So, Rorschach, what are your plans moving forward? After Eric and his companions departed, the White Queen approached Rorschach, her gaze filled with anticipation. I intend to orchestrate something monumental. In response to the White Queen's inquiry, Rorschach revealed a knowing smile. He proceeded to outline his ambitious plan to both the White Queen and Mimic Cat. The White Queen was left astounded, staring at Rorschach as if he were a stranger for several moments. This is truly a madcap scheme. I am starting to believe in the grand vision you painted earlier. It is sufficiently audacious, yet I find it appealing. Mimic Cat's eyes also gleamed with intensity, increasingly convinced that aligning herself with Rorschach was an impeccable choice. Rorschach, are you certain this is wise? Raven stood aghast, her expression one of disbelief tinged with concern. She was genuinely alarmed by Rorschach's plan. I have vowed to deliver justice to our kind, and I intend to keep my word. Rorschach laughed meaningfully. His endeavor to recruit the White Queen from the Intelligence Bureau was not merely to gain a capable subordinate, but also to prepare for his forthcoming strategies. Chapter 106. Director Hansen is not someone our Intelligence Bureau can contend with. Rorschach, Raven, you have returned? In the opulent villa, Hank, upon hearing the commotion, approached with excitement. Though his expression faltered slightly, he immediately noticed the Mimic Cat accompanying Rorschach. Was she not their adversary in Manhattan? And the woman beside her? Was that not the White Queen from the intelligence reports? Hank felt somewhat bewildered. Hey there, handsome. Please refrain from looking at me that way. I am now with Rorschach. We are allies. Mimic Cat greeted Hank with an ease that bordered on familiarity, even playfully patting his shoulder, rendering Hank slightly embarrassed. Vanessa, you have already met, so there is no need for further introduction. Additionally, there is Emma, whose information we have all perused, and thus, no further introduction is necessary. At this juncture, Rorschach spoke to Hank, declaring that from this day forth, they would be members of our extended family. Right, Hank? Rest assured, I shall not strangle you while you slumber. The White Queen remarked with a hint of dark humor directed at Hank. Hank appeared increasingly flustered, wearing an expression of discomfort. The audacious demeanor of these two young women left him momentarily at a loss. Emma, you would not do such a thing. I am confident that before long, you will realize just how significant Hank is to us, Rorschach stated earnestly to the White Queen. This sentiment warmed Hank's heart. Is that so? A flicker of surprise crossed the White Queen's eyes as she scrutinized Hank closely. This seemingly unremarkable young man is so highly esteemed by Rorschach, an extraordinary mutant? I am intrigued. However, Rorschach, might you prepare me a room where I can rest? It has been far too long since I last bathed. The mimic cat remarked rather bluntly to Rorschach. Please follow me. While there are still some vacant rooms here, you may choose whichever you prefer, Raven volunteered, leading the White Queen and mimic cat upstairs to the second floor. Rorschach, I have developed some thoughts regarding the base. Hank adjusted his glasses, speaking with enthusiasm to Rorschach. Would you care to listen? While Rorschach was visiting the Intelligence Bureau, Hank had been far from idle. Certainly, Rorschach responded with keen interest. Hank then presented a dossier to Rorschach, introducing the 3 alternative locations provided by Selena, asserting that he believed one to be the most suitable. Firstly, the location of the base should be relatively concealed, considering that we will have many fellow mutants in the future, so as not to attract undue attention. However, at the same time, accessibility must also be facilitated. Hank began to enthusiastically analyze various pros and cons for Rorschach, who nodded in agreement throughout the discussion. His considerations were remarkably thorough, leaving Rorschach with little to critique. Hank, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall inform Selena, Rorschach promptly replied to Hank. Observing such affirmation of his opinion filled Hank with a renewed sense of purpose. He felt he had finally found his place. Intelligence Bureau Headquarters. Conference room. The long conference table was filled with individuals, making what was initially a spacious room feel somewhat cramped. There is no denying the shocking reality that the headquarters of the intelligence agency has been infiltrated, a breach so profound that it marks an unprecedented humiliation since its inception. This is a disgrace that will forever brand the agency. How can the intelligence agency afford any negligence in this dire situation? Almost all of the leadership, regardless of rank, assembled here at once, many bearing bruises and bandages. Director Hansen was no exception, sporting a neck brace. However, the gravity of the situation left no room for him to recuperate slowly. Now that everyone is present, Ed, please begin, Director Hansen remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he surveyed the room. A bespectacled man, appearing rather genteel, nodded and activated the projection equipment. 2 figures emerged on the large screen. We have confirmed that our 2 key detainees, Emma Frost, designated as number 2237, and Vanessa Backlund, number 2254, have been abducted. Both are mutants, and their captors are also mutants. Preliminary investigations indicate that there were only 2 assailants. One possesses shape-shifting abilities and disguised herself as an agent, infiltrating the building around 1:30 p.m. with the primary suspect, another mutant. By 1:41 p.m., they reached the 14th floor, violently assaulted our armed security personnel, and breached our high-security cell, liberating the 2 detained mutants. By 1:57 p.m., they had absconded from the headquarters with the abducted mutants. During this ordeal, they incapacitated 73 of our operatives, fortunately without any fatalities. A chilling silence enveloped the conference room, the atmosphere so oppressive it was almost suffocating, with some faces betraying despair. The audacity of the incursion, from breaching the impenetrable headquarters to dismantling a specially designed cell and defeating 73 armed operatives, was accomplished in a mere 16 minutes. Executed by just 2 individuals. Such a revelation is utterly appalling. Were it not for the first-hand experience, no one would believe it. What manner of aberration is this youthful, Eastern-featured mutant? The terror is almost unfathomable. Indeed, I comprehend the frustration and disgrace. But it is undeniable. Our seemingly impregnable headquarters has proven to be utterly vulnerable in the face of such opponents. The threat posed by mutants is far greater than we had ever imagined. They are truly a terrifying force. Director Hansen's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the conference room. He cast a glance at all the special agents present and inquired, "Do you have any valuable suggestions?" The meeting room fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak. Those 2 mutants were so formidable, utterly flawless, their power instilling a sense of despair that surpassed anything they could contend with. What suggestions could they possibly offer? Silence. Very well. Let us maintain this state. If even a whisper of today's events escapes, regardless of who it is, pack your belongings and leave. Director Hansen slammed his hand on the table, addressing the group with a commanding tone. All were rendered mute, frozen in place. Then, Director, what do you intend to do? After several minutes, Ed cautiously turned to Director Hansen and posed the question. You will draft a detailed report and accompany me to the Ministry of Defense for debriefing. This matter exceeds the purview of our intelligence agency, Director Hansen replied gravely. Chapter 107. The mutant Rorschach is truly a monster in an opulent villa. Rorschach, Raven, Hank, the White Queen, and Mimic Cat were gathered, their expressions serious and solemn. They were engaged in a discussion of grave importance. Emma, I know you possess telepathic abilities akin to Charles, but to what extent can you exert your power? Can you immobilize someone as he does? Rorschach slowly sipped his tea, fixing his gaze on the White Queen with a serious demeanor. Immobilize? What do you mean by that? Like turning someone into a statue? The White Queen pondered momentarily, struggling to grasp Rorschach's meaning. Precisely that, Rorschach exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. That fellow can actually do such a thing? The White Queen expressed mild surprise, quickly followed by understanding. After all, his telepathic prowess was indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing her own. So, you cannot immobilize someone? Mimic Cat lounged comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs and glancing at the White Queen. Though we both possess telepathic abilities, Charles's and mine differ significantly. I can read and even weave others' memories, yet I cannot control their consciousness, the White Queen explained, raising her hands in resignation. It is simply a matter of specialization. Charles can manipulate consciousness, but cannot fabricate memories, at least not at present. And what about you, Rorschach? What can you accomplish? The White Queen asked, her curiosity piqued as she focused intently on him. You misunderstand, Emma. I possess numerous abilities, yet telepathy is not among them. Rorschach replied with a smile. Rorschach, I once believed, as you suggested, that we were siblings, and I chose to place my trust in you. Yet, it appears that you harbor doubts regarding my sincerity. The White Queen displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. No, you misunderstand. My robust physical constitution and formidable mental fortitude merely allow me to withstand the probing of others' minds. It is as simple as that. I do not possess psychic abilities, nor do I have any reason to conceal the truth. Rorschach spread his hands, expressing earnestness towards the White Queen and her companions. The White Queen regarded him with skepticism, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. Is that truly the case? Provide me with a reason to believe your words. Rorschach responded candidly. Indeed, Rorschach lacks any psychic capabilities. Having coexisted with him for such an extended period, we have never witnessed him exhibit such powers, Emma interjected in defense of Rorschach. Observing the sincerity in their expressions and recognizing that Rorschach had no need to hide anything in this matter, the White Queen was convinced. Thus, her astonishment deepened. How astonishing it is that a non-psychic individual can resist the mental probing of a psychic. What an extraordinary mental prowess and physical constitution must one possess. Truly, you are a marvel. After a lengthy pause, the White Queen finally shook her head, exclaiming in awe. I wholeheartedly concur. Emma chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. In my many years as a mercenary, I have never encountered such an extraordinary individual. Both Raven and Hank shared her sentiments, undoubtedly recognizing Rorschach as the most formidable mutant they had ever encountered, without exception. I merely possess a more adept grasp of my abilities at present, that is all. Rorschach waved his hand dismissively. What lies ahead, the looming resurrection of the apocalypse, is the true aberration. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The White Queen's voice resonated as she continued, addressing Rorschach. I comprehend your perspective. While I am unable to immobilize others, I can implant a perfectly normal illusion within their minds. Thus, we can proceed with our endeavors without fear of interruption. However, she mused, must we truly eliminate everyone? Why complicate matters so? Because I am not a bloodthirsty executioner. While I do not shy away from taking lives, my actions are always justified. I do not kill without cause, Rorschach stated earnestly to the White Queen. Emma, if you wish to collaborate with me, you must accept this principle. I am not like Shao. Fine, I find myself at a loss with you, the White Queen replied, shaking her head in exasperation. How amusing. The one who decimated the fleet of the beautiful nation and took the lives of thousands claims to abhor killing. Emma jested from the sidelines. They brought their demise upon themselves. Rorschach shrugged nonchalantly. Emma. Immediately, Rorschach shifted his gaze back to the White Queen. How many individuals can you implant with illusions simultaneously? For how long can these illusions persist? These inquiries were crucial to Rorschach's forthcoming plans, and thus warranted clarification. I have never attempted to implant illusions in large numbers, perhaps 7 or 8, or a dozen. Beyond that, it exceeds my capacity. The White Queen replied earnestly after a moment's contemplation. Raven, frowning, interjected, You see, Rorschach, we are dealing with hundreds, if not thousands of people. This is far from sufficient. You also understand, Rorschach, it appears you must resort to lethal measures, the White Queen remarked, raising her hands in resignation. Perhaps I can resolve this issue, Hank, who had been largely overlooked by both the White Queen and the mimic cat, suddenly adjusted his glasses and spoke with newfound confidence. Although he used the word perhaps, Rorschach could tell from Hank's demeanor that this would be a viable solution. Oh, is that so? You have a plan? The White Queen shot Hank a skeptical glance. I can create a device that enhances Emma's abilities, enabling her to control hundreds or even thousands of individuals at once, Hank stated in a nonchalant tone. A brainwave amplifier. Raven exclaimed, realizing the implication. Uffed. The White Queen couldn't suppress a laugh at this assertion. Such a claim is preposterous. This Hank certainly has the audacity. My apologies. I did not intend to offend, but that is indeed the most amusing jest I have heard, she said, shaking her head in mirth. Raven was correct. It was a simple, portable brainwave amplifier. I once constructed a larger and more complex version. This will pose no challenge for me, Hank replied, disregarding the White Queen's mockery as he turned to Rorschach. How long will you require? Rorschach regarded Hank with unwavering belief, his expression serious. 2 days, Hank replied after a brief pause, brimming with confidence. Having already completed a prototype of the brainwave amplifier, he was well versed in the necessary technology. Replicating a simplified version would be straightforward. 2 days would suffice. Chapter 108. The mutants have declared war on us. Hank's professional capabilities were truly exceptional. After making a commitment to Rorschach, he promptly compiled a list of materials to be procured and handed it to Selena. Without delay, Selena organized a team to acquire the items, and by nightfall, everything Hank required was delivered to his laboratory. For the next 2 days, Hank was not seen by anyone. As he sequestered himself within his dedicated laboratory, where the lights remained lit throughout the night. Occasionally, a series of mechanical noises would emerge, sounds that no one could quite identify. After 2 days, Hank, sporting dark circles under his eyes, excitedly summoned everyone to his laboratory. On the table before him lay an oddly designed device, reminiscent of the mind-reading machine invented by Doc Brown in Back to the Future. Behold, what you see before you is the Brainwave Amplifier 20, a simplified portable version, Hank declared. Emma, once you don this apparatus, your abilities will experience a remarkable enhancement. You have previously thwarted Charles's psychic scans. According to my calculations, your brain should be capable of handling a sudden surge of information and intense operation. Do give it a try? Despite his fatigue, Hank was enveloped in an exhilarating fervor, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I do not wish to come across as rude, but this device is rather unsightly, is it not? Remarked the White Queen as she gazed at the bizarre contraption, feeling an instinctive aversion coursing through her very being. The thought of wearing such an ugly item seemed more torturous than death itself. Indeed, could you not have designed something more aesthetically pleasing? This makes Emma resemble a comical jester, chimed in Mimic, equally disdainful. Hank, feeling disheartened, retorted, after 2 sleepless nights to create such a groundbreaking device. And all you focus on is its appearance? Rorschach, standing nearby, couldn't he help but smile wryly. Emma, since you can implant illusions in others, does the appearance of this device truly matter? You could effortlessly weave its form into the memories of others, or even render it non-existent. This should be a trivial matter for you, is it not? After some contemplation, Rorschach offered Emma a rather constructive suggestion. While it sounds appealing, there is a significant flaw. My ability cannot affect you, the White Queen replied with a shrug. Thus, you will still witness my foolishness while donning this hideous contraption. No, Emma, even if you wear it, you will remain equally beautiful, Rorschach assured her, his expression sincere. Do you truly believe I am beautiful? Emma blinked at Rorschach in surprise. Of course, it is quite evident, is it not? Rorschach replied, realizing he had let his enthusiasm get the better of him. Such sweet words, though perhaps a tad youthful. The White Queen teased Rorschach before seizing the ghastly brainwave amplifier and placing it upon her forehead. In an instant, her eyes widened, revealing a look of astonishment and disbelief. At that moment, she truly felt her abilities magnified manifold. Hank had not lied. He could indeed accomplish such an astonishing feat. The White Queen could not help but cast a glance at Hank, her previous disdain and indifference towards him evaporating completely, replaced by a newfound respect. In her customary understanding, the enhancement of a mutant's powers could only be achieved through rigorous training, and she had never dared to imagine that such a phenomenon could be artificially induced. This seemingly unassuming individual was a genius. In that instant, the White Queen comprehended why Rorschach held Hank in such high regard. It was simply incredible. After experiencing the surge of power, she couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. In that moment, she activated her own abilities, directly altering the memories of everyone in the room, implanting corresponding illusions. With a swift motion, the rudimentary cerebral wave amplifier atop her head became invisible to all but Rorschach. Observing the look of wonder on the White Queen's face, Hank realized that his creation had taken effect. A satisfied smile spread across his features. "Well done, Hank," Rorschach praised, giving Hank's shoulder an approving pat. It was truly remarkable. No one would have anticipated that Hank possessed such capabilities. Even Mimic the cat offered compliments, leaving Hank feeling a touch bashful. "Now, our plan can commence," the White Queen remarked with palpable anticipation. At the Pentagon, the Department of Defense was once again filled with individuals, many of whom had been present during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The room was occupied by a host of powerful figures. At that moment, the atmosphere in the conference room mirrored the oppressive heaviness of the Cuban Missile Crisis, rife with shock, anger, and profound trepidation. Two individuals? Director Hansen, are you telling us that merely 2 mutants breached the headquarters of your intelligence agency? Queried a military leader incredulously, fixated on Director Hansen. And they left without a scratch? Another esteemed figure interjected, adding, "Let us not forget. They accomplished this in just 16 minutes. Though this was disheartening, it was indeed the case. Director Hansen responded gravely. He then produced an image for the esteemed leaders to scrutinize, clarifying that only one individual had executed the assault, possessing a speed that rendered anyone incapable of reacting. The entire incident unfolded in a mere 16 minutes. Yet this individual managed to incapacitate dozens of our agents in the blink of an eye. The scene erupted into chaos, with all eyes fixated on the portrait held by Director Hansen. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the visage of a child. Yet, this very child possesses the ability to swiftly overpower a multitude of well-trained intelligence operatives. In fact, many regarded this person as even more perilous than the one who can manipulate metal, although the latter had decimated the fleet of the beautiful nation. Subduing him was not an insurmountable task. The development of non-metallic weaponry could readily address that threat, and relevant departments were indeed pursuing such innovations. However, how does one restrain a young individual from the East who can incapacitate dozens in an instant? What means exist to counteract such swiftness? The threat posed by mutants is far more significant than we had previously imagined. They are indeed more dangerous than we had anticipated. We cannot permit such a threat to persist. This is a war, and they have declared it upon us. We too must take up arms to defend our homeland. The defense minister concluded with a resonating and authoritative voice, leaving no room for dissent. The esteemed individuals present nodded in agreement. Chapter 109. The Rorschach invasion of the Pentagon outside the Pentagon. Is this truly the Pentagon? The White Queen gazed up at the imposing structure, a symbol of the beautiful nation's highest authority and one of its iconic edifices, unable to suppress a shrug. Shaw had once envisioned that after eradicating humanity, this place would serve as the headquarters for their club. Reflecting on Shaw's grandiloquent aspirations, the White Queen felt a pang of nostalgia. This place as a headquarters? What about the White Palace? The mimicking cat inquired curiously from the side. Undoubtedly, the White Palace is the most representative and symbolic structure of the beautiful nation. Isn't it? That would be our home. Rorschach, Raven, mimicking cat. Everyone was genuinely inspired by Shaw. The old iron truly has a remarkable imagination. Could he be a dreamer? Such lofty ambitions. Even Rorschach couldn't help but silently commend the old iron. Indeed, he is a person of grand aspirations. However, the one invading this place now is not Shaw, but you, the former adversary of Shaw. The White Queen sighed, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. Once vehemently opposed to Shaw, they have now accomplished what Shaw aspired to achieve but had not yet had the opportunity to do. One can only say that fate is indeed wondrous. Emma, if possible, I would like to substitute the term invasion. Raven, with a serious demeanor, remarked. Such a statement makes us appear akin to the villains in a film. Raven, we truly are? Mimic Cat responded with a shrug. In fact, our actions surpass even those of the typical antagonists. Although the forthcoming endeavor was exceedingly exhilarating, perilous, and could even be described as madness, The group maintained an air of calm. No one displayed any signs of concern, for they were indeed capable of achieving their goals. While the nearby ladies engaged in light-hearted banter, Rorschach activated his exceptional vision and hearing, comprehensively observing the dynamics within the conference room. Every action and conversation did not escape his notice. It was unfortunate that the president of the beautiful nation was absent. Rorschach felt a twinge of regret. Yet the presence of numerous prominent figures in the conference room was more than sufficient. All right, ladies, let's perk up. It's time to commence our work. Rorschach clapped his hands, beckoning the three women beside him. Honestly, even now, I still find this contraption quite unsightly. The White Queen remarked disdainfully as she retrieved a rudimentary brainwave amplifier from the vehicle behind her and placed it upon her forehead. In an instant, she became aware of everyone within a 5-kilometer radius. Simultaneously, she activated her abilities, implanting an illusion for all nearby individuals, one in which the four of them did not exist at all. Thus, the quartet strolled confidently, akin to a casual walk, toward the Pentagon, arriving at the conference room where the esteemed figures were deliberating. There were indeed several specialized agents stationed in the corridor. However, under the influence of the White Queen's powers, they could neither see nor hear anything, rendered as if they were deaf and mute. Raven, Vanessa, I entrust the outside to you too, Rorschach said, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the agents. Rest assured, Rorschach, leave this to us. Both Raven and Vanessa responded, each concentrating to transform into the likeness of two agents stationed at the Pentagon. Although the White Queen had effectively erased their presence from the sight of everyone within the building, theoretically eliminating any chance of discovery, having a backup outside was still deemed necessary for security. To address potential unforeseen events, this is precisely why Rorschach chose to act alongside Raven and the Mimic Cat. Initially, Rorschach and the White Queen alone would have sufficed for this operation. Bang! Without any further ado, Rorschach assertively pushed open the conference room door. As the door swung open, the resounding voice of the Minister of Defense struck like a blow to the face. We must eradicate mutants, especially this fellow. Suddenly, the minister's words were abruptly severed, as if cleaved by a knife. In his hand, he held Rorschach's portrait, jabbing a finger at Rorschach's forehead while emphatically emphasizing something to the assembly of dignitaries. However, his speech was interrupted by Rorschach, who turned in astonishment and disbelief towards the two unexpected intruders that had just stormed into the conference room. Swish, swish, swish. With the minister's astonished expression, a wave of astonished gazes from the conference room fell upon Rorschach and the White Queen. Every face was a canvas of shock and suspicion. Who are you? How did you get in here? Guards! Guards! The minister furrowed his brow, raising his voice to summon help. Yet, after calling out several times, the usually responsive and ever-present agents stationed for security remained utterly silent. No one came. It was then that the minister sensed something was profoundly amiss. An ominous feeling rising within him. Minister, it appears to be him. A voice exclaimed, belonging to a prominent figure standing beside the minister, who pointed at the portrait in the minister's hand, swallowing hard. Previously, everyone had felt a sense of familiarity with Rorschach, but at that moment, they could hardly fathom that the person they were discussing had materialized before them. Yet, upon this reminder, realization dawned upon them all. Indeed, it was the very individual depicted in the portrait. Once this realization set in, everyone turned their questioning and bewildered gazes towards Director Hansen. They found him fixated on Rorschach, his expression slightly contorted, revealing a complex medley of shock, rage, disbelief, and profound apprehension. Finally, feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny, Director Hansen nodded, relaying the feedback to the assembly. It is him. Indeed, it is he. The conference room erupted into a frenzy of astonishment. Even the usually composed and lofty dignitaries could not maintain their poise at this moment. The very instigator who had just breached the headquarters of the intelligence agency had audaciously presented himself. Such audacity. It was as if they were entirely disregarded. In Chapter 110, titled Rorschach Faces the High Leaders of the Beautiful Nation, many lives would be lost today. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the esteemed leaders, Rorschach remained unflustered, exuding an air of calmness. He merely shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, it seems there's no need for introductions, is there? Indeed, for those facing imminent demise, such formalities were unnecessary. The White Queen leisurely complimented him, standing beside Rorschach. Rorschach offered her a resigned smile, acknowledging, you know that's not what I meant. However, as he continued, his voice faltered momentarily, and a piercing glint flickered in his eyes. "You are correct. Today, many will perish here." Such blood-curdling words were spoken with a tone of casual levity by the two, as if the powerful dignitaries surrounding them were mere figments of air, entirely inconsequential. How arrogant! Utterly audacious! The assembled dignitaries were incensed by the brazen demeanor of Roxa and the White Queen. What kind of place was this? Who were the individuals seated here? These two mutants truly acted without restraint. Bang! An irate military leader slammed his hand upon the table, pointing at Roxa and the White Queen, bellowing, "Who granted you the audacity to be so insolent here? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Swish! Before the military leader could finish his sentence, he felt a rush of immense energy surge towards him, filling his throat and nearly suffocating him. Not only he, but the other dignitaries at the round table also sensed a fleeting shadow pass by, as if a wind had suddenly swept through the enclosed room. With a whoosh, papers on the table were sent flying, and the dignitaries' garments and hair were tousled by the gust, causing them to stagger. When they finally regained their composure, each displayed expressions of profound fury. At that moment, the military leader who had reprimanded Roxa found himself lifted off the ground, his neck grasped firmly in Roxa's hand. Gasping for breath, the military leader's face turned a deep shade of crimson, veins bulging ominously. He struggled helplessly, akin to a lamb attempting to escape the clutches of a ravenous wolf. Alas, the claws of the great wolf are immensely powerful, rendering the little sheep utterly incapable of escaping, no matter how vigorously it struggles. "It appears you have misjudged your own standings." With a single hand, Rorschach grasped the military magnate, while his gaze lazily traversed the faces of the esteemed figures present. In human society, you all reside at the pinnacle, towering figures of the pyramid, instilling trepidation in those who stand before you, able to command others at will. However, before me, Rorschach continued, extending another finger to shake it lightly, "you are but mere ants. So, is there anyone among you who still requires assistance in recognizing your true position?" Silence enveloped the conference room. A profound stillness fell over the assembly as they stared, wide-eyed and incredulous, at the military leader struggling in Rorschach's grip. How dare he? How could this audacious individual even consider such an affront? He is a general. Even though the prominent figures had just learned of Rorschach's solitary breach of the Intelligence Bureau's stronghold, witnessing this scene left them in disbelief. Such reckless behavior truly surpassed their conventional understanding. "Are you threatening us?" After a few seconds of stunned silence, the defense minister fixed his piercing gaze upon Rorschach and spoke in a low, tense voice. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Rorschach replied with a resounding affirmation. "I swear." The defense minister nearly choked on his words, struggling to contain his outrage, his body trembling with fury. The other dignitaries were equally on edge, nearly biting their tongues, their hearts racing with indignation. They had encountered arrogance before, but never had they witnessed such unabashed audacity. "For heaven's sake, release General Smith. You will kill him." Another official from the Department of Homeland Security, observing General Smith's labored breaths, could no longer restrain himself and cried out to Rorschach. Yet, Rorschach seemed impervious, unperturbed by their pleas. "This is absurd. Our nation never capitulates to terrorists. If you believe you can coerce us in this manner, you are gravely mistaken." The defense minister let out a cold snort, addressing Rorschach with a mix of defiance and composure. Looking at the other dignitaries, while some displayed signs of anxiety, panic, or anger, few were genuinely intimidated by Rorschach. This was understandable, as individuals in such positions are rarely simple characters. "Emma?" Rorschach refrained from engaging in further trivial conversation with these individuals, instead directing his gaze towards the White Queen, who merely nodded in response. A smile crept across Rorschach's face, a smile that, to the esteemed figures present, bore an unsettling and ruthless quality, sending a shiver down their spines and instilling within them a foreboding sense of dread. "Minister, I express my gratitude for your contributions to this nation," he declared, and with that, his eyes emitted two scorching beams of energy, striking the Minister of Defense with tremendous force. The minister was immediately sent sprawling against the wall before collapsing onto the floor, motionless. Two gaping, bloodied wounds had appeared on his chest, penetrating clean through his body, a fatal blow. "Minister! Minister! No!" The conference room erupted in a cacophony of gasps. Those nearby rushed to assess the situation, their expressions turning to one of disbelief, as if struck by a thunderclap. They could scarcely accept the reality. The Minister of Defense was dead. One by one, the prominent figures trembled, their gazes towards Rorschach now tinged with fear. This man was a madman, audacious enough to take a life. Madman, you lunatic. Yet, amidst the terror, there were those whose anger clouded their judgment. A congressman, his eyes ablaze with rage, pointed a trembling finger at Rorschach, shouting, "You are a true demon." Demon? How utterly laughable, Rorschach retorted, shaking his head in disdain. Just 2 weeks ago, my brothers and sisters risked their lives to save your fleet, to rescue this nation, yet in this very room, you conspired to eliminate them, those who committed no wrongdoing but sought to protect this country. And you dare label me a demon? Such hypocrisy is astonishing. With a swift motion, Rorschach advanced, and within an instant, delivered a resounding slap to the congressman. Chapter 111. A river of blood, instilling terror in the Pentagon's elite with a whoosh and a thud. The congressman's body was propelled as if struck by a boulder, soaring several meters before crashing against the wall, then tumbling to the ground. While Rorschach refrained from delivering a lethal blow to this congressman, the impact of his strike left the man nearly incapacitated, as though he had been rendered lifeless. Curled up on the ground, he found himself devoid of the strength to rise. His gaze fixated on Rorschach, filled with an unfathomable dread, rendering him speechless. "So, is this your objective today? Revenge?" Director Hansen's voice resonated, showcasing his composed demeanor, befitting the leader of the intelligence agency. "I merely seek justice for our kind," Rorschach replied earnestly to Director Hansen, addressing the prominent figures present. "During the meeting a fortnight ago, you collectively decreed the execution of innocent mutants. Yet not all were in favor of this resolution. For those dissenters, you ought to express gratitude for your own sense of justice and fortune. Those who opposed the motion may live today, while those who supported it met the same fate as the Minister of Defense. When the executioners resolved to eliminate our brethren, they must brace themselves for the possibility of being slain by us in return." Rorschach's proclamation sent shockwaves through the office, akin to a powerful bomb, leaving the dignitaries astounded. Many lives could be lost. Indeed, during the meeting, there were a few who opposed the extermination of mutants, yet they were a minority. The overwhelming majority, over 70%, unanimously resolved to eliminate the mutants. Among those present, nearly half were in this very office, comprising over 20 individuals, all from various departments and pivotal positions within the nation, wielding substantial influence over its fate. Should Rorschach slay those 20 or so, it would undoubtedly inflict a grievous blow to the nation, plunging it into utter chaos. The phrase universal turmoil aptly encapsulates the situation. "My child, I concede that the decision made at that time was somewhat misguided. We have heard your voice now, and I shall relay this to the President and the Senate. Before matters spiral beyond redemption, cease your actions. Continuing down this path may lead to grave errors." Another high-ranking official from the National Affairs Department implored Rorschach, his tone bordering on desperation. "What a farce. The least trustworthy individuals in this world are precisely you," Rorschach scoffed. Without further ado, he turned to the White Queen and instructed, "Emma, summon everyone." The White Queen nodded, activating her powers to delve into the memories of all present dignitaries. In an instant, she comprehended precisely who had supported the extermination of the mutants. The White Queen casually extended her hand, pointing towards a prominent figure from the Department of Homeland Security. Thud! The expression on the man's face shifted dramatically, and he could not help but swallow hard. When he felt Rorschach's gaze land upon him, his heart lurched violently, nearly escaping from his chest. "Wait!" Without granting the man a moment to utter a word, 2 searing beams shot forth, toppling him to the ground. Thud! The official from the Department of Homeland Security lay helplessly on the floor, meeting his beloved minister in the afterlife. The White Queen continued to indicate another individual. Swoosh! Him! Swoosh! Him! Swoosh! One by one, the powerful figures fell, the acrid scent of blood permeating the entire scene. The remaining dignitaries turned pale, trembling, drenched in sweat. No one could maintain their composure any longer. They felt akin to livestock awaiting slaughter in an abattoir, helplessly watching their companions meet a grim fate. That, they realized, was the destiny that awaited them. The oppressive presence of death advancing toward them threatened to shatter their mental fortitude. Even those who had previously cast opposing votes or abstained from the meeting were now utterly unprotected. In that moment, Rorschach appeared to them as a grim reaper, emerging from the depths of hell, mercilessly reaping the lives of their comrades. and they were powerless to stop it. Swoosh. Enough. Finally, one official could no longer contain himself, nearly pleading as he cried out, "Please stop. Do not kill any further. We can remedy this. Whatever you demand. I will do everything in my power to fulfill it. I swear to God. Just please, don't take any more lives." Whoosh. Before his words could dissipate, Rorschach had already propelled himself to stand before the official, cold and unyielding, saying, "Do not disturb me while I am at work." Slap. A resounding slap sent the man sprawling to the ground. Let us continue. Shaking off his hand as if he had merely performed a trivial task, Rorschach turned back to the White Queen. "You madman." The director of the bureau stood forth, his demeanor resolute and fearless. "Kill me. Do it. I do not regret my decision. Even if given another chance, I would make the same choice. Creatures like you should not exist in this world." At last, a formidable adversary has emerged. With a sardonic glance, Rorschach regarded the director of the investigation bureau, his demeanor indifferent. "You ought to feel fortunate that I am not inclined to employ the methods of torture." With a swift motion, the director's head was obliterated, and his decapitated body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Let us continue. One after another, towering figures met their untimely demise at Rorschach's merciless hands, becoming mere phantoms beneath his searing rays. The ground was already saturated with the blood of these powerful individuals, the stench of carnage so potent it nearly induced nausea. The remaining dignitaries huddled together, trembling in sheer terror, their usual poise and grandeur evaporated, leaving only dread in its wake. Well, this is indeed the last one. At last, with the White Queen's utterance, the fierce blaze in Rorschach's eyes gradually subdued, relinquishing its scorching intensity. The surviving dignitaries, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death, were left in a state of utter exhaustion. Chapter 112. The collapse of the dignitaries. The slaughter of a host was merely an overture. Ladies and gentlemen, having bid farewell to those who were meant to depart, it is now time we address the matter at hand. Rorschach's voice resonated once more as he clapped his hands. As if having just accomplished a trivial task, he nonchalantly addressed the surviving dignitaries. "What? The dignitaries were utterly shattered. You mean to say that the slaughter of over 20 of our ranks was merely a prelude? Have you lost your mind? If such a bloody and violent overture is but an introduction, what horrors must the main course entail?" The dignitaries dared not contemplate further. Some were on the verge of tears. "As I previously stated, I have come here to seek justice for our kind, the mutants. We are but one step away from achieving this." Rorschach disregarded the feelings of the dignitaries, speaking directly to them. "You distorted the truth at the press conference, subjecting us mutants to the scorn of society, burdening my brothers and sisters with crimes that do not befit them. What I demand now is fairness and justice. I will not deny or evade the actions we mutants have taken, but do not attempt to lay your sins upon us. Inform your president that I grant him but one day to reveal the truth to the world, the truth that is fair and just. Otherwise, what transpired today is merely the beginning. I shall eradicate the entire core leadership of the beautiful nation. You have witnessed my might firsthand. Observe the feats I am capable of. The weapons and armies you pride yourselves on are rendered impotent before me. I trust you will make the right choice. Emma, let us depart." After delivering this proclamation to the esteemed assembly, Rorschach called to the White Queen beside him and strode out with an air of confidence. The dignitaries were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, powerless to act as they watched the two executioners leave. Even after Rorschach and the White Queen's figures vanished completely from the hall, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if granted a reprieve. It was only at this moment that they realized they were drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly drained. Lacking the strength to stand, they slumped into their chairs. The demon had finally departed. It wasn't until some time had passed that a few of the dignitaries dared to cautiously open the door to assess the situation. To their astonishment, everything outside appeared normal, with Rorschach and the White Queen completely vanished. Meanwhile, the agents stationed outside remained standing, seemingly unperturbed. What on earth? Such a monumental event occurred within, and these fools acted as if nothing had happened? "Your Excellency, the Senator, Your Excellency, the General, is there something amiss?" One agent, noticing the two dignitaries emerging with unusual expressions, approached them with utmost respect. The Senator and the General exchanged glances, both sensing a profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Could such a significant event transpire within, while those outside remained utterly oblivious? Surely not. Surely not. Did you not perceive anything? The general's eyes widened as he questioned the agent in a voice tinged with trepidation. Perceive what? Your Excellency, what has transpired? The agent appeared utterly perplexed. The two individuals who entered just now, did you not see them? The senator inquired incredulously. The two individuals? Your Excellency, I did not observe anyone entering. The agent replied with unwavering certainty. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. The senator and the general felt as though their minds had exploded, their hearts plummeting to the depths of despair. Their fear and apprehension towards Rorschach surged to new heights. Such a monumental event transpired within the confines of the conference room, resulting in the demise of over 20 influential figures. Astonishingly, the agent stationed just a door away remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Could it be that all that occurred was merely an illusion? Yet, the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the floor starkly contradicted such a notion. Upon returning to the conference room and recounting the recent events to the other dignitaries, they too reacted with palpable shock, collectively gasping and trembling in disbelief. The two mutants had vanished without a trace. How could they have achieved such an astonishing feat? They were left in uncertainty, unable to ascertain whether the mutants had departed or remained hidden. In that moment, the esteemed assembly was gripped by an escalating sense of trepidation. However, their anxiety might have been unwarranted, for it was indeed Rorschach who had instilled such profound fear within them. Meanwhile, Rorschach had confidently exited the Pentagon, accompanied by 3 women, without a care in the world. Do you believe they will heed your instructions? Raven queried, casting a glance back at the imposing Pentagon before redirecting her attention to Rorschach. After all, complying would be tantamount to the president striking his own face, potentially reducing the entirety of America to an international laughingstock. To be frank, Rorschach's request seemed somewhat unreasonable. I believe they will, the White Queen expressed with unwavering optimism. It is a pity you were not present. You would have witnessed the once mighty figures reduced to sheer terror, revealing their vulnerability akin to ordinary individuals. If they are not fools, they have little choice. The mimic cat echoed her sentiments with equal enthusiasm. Rorschach had stealthily infiltrated such a significant establishment as the Pentagon and had slain over 20 high-ranking officials. They must comprehend that Rorschach's threats were no mere hyperbole. He possessed the capability and the audacity to act upon them. Indeed, even before the main affair commenced, to have slain over 20 individuals was a clear message. If that did not sufficiently convey Rorschach's resolute stance, he would have no choice but to reiterate his point, ensuring those individuals were thoroughly awakened to reality. However, to be candid, Rorschach himself doubted the likelihood of such an outcome. Setting aside the opinions of the White Queen and the mimic cat, he recalled that the jovial figure in question was, in fact, a mutant as well. Although, during the last press conference, that individual had refrained from advocating for mutants. Nevertheless, Rorschach could understand the predicament. Under such circumstances, it was likely that the individual lacked the autonomy to voice his true sentiments. It is utterly unreasonable to forcibly rehabilitate mutants. Such actions evoke skepticism and are not the maneuvers of a seasoned politician. Chapter 113. The White Palace trembles at the thought that one individual could bring down an entire nation. Shall I speak candidly? The voice of the White Queen rang out, her gaze piercing as she addressed the assembly. I would rather they remain ungrateful. That way, we could repeat today's exhilarating events. You and Shao are truly a perfect match, remarked the mimic cat, unable to contain his astonishment. The White Queen is undeniably a lunatic, of an eccentric sort. Only a man like Roxas could possibly subdue her. Let us depart. The truth will soon reveal itself. Roxas waved his hand, beckoning the others. They exchanged no further pleasantries before filing into the vehicle and driving off with haste. Roxas, Raven, how did it go? Was it a success? Upon their return to the villa, Hank awaited them with eager anticipation, his eyes fixed intently on Roxas. Given the stakes concerning the fate of mutants, Hank was deeply invested in the outcome. I don't know. Keep an eye on the news tomorrow, Roxas shrugged, speaking frankly. Though he shared the White Queen's optimistic outlook, it remained merely conjecture, nothing more. Roxas refrained from making unfounded assertions without certainty. Hank, your device is remarkably effective. The White Queen approached, holding a simplified brainwave enhancer, gently caressing it. Roxas is correct. I truly hesitate to harm you now. Emma, isn't that a rather chilling joke? Raven remarked, exasperated. After exchanging greetings, everyone retreated to their respective chambers. At that moment, Selena approached Roxas. Supreme One, I have received word. Among those you are interested in, We have located Logan. Selena reported respectfully to Roxas. Logan? What of the others? What about William Stryker? Roxas inquired casually. I apologize, Supreme One. We dispatched numerous agents to locate William Stryker. Yet he remains elusive, Selena replied, a hint of regret in her tone. Roxas waved his hand dismissively, not troubled by the matter. After all, William Stryker was a notable military figure. It was not surprising that he could not be found in a short span of time. Moreover, he might be hiding in that secret base on the island, making him even more difficult to track. Regardless, locating Wolverine Logan is still a significant achievement. What is Logan's current situation? Has his wife passed away? Rorschach pondered for a moment before posing a question to Selena. The death of Wolverine's wife was indeed the pivotal moment that led him into Stryker's trap. Although Rorschach was uncertain whether this narrative would shift due to his intervention, he felt it necessary to inquire. How do you know, Supreme? A flicker of surprise crossed Selena's visage, indicating that, beyond their powers, Supreme must possess other clandestine abilities. Our investigation revealed that Wolverine's wife was murdered a month ago, prompting Wolverine to leave his homeland in a quest for vengeance, Selena informed Rorschach. Rorschach's understanding deepened. In the original storyline, the demise of Wolverine's wife was orchestrated by Sabretooth and his spouse. However, since Sabretooth had already been vanquished by Rorschach, it appeared that Stryker had resorted to a similar stratagem. Considering that Wolverine's wife had been deceased for a month, Rorschach nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Surely, Stryker's base has not already been obliterated by Wolverine? What is Wolverine up to now? Rorschach continued to scrutinize Selena. It seems he is searching for someone. Selena replied after some contemplation. Rorschach sighed in relief. If his assumptions were correct, Wolverine was likely seeking out his former teammates in an attempt to locate Stryker. Consequently, they would eventually encounter Gambit and join forces to assault the mutant base. Continue the search and keep a close watch on Wolverine, Rorschach instructed Selena. Understood, Supreme, Selena acknowledged. But she did not immediately take her leave. Supreme, it appears that Klein wishes to speak with you. He visited this morning, but you were absent. Should I summon him? Klein? Rorschach was somewhat taken aback, recognizing him as the steward of their faction. Clearly, there was a matter of importance. Did Klein mention what he wanted? Rorschach inquired. Regarding Selena. Not at all, Selena shook her head. In truth, she had inquired about this matter with Klein, but he had completely disregarded her. Selena often underestimated Klein, openly confronting him, and given that Klein harbored a slight affection for her, he was understandably disheartened by her indifference. Now that Selena had turned her affections elsewhere, it was no wonder Klein bore her no goodwill. Have him come over, Rorschach decided after a moment's reflection, nodding at Selena. She promptly made the necessary arrangements. Approximately 30 minutes later, Klein, clad in a black trench coat, stood before Rorschach, the Supreme. Although Klein felt somewhat displeased with this sudden arrival of the Supreme, he remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Displaying no outward signs of discontent, he respectfully greeted Rorschach. Please, take a seat. Serena mentioned you wished to speak with me. Rorschach gestured for Klein to sit across from him. Thank you, Supreme. Klein settled into his seat and retrieved several documents from his bag. These require your signature, esteemed Supreme. Rorschach took the papers and perused them, discovering they pertained to the ownership of the ancient castle selected by Hank, along with other properties that Rorschach had not requested. Once Rorschach affixed his signature, those assets would legally belong to him. It appeared that this was a gesture of filial piety from the clan. Without hesitation, Rorschach picked up the pen and signed his name, transforming him into a wealthy individual, at least on the surface, rendering him equal to Charles. A fact he had not anticipated. Supreme, Elder Amelia wishes to awaken the other two elders soon to formally confirm our clan's allegiance. What do you think? Klein sought Rorschach's opinion once more. Although Amelia had sworn fealty to Rorschach, she did not represent the entire clan, and the status of the other two elders surpassed that of Amelia. Until the acknowledgement of the other two elders was secured, Rorschach's position as the Supreme would remain somewhat tenuous. Certainly, Rorschach responded without much hesitation, readily agreeing. In the White Palace, within the central conference room, the space was densely populated with attendees. The survivors from the Pentagon were notably present, yet each bore a grim expression. Particularly, the scrutiny from the other prominent figures made them feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. Observing the assembly, one could discern that the expressions mirrored one another's. The central conference room had transformed into a veritable garden of tension. The atmosphere was palpably heavy and oppressive, as if a great weight had been placed upon the chests of those present, rendering even the act of breathing laborious. That individual has ruthlessly slain 26 high-ranking officials from our beautiful nation in a mere 23 minutes. In such an extended time frame, aside from yourselves, not a single person among the thousands in the Pentagon noticed their presence. Even the agents stationed outside remained utterly oblivious to the events transpiring within, even as they completed their grim task and departed. How could this be? Such a phenomenon seemed utterly implausible. After a considerable pause, the incredulous voices finally resonated throughout the venue. Indeed, he was a mutant, yet even so, he could scarcely fathom how such an unfathomable act could be executed. For mutants, this was indeed astonishingly inconceivable. Someone had infiltrated the Pentagon's conference room and committed a massacre lasting 20 minutes, without alarming a single soul beyond the victims. Was this some international jest? Were those within the Pentagon blind? Despite the incredibility of the situation, the investigative team conducted a preliminary assessment of everyone within the Pentagon, revealing that they had indeed detected no abnormalities. Not a single individual, not even one, had perceived the presence of those two mutants. Similarly, not a soul had heard any peculiar sounds. It was as if the horrific tragedy that unfolded within the Pentagon had never occurred at all. Yet, the head of the Joint Investigation Team, spearheaded by the higher-ups at the Department of Defense, addressed the assembly, further deepening the somber atmosphere. Coupled with the emphatic accounts of Director Hansen and several other key figures, the matter seemed to have reached a point of undeniable certainty. According to intelligence, one of the two mutants who infiltrated the Pentagon was a prisoner abducted from the intelligence agency. Director Hansen, please enlighten us about the situation. The head of the investigation team requested, directing his gaze toward Hansen. At the time of the incursion into the Pentagon, there were two mutants involved, one of whom was the previously detained mutant prisoner, the White Queen. This individual possessed telepathic abilities, and I surmise that the reason the personnel within the Pentagon were oblivious to their presence was due to the White Queen's interference with their minds. So it was an interference of the mind? The dignitaries suddenly comprehended why the two intruders had effectively rendered themselves invisible. However, the fact that the White Queen could disrupt the minds of everyone within the Pentagon was an astounding display of power, indeed. The other mutant was the one who had previously invaded the intelligence agency and abducted the White Queen. Our knowledge of this individual is somewhat limited, but he possesses extraordinary speed, capable of incapacitating dozens of trained special agents within a mere second. His velocity surpasses the threshold of human perception. Moreover, within his eyes lies the ability to emit lasers capable of effortlessly slicing through 20-centimeter-thick steel plates. This individual is exceedingly perilous. Hiss! The esteemed figures instinctively inhaled sharply. Possessing a speed imperceptible to the human eye, alongside the capacity to unleash lasers that can easily penetrate substantial steel, this person is undeniably a formidable threat. This implies that the weapons devised by humanity are, for the most part, utterly ineffective against him. Coupled with an ability to disrupt the human brain, do we truly possess the means to contend with such beings? A palpable sense of despair enveloped everyone present. If they could silently infiltrate the Pentagon and eliminate numerous high-ranking officials, they could just as easily slip into any location, extinguishing the lives of anyone they choose. Ladies and gentlemen, the lives of us all are held within the grasp of such an executioner. With that individual in existence, no one is safe. The threat he poses to us is not mere hyperbole. He is indeed capable of such acts. In the heavy atmosphere, another dignitary spoke gravely. Once again, a weighty stone descended upon the chests of the esteemed assembly. Indeed, the ultimate threat posed by Rorschach is not an exaggeration. This is the crux of the matter. Now, dear colleagues, I believe we all comprehend the situation at hand and are aware of their demands. So, let us deliberate on what course of action we should take. Tapping the table lightly and surveying the assembly, he inquired solemnly. Our beautiful nation has never yielded to any terrorist, nor shall we do so now. A staunch figure immediately asserted with conviction. But what if they truly annihilate the leadership of our great nation? Can you bear that responsibility? While I do not wish to bolster the ambitions of others at the expense of our own pride, that individual indeed possesses the power to overturn a nation. Our fleet has already sunk in Cuba, and we have just lost a significant number of core personnel. Should such an event transpire once more, our nation would be truly finished. Yet, the words of another dignitary rendered the staunch figure speechless. For though these words may be unpalatable, they ring with truth. Those two mutants indeed possess the capability to eliminate all high-ranking officials of our great nation. Should such a calamity occur, our nation would be irrevocably doomed. Not only the staunch figure, but also the other hardliners present found themselves at a loss for words. For no one dared to jest with the fate of our great nation. But how can we be assured that even if we acquiesce to his demands, he will honor his promises? What shall we do if he still targets our high-ranking officials? Another prominent figure voiced such concerns. During the invasion of the Intelligence Bureau, that individual did not take a single life. The same was true for the incursion into the Pentagon. He only eliminated those who had initially decreed the extermination of mutants. Given their formidable capabilities, they could have annihilated everyone, yet they refrained from doing so. Their sole demand was for us to report the truth. Thus, I believe that, as he proclaims, he embodies a person of fairness and justice. After a brief moment of silence, Director Hansen articulated his analysis. In summary, despite possessing terrifying power, they refrained from killing anyone who did not deserve it. He is not a mindless killer. Your thoughts, esteemed gentlemen? At present, it appears we have little choice. The influential figures understood the gravity of this statement and the implications it carried, their faces reflecting indignation and resentment. However, ultimately, no one spoke further. They truly had no viable alternatives. Chapter 114. The beautiful nation bows down on November 22nd. Yet another press conference was held to provide new insights and clarifications regarding the Cuban Missile Crisis. In the previous address, political considerations had led to a one-sided, guiding statement that swayed public opinion and incited emotions, fostering a prejudiced perception of mutants among the populace. Yet, after witnessing the plight of many mutants due to their prior guidance, they were plagued by a profound sense of moral guilt. Thus, after careful contemplation, they resolved to courageously acknowledge their missteps and disclose the truth to the public. In fact, it was the intervention of those mutants that averted the missile crisis. Indeed, the world was spared from nuclear war and the outbreak of a third world conflict, for which we owe gratitude to those mutants. However, at that time, we were terrified by the immense power exhibited by the mutants, a force beyond our comprehension, one that our conventional weaponry could not contend with. Our fleets, our aircraft, our tanks would be rendered impotent in the face of such might. Thus, we were afraid. We feared this group wielding such terrifying power. The Bear Nation felt the same trepidation. This speech was broadcasted across major news networks, presenting itself before the eyes of every citizen of the beautiful nation. At this moment, nearly everyone in the beautiful nation set aside their tasks, gathering around their television sets, their eyes fixed intently on the small screen. Almost every individual was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the words they were hearing. Nonsense, it must be nonsense. Countless souls could not accept this reality, pointing angrily at the television screen. This is utterly outrageous. Just recently, statements from the White Palace had turned the mutant community into a target for public scorn, becoming the outlet for collective outrage. People were fervently suppressing mutants, and many resorted to cruel insults and assaults upon discovering their presence. The police, upon encountering mutants, acted swiftly to apprehend them, with any signs of resistance met with lethal force. It could be said that mutants had plummeted to a status even lower than that of the marginalized. After all this venting of anger, they were suddenly told that mutants were blameless, that it was the politicians who had manipulated the narrative and distorted the truth. In the end, were they merely fools played by the politicians? This is intolerable. Could this truly be the reality? How bewildering. Elder Son is indeed confused. A group of imbeciles raised on folly. Mutants should have been our formidable allies, yet they have been cast into opposition. There are also many who vehemently condemn the incompetence of the government, a powerful group capable of easily dismantling fleets, if properly harnessed. What could the Bear Nation possibly contest against the beautiful nation? Is there any doubt that the beautiful nation could surpass the Bear Nation, becoming the unequivocal leading power in the world? What a foolish government, utterly squandering a winning hand. Professor, look quickly. Within the Xavier estate, Charles, the Siren, the Ravager, and Darwin, like the rest of the citizens of the beautiful nation, crowded around the television, their eyes glued to the diminutive screen. The expressions on their faces were filled with excitement, some even flushed with fervor, and the Siren could not contain her exhilaration as she called out to Charles. The recent vilification of mutants had deeply pained Charles. Regarding Rocher and Eric, there was a surge of resentment and reproach. had it not been for their reckless actions. How could mutants have fallen into such dire straits? Charles, burdened with worry, racked his brain for ways to assist mutants in altering their predicament. Yet, he found himself utterly at a loss. The current situation seemed insurmountable in the short term. Little did Charles suspect that merely days later, the narrative would shift dramatically. The narrative has shifted dramatically, aligning itself favorably towards the mutants. However, the abrupt change in rhetoric left Charles utterly perplexed. As he struggled to comprehend the underlying logic of such a transformation, he held not a single ounce of belief in the purported moral condemnations presented by the opposition. After all, when have those individuals ever exhibited a sense of conscience? Lost in profound contemplation, Charles could not decipher the reasons behind this unexpected turn. Yet, regardless of the confusion, he found a sense of exhilaration in the notion that this development could be beneficial. Eric, come quickly. The tide of public opinion has turned. Within another clandestine stronghold, Eric and his companions also displayed expressions of elation, genuinely delighted that their fellow compatriots were finally receiving fair and just treatment. Yet, they too were plagued by the same question. What had prompted this sudden shift in narrative? It seemed utterly irrational. Could it be that someone had intervened, causing this change of heart? If such a person existed, who might they be? Thus, we reached a consensus between our two nations to utilize our fleet's missiles to eradicate all mutants. Yet, we were unprepared for the formidable counterattack from the mutants. They succeeded in sinking our fleet. The events that transpired in Cuba were a complete tragedy, born from misunderstandings and impulsive actions. We, in fact, were the architects of this tragic scenario. We owe the world a truth, and we equally owe the mutants a sense of justice. As the speech concluded, under the scrutiny of the entire nation and the world, it felt as though a nuclear bomb had detonated, unleashing seismic tremors akin to an earthquake of no less than magnitude 8. The notion that our nation could acknowledge a mistake was unfathomable. Such an occurrence seemed impossible, even if the sun were to rise from the west. Yet, astonishingly, this unbelievable event transpired. Everyone was engulfed in profound shock, unable to maintain their composure. Chapter 115. Rorschach causes our nation to contradict itself. The speech delivered by the boy who laughs left the world in a state of awe. In a mere span of days, as the president of our nation, he made two contradictory statements. This inconsistency only deepened the mystery surrounding the Cuban Missile incident, prompting an urgent desire among all to uncover the truth of what had transpired. In the opulent villa, in the cozy living room, Roxia, Hank, and Raven sat together, their eyes fixated on the news broadcast flickering on the television screen, each of them buoyed by a sense of elation. "Roxia, you did it. You truly accomplished it," Hank exclaimed, adjusting his glasses, his face flushed with excitement that he could scarcely contain. He looked at Roxia with a blend of admiration and exhilaration. Initially, when Roxia vowed to seek justice for the mutants, Hank had harbored doubts. After all, mutants had been vilified in the eyes of the public. How could justice ever be served? It seemed only possible if the nation turned against itself and retracted its prior statements. Yet, was such a scenario plausible? Absolutely not. Nevertheless, Roxia managed to achieve just that. He compelled the nation to confront its own hypocrisy. Hank, now utterly in awe of Roxia, felt profoundly grateful for his decision to follow him. Indeed, Hank, Roxia succeeded. Raven chimed in with glee. "I knew it from the very beginning." Roxia had not disappointed her. He remained the most formidable mutant in her eyes. It was about time the nation recognized their worth. The White Queen, unable to suppress a soft scoff, mused. "If they had not acknowledged their misjudgment, I would not have minded accompanying Roxia once more. In fact, I would eagerly anticipate it." "Well, Emma, I regret disappointing you," the mimic cat remarked, unable to stifle a laugh. "Indeed, the nation has made the wisest choice." Roxia's gaze remained serene. He was not particularly surprised by the mimic cat's reaction, for the nation truly had no alternative. He could ally with the White Queen and eliminate anyone in the nation without raising an alarm, leaving them utterly powerless to retaliate. Not only could they not confront them, but they also could not even locate them. In such circumstances, what could the nation possibly do? Moreover, the mimic cat was, after all, a mutant himself. Yet, despite the mimic cat's change in rhetoric, the plight of the broader mutant community had not significantly improved. The public felt deceived, their grievances intensified, and the outlet for that discontent would undoubtedly remain directed towards the mutants. Hank's voice resonated once more. He had not let the good news cloud his judgment, but rather pointed out the still precarious situation with remarkable clarity. Hank's assertion was far from exaggerated. In truth, many remain skeptical of the mimic cat's statements. The people of this nation are thus believing only in what they choose to accept, indifferent to the veracity of the facts. Undoubtedly, there are indeed many who, upon discovering the truth, may alter their hostility towards mutants. However, one undeniable point remains. After a sharp confrontation between mutants and ordinary humans, even if it later transpires that the discord stemmed from a mere misunderstanding, the alteration of the current state of affairs is exceedingly limited. The damage has been done. Conflicts have erupted and various forms of oppression have been inflicted upon the mutants. How can one simply brush that aside? This holds true for both sides. Hank. The issue of coexistence between mutants and humans is an exceedingly intricate sociological dilemma, one that cannot be resolved by Rorschach alone. Raven let out a long sigh, her countenance betraying a hint of melancholy. Although Rorschach remained silent, he found himself in agreement with Raven's perspective. The discord between races has existed since time immemorial. To cite a most basic example, among ordinary humans, mere differences in skin color have precipitated countless unresolved issues over the ages. How much more pronounced is the divide between mutants and ordinary humans? Regardless of the existence of the Cuban Missile Crisis, once the mutant community emerged into the light, recognized by all, a sharp confrontation was unavoidable. Can this discord be averted? Frankly, Rorschach had deemed such a notion unrealistic. As it pertains to the very essence of human nature, something that cannot be altered by any single individual. Of course, with Rorschach's current capabilities, he could easily annihilate an entire city to instill fear in ordinary humans, rendering them too apprehensive to dare offend mutants. Yet, what purpose would such an act serve? A race reliant upon a singular individual for its existence harbors no future. Rorschach is not the caretaker or steward of the mutant community. His role as a nuclear deterrent for mutants, instilling fear in the authorities and preventing them from taking hostile actions, is already substantial. The remainder should be left to Eric and Charles to navigate. Is there truly no resolution to the mutant issue? A voice mimicking a cat's sound broke the silence, inquiring what lay deep within the hearts of those present. Indeed, while Shaw's methods may be extreme, they do not lack merit as a potential solution. The White Queen raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Given that conflict and opposition are inherent between the two races, what if only one race remained? Emma. Mutants are not genocidal maniacs, Raven promptly retorted to the White Queen. Even someone as extreme as Eric has not reached the point of contemplating the annihilation of all humanity. I merely state this in passing, remarked the White Queen with a shrug. Her words were uttered casually, merely a fleeting thought. This mad scheme was destined to perish with Shao, never to come to fruition. Rorschach, what are your thoughts on this? Hank could not restrain himself from gazing at Rorschach, filled with hopeful inquiry. The other mutants present also cast their expectant gazes toward him. I possess a general idea, but the timing is far from ripe, Rorschach mused thoughtfully. Given that the conflict and standoff between mutants and ordinary humans cannot be resolved, why not consider an alternative approach, separating the two factions? The creation of a nation solely for mutants seems a plausible endeavor. However, as I have indicated, establishing a nation is no simple task, and the current conditions are still inadequate. Chapter 116. What does Rorschach intend? Upon hearing Rorschach's words, Hank's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Indeed, Rorschach, what do you propose?" Raven, too, gazed intently at Rorschach. Yet, he merely shook his head, choosing not to divulge too much. Why speak of something still in its infancy? Would it only serve to agitate everyone's hearts? After all, the notion of nation building appears somewhat fantastical to the average person. Your Excellency. At that moment, Selena approached Rorschach respectfully, seeking his opinion. The elders were prepared. Could they proceed now? A few days prior, Klein had specifically sought Rorschach to discuss awakening the other two elders and confirming their tribal affiliation, to which Rorschach had readily agreed. Now that the others were ready, he certainly would not leave them in the lurch. "Let us go," Rorschach replied, rising and gesturing to Selena. This matter was personal for Rorschach. Thus he did not bring any mutants along. After exchanging farewells, he followed Selena out. She took on the role of driver, and after approximately an hour, Rorschach's figure reappeared within the once foreboding confines of the ancient castle. "Marcus, the time agreed upon with His Excellency is fast approaching. What do you intend to do?" As Rorschach arrived at the courtyard, His superhuman hearing caught the voice of Elder Victor. It appeared that a discussion concerning their own affairs was underway, and without hesitation, Rorschach activated his clairvoyant abilities to gaze towards the direction from which the voices emanated. Within a lavish chamber, reserved solely for the elders, sat the three prominent figures, Emilia, Victor, and Marcus, gathered together. However, the atmosphere in the room seemed anything but harmonious. What should I do, Victor? None of us have transformed into the undead sovereign. What do you believe is the course of action? Marcus's voice, as frigid as his countenance, carried an unspoken weight of oppression. Does our lineage truly require a sovereign? Alexander abandoned us for so many years, yet we have thrived regardless. Emilia, you certainly act on your own accord, Marcus uttered, casting a disdainful snort in Emilia's direction. The once imposing and dignified Emilia, who commanded respect among her kin, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety under Marcus's scrutiny, her words faltering. The reason was evident. Marcus was immensely powerful. Not only that, but he was also the son of a sovereign, his might surpassing even that of their original sovereign, Alexander. Furthermore, both Emilia and Victor, the other two elders of their faction, had been transformed by Marcus himself. Marcus, Emilia's intentions were well placed. Did she not mention that the new sovereign possesses the ancestor's ring? The ancestor has never bestowed this ring upon any sovereign before. Victor interjected, defending Emilia's stance. Indeed, Marcus, the relationship between Sovereign Rorschach and Ancestor Dracula is undoubtedly profound. If he were to become our sovereign, it would undeniably be beneficial for our lineage. In a flurry, Emilia seized upon Victor's words to clarify her position. So, you would have us bow before a mere human? Obey his every command. Marcus's tone sharpened, his gaze piercing into Emilia. Is that what you mean? And no, you misunderstand, Marcus. Emilia fervently shook her head, her expression fraught with tension. I swear by the ancestor's name. I am truly considering the best interests of our lineage. Emilia felt genuinely aggrieved. Although that individual was merely a human at present, did it truly matter? What mattered was the ancestor's ring. With possession of the ring, their faction would become the personal guard of Ancestor Dracula. What immense advantages that would bring. The status of the entire lineage would undergo a monumental transformation. Initially, Emilia believed she had accomplished a monumental feat, certain that Marcus would be exceedingly pleased. However, to her shock, Marcus was not only dissatisfied but also furious. What could possibly be troubling Marcus? Emilia found herself utterly perplexed. Very well, Marcus. This is not the time for debate. The Supreme is about to arrive. What are your intentions? Victor inquired, his voice low and measured. He had an inkling as to why Marcus was so enraged. Marcus's earlier remarks were merely a facade. Victor was convinced that Marcus understood that possessing the ring of the progenitor Dracula would grant them legitimacy, even if humanity were to assume control over their kind. Yet, that was not the crux of Marcus's concerns. What truly weighed on Marcus's mind was his brother, William. Despite William being imprisoned for several centuries, Marcus had never relinquished his quest to locate him. But this endeavor was contingent upon one crucial factor. The entire clan remained under Marcus's dominion. For William was a werewolf of the supreme caliber. The animosity between werewolves and vampires was deeply rooted, making it inconceivable for a new supreme to accept William. How could they allow their elders to retrieve a werewolf supreme? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. This apprehension was the genuine reason behind Marcus's opposition to the new supreme. Although Victor and Marcus had an agreement to keep William confined, both parties were acutely aware that Victor could not contain Marcus. The retrieval of William was merely a matter of time. However, the emergence of another supreme would alter the dynamics entirely. Regrettably, Emilia's intellect did not grasp the underlying significance of the situation. What shall we do? When the supreme arrives, you two must remain silent. Leave everything to me. Marcus commanded coldly to Victor and Emilia. Victor immediately understood. It seemed Marcus intended to employ certain measures to deal with the new supreme. Indeed, as the son of the supreme, Marcus had grounds for confidence, even having contemplated the idea of usurping their former supreme, Alexander. It was not surprising that he would regard the new arrival with such disdain. Is Marcus preparing to conspire against me? Rorschach, who had observed everything, could not help but display a flicker of astonishment on his face. He had assumed that, due to the Supreme's exalted status, his mere presence would compel all vampires to flock to him in adoration, especially given Emilia's fervent admiration, which had fostered this illusion. Rorschach had not anticipated that. Under such circumstances, Marcus would actually intend to target him. Chapter 117. Is it merely to defeat you? However, to be candid, Rorschach felt no trepidation towards Marcus whatsoever. Indeed, within the clan of Alexander, Marcus's prowess was undeniably of an exceptional caliber. In fact, among all the vampire narratives Rorschach had encountered, Marcus could certainly be deemed a formidable force. Even within Marvel's prominent vampire saga, Blade, he stood as one of the apex contenders. Not to mention, his ability to soar through the skies elevated him above numerous vampires. Furthermore, Marcus's wings served not only as a means of flight, but were also an exceedingly powerful weapon, capable of effortlessly dispatching a formidable vampire like Klein. Among all vampires, how many could truly boast the ability to sprout wings and fly? Apart from Dracula, Rorschach struggled to think of anyone else. Perhaps this was why Marcus held himself in such high regard, Rorschach mused. Regrettably, with Rorschach's current strength, even Dracula appeared insignificant before him, let alone Marcus. If this fellow were to recognize his worth, it would be one thing, but if he remained oblivious, Rorschach would not hesitate to enlighten him on the vibrancy of flowers and the brilliance of the sun. As these chaotic thoughts flitted through his mind, Rorschach, accompanied by Selena, entered the grand hall of the castle. Supreme. All the undead kin present in the hall immediately ceased their activities upon Rorschach's entrance, bowing in reverence. Rorschach maintained an air of superiority befitting a supreme, disregarding the gathered crowd. Selena, you may withdraw. I shall take it from here, Klein instructed. Approaching Rorschach and gesturing for Selena to depart. The location they were headed to was considered the most exalted within the entire clan. A place where even Selena lacked the privilege to enter freely. Only Klein possessed such a right. Supreme, I shall take my leave. Selena understood this hierarchy and, after bidding Rorschach farewell, retreated. Klein cast a glance at Selena's departing figure, inwardly scoffing. What did it matter if she clung to the Supreme's favor? Within the clan, he was the one who wielded authority. Supreme, please, enter. Klein quickly dismissed his thoughts, gesturing for Rorschach to proceed, before leading him into the expansive inner chamber. At the far end of the inner hall, 3 elders sat with imposing presence in their respective seats, offering no greeting to Rorschach. However, their expressions were distinctly different. Emilia appeared flustered, her demeanor betraying a sense of helplessness, as she seemed reluctant to meet Rorschach's gaze. Clearly, she did not wish to put on airs before him. Yet she found herself compelled to bow to Marcus's intimidating authority. Marcus sat there, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked down upon Rorschach, radiating a sense of superiority and condescension. He certainly regarded Rorschach with disdain. In contrast, the third elder, Victor, resembled a lifeless figure, his face betraying no emotion, calmly seated in silence. He was a shrewd and calculating individual, shrouded in mystery. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the elders, Rorschach, guided by Klein, approached them. Elders, the Supreme Rorschach has arrived. Klein respectfully reported to the elders and then withdrew, standing attentively to the side. This is the new Supreme? Marcus cast a glance at the youthful, almost boyish face before him, a sneer flickering across his features. As a creature of over a millennium, with formidable strength and noble lineage, how could he possibly regard such a greenhorn? Even if this individual possessed the ancestor's ring, it mattered little. As long as he had not fully transformed into an undead, Marcus would not acknowledge him. You must be Mr. Rorschach, Marcus addressed him condescendingly, omitting even the title of Supreme, demonstrating his utter disregard. I do not know what rumors you have encountered, perhaps from other factions or ill-informed undead. However, you must understand that my lineage differs from others. In other factions, the ancestor's ring may confer the title of Supreme, but here, it is of no consequence. My clan values strength far more than the bloodline of the ancestor. You may find my words disrespectful or harsh, but I speak only the truth. If you wish to claim the title of Supreme within our clan, it is quite simple. You need only to defeat me. If you believe I am targeting you, I assure you, that is not the case. I am merely clarifying the nature of our clan. Before joining our clan, you must have been aware that we once had a Supreme. However, the reason for that Supreme's departure was due to a lack of strength. Marcus uttered these audacious and merciless words to Rorschach in a tone laced with subtle oppression, displaying a remarkable lack of courtesy. Emilia's face increasingly reflected a sense of helplessness. Although the new Supreme may lack strength, their profound connection to the progenitor Dracula is undeniable. Marcus's arrogance is excessive. Victor remained as impassive as a statue, his expression betraying no emotion, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. In contrast, Klein's eyes subtly gleamed with a sense of triumph. It seemed that Marcus harbored a deep disdain for this Supreme, even brazenly attempting to drive them away. This was splendid news for Klein. Once this Supreme was ousted, the clan would once again be under his dominion. As for the possibility of the new Supreme defeating Marcus, that was nothing short of a fantasy. Marcus's power was undoubtedly at the Supreme level, with even some Supremes unable to match him. Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? This was a surefire victory. Following Marcus's proclamation, the gazes of Amelia, Victor, and Klein converged on Rorschach's face, all eager to witness his next move. Suddenly, in that very instant, the onlookers felt a blur before their eyes, accompanied by a rush of wind. Before they could react, Rorschach appeared mere meters away from Marcus, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. With a disdainful smile, he looked down at Marcus and queried, "Is defeating you all there is to it?" Chapter 118. I thought you were formidable. What? So swiftly? Elder Amelia, who had previously worn a face full of concern, was now taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. She was genuinely caught off guard by Rorschach's actions. Even Victor, who had maintained an emotionless facade, finally displayed signs of surprise. Initially, everyone believed Rorschach to be merely a mortal, merely respecting his supreme title without any hope for his abilities. However, it now appeared they had gravely misjudged him. The new Supreme was far from ordinary. Without further ado, it was solely the speed displayed moments ago that left the two undead elders utterly taken aback. The sound of bones cracking under immense pressure echoed, as Marcus, ensnared in Rorschach's grip, struggled desperately. His hands clawed at Rorschach's, striving to escape the grasp of his magical talons, yet his efforts proved futile. Rorschach, with an ease that belied the situation, had completely subdued Marcus. Who on earth is this individual? A tumult of shock surged within Marcus, obliterating any trace of his earlier disdain for Rorschach, replaced now by profound astonishment. The strength of this man was astonishing, so powerful that with merely one hand, he had completely subdued him. Enraged and astonished, Marcus ceased any further words. With a mere thought, his body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the original Marcus vanished, replaced by a bat-like creature adorned with wings. In this form, Marcus's power surged, exceeding his previous might by more than fivefold. Yet, to his utter dismay, he discovered that even this newfound strength could not liberate him from Rorschach's grip. How could this be? How is this possible? Marcus raged within, as the bony spikes on his wings lunged fiercely towards Rorschach. Unflinching, Rorschach appeared oblivious to the impending attack. A cold smirk crept across Marcus's lips. Has he not sensed the danger? Then he is indeed doomed. In the next moment, two razor-sharp bone spikes, akin to blades, struck Rorschach's form. However, contrary to his expectations, Rorschach's body did not yield to the assault. It was as if the spikes had met solid steel, leaving him utterly unscathed. What manner of physique is this? Marcus could scarcely believe his eyes. Your wings are far more grotesque than Dracula's, Rorschach's derisive voice echoed. As his eyes ignited with a crimson hue, an ominous premonition gripped Marcus's heart. Although he was unaware of the significance of Rorschach's red eyes, he instinctively knew it did not bode well. Desperately, he endeavored to free himself from Rorschach's grasp, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as Rorschach extended his other hand, seizing one of Marcus's wings, and began to pull it apart. Then, with a swift motion, the sound of tearing broke the silence. Two intensely blazing rays burst forth from Rorschach's eyes, severing one of Marcus's wings with an unyielding force. A piercing scream escaped Marcus's lips, echoing with a chilling resonance. What transpired? Was that the voice of Elder Marcus? What on earth was happening? His anguished cry startled the vampires within the grand hall, prompting expressions of doubt and concern among them. Elder Marcus was the most formidable vampire in their lineage. Why would he emit such a wretched sound? What had transpired within? Reflecting upon the recently arrived Supreme, the vampires began to piece together unsettling conjectures, their faces betraying a shift in demeanor. It was the Supreme. Serlina instinctively glanced towards the inner chamber, her visage revealing astonishment. Elder Marcus had always been defiant, exhibiting little reverence towards the Supreme, making conflict between them a commonplace occurrence. Yet, the outcome appeared to favor not the Supreme, but rather Elder Marcus. This new Supreme was evidently not as uncomplicated as he seemed. Boom. A resounding thud reverberated as Rorschach, with casual indifference, struck Marcus with a powerful punch. Marcus was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground and creating a significant crater upon impact. Furthermore, a corresponding dent marred Marcus's chest, deeply concaving his ribcage. Almost all of his ribs lay shattered, and his internal organs had been reduced to mere pulp by Rorschach's assault. Were it not for his undead nature, that single blow would have sufficed to claim Marcus's life 100 times over. Yet, even so, the ferocity of the strike was overwhelming. Despite Marcus's robust physique and extraordinary regenerative abilities, he could do little more than collapse to the ground, rendered as helpless as a pile of mush, unable to rise. Is this all? Rorschach clapped his hands, casting a derisive glance at the defeated Marcus. I expected you to be formidable. Hiss, hiss. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the gasps of Amelia, Victor, and Klein, who were rendered speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. They could scarcely fathom the scene before them. The new Supreme was astonishingly powerful, alarmingly so. This was Marcus, after all. Such a formidable elder, undoubtedly of supreme caliber. Appeared as feeble as an ant before the newly appointed sovereign. He was struck down like a mere footman, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. It was abundantly clear to all present that had the sovereign Rorschach not shown restraint, Marcus would have surely met his demise. To say nothing of the terrifying laser emanating from Rorschach's eyes, severing Marcus's head would have posed no challenge whatsoever. How utterly fearsome! The sovereign Rorschach was indeed astonishingly powerful, especially Klein, whose entire being trembled involuntarily, his already pale visage rendered even more ghostly. Thankfully, as a vampire, he did not perspire. Otherwise, he might have been drenched in cold sweat. What had he been contemplating before? Did he seek his own destruction? How could he have harbored any dissatisfaction towards the sovereign Rorschach? If Marcus, an elder, could be so easily subdued, he was but a mere wretch in comparison. Terrified, Klein felt as if he might lose control of his bladder. In that moment, all of Klein's feelings of discontent, envy, and resentment towards Rorschach vanished completely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 119. How could you be so powerful? How could this be? How could you possess such strength? After several seconds of stunned silence, Marcus's incredulous voice shattered the stillness. He stared wide-eyed at Rorschach, his expression one of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter. Merciful heavens, Marcus had never witnessed such strength. Even the supreme beings he was acquainted with seemed utterly feeble in comparison to this individual. He even doubted that the progenitor Dracula could triumph over such a figure. You? Rorschach paid no heed to Marcus's exclamations, merely furrowing his brow slightly. His gaze upon Marcus grew increasingly sharp. Instantly, Marcus could not suppress a shiver. Sovereign, please forgive my insolence. Marcus quickly clarified his intentions, respectfully rising from the ground to approach Rorschach, bowing deeply before him. I have encountered a sovereign. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness. I beseech you to overlook my ignorance. Marcus lowered his stance, addressing Rorschach with the humility of a mere footman. Victor, too, had encountered the sovereign. On the other side, Victor dared not delay even a moment longer, hastening to Marcus's side, and together they bowed in reverence to Rorschach. Amelia and Klein, who had long pledged their loyalty to Rorschach, needed no further introduction. However, this time, Amelia felt an increasing sense of reverence towards Rorschach. Klein, on the other hand, demonstrated a genuine loyalty that emanated from the depths of his heart. Marcus, since we were previously unacquainted, I shall overlook your initial offense. Should there be a next time? I assure you, I shall sever more than just your wings, Rorschach remarked, casting a casual glance at Marcus. The mere word sent a shiver down Marcus's spine, conjuring terrifying memories of the scorching rays that, akin to garlic or silver, inherently restrained their kind. After Rorschach had utilized the searing rays to sever his wings, it would likely take months for them to regenerate, if they ever did at all. From that moment forth, Marcus's unwavering allegiance to the Supreme was assured. With utmost respect, Marcus addressed Rorschach. Yet, whether his sincerity was genuine or feigned remained unclear to Rorschach, for Marcus was a vampire devoid of a heartbeat. Unlike the methods employed by the Night Demon, Rorschach had no means to ascertain deception through the fluctuations of a heartbeat. Nevertheless, it was worth noting that only novices would betray their lies through such physiological responses, A creature of Marcus's caliber, even if not a vampire, would never exhibit such basic vulnerabilities. However, Rorschach was indifferent to such matters. His overwhelming power rendered any potential treachery from Marcus inconsequential. Should the latter dare to engage in subterfuge, he would be swiftly dealt with. "Do you think I care about such trivialities?" Rorschach scoffed, dismissing the gathered individuals within the room as he strode confidently towards the exit. Marcus and Victor exchanged glances before hastening to follow him. "Supreme, please wait," Marcus called out, his tone stripped of its previous arrogance and now imbued with respect. "What are your thoughts regarding the succession ceremony?" Ignoring the bloodstains on his attire, he fell back a step to solicit Rorschach's opinion. While both Marcus and Victor acknowledged Rorschach as their supreme, a formal ceremony was necessary to announce to their clan and others that a new supreme had taken the helm, much like the significance of marriage certificates and weddings. "Let us discuss it when I have the time," Rorschach replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Such ceremonies were mere formalities, devoid of any real significance. As long as Rorschach's strength was formidable enough, the absence of such rituals would make no difference. Conversely, if his power were insufficient, the existence of a ceremony would hold no weight either. "I find my current state rather unsuitable, so I beseech your esteemed forgiveness. Allow Victor and Amelia to escort you." "My revered one." Marcus, too, said little, merely offering his apologies to Rorschach. Naturally, Rorschach paid no heed to such matters, permitting Marcus to remain inside while allowing the two elders, Victor and Amelia, to respectfully see him out. "What is amiss? Why are there only two elders? Where is Elder Marcus?" The vampires within the hall began to murmur upon noticing that only the two elders had come forth to bid farewell to the esteemed one. Their thoughts drifted back to the anguished cries of Elder Marcus that had echoed from the inner chamber, and they began to grasp the implications. Their reverence for the newly appointed sovereign deepened. "Elders, please halt. Selina may escort me home," Rorschach stated at the entrance of the hall. The elders obliged without further ado, with Victor solemnly instructing Selina, "Selina, the sovereign is the supreme leader of our clan, our very essence. Ensure you serve him with utmost diligence. There must be no neglect. Do you understand?" "I will, Elder Victor." Selina responded promptly, her respect for Victor evident, as he stood as her formidable ally within the clan. With no more idle chatter, Selina personally drove Rorschach away from the ancient castle, while Victor and Amelia returned to the inner hall, confronting the bloodied and disheveled Marcus. "Marcus, you have witnessed the power of sovereign Rorschach. Since you have sworn allegiance to him, I trust this commitment is genuine?" Victor inquired, his gaze laden with meaning. If the sovereign's strength was not formidable, it would be one matter. However, should he prove to be as powerful as he appeared, any attempts by Marcus to employ subterfuge would bring calamity upon the entire clan. "I know what must be done. Victor, you may have misunderstood me. Though the sovereign has embarrassed me just now, I am genuinely pleased that our clan is under the stewardship of such a formidable sovereign, who would not desire their clan to grow in strength." Marcus replied with a serious demeanor. "It is most fortuitous that you think thus, Marcus," Victor remarked with a stoic expression, silently praying that the sovereign would indeed keep Marcus in check. In contrast to Marcus, both Victor and Amelia welcomed sovereign Rorschach's ascendance with heartfelt enthusiasm, setting aside other concerns. The presence of the sovereign ensured the safety of the crucial key hidden within his being. Chapter 120. Howard Stark. The Earth has indeed been invaded by aliens with a resounding bang. The door to Peggy Carter's office was thrust open, and a figure hurriedly rushed inside. Peggy, engaged in a phone conversation, cast a brief glance at the intruder before politely bidding farewell to the caller and hanging up. She then regarded the newcomer with a mixture of exasperation and curiosity. "Stark, can't you learn the simple act of knocking?" "Apologies, Peggy. Should I step outside and knock again?" Howard Stark quipped, gesturing behind him with a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Peggy, well aware of Howard's nature, could only shake her head in resignation. It seemed absurd to think he would actually step out to knock once more. "Now what is it that has you so flustered?" Peggy inquired, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she focused on Howard. She understood that whatever had stirred his excitement must be of significant importance. "I found it, Peggy. I've uncovered everything. The entity that Rorschach mentioned, it is undoubtedly located in the Arctic," Howard exclaimed, brandishing a piece of paper that he waved animatedly. "I even have the precise coordinates." "Really?" Peggy's interest piqued, her demeanor revealing a flicker of enthusiasm. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and scrutinized Howard intently. Did you obtain these coordinates from that captain's son? Do you genuinely trust him? That individual, Boldovich, is confined to a mental institution. I have complete faith in him, Peggy. Howard replied, his excitement barely contained. Throughout our conversation, he was lucid and articulate. I am convinced there is nothing amiss with his mind. His confinement is merely a consequence of his knowledge. He knows things that others do not. Peggy, he witnessed it. He saw a UB-6 with his own eyes. When he and his father, Captain Veitvik, were returning through the Arctic, they inadvertently encountered a UB-6. According to him, the UB-6 even attacked his father, shattering his glasses. However, it became ensnared in the icy landscape, which allowed their fleet to escape unscathed. And now, I possess the coordinates where the fleet encountered the UB-6. As Howard spoke, he could hardly contain his exuberance, gesticulating animatedly. According to Rashia's intelligence, the UB-6 is searching for cold locations on Earth, which indeed aligns with your findings, Peggy remarked, maintaining her calm demeanor as she began to reassess the clues at her disposal. Indeed, based on our recent research, low temperatures can significantly diminish the energy emission of the UB-6, rendering them immobile. This elucidates why that particular UB-6 fell into the grasp of the Arctic, and likewise, why other UB-6 are in pursuit of it, for it is none other than the formidable Megatron. Peggy, the intelligence we are currently investigating aligns perfectly with the information previously relayed to us by Rorschach. This must be the truth. Upon reaching this conclusion, Peggy Carter found no further suspicious elements. Peggy, we must act swiftly. Earth has been invaded by extraterrestrials. Howard Stark proclaimed emphatically to Peggy Carter. Outside the opulent villa, a discreetly luxurious Cadillac came to a gradual halt. The doors swung open, and the figures of Rorschach and Selina emerged from within the vehicle. Selina, you may enter first. I have matters to attend to. Rorschach gestured for Selina to proceed. Supreme, where are you headed? I can drive you, Selina promptly offered. No need. My destination is somewhat distant, Rorschach replied with a smile. If that is the case, Supreme, our clan possesses private aircraft. I can arrange for one to be summoned immediately. Selina continued her considerate suggestions. An aircraft would be too slow. Rorschach chuckled. Selina, momentarily bewildered, pondered the implications. In this era, the fastest mode of transportation was indeed an aircraft, was it not? If an aircraft were deemed slow, what could possibly be swifter? Suddenly, with a resounding boom, realization struck her. Accompanied by a deep, thunderous explosion, a powerful gust of wind enveloped her. To her astonishment, the Supreme had taken flight. The Supreme can actually fly. Selina was left utterly speechless, engulfed in immense shock. Despite not being of the immortal race, she had witnessed a supreme-level being like Elder Marcus suffer a considerable setback. And now, this entity could soar through the skies. What kind of Supreme had she aligned herself with? In that moment, Selina finally grasped what the Supreme meant by the aircraft being too slow. Shaking her head, she cast aside her distractions and parked the car in the garage. Just as she exited the garage, a familiar sonic boom resonated once more. The Supreme had returned. Supreme, you're back. Is there something you wish to command? Selina greeted respectfully, looking towards Rorschach. For the time being, there is no need. Let us return. However, Rorschach waved his hand and refrained from disclosing to Selina what he had been up to. Naturally, Selina did not press for further details. Upon witnessing the swift return of the Supreme, she could only speculate silently that perhaps his affairs had not proceeded as smoothly as anticipated. In truth, Selina's intuition was correct. Various matters had hindered progress until now. It was only after the aftermath of the Cuban Missile Crisis was adequately addressed and the issues concerning the Undying Tribe were resolved that Rorschach finally found the opportunity to visit the Hoover Dam to ascertain the whereabouts of the spark source. Regrettably, Rorschach's scanning revealed the absence of the spark source at the Hoover Dam. It seemed that Megatron and the spark source were still ensconced in some icy cavern, either in the Antarctic or Arctic. With this realization, Rorschach pondered briefly before reaching a decision. Such troublesome matters would be best left to S.H.I.E.L.D. All Rorschach needed to do was monitor their progress. The moment S.H.I.E.L.D. located the spark source, Rorschach would procure it from them. A plan that was nothing short of perfect. With a sense of satisfaction, Rorschach made his decision. At present, a fierce light gleamed in his eyes. It was time to settle the score with Strick. Additionally, he would take control of the mutants within the secret base on that island, as he was currently in the process of recruiting personnel. Moreover, given the system's habitual nature, This assault on the mutant research base could potentially trigger a mission, an opportunity to achieve 3 objectives with a single endeavor. However, before proceeding, some necessary preparations must be made. Chapter 121. A Nation in Disarray. On November 29th, a week had passed since the laughing boy delivered his self-contradictory speech. As Hank had previously predicted, the plight of mutants appeared to show no significant improvement. Regardless of the underlying causes of the conflict, the rift had already formed, and the seeds of hatred had been sown, making any alteration of the situation exceedingly difficult, just as a shattered mirror cannot be restored. The relationship between mutants and ordinary people had become irreparably fractured. During this period, countless conflicts between mutants and ordinary citizens erupted across the nation, some tragically resulting in loss of life. The entirety of the United States could be described as engulfed in chaos. Furthermore, the destruction of a fleet in Cuba had severely weakened the military power of the nation, with the assassination of over 20 core personnel leading to even graver issues. The beautiful nation finds itself in utter chaos, with society plunged into a state of profound disorder. However, thanks to Rorschach's tumultuous episode at the Pentagon, the authorities have been somewhat shaken, hesitating to overtly target the mutants. This, perhaps, is the only source of solace. Nevertheless, the spontaneous opposition from ordinary citizens renders life exceedingly difficult for the mutants. At 11 o'clock in the morning, a new mutant was discovered in a convenience store on Hamley Avenue, seemingly possessing the ability to control plant growth. As illustrated by the footage from the scene, the streets surrounding the convenience store on Harlem Avenue were enveloped by countless vines. According to on-site reports, this mutant can command these plants to launch attacks, posing a significant threat. Local police have arrived, but progress appears to be slow as a standoff ensues. Within the mutant base, Rorschach, along with Hank, Raven, and several other mutants, gathered around a television set, watching a news report. After attending to various matters, Rorschach refrained from immediately embarking on an assault against Stryker's mutant base. Instead, he initiated a series of preparatory measures. The foremost task was to establish the framework of the mutant base. After all, even if Rorschach were to bring back some mutants from the secret base, there must be a place to accommodate them. During this period, Rorschach was predominantly occupied with this endeavor. Following Marcus's capitulation to Rorschach's forceful persuasion, the tribe's attitude towards Rorschach transformed into one of increasing reverence, providing comprehensive support for the construction of the base. Whatever Rorschach requested, without exception, was promptly executed. Thus, with the robust backing of a centuries-old superfamily, a continuous influx of resources, funds, and manpower poured in. Remarkably, within just a week, a remarkably short span, the framework of the base was nearly complete. Even Hank's required laboratory and various research equipment were all fully supplied, with no detail overlooked. The efficiency was indeed extraordinary. By morning, the mutants had already relocated to this new base. As for the luxurious villa where Rorschach previously resided, it remained his property, akin to any other super-rich individual possessing multiple opulent residences. Rorschach was able to relish the experience of luxury to the fullest. Originally, Rorschach intended to greet the mutants before embarking on his journey to visit Strick. However, he found himself captivated by a certain mutant featured in the news. Could he command the flora? The broadcast revealed a young man, seemingly of a similar age to Rorschach, possessing the remarkable ability to conjure a verdant corridor extending at least 100 meters. This talent was undeniably impressive. Particularly noteworthy was the host's assertion that this young man could also direct the plants to launch attacks against individuals. Was this not akin to a destitute version of the legendary Hashirama, or perhaps a less sophisticated rendition of Yamato? To be candid, Rorschach held immense regard for such an ability. Versatile in both offense and defense, suitable for group engagements as well as one-on-one confrontations, capable of providing tactical cover, and serving as a principal combatant, the potential was undeniably vast. Rorschach found himself contemplating the idea of recruiting this individual. Rorschach, we must assist him. Hank's voice broke through, his gaze fixed intently on the news report, his tone grave and filled with concern. The sight of numerous police officers surrounding the young man was alarming. Although, for the moment, they were hesitant to act due to the young man's powers. Bullets are indiscriminate. The situation was dire. How can we help? Harlem is in another district. And even if we rushed over now, we would be too late, the mimic cat lamented, shaking her head with a long sigh, filled with regret. Well, that is not an issue for Rorschach. Raven replied, shrugging at the mimic cat. He can reach there in mere seconds. The mimic cat considered this and realized that she had previously confirmed Rorschach's speed, which had reached supersonic levels. Indeed, he would not take long to arrive. However, this method seemed rather unrefined. It was uncertain whether Rorschach would be willing to undertake such actions for his fellow mutant. Unbeknownst to the mimic cat, Raven was not referring to Rorschach's speed at all, but rather to his ability to fly. Running would be far too pedestrian. So, Rorschach, what do you intend to do? The White Queen's voice resonated softly, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked towards Rorschach. It was evident that she too hoped for Rorschach to intervene and rescue their fellow mutant. All right, since you all feel this way, Rorschach replied, raising his hands in a gesture of acceptance, and without further ado, he soared into the air with a whoosh. Bang! Accompanied by a sonic boom and a powerful gust of wind, Rorschach vanished from sight, flying out through the open window. The mimic cat and the White Queen suddenly widened their eyes, as if they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. After a considerable pause, they turned their heads back, gazing incredulously at Raven and inquired, Rorschach, can he truly fly? An invulnerable physique, supersonic speed, monstrous strength, and the ability to emit lethal heat rays from his eyes. These were already remarkable feats. And now, Rorschach could fly as well? What manner of creature was this? The mimic cat and the White Queen could no longer maintain their composure. Chapter 122. The first reunion of Eric, Charles, and the split Rorschach Harlem Avenue. Once an unremarkable and dilapidated area, akin to other parts of Harlem, it has now transformed into a picturesque locale. The previously cold, concrete city streets have been adorned with greenery, as vines and branches stretch along the thoroughfare, enveloping nearby houses, buildings, vehicles, and billboards. The scene is uniquely charming. The dense vines have completely obstructed the street, rendering police vehicles unable to advance, forcing them to halt at a distance. Consequently, the officers had no choice but to abandon their cars and engage individually. Due to their lack of mastery over their abilities, the low-tier Yamato could not effortlessly control all the branches for necessary operations. Thus, despite causing significant inconvenience to the officers, they ultimately marshaled considerable manpower. Wielding machetes to painstakingly clear a path, they approached the convenience store, only to find it entirely enveloped by countless vines, resembling a vast cocoon, completely encasing the low-tier Yamato. The officers found themselves at a complete loss, unable to enter. Whenever they drew near, the branches would retaliate. Could they simply open fire? Under normal circumstances, it might have been feasible, but now the situation had garnered national attention, making it impossible for them to act with such brutality. Thus, the scene descended into a brief standoff. A group of officers, weapons in hand, stood at several street corners, tense as they faced the cocoon-like formation within the convenience store. Surrender. You have nowhere left to go. If you surrender, we shall show leniency. One officer, resembling a squad leader, shouted into a megaphone towards the convenience store. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I surrender? A voice filled with anger and helplessness echoed within the convenience store. Child, we will investigate this matter. But you must first cooperate with us. Do you think I am unaware of what happens to other mutants once they are captured? Child, you are mistaken. Those mutants we apprehended are all criminals. To hell with your criminals. This is merely your excuse. The two sides remained locked in a standoff. Meanwhile, the squad leader subtly signaled a few subordinates to quietly approach the convenience store from concealed positions, taking advantage of the distraction. Suddenly, several tendrils shot forth, blocking the path of the officers. Though the tendrils lacked significant offensive power, they still left the officers in a state of disarray. One officer even lost his service weapon, which clattered to the ground, a source of great embarrassment. The squad leader's expression darkened. If this continued, their squad would undoubtedly become a laughingstock, ridiculed by the entire nation. This is your final warning. Surrender now, or we will launch a full assault. The squad leader shouted once more towards the convenience store. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the officers to instinctively look up, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow darting across the sky. In the next moment, a violent gust of wind surged forth, knocking some officers' hats off. What? It was only then that the officers realized an Eastern young man had inexplicably appeared on the scene. They were all bewildered. What is happening? Am I seeing things? How did this person suddenly materialize? Who are you? How did you get in here? The squad leader, regaining his composure, shouted at the back of the young man, Luosia. Yet, Luo Xia appeared completely unfazed by the squad leader's words, striding confidently towards the convenience store. He addressed the young person inside. "Come out. No one can harm you." This blatant disregard for authority ignited fury among the officers behind him. "Stop. I am asking you a question." The squad leader raised his firearm, directing it at Luo Xia with a fierce command. Clang. At that moment, the firearm in the squad leader's hand suddenly seemed to possess a life of its own, flying from his grasp. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately, the metallic sound of clashing and friction echoed incessantly, as all the firearms in the hands of the surrounding officers suddenly soared into the air. They hovered before each officer, their dark muzzles ominously aimed at the heads of the policemen. A gulp resounded, a sound of swallowed apprehension. The officers stood frozen, pallid and drenched in sweat. Though they could not comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before them, they recognized the precariousness of their lives. A mere pull of the trigger could spell their doom. In an instant, no one dared to make a move. "Eric." A faint smile crept upon Rorschach's lips as he beheld the scene before him. He slowly turned to gaze in a particular direction. There, a figure flitted by. Clad in a helmet, Eric strode confidently through the corridor, accompanied by two unfamiliar companions. Time had seemingly sharpened Eric's presence, rendering him even more formidable than before. The companions beside him were not the familiar faces of the winged man and the braided man, but rather strangers to Rorschach. It appeared that Eric had not been idle during their time apart, having recruited new allies. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the Brotherhood of Mutants had been established. "Rorschach." A smile adorned Eric's face as he greeted Rorschach, approaching him with his entourage. "Upon seeing you here, I am not the least surprised." Likewise, Rorschach shrugged in response. "Eric, I presume you have been quite active during this time. My brethren are in dire straits. How could I remain idle?" "Naturally," Eric replied, "but you too, Rorschach? The matter of the smiling boy, it pertains to you, does it not?" Eric's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Rorschach with curiosity. The two mutants flanking Eric exchanged astonished glances at Rorschach, incredulous that Eric suspected this young man of influencing the smiling boy's shift in allegiance. Who is this individual that commands such regard from Eric? Rorschach merely chuckled, opting not to dwell on the topic further, but instead gently redirected. "It seems you have come for this mutant as well." "Indeed, Rorschach, I hold his abilities in high esteem, and thus, even against you, I shall not yield." Eric affirmed with a nod, not denying his assertion. "You are mutants too. You shall not escape. I will apprehend both you and him." A voice rang out, belonging to the squad leader who was being threatened by Eric's gun, unexpectedly shouting at Eric and his companions. This left Rorschach utterly speechless. This fellow truly exhibited remarkable courage. Did he genuinely believe that Eric would refrain from acting against him simply because he fancied himself a lawman? Eric's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and the trigger of the firearm before the squad leader began to twitch ominously. "Eric, enough." At that moment, a mutant subordinate beside Eric appeared momentarily dazed, then suddenly reached out to restrain him, speaking up in protest. Meanwhile, the surrounding officers seemed to be ensnared in some kind of paralysis, standing utterly still. "Charles." Eric softly uttered the name. At this juncture, he understood the situation all too well. "I knew you would come," Eric remarked meaningfully to the mutant at his side. Meanwhile, Rorschach's gaze shifted toward another corridor, where the ever-elegant Charles approached, accompanied by the Siren and the Ravager, slowly making their way toward Eric and Rorschach. "Eric, Rorschach." Charles glanced at the two, his expression momentarily complex. Chapter 123. Charles, Eric, and Rorschach. In the presence of giants once upon a time, Charles, Eric, and Rorschach were inseparable friends and comrades, united in trust and fighting side by side to thwart Shah's nefarious schemes. Despite differing ideologies, they supported one another, striving together. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had diverged, embarking on markedly different paths. This occasion marked their first reunion after such a lengthy separation, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Charles. "Charles, Sean, Alex." Rorschach nodded faintly, acknowledging his former friends with a greeting. "Hey, Rorschach." The Ravager and the Siren also greeted him. Despite a tinge of awkwardness and discomfort, they could not suppress the excitement bubbling within. Although following Charles made them feel a twinge of guilt toward Rorschach, deep down, they were genuinely delighted to see him once more. "Charles, tell me, what brings you here?" Eric's voice echoed as he fixed his gaze on Charles, inquiring directly. "I believe we are both aware of my purpose for being here." Charles spoke with profound significance. Indeed, he had certain reasons akin to Eric's. as they both came for the newly emerged mutant. However, a considerable part of his motivation was also to thwart Eric's actions. The plight of mutants had become exceedingly dire, and Charles could not stand idly by while Eric exacerbated the situation. In truth, this marked the first encounter between Charles and Eric since their fracture. However, it was not Eric's inaugural meeting with Charles. During this period, Eric had been stirring up trouble everywhere, and Charles had long been compelled to intervene. This was not the first time. Charles, you have witnessed the plight of our brethren. Does this not awaken you? Eric expressed his profound disappointment towards Charles. Eric, resorting to violence against ordinary individuals will not alter this state. It will only intensify the conflict. Charles retorted with conviction. Are our brothers and sisters to endure such persecution? Eric could not suppress a cynical laugh. He grew weary of exchanging futile words with Charles, having engaged in countless similar debates that bore no fruit. Eric had long since relinquished hope. Charles was beyond redemption, and any further discourse was merely a waste of breath. Very well, let it be as it may. Eric disregarded Charles and led his companions toward the large green cocoon ahead. Charles and Rorschach said little more, and together they approached the figure of Daiha. Child, emerge. You are safe now, Eric called out to the mutant concealed within the cocoon. With a crackling sound, the tendrils within the cocoon began to disperse and gradually recede. A young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, materialized before them. He had witnessed everything unfold through the gaps and recognized that these individuals were indeed his kin, come to rescue him. Cool. This is truly amazing. The young man instinctively glanced at the police in the distance, immobilized and held at bay by floating firearms, exclaiming with a mix of astonishment and excitement. Child, believe me, this is far from cool, Charles remarked meaningfully to the young man. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, he wished never to wield his abilities against others, especially not in such a manner. I am Eric. What is your name? Eric inquired, once again directing his attention towards the young man. Vincent Khalifa. Before his compatriots, Vincent felt a sense of reassurance. Without a moment's hesitation, he introduced himself to everyone present. Well, Vincent, I am Charles Xavier. Charles greeted him with a gentle smile. Rorschach also declared his name to Vincent. Hello, Eric, Charles, Rorschach, are you here to take me away? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Vincent's eyes. Indeed, child, but you may only depart with one of us three, Charles nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia as he spoke to Vincent. This moment reminded Charles of the recruitment efforts they had undertaken back at the CIA base. He, Eric, and Rorschach had all participated in such endeavors, bringing individuals back to the base together. However, now it was imperative for the other party to make a choice. Indeed, young one, we all can offer you refuge and protection, but you must choose only one of us to accompany you. Make your decision, child, Eric echoed Charles's sentiment. Vincent was no fool. He discerned that although the three individuals were acquainted, they were not united in purpose. Thus, he fell into contemplation. His gaze traversed Charles, Eric, and Rorschach in succession, ultimately resting upon Rorschach. May I go with you, Rorschach? Vincent inquired, his expression brimming with hope. Vincent's choice of Rorschach surprised both Charles and Eric, as well as Rorschach himself. Among the trio, Rorschach's appearance lacked a competitive edge, the reason being his youth rendered him less imposing compared to the more seasoned Charles and Eric. Once again, Eric showcased his gun control skills, and Charles demonstrated his prowess in immobilization, while Rorschach did nothing at all, standing alone without even a companion. To an uninformed observer, the likelihood of choosing Eric or Charles seemed far greater. Yet, unexpectedly, Vincent opted for Rorschach. Rorschach? Eric remarked, visibly taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he asked Vincent, could you enlighten us on why you chose Rorschach? Because Rorschach can fly. That's just so cool. Though both of you are undeniably impressive, he is, without a doubt, the coolest. Vincent replied with an air of certainty. Charles, Eric, Rorschach, is the reason truly this simple? Chapter 124. Rorschach has become even more monstrous. Nevertheless, if it is indeed Rorschach, both Eric and Charles find themselves somewhat convinced. In fact, they cannot help but feel a sense of relief. At least it is not Eric or Charles, which implies that it is not the worst possible scenario. For Eric, although Rorschach's methods may seem somewhat conservative, they are still markedly different from Charles's absurd ideologies. This is evident from Rorschach's infiltration of the Intelligence Bureau and his covert actions against the Laughing Boy. Thus, even though Eric perceives Rorschach as overly gentle, he still harbors a degree of admiration for him. The same holds true for Charles. Although Russia chose to assist Eric in eliminating the fleets of two nations during the Cuban Missile Crisis, he has since adopted an exceptionally low profile, remaining quiet and composed without instigating any incidents. Unlike Eric, who daily incites mutant sentiments and leads them into conflict with humanity. Therefore, when Vincent was taken by Russia, Charles felt a sense of reassurance, as it was at least not the worst option. However, had Charles been aware of Russia's true actions, he might have thought differently. As of now, having lost the brainwave amplifier, Charles remains oblivious to Russia's significant undertakings. Russia, you have awakened a new ability? Charles gazed at Russia in astonishment. Eric, too, wore an expression of disbelief. It had only been a short while since Russia could not even fly during the Cuban incident. Could it be that they are merely false mutants, destined to possess only that singular ability? Yet Russia, on the other hand, continues to awaken new powers incessantly, each one more formidable than the last. It is utterly enviable. I was quite surprised myself. I inadvertently awakened. Russia shrugged, displaying a slightly helpless expression. Charles, Eric, listen. Does that even sound like human speech? Acting so grandly, are you truly unafraid of being struck by lightning? Well, Russia then turned to Charles and Eric, offering them a gentle smile. So, Charles, Eric, I must apologize. Vincent, come here. Russia beckoned to Vincent, who approached without hesitation, his eyes filled with anticipation. Russia, are we going to fly away together? Certainly. I did not arrive by car, and it would be rather impractical to walk back, wouldn't it? Vincent, hold on to me. Russia smiled at Vincent as he instructed. With palpable excitement, Vincent approached and embraced Russia tightly. Employing his abilities, he summoned a few tendrils to entwine around Russia, ensuring he would not falter during Russia's flight. Now, my friends, farewell. With a resounding boom, Russia bid adieu to the assembled mutants, and in an instant, he soared into the sky. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion and a powerful gust of wind, Russia's form ascended rapidly, disappearing into the clouds. What an enviable ability. This is true flight. The siren gazed upward in the direction of Russia's vanishing figure, unable to suppress a feeling of envy. His own method of flight was merely a glide on sound waves, a far cry from the genuine flight that Russia exhibited. This creature has become even more formidable. The Ravager murmured to himself. Previously, Russia was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing his fellow mutants, a clear leader among them. With the addition of flight, it seemed utterly impossible for anyone to rival him. However, having such a potent ally among the mutants is ultimately a boon, unlike Eric, who constantly stirs up trouble. Boom. The familiar sound of a sonic explosion echoed as a figure crashed heavily to the ground. All right, Vincent, we have arrived. Russia exclaimed cheerfully. Vincent released his hold on Russia, his eyes wide with wonder as he surveyed the surroundings, his excitement from the experience of flight intensifying. Where's this place? Vincent, a resident of the slums, had never been to such a grand and majestic location before. His eyes widened in astonishment. This, my friend, will be your home from now on. Come, let us enter. Russia beckoned the thrilled Vincent, striding confidently into the main hall of the fortress ahead. Inside, Raven, Hank, as well as the White Queen and Mimic were all present. Upon seeing that Russia had indeed brought the endangered mutant comrade, they were filled with immense excitement. Everyone, this is Vincent. He will be a part of our family from now on. Raven, could you kindly assist Vincent in familiarizing himself with this place? After a brief introduction, Russia entrusted Vincent to Raven. Come along, Vincent. With a beaming smile, Raven guided Vincent down, introducing him to Hank, Mimic, and others, helping him acclimate to the base and providing him with relevant information. Wait, these matters are not something Rorschach needs to concern himself with. They can be entirely entrusted to the chief steward. Once everything is arranged, Rorschach gathered everyone together to announce an important matter. Everyone, do you remember the name William Stryker I mentioned earlier? Rorschach inquired, gazing at the assembled mutants. He had previously discussed William Stryker with them, as he intended to bring the mutants from the island after destroying the opposing base. Naturally, he needed to provide them with some context. The mutants felt a deep sense of righteous indignation towards the individual who captured mutants and used them for experimentation. Unfortunately, that person had been exceedingly elusive, and despite Rorschach ordering Selena to deploy a considerable number of personnel to investigate, there had been no significant leads. Clearly, however, there were now definitive clues. Rorschach, have you found that scoundrel? Raven could not contain her anger and asked. Yes, there are indeed definitive leads now, so I plan to go see for myself. Roche nodded in response to Raven. I will accompany you. Raven immediately declared, filled with righteous fury. And I as well. How could I possibly miss out on something like this? Mimic Cat chimed in enthusiastically. Even the White Queen expressed a similar desire, deeming it her duty to partake in such matters. Chapter 125. This attack is certainly not just a tickle. No, Raven, Emma, Vanessa, you have more important tasks. In response to the mutants' demands, Roche shook his head firmly, rejecting them all. We must safeguard this base. It is our stronghold. Roche, you are overthinking this. We have just established this base. Surely no one would dare to attack us? Mimic Cat remarked, unconcerned. Not to mention, they wouldn't even be able to find this place. Even if they did, would they have the audacity to act recklessly? Who is Roche? He is the one who single-handedly turned the Pentagon into a river of blood, subduing the officials of the beautiful nation all on his own. The base is still in its infancy, and it requires personnel. Roche continued to shake his head. Neural amplifiers and Blackbird jets, I need you to assist Hank in constructing them as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, it is essential to have someone stationed here, besides you. No one else can shoulder this heavy responsibility. Although guarding the base might seem somewhat tedious, Roche's reasoning was undeniably sound. Entrusting such a vast base to Hank, a mere tech enthusiast and a newly recruited plant manipulator, was indeed somewhat unreliable. It was imperative to have seasoned veterans like the White Queen and Mimic Cat overseeing operations. Alas, the personnel at the base are still too few. In the hearts of the crowd, a silent murmur of admiration arose. Everyone, await my good news. After greeting the gathering of mutants, Rorschach ascended into the air with a thunderous burst, vanishing into the horizon. In a subterranean casino on Bourbon Street, Missouri, a figure clad in a trench coat and adorned with a jazz hat was engrossed in a flamboyant display of card tricks. A deck of playing cards dancing through the air in mesmerizing arcs, as if they possessed a life of their own, leaving the onlookers spellbound. Undoubtedly, he was the Card King. Are you Remy LeBeau? Came a voice from across the table. Dressed in cowboy attire, Wolverine fixed his gaze intently on the Card King. The Card King's flourish faltered momentarily. Do I owe you money? No. Then I am indeed Remy LeBeau, he replied with a smile, gesturing for Wolverine to take a seat. Without a hint of hesitation, Wolverine plopped down opposite him, spreading his hands, with the police out in force hunting mutants. Don't you think you're being a tad ostentatious? Such flashy card tricks could easily raise suspicions of mutant abilities. Mutant? Haha, have my card skills dazzled you? I appreciate the compliment. The Card King chuckled lightly, casually dismissing the notion of his identity, maintaining his composure throughout. Sometimes, a touch of ostentation serves as the finest disguise. Observing the Card King's refusal to acknowledge his identity, Wolverine opted not to press further. Big blind is 100, small blind is 50. Shall I deal? The Card King inquired after shuffling the cards, eyeing Wolverine. I only have 17 bucks. I wonder what I can play? Wolverine pondered seriously. 17 bucks? The smile on the Card King's face faltered. The surrounding players regarded Wolverine with expressions of incredulity. You might as well take a cab straight home. The Card King retorted with derision. My goal remains unachieved. Wouldn't that be a waste of a good bill? Wolverine shot back. Then what is your objective? Why have you come here? Anthony Corlisson, the man I intend to kill, is serving someone named Strick on an island. I need to know the whereabouts of that island. Wolverine stated his purpose directly to the Card King. Indeed, that is also my aim. At that moment, another voice suddenly interjected. Both the Card King and Wolverine turned to see a young man of Eastern descent striding confidently towards them. Both the King of Cards and Wolverine were momentarily taken aback, for the young man before them appeared astonishingly youthful, clearly still a mere child. It was already quite rare for someone of such tender age to be present in a casino, let alone to boldly assert that the secret base was also his objective. The incongruity was palpable. Child, you must leave. This is not a place for someone of your age, Wolverine stated bluntly after a brief pause, addressing Rorschach directly. Indeed, young one. Do not keep your parents waiting in anxious anticipation. King of Cards chimed in with a feigned chuckle. The words spoken by Rorschach, however, were instinctively disregarded by the two men. I am well aware of your backgrounds, King of Cards and Wolverine, Rorschach retorted, unperturbed by their dismissive remarks. He found an empty seat at the table and settled down, continuing, let us dispense with the superfluous pleasantries and get straight to the point, shall we? Logan, I know you seek that base, and I am in pursuit of it as well. Remy, you are merely fearful of Stryker, apprehensive of being captured again, yet deep down, you also wish to obliterate that place, do you not? Thus, it appears we share a common goal. As Rorschach casually gestured, the astonishment on the faces of King of Cards and Wolverine gradually morphed into wariness. Who exactly are you? Wolverine demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Rorschach, his voice low and menacing. King of Cards, though silent, mirrored Wolverine's intensity with his own penetrating stare. Like you both, you understand what I mean. Rorschach maintained his nonchalant demeanor. It seems Stryker has done something to you as well. Wolverine's eyes narrowed, probing for answers. I suspect it is akin to what was done to you, which is precisely why I seek that island. Are we then aligned in our objectives? Wolverine shook his head, unwilling to easily place his trust in others. I have but one demand. Do not obstruct me. Rorschach scoffed lightly. Logan, you overestimate yourself. Now, can you reveal to me the location of that island, King of Cards? Wolverine turned his attention back to King of Cards, ignoring Rorschach. King of Cards fell silent, suddenly raising his hand to channel energy into the playing cards before him, extending a beckoning gesture toward Wolverine and Rorschach. With a swift hiss, a multitude of cards shot forth toward the two men. Wolverine's formidable form was immediately propelled backward by the force of the cards, crashing into the casino wall and creating a substantial hole. The sheer power of those cards was astonishing. However, the same deck of cards that fell upon Rorschach seemed as inconsequential as leaves swept up by the wind, having no effect whatsoever on him. Rorschach remained seated, as steadfast as a mountain, not even twitching an eyebrow. Are you merely tickling me? He remarked, his expression one of derision as he regarded the Card Emperor. Chapter 126. The Card Emperor. The astonishment of Wolverine. This fellow is truly monstrous. What? The Card Emperor's eyes widened in shock, brimming with disbelief. The young man before him had withstood his assault with sheer physicality and with such effortless nonchalance. How could this be possible? Had he not witnessed the burly brute on the other side being effortlessly sent flying by his own power? Clearly, he had underestimated this youth. Despite his youth, he was anything but ordinary. The Card Emperor swiftly discarded his previous contempt for Rorschach. Then, with a sudden motion, he flipped the card table in front of him and seized the gentleman's cane resting by his feet. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary cane. But in truth, it was the weapon of the Card Emperor. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Wolverine pushed aside the debris that had pinned him down. Stepping through the gaping hole created by the chaos, he advanced toward the Card Emperor. Yet, at that moment, a chilling smile spread across the Card Emperor's face. He brandished the cane with a flourish before thrusting it fiercely into the ground. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending tremors throughout the surroundings. The ground was instantly pockmarked by the force, debris scattering in all directions. Nearby gambling tables and various objects were overturned in an instant, triggering a cacophony of gasps as patrons cried out in panic. Mutant! It's a mutant! Poor Logan, who had only just approached, was struck once more, sent flying as if caught in a tempest. In stark contrast, Rorschach remained unfazed. The smile on the Card Emperor's face froze as if cleaved by a blade. The young man from the east continued to sit calmly in his chair, completely unaffected. How is this possible? What a jest! The Card Emperor was genuinely astonished, even somewhat flustered. He had not held back, unleashing his true power, yet he could not even disturb a single hair on the young man's head. What kind of anomaly is this? The 36 strategies dictate that retreat is the best option. The Emperor made a decisive choice. He dared not linger any longer at the scene. Akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat, he dashed outward. Wait. Wolverine once more rose from the rubble, pursuing the Emperor. Whoosh. Bang. However, with a few deft swings of the gentleman's cane in his grasp, the Emperor sent Wolverine sprawling to the ground. It must be said that Wolverine's combat skills were woefully inadequate. His fighting relied solely on his regenerative abilities, which paled in comparison to the Emperor's prowess. Observing the fallen Wolverine, the Emperor could not suppress a smug grin. As Wolverine charged at him once more, the Emperor executed a dazzling display with his cane before thrusting it forcefully into the ground. Boom. A tremendous force erupted forth, harnessing the immense recoil. The Emperor leapt into the air, soaring an impressive 20 to 30 meters to land atop the building. A smile graced his face as he sheathed the gentleman's cane, intending to make his escape. Yet, upon turning, the smile on his face faltered. It was that young man. The lad stood with crossed arms, looking at him with unmistakable derision. Cursed be it. The Emperor felt a surge of astonishment. How had that young man managed to ascend? What on earth was he? A sense of unease towards Rorschach began to burgeon within him. The youth was simply too inscrutable. What do you truly desire? The Emperor asked, his expression a blend of frustration and helplessness. I have already informed you, Rorschach replied nonchalantly. Swish. Before the Emperor could fully process the words, Rorschach appeared before him like a specter. What? The Emperor gasped, nearly biting his own tongue. What kind of divine speed was this? Smack. In the next instant, Rorschach had seized the Emperor, clutching his throat and lifting him effortlessly, his expression stern. Did you think you still had a choice? Release me. The Emperor strained with all his might to free himself from Rorschach's grip, but it was in vain. It felt as though he were ensnared by a ferocious tiger. Utterly unable to escape, with a fierce shout, the Emperor channeled a surge of energy into his gentleman's cane, preparing to strike Rorschach with all his might. Yet, with a mere flick of his other hand, Rorschach effortlessly grasped the gentleman's cane. The immense energy infused into the gentleman's staff by the King of Cards appeared to be utterly inconsequential in the presence of Rorschach, who effortlessly seized it. With a slight exertion, Rorschach caused the King of Cards to feel the weight of the staff diminish in his grasp, and it was swiftly snatched away and discarded. Whoosh! Without further ado, Rorschach waved his hand and hurled the King of Cards from the rooftop. Ah! A prolonged scream escaped the King of Cards as he felt the world spin around him while plummeting from a height of 20 or 30 meters. Had he still possessed the gentleman's staff, he could have channeled energy into it to strike the ground and mitigate the force of his fall. However, now his hands were empty, and panic began to set in, despite being a mutant with superior physical abilities. The prospect of falling from such a height could lead to his demise. Whoosh! Just as the King of Cards was about to crash to the ground, he was startled to see Rorschach appearing before him like a specter, reaching out to grasp him. He was unceremoniously tossed to the ground like a lifeless dog. What is happening? Logan stood by, utterly astonished, gazing at Rorschach with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He had never considered Rorschach a threat, yet he could not fathom the true extent of this young man's formidable prowess. In Rorschach's grip, the King of Cards resembled a mere infant, utterly powerless to resist. What a misjudgment! If Logan was rendered speechless, there was no need to elaborate on the King of Cards' predicament. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, a mixture of shock and fury in his eyes as he stared at Rorschach, exclaiming, "What kind of monster are you?" He had encountered numerous mutants in his time, yet none had exhibited such overwhelming strength. Okay. Upon catching Rorschach's penetrating gaze, the King of Cards quickly raised his hands in surrender. You just want to know where that base is, right? I'll tell you. Why didn't we do this sooner? Rorschach shrugged and approached the King of Cards. Fixing him with a steady gaze, speak. Rising from the ground, the King of Cards brushed off the dust from his new clothes, grumbling to Rorschach, "Goodness, this is my brand new outfit. All right, you want to know where that place is, right? I've changed my mind. Are you toying with me?" Suddenly, two piercing beams of light shot from Rorschach's eyes. Don't misunderstand. Seeing that Rorschach was somewhat irked, Pai Huang immediately set out to clarify, stating, "What I mean is, I won't merely tell you where that place is. I intend to personally lead you there." Was that truly the implication? Rorschach's expression softened slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded Pai Huang. "You do realize the difficulty you faced in escaping from there?" "You are correct," Pai Huang shrugged, acknowledging. "I genuinely wish to obliterate that place, and I indeed fear being captured again. However, the circumstances have now changed. With the presence of such a twisted individual, Pai Huang felt that the island no longer seemed so menacing. And me?" At that moment, Wolverine approached, his tone brooking no argument as he addressed Pai Huang and Rorschach. "I shall accompany you." Pai Huang turned an inquiring gaze towards Rorschach. Clearly, with Rorschach involved, the decision was no longer solely in Pai Huang's hands. "I have but one stipulation," Rorschach stated earnestly, locking eyes with Wolverine, echoing the words Wolverine had previously uttered. "Do not impede me." Wolverine was momentarily taken aback by Rorschach's retort. Yet, confronted by such a formidable force, he swallowed his indignation, refraining from further idle chatter. "Gentlemen, we find ourselves in a predicament." Pai Huang suddenly directed his attention towards the street ahead, speaking in a grave tone to Rorschach and Wolverine. Following his gaze, Wolverine's expression shifted to one of concern. Before them, a throng of police officers had surged forth, cordoning off the path completely. Each officer was armed, their weapons trained on the trio. "Raise your hands and place them where we can see them," a commanding officer bellowed through a megaphone. directing his orders at Rorschach and his companions. This was not part of my plans, Wolverine thought helplessly, shaking his head as he extended his arms, revealing a dazzling pair of adamantium claws that emerged from his fists. However, before he could act, a powerful gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a thunderous explosion of sound. In an instant, Rorschach and Pai Huang had vanished, transforming into mere shadows as they weaved through the ranks of police before returning. The officers, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, groaning in defeat. Pai Huang remarked, "Wolverine, this is rather exaggerated, I assenti it?" They had scarcely registered the presence of Rorschach before the entire contingent of police was neutralized. This fellow is indeed quite the anomaly. However, the thought of such a perverse individual seeking trouble with Strick filled both the King of Cards and Wolverine with a sense of dark delight. "Let us depart," echoed Rorschach's voice, as he nonchalantly ignored the scattered police officers and strode forward with confidence. Wolverine and the King of Cards quickly regained their senses and followed suit, their figures vanishing swiftly from the somewhat disheveled street. "All right, King of Cards, where are we headed?" Wolverine inquired eagerly, his anticipation palpable after leaving the previous tumultuous scene. "Patience, my friends. I shall first introduce you to a great treasure," the King of Cards replied enigmatically to Rorschach and Wolverine. "A great treasure?" Both Wolverine and Rorschach were intrigued, wondering what marvel the King of Cards could possibly be referring to. 20 minutes later, Rorschach and Wolverine found themselves at a quaint farmhouse, where the mystery of the King of Cards' treasure was finally unveiled. Before them stood a dilapidated, nearly obsolete aircraft. "Envy it. This is my treasure. I won it back at the poker table," the King of Cards boasted proudly to Rorschach and Wolverine. Despite its disrepair, it was still an aircraft, an asset not easily possessed by the average individual. "Wow, you're going to fly this thing and take us to that secret base?" Wolverine, Logan, exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the aircraft, contemplating its conspicuousness. "Buddy, this is my style. You'll have to adapt quickly," the King of Cards replied with flamboyance. Only Rorschach wore an expression of resigned disbelief. To him, this rickety plane was far too lowbrow, so much so that he was reluctant to board it. In truth, he could soar through the skies far more swiftly than this contraption. Yet, after a brief internal critique, Rorschach held his tongue. He was not one to fuss over trivialities. After all, what was so objectionable about an old plane? Moreover, he needed this shabby aircraft to retrieve the mutants from the island. He certainly couldn't carry them out one by one. "All right, gentlemen, are you prepared?" The King of Cards clapped his hands, excitement radiating from him. "My treasure is eager to take flight." With that, he enthusiastically boarded the plane, inviting Rorschach and Wolverine to follow suit. Whoosh! In no time, the battered aircraft ascended into the sky. What left Rorschach utterly speechless was the sight of Wolverine, a burly and rugged man, curled up in his seat at the moment the airplane took off, scarcely daring to breathe, resembling a timid fawn. Was this his first flight? The Joker could not help but chuckle at the scene. It is quite common for many to feel anxious during their inaugural flight. However, it was utterly unexpected for Wolverine, a mutant with such formidable physical prowess, to experience such trepidation. "Fly your plane." Wolverine shot a glare at the Joker. Chapter 127. Strick's panic. The creature has arrived. In the pitch-black night, an aircraft glided silently through the sky, passing over the vibrant, illuminated metropolis and gradually revealing the serene expanse of the ocean. "Are we nearly there?" Wolverine's body remained rigid, his grip tightening around the armrest of his seat as he addressed the Joker, who piloted the plane. "What's the matter? Still afraid of flying?" "You look drenched in sweat," the Joker teased, unable to suppress his amusement. "What a joker you are. Just focus on flying," Wolverine retorted. "Focus on what?" "The clouds ahead." The Joker's smile grew more sardonic. "You ought to take a page from Rorschach's book. Flying should be a pleasure, not a torment." As he spoke, the Joker cast a glance at Rorschach, who reclined comfortably in his seat, even unbuckled from his safety belt. The stark contrast between Rorschach's relaxation and Wolverine's tension was striking. "Pleasure? On this rickety plane, which keeps bouncing around. I'm genuinely concerned it might fall apart any moment." Wolverine grumbled. "Well," the Joker shrugged, "I've been as cautious as possible." At that moment, the plane soared through a layer of clouds, revealing an island to the passenger's sight. "Relax, we shall arrive shortly." The Joker began to introduce the two men to 3 Mile Island, boldly presenting it before their eyes. Wolverine's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 3 Mile Island. A location he recognized. He had not anticipated Strick would establish the base so conspicuously in such a place. Wolverine had imagined it would be situated in a much more concealed area, as no one would linger near a nuclear reactor, the Joker explained, fearing they might transform into monsters. This rationale was indeed reasonable. It could only be said that Strick possessed audacity enough to accurately seize upon this collective anxiety, brazenly constructing a secret base in such a location. There remains one question. At this moment, Pai Huang turned his head once more to address Wolverine and Rorschach. The aircraft cannot approach the island for landing, otherwise, we would be shot down. This means you two will have to jump into the sea and swim over. I believe this should pose no issue for either of you, correct? Though it may sting a bit. At such an altitude, the water's surface would appear remarkably solid, akin to the ground itself, potentially causing significant harm to the human body. However, both Wolverine and Rorschach are mutants, their physical prowess far surpassing that of mere mortals. One can withstand his own card attacks without a scratch, while the other, well, the card attack merely serves as a tickle. Thus, injury is unlikely for these two, although pain is still assured. Indeed, that seems about right. Wolverine swiftly pulled open the hatch beside him, and a chilling wind rushed in. He glanced down, then turned back with a knowing expression. Yes, it will indeed sting. Perhaps it will even bring a sense of dark pleasure. Indeed, I feel that dark pleasure. Pai Huang confessed, unabashedly reveling in the misfortune. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave first. At that moment, Rorschach casually opened his hatch as well, offered a brief farewell to Wolverine and Pai Huang, and leaped out. Yet instead of plunging directly into the sea, he soared into the air with a resounding thud. Pai Huang and Wolverine stared in shock at the direction in which Rorschach had vanished. Did he just fly away? After several seconds of stunned silence, Pai Huang murmured to Wolverine, seeking confirmation. Yes, he indeed flew away, Wolverine replied with a nod, equally astonished. Haha, Stryker, wish him luck. Pai Huang couldn't help but laugh heartily. With such an extraordinary individual stirring trouble, he began to feel a twinge of concern for Stryker. I find myself rather anticipating this. Wolverine responded with a glint in his eye, then without further ado, jumped from the aircraft. Splash! A spray of water erupted upon his entry. Meanwhile, Rorschach's figure had already landed heavily within the confines of the base. Stryker, I am here, Rorschach uttered softly, activating his supervision to survey the surroundings. Though it was a pitch-black night, this posed no hindrance to Rorschach. Everything was astonishingly clear. He quickly located the entrance to the base, wasting no time as he boldly strode toward it. What sound was that? What is happening? The soldiers patrolling outside the secret base were not idle bystanders. They were swiftly alerted by the unmistakable sound of the sonic boom produced by Rorschach. They quickly identified this unwelcome guest. Who goes there? Halt! Several soldiers immediately raised their assault rifles, aiming them at Rorschach while issuing stern commands. Without uttering a word, Rorschach unleashed 2 scorching beams, mercilessly eliminating all the soldiers who rushed towards him. This was a cruel research facility conducting inhumane human experiments, and Rorschach felt no empathy for those within its confines. Thus, effortlessly dispatching all who obstructed his path, he hastened to the entrance of the base. With a powerful punch, the heavy iron door at the entrance flew open. Rorschach strode in with an air of confidence. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the blaring alarm echoed throughout the entire facility. What is going on? In a laboratory at the core of the base, Strick was personally overseeing the X-11 weapon experiment when he was abruptly roused by the alarm. Sir, the base is under attack. A soldier rushed in to report to Strick. Strick's expression grew grave, his brow furrowing deeply. Continue your work, do not be affected. After instructing the researchers, Strick swiftly made his way to the nearby control room to check the surveillance feeds. Indeed, while surveillance cameras were not yet ubiquitous in this era, they were certainly present in a clandestine and disreputable research facility like Strick's. It's him. Strick's expression changed dramatically as he recognized the familiar face on the monitor. Chapter 128. The terrified Strick, he breached my base in 2 minutes. Strick had a vivid impression of Rorschach, one that lingered even now. This individual had repeatedly thwarted Strick's plans, causing him considerable trouble, and had dealt a significant blow to his pride. Victor, Zero, Wade, his 3 most trusted lieutenants, along with over 20 elite operatives, had all fallen victim to Rorschach, a loss that was acutely painful for Strick, especially Victor and Wade, both of whom were ideal test subjects for the X-weapon program. Yet, without exception, they had all been eliminated by Rorschach. Heaven knows the extent of Strick's efforts in seeking a new generation of experimental subjects to replace these two individuals. The mere thought of it ignites a desire within him to subject Rorschach to 1,000 tortures, believing that such agony could alleviate his pent-up resentment. Yet, how did he manage to locate this place? Strick's brow furrows deeply, astonishment washing over him. It appears he had underestimated this young man, undoubtedly. He is backed by a formidable organization, for it would be inconceivable for him to have discovered this location otherwise. This realization brings Strick discomfort, as it signifies that he must relinquish the base he has painstakingly nurtured for so long. The only solace lies in the imminent success of the X-11 weapon. It promises to be the most exquisite creation since the inception of the X-weapon program. Strick resolutely declares, "First, second, and third squads. We have intruders in the base. Eliminate them immediately. Other squads, remain on high alert." Without further ado, he seizes the intercom, issuing commands to all soldiers within the clandestine facility. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers spring into action, rushing towards Rorschach like a relentless tide. New mission generated. Mission details: destroy William Strick's mutant research base. Mission reward: 1,500 source points. Simultaneously, a notification resonates within Rorschach's mind, prompting his eyes to glisten with excitement. Indeed, his previous anticipation has proven accurate. The system has once again issued a mission, and this time, the reward is substantial, an impressive 1,500 source points, translating to a progress unlock of 15. A bountiful windfall indeed. Rorschach is invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. Over there. Quick, intercept him. The commander has given orders. Kill without hesitation. A cacophony of hurried, hushed footsteps pervades the air, intermingled with various urgent shouts. A contingent of armed soldiers rushes through the corridor ahead. The clamor disrupts Rorschach's thoughts. Bang, bang. The moment the soldiers spot Rorschach, they waste no time in raising their weapons, mercilessly pulling the triggers. Heaven has a road you refuse to tread, yet you dare invade hell. Before I could even seek you out, you have foolishly come to your own demise? As Strick observed this scene through the surveillance footage, a chilling and cruel smile crept across his lips. Even though this young man possessed remarkable prowess, capable of dispatching Wade and over 20 of his agents in one fell swoop, he now found himself in a narrow corridor, facing a barrage of gunfire from a multitude of soldiers. How could he possibly evade such a lethal onslaught? It was utterly unavoidable. Unless his body were forged from steel, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere sieve. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on Strick's lips froze, as if severed by a blade. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated within the corridor, and Rorschach's figure abruptly vanished. Almost simultaneously, the soldiers encircling Rorschach were sent flying in all directions, tumbling and crashing to the ground. Motionless. What on earth was happening? Strick stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The surveillance cameras of this era were primitive and inadequate. How could they possibly capture Rorschach moving at supersonic speed? In Strick's eyes, Rorschach had simply vanished into thin air, and all his soldiers had inexplicably collapsed to the ground. That was all there was to it. Strick could hardly process what had transpired. However, one thing was abundantly clear to Strick. He had grossly underestimated Rorschach's strength. The opponent's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Although the specifics remained elusive, it was evident that Rorschach was the architect of the chaos. All teams, attention. All teams, attention. Proceed to intercept the intruder. This means every team. Strick's earlier composure had evaporated, and a hint of panic crept into his voice as he issued commands to the soldiers within the base. In an instant, soldiers across all posts, regardless of their prior tasks, abandoned their duties, retrieving their weapons, and rushing out. Activate X-11. Simultaneously, Strick commanded the laboratory. But Commander, X-11 is not fully prepared. Activate it regardless. Strick replied coldly. He was acutely aware that X-11 was not yet ready. But that enigmatic young man from the East was far too formidable for Strick to afford any delays. Indeed, the next moment, Strick beheld the screens before him, each displaying a blurred image, as his dispatched soldiers fell in droves. It was not merely one surveillance screen, but rather all of them, continuously flashing the same grim scene. In a mere 2 minutes, Strick surveyed the area and noted that not a single soldier remained standing, except for that young man from the East. Gulp. Strick could not suppress a deep swallow, a cold sweat instantly breaking out along his spine. How could this be? Such a thing was inconceivable. In just 2 minutes, all his soldiers within the base had been felled by that young man. Merely 2 minutes. In such a brief span of time, he had managed to breach Strick's base. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the event, Strick would never have believed it possible. Following a flurry of commands, Strick wasted no time and swiftly exited the control room, heading to another chamber. Chapter 129. What divine being has so terrified Strick? Commander. The soldiers stationed at the posts immediately saluted Strick with utmost respect. Strick uttered no superfluous words, directly instructing them. Open the door. Understood, Commander. One soldier replied promptly, swiftly opening the door as Strick strode in with purpose. Inside the expansive room, 5 individuals had gathered. 3 Caucasian men, 1 African-American man, and a Caucasian woman. If Wolverine were present, he would recognize the woman as his deceased wife, Silver Fox. The other 4 men, like Silver Fox, were all mutants. Indeed, this room housed Strick's newly reassembled squad of mutants. Strick, I have fulfilled your requests. Should you not release my sister now? Silver Fox approached Strick the moment he entered. Her eyes locked onto his with intensity. The reason she complied with Strick's directives regarding Wolverine was solely because her sister had been captured by him. Hela. This is not the time, Strick retorted coldly, brushing past Silver Fox to face the other mutants. Strick, the alarm has sounded, and you have returned here. It seems you are facing an issue. Among the 4 male mutants, a robust man sporting sunglasses and a pompadour casually crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Strick. It was an exceedingly troublesome issue that he was unable to resolve. Beside the pompadour, a slightly shorter man, leisurely chewing gum, chimed in nonchalantly. As always, he requires our assistance. A black man seated a short distance away from the 3 white men interjected with a subtle smirk. Do not misunderstand, Strick. Meanwhile, the seemingly quiet man, engrossed in a book, slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, the other 3 mutants collectively parted to make way for him. It was evident that this composed individual was the leader, or perhaps the figure whom the others feared. We are not casting blame upon you. We merely feel exhilarated. The quiet man grinned widely, a hint of madness in his expression, conveying a grotesque thrill that signified the impending enjoyment of carnage and bloodshed. Gentlemen, the individual approaching us is extraordinary. Strick's gaze swept over the mutants, his expression turning gravely serious. He is more formidable than anyone you have encountered before. I am aware that you have undertaken numerous perilous missions, and regardless of the dangers and challenges faced, you have always executed your tasks flawlessly. However, I must emphasize that this time may prove to be the most perilous of your careers. Everyone, summon your utmost focus. Strick's earnest tone genuinely astonished the mutants present in the room. Who could this newcomer be to instill such fear in Strick? It was a moment of astonishment. Strick, too, could experience trepidation. Instantly, curiosity enveloped the group regarding the individual Strick spoke of, with an eagerness to encounter him immediately. Strick, are you exaggerating? The pompadour could not help but scoff audibly. The most dangerous? The quiet man once again grinned, licking his lips in a manner that suggested a disturbing anticipation. Let him not disappoint me. The black mutant and the shorter white man remained relatively silent, their expressions reflecting indifference. Clearly, Strick's words had not truly captured their attention. Only Silver Fox remained apathetic, addressing Strick with a measured tone. Regardless of who comes, it is of no concern to me. Strick, our agreement does not encompass this. Hela, perhaps I have been too courteous in the past, leading you to mistakenly perceive me as accommodating. Strick's gaze towards the Silver Fox grew increasingly fierce, yet he reminded her that her sister remained in his grasp. The Silver Fox was rendered speechless, for Strick had adeptly seized upon her vulnerability, holding it with an iron grip. Good luck to you all, he proclaimed before dismissing her entirely, directing his words instead to the other mutants as he swiftly departed. In his heart, he hoped they could buy some time for the activation of X11. Indeed, from the very outset, Strick harbored no illusions that these individuals could genuinely hinder Rorschach. How could someone who breached his base in mere 2 minutes be easily dealt with? Strick's original intention had merely been to regard these individuals as expendable, a means to delay time, nothing more. Had the overconfident gentleman been privy to Strick's true thoughts, they would surely have been devastated. Alas, it was a certainty they would never know. After Strick's departure, the gentleman, filled with bravado, set out to find the one who had instilled such fear in Strick. They were genuinely curious to witness the prowess of the individual capable of frightening Strick so profoundly. As for the Silver Fox, she gritted her teeth but followed the other mutants outside. With her sister as leverage, she dared not defy Strick's orders. For her, it sufficed to remain a silent observer. After all, Strick understood her abilities. Without direct engagement with the enemy, she could hardly make an impact. Yet, the enemy was not so easily approached. The group advanced along the corridor, and shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound erupted as a gate on the left swung open, revealing a youthful figure that instantly captivated the attention of the gentlemen. A look of skepticism crossed their faces. Could this truly be the one? He appeared to be merely a child. Clearly, he was not from the island. Was it he who had terrified Strick? The short mutant exclaimed incredulously, turning to his companions. If such a young lad could frighten Strick to that extent, then surely Strick was rather inept. The gentlemen exchanged glances, each wearing a mask of disbelief. Among them, only the Silver Fox bore an expression of concern. She was indifferent to whether Rorschach was indeed the person Strick had spoken of. Her only concern was that this young man was about to face perilous circumstances. The individuals surrounding her were certainly not benevolent souls. However, the Silver Fox dared not openly caution Rorschach, standing aside and anxiously observing him instead. Is this the Silver Fox? As the Silver Fox appraised Rorschach, he too recognized her identity, subsequently averting his gaze nonchalantly. He had made a resolution regarding how to address her. Then, his attention shifted to the several mutants beside the Silver Fox, a cold expression crossing his face. Without uttering a word, Rorschach's eyes turned crimson, and a searing ray shot forth towards the foremost mutant, known as the Airplane Head. The entire sequence of events, in which Strick had dispatched these mutants to confront Rorschach, had been fully discerned through Rorschach's X-ray vision and super hearing. Thus, he had no intention of engaging them in idle chatter. The only course of action was to strike first. The Airplane Head could not have anticipated that Rorschach would launch an attack without any prior warning. Especially the method of assault involving a heat ray from his eyes was entirely beyond the Airplane Head's expectations, catching him off guard. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. But could his speed surpass that of Rorschach's heat ray? The ray struck the Airplane Head, propelling him violently backward. He crashed heavily against the nearby wall before plummeting to the ground, motionless. A glance revealed 2 smoking wounds on his chest, from which wisps of smoke curled upwards. What? The Quiet Man, the Black Mutant, and the Short Mutant were all taken aback. In that instant, their previous disdain and skepticism towards Rorschach evaporated into thin air. Cover me, the Short Mutant shouted as he charged towards Rorschach. The moment he took a step, the muscles on his body surged, transforming him in an instant into a towering behemoth. Approximately 2.5 meters tall, reminiscent of Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk. His arms were thicker than a human head, exuding an overwhelming presence. Boom, boom, boom. Even the ground trembled beneath the weight of the Short Mutant's advancing steps. But alas, it was in vain. In the eyes of others, the Short Mutant exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Yet, to Rorschach, he was merely a decorative figure. Strength was paramount, and mere bulk was of no consequence. Just as he contemplated dispatching the diminutive mutant with a couple of scorching energy beams, a sudden roar erupted from the side of the Quiet Man. This emanated from the Black Mutant. Astonishingly, a formidable sound wave was unleashed by the Black Mutant's bellow. The intensity of this sonic force was such that it instantly overturned everything in the vicinity of the corridor. Even a vehicle would have been toppled by its might. The Black Mutant's abilities bore a striking resemblance to those of a siren, yet his offensive power was evidently far superior. This was understandable, as the Black Mutant appeared to be a seasoned warrior, having caught the attention of Strick, unlike the siren, who was merely an inexperienced youth. The next moment, this powerful sound wave crashed against Rorschach. However, contrary to expectations, Rorschach remained unmoved, standing firm like a mountain, impervious to the sonic assault. Not a single muscle twitched, nor did his brow furrow. What? The Black Mutant's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? Yet, it was too late. Rorschach shifted his gaze, momentarily disregarding the Short Mutant and targeting the Black Mutant instead. In an instant, the Black Mutant was sent sprawling to the ground, meeting his beloved hairstyle in defeat. At that moment, the giant form of the Short Mutant approached Rorschach, leaping fiercely and swinging its massive fist, large as a cooking pot, downward with ferocity. Bang! Crack! In the next instant, accompanied by a dull thud and the sound of shattering bones, Rorschach remained steadfast, merely executing a simple motion of his fist. Yet, the towering giant, standing 2.5 meters tall, was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Then, the colossal figure began to rapidly revert to its normal size. Lying motionless on the ground, the quiet man instinctively turned to witness the scene, observing that the chest of the short mutant had caved in completely. As if struck by a tremendous blow, both ribs and heart were utterly obliterated, leaving no chance of survival. Hiss! The quiet man gasped, his body trembling in fear as he looked at Rorschach, his eyes filled with boundless dread. What manner of creature is this? It is truly terrifying, isn't it? How could such a fearsome individual exist in this world? In this moment, the composed man finally comprehended why Strick was so utterly intimidated by this young man. Wait a moment. The once calm man was now paralyzed by fear. How could he dare confront a monster like Rorschach? Instantly, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Bang! A sonic boom abruptly interrupted his plea. Before he could react, he found Rorschach suddenly before him, gripping his throat with an iron grip. Crack! The chilling sound of his cervical vertebrae snapping echoed in his ears, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. What? This fiend, Strick, witnessing this scene through the surveillance feed, nearly bit his own tongue in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. This individual possessed such immense strength? How could it be? Though Strick had been unable to discern the details of how Rorschach had dispatched all the soldiers in a blur of sound, he had witnessed, with clarity, how Rorschach had obliterated the composed man and his companions. His formidable mutants were reduced to mere infants in the presence of this being, displaying no ability to resist whatsoever. The disparity between them was staggering. Why was there such a vast gulf between the two mutant factions? Why was this individual so powerful? Strick's mind raged with these questions. Chapter 131. This is your ultimate trump card, utterly vulnerable. Has the X-11 weapon been successfully activated? Strick swallowed hard, then immediately seized his intercom, urging the laboratory personnel for an update. Sir, it has been successfully initiated. Upon hearing this response, Strick could not suppress a profound sigh of relief. As long as the X-11 weapon was operational, even that monstrous individual would not be a cause for alarm. For the X-11 weapon was even more formidable. It was a super mutant amalgamating Wolverine's extraordinary healing abilities and enhanced adamantium claws, along with other powers such as laser vision and teleportation. This was Strick's ultimate weapon. Although those inept soldiers had not delayed the aberrant for long, they had nonetheless fulfilled their purpose by granting Strick the precious time needed to activate the X-11 weapon. Deploy. Strick, filled with exhilaration, plunged into the control system of the X-11 weapon and issued a command to his adversary. Standing before the testing platform, the X-11 weapon, resembling a marionette, suddenly lifted its head and strode forward with purpose. A flicker of excitement and anticipation crossed Strick's face as he eagerly anticipated how his X-11 weapon would confront the aberration. Rochester raised an eyebrow, realizing that after Wade's demise at his hands, Strick had once again developed a new iteration of the Deadpool. He recalled that the original Deadpool bore the codename X-11. It remained uncertain, however, which was superior, the new generation of Deadpool or the original, more irreverent version. Nevertheless, it was evident that while Strick had previously been terrified, the activation of this new Deadpool had instilled in him an unwavering calm. This suggested that the new iteration possessed considerable strength. Curiosity and anticipation danced across Rochester's countenance as well. He hoped this new Deadpool could indeed present him with a worthy challenge. With that thought in mind, he paid no heed to the trembling Silver Fox standing nearby and strode forward with determination. As Rochester's figure vanished completely into the corridor, Silver Fox could no longer contain a long sigh of relief. It was a wonder that, although Rochester had refrained from attacking her, his mere presence was enough to envelop Silver Fox in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such an extraordinary mutant. In that moment, a resolute gleam appeared in Silver Fox's eyes. She had made her decision. The chaos wrought by the abnormal Eastern mutant had created the perfect opportunity for her to quietly rescue her sister. It was clearly unrealistic to expect Strick to honor his promises. With that thought, Silver Fox wasted no time and swiftly departed. In the blink of an eye, the passage was devoid of life, save for the still bodies of the quiet men lying peacefully on the ground. A clang echoed as the heavy gate in another corridor began to rise, revealing a sharp and formidable silhouette before Rochester. The figure glanced at him and slowly uttered, "You are my target. Strike, didn't he even sew your mouth shut? Such a Deadpool lacks a soul," Rochester remarked, casting a skeptical glance at the new generation of Deadpool before him. With no further ado, two beams of scorching energy erupted towards each other. The new generation of Deadpool, similarly, unleashed two beams of heat from his eyes, colliding fiercely with Rorschach's rays. The opposing streams of heat clashed passionately, resulting in a brief stalemate. "Yes, strike." Witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but pump his fist with fervor. Deadpool had indeed lived up to his expectations. "Kid, weren't you boasting?" he thought. "Let my ultimate weapon shatter your skull." Strike felt a surge of confidence. However, soon, the triumphant smile on his face began to fade, replaced by a look of grave concern. The confrontation between Rorschach and Deadpool's heat rays did not last long. In fact, Rorschach's beams swiftly overwhelmed and extinguished those of Deadpool. The portion of Deadpool's heat rays dwindled increasingly until they were entirely consumed by Rorschach's onslaught. With a decisive thrust, Rorschach's heat ray struck Deadpool squarely in the face. Deadpool staggered violently, as if struck by lightning, and was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Were it not for the adamantium infused within him by Strike, that blow alone would have been enough to obliterate Deadpool's head. Even so, Rorschach's attack left Deadpool's skull in ruins, exposing his metallic skeletal structure. Remarkably, Wolverine's healing factor proved to be extraordinarily resilient, as even such a grievous injury failed to hinder him. In an instant, Deadpool's head was restored to its former state. Swiftly, Deadpool activated his teleportation ability, vanishing from sight. Clearly, after their earlier encounter, Strike realized that Deadpool could not triumph over Rorschach through direct confrontation, prompting him to adopt a more stealthy approach. However, this tactic also proved ineffective against Rorschach. In the next moment, Deadpool's figure materialized suddenly behind Rorschach, brandishing a long sword aimed directly at him. Yet, Rorschach seemed to anticipate Deadpool's arrival, swiftly extending his hand to seize Deadpool by the throat. Just as Rorschach intended to twist Deadpool's head off, the mercenary vanished once more, utilizing his teleportation ability to evade capture. Indeed, Deadpool's teleportation surpassed even that of the Red Devil. Once the Red Devil is captured, even the art of misdirection proves futile in escaping his captor. In the inaugural battle, the Beast, Hank, employed this strategy against the Red Devil. However, Deadpool's ability to misdirect transcends this limitation, presenting a considerable challenge. This implies that Rorschach must eliminate Deadpool instantaneously. Nevertheless, such a task, while somewhat troublesome, poses no significant obstacle for Rorschach. Excellent. Strike, on the other hand, was utterly exhilarated. Since Rorschach could not contend with the misdirection, he could allow Deadpool to exhaust Rorschach entirely. With his super healing and misdirection, Deadpool was indeed in a position of invincibility. While Strike reveled in his excitement, Rorschach's figure on the screen appeared to blur momentarily. The rudimentary filming technology of the era often resulted in such anomalies, and Strike paid it no mind. He continued to issue commands for Deadpool to attack Rorschach. Whoosh! Deadpool executed another misdirection, darting to Rorschach's side, his alloy sword poised to strike. Strike was undeterred, convinced that if he failed once, he would not fail again. If he landed a single blow, that would spell doom for Rorschach. After all, it was adamantium. However, Strike could never have anticipated that, at that very moment, Rorschach seemed to possess foreknowledge of Deadpool's position. With a swift turn, he produced a silver cleaver from his grasp and struck fiercely. In a single blow, he severed Deadpool's head. Thud! Deadpool's head bounced away like a ball, while his headless body collapsed heavily to the ground. Surely, regeneration was no longer an option? Rorschach cast a glance at the dismembered corpse of Deadpool and casually discarded the adamantium blade he had wielded. Indeed, Strike had just perceived Rorschach's figure blurring. In reality, Rorschach had utilized supersonic speed to retrieve an adamantium weapon from the lab. This facility housed numerous adamantium arms. It can only be said that Strike, that old fool, had made a grave error. Clapping his hands as if he had merely completed an insignificant task, Rorschach raised his gaze to the surveillance camera, seemingly locking eyes with Strike. Is this your ultimate trump card? Hardly impressive. Chapter 132. I have never encountered such a powerful mutant hiss. Under Rorschach's gaze, Strike felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, and even the hairs on his body stood on end. This was merely an image captured by the camera. It must be said that since his emergence, Rorschach has been an unstoppable force, annihilating all in his path with remarkable ferocity. Now, He has effortlessly dispatched Deadpool, whom Strick had regarded as a beacon of hope, leaving Strick with an immense psychological burden. In this moment, Strick is genuinely terrified. A monster. That fellow is indeed a monster. He has never encountered such a formidable mutant. Strick is at a loss to comprehend why Deadpool's teleportation would prove ineffective against him. Naturally, he could not have anticipated that Rorschach's superhuman hearing would allow him to detect Deadpool's heartbeat the moment he appeared, swiftly discerning his location. The teleportation trick had already failed against Rorschach at the CIA base, and it was even less likely to succeed now. As these chaotic thoughts raced through his mind, Strick cast a glance at the surveillance screen ahead and saw Rorschach striding purposefully towards him, causing him to lose all semblance of composure. He must escape. Strick immediately resolved to flee. With determination, he wasted no time. He quickly opened a drawer, retrieving a handgun forged from adamantium, and seized some adamantium bullets. While loading the weapon, he began his hasty retreat. But could Strick truly hope to escape before the relentless Rorschach? Bang! The moment he opened the door, Strick's body froze abruptly. For there, in the corridor ahead, stood a young figure, imposing and unwavering. Listen, Strick's words faltered as Rorschach unleashed a searing energy beam, obliterating Strick's head. Thud! Strick's headless corpse collapsed to the ground, the adamantium handgun slipping from his grasp, never to be employed. The life of this formidable antagonist, who had long been a nemesis of the X-Men, was abruptly concluded, leaving one to ponder the irony of his demise. Who could blame him for provoking Rorschach? Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,500 source points. Detected that the host has remaining source points. Would you like to use them for enhancement immediately? At the moment of Strick's demise, a notification echoed in Rorschach's mind. Enhancement. Without a trace of hesitation, Rorschach opted for enhancement. Congratulations, host. The template of the patriotic hero has been unlocked to level 50. The system emitted another prompt, stirring a sense of excitement and exhilaration within Rorschach. Unconsciously, he had managed to unlock 50% of the templates. Host, Rorschach, age, 16, speed, 5,881 ms, strength, 621 tons, physique, 910, average for a healthy adult male, 10. Mental power, 966, average for a healthy adult male, 10. Current template, patriotic individual, unlock progress, 50. Abilities, X-ray vision, intermediate. Enhanced hearing, intermediate. Heat ray, intermediate. Flight, intermediate. Source points, 26. Rorschach glanced at his attributes panel, noting a significant enhancement in his capabilities once again. Not only had his strength surpassed 600 tons, but his speed also approached twice the speed of sound. Satisfied with these advancements, he felt that his journey to 3 Mile Island had been immensely fruitful. Now, it was time to rescue the mutants held captive on the island. Without so much as a backward glance at the corpse of Strick lying nearby, he turned away, leaving without a trace. Utilizing his supervision combined with X-ray perception, Rorschach effortlessly located the area where numerous mutants were imprisoned. Without further ado, he vanished from sight in an instant. Bang! With the sound of an explosive impact, Rorschach materialized within a grand hall. A mere glance inside ignited a surge of anger within him. Strick deserved to die? The hall was lined with rows of iron bars. One could easily mistake it for a livestock farm intended for raising horses or cattle. However, the grim reality was that these iron enclosures contained not livestock, but human beings, mutants. Strick had imprisoned these individuals as if they were mere animals, a transgression that warranted his demise 100 times over. Come on, show some effort. At that moment, Silver Fox stood outside one of the iron bars, struggling to pick the lock with 2 pieces of wire he had somehow procured. Despite his strenuous efforts, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he achieved no success. Upon hearing a noise behind him, Silver Fox instinctively turned his head. Boom! His mind was instantly jolted, plunging him into a state of heightened tension, with his breathing becoming rapid and shallow. It is this monstrous being. The Silver Fox remains utterly perplexed by who Rorschach truly is and, more importantly, the purpose of his presence here. Should Rorschach harbor any intentions towards the mutants in this place, the Silver Fox knows she would be powerless to thwart him. Madam, why do you regard me with such anxious eyes, making me appear as though I am the villain? Rorschach remarked with a gentle chuckle, striding confidently toward the iron bars. What do you intend to do? The Silver Fox inhaled deeply, her gaze apprehensive as she watched Rorschach. With a slight smirk, Rorschach remained reticent. But soon his eyes began to emit two beams of thermal energy, shattering all the locks securing the iron bars. Upon realizing that Rorschach's objective aligned with hers, to rescue the mutants, relief washed over the Silver Fox's anxious heart. At that moment, the imprisoned mutants, filled with astonishment and joy, began to emerge from their confines. Is this real? We are saved. How wonderful, we are saved. Each individual seemed to have been reborn, embracing one another, laughing, and sharing tales of their miraculous survival. Hela, Michelle, the Silver Fox and her sister embraced tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Witnessing this scene, a smile of contentment graced Rorschach's features. Chapter 133. Wolverine, I've just arrived, and the base has already been laid waste. Splash. A subtle spray erupted from the coastline of the secret base as a head emerged from the water. The figure cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring safety before confidently climbing ashore. It was Wolverine. After leaping from the plane, he had struggled to swim forward on hands and feet, and at long last, he had arrived at this clandestine stronghold. Carefully emerging from the water, Wolverine crouched low, utilizing the cover of night to stealthily advance. However, he soon realized his caution might be unwarranted. The perimeter of the base was eerily silent, devoid of any sound save for the whisper of the sea breeze. After a prolonged observation, he had yet to glimpse a single silhouette. Considering that Rorschach had already infiltrated the base and reflecting on Rorschach's remarkable abilities, Wolverine surmised that the guards outside had likely already been dealt with by him. Wolverine's conjecture was soon confirmed as he approached the entrance of the base. He indeed found the ground strewn with numerous corpses in disarray. Rorschach was impressive. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Wolverine. The sheer number of guards, each armed, presented a challenge he could certainly confront, albeit at a considerable cost and the risk of being turned into a sieve. Although Wolverine possessed the gift of regeneration, rendering him nearly indestructible, the sensation of pain was all too real. Most crucially, engaging them would undoubtedly alert Stryker within the base, prompting him to bolster his defenses, an outcome that could lead to significant complications. Unlike Rorschach, who could effortlessly dispatch a group with a mere flick of his body, rendering their demise silent and seamless, Wolverine carried this exhilaration with him as he smoothly arrived at the entrance Rorschach had breached. Throughout this entire process, he encountered no obstructions. Exhaling softly, a heightened sense of vigilance settled in Wolverine's heart. He was about to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold and had prepared himself for an intense battle. However, the unnerving silence within the base puzzled him. Yet, Wolverine did not dwell on it. He extended his claws and began to stealthily advance along the corridor. After only a few steps, he discovered the passage ahead littered with corpses, and upon navigating past it, he encountered yet another similar scene. More corpses. The next corridor. And the one after that. Wolverine gradually became desensitized, finding nothing but bodies. No longer cautious, he swiftly began to survey the interior of the base. He located the control room, and through its surveillance monitors, the entirety of the base unfolded before his eyes. It was then that Wolverine realized. Aside from Rorschach and the imprisoned mutants, there were no living souls left within the entire facility. He stood in stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to murmur, "This must be a joke." From the murder of his wife, Silver Fox, to being manipulated by Stryker into agreeing to the X Project modifications, to ultimately discovering he had been deceived, Wolverine had expended immense effort searching for Stryker's base. All this toil was aimed at avenging Stryker. Yet now, after enduring countless trials and finally arriving at his destination, he found that Rorschach had already obliterated Stryker's stronghold. This was simply too outrageous. Since leaping from the aircraft, how much time has truly elapsed? In such a heavily fortified secret base, it has been utterly vanquished by Rorschach? Wolverine, aware of Rorschach's formidable prowess, nevertheless finds himself profoundly affected by Rorschach's ferocity. Simultaneously, he cannot shake off a sense of absurdity. The fickleness of fate has rendered his strenuous efforts to merely an inconsequential act. Strick. Upon regaining his composure, Wolverine recalls this pivotal concern. The overwhelming number of corpses scattered throughout the base makes it exceedingly difficult to locate Strick's body via surveillance. Thus, Wolverine refrains from further delay, turning to hasten away in search of Strick's remains. Eventually, he halts before a corpse with half its head obliterated, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Strick. Who would have thought you would meet such an end? Gazing down at the lifeless form, Wolverine utters these words. Despite the grievous state of the head, he recognizes the identity through the hairstyle and other distinguishing features. It is all over. After murmuring this to himself, Wolverine withdraws his gaze and swiftly departs. Dear brethren, I am Rorschach. As you can see, I too am a mutant. I am one of your kin. Before the liberated mutants, Rorschach speaks eloquently. All eyes are fixed upon him, gazes focused and reverent. Though Rorschach appears quite youthful, he has just demonstrated an extraordinarily potent mutant ability, instilling respect among them. Not to mention, he has liberated them. You once lived in perpetual darkness, trembling daily in fear of when Strick might turn against you, uncertain of what tomorrow held. But now, I declare to you, it is all over. Strick is dead, and this base has been dismantled by me. You are free. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Rorschach proclaims this with fervor. What? Is it true? Strick is truly dead? Marvelous. The atmosphere erupts with disbelief. The mutants can scarcely comprehend the words they have heard, feeling as though this reality is surreal. They had resigned themselves to a lifetime as Strick's lab rats, enduring a dismal existence in despair. Yet, who could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events? Strick has been slain. A grand savior has arrived to rescue them. To everyone, this seemed nothing short of a dream, utterly surreal. However, none were foolish enough to doubt Rorschach's words. After all, had the base not truly fallen, Strick would have long since arrived with reinforcements. How could they allow themselves to be rescued? Chapter 134. Wolverine, it is not that I am incompetent, but you are simply extraordinary. Strick is dead. This secret base has indeed been compromised. This is beyond dispute. Indeed, it was I who saved you. Of that there is no doubt. Yet, my aspirations extend beyond mere rescue. I have also established a grand family, a sanctuary dedicated solely to us, the mutants. Within this haven, our brethren gather to support and uplift one another. However, I shall not impose my will upon you. Those who wish to accompany me shall be welcomed, and even those who choose to remain behind, I will ensure their safe passage from this base, after which they may depart at their leisure. There is no need for haste. We have ample time to ponder our choices. For now, let us depart from this place. Rorschach's voice resonated as he surveyed the assembly of mutants, speaking earnestly to them. The atmosphere became electric, a cacophony of murmurs erupted. The mutants exchanged glances, each contemplating the dilemma. Should they leave on their own, or follow the one who had saved them? This posed a significant question. Some hesitated, while others displayed resolute determination, clearly having made their choice. Observing their reactions, Rorschach offered no further commentary. He simply beckoned the group and led them along the corridor ahead. With a thunderous sound, the heavy gate slowly ascended, revealing the imposing figure of a man before them. The mutants instinctively felt a surge of tension. Yet, Rorschach smiled, reassuring them, "Remain calm, everyone. He is not an adversary." With that, Rorschach greeted Wolverine. "Logan, you have arrived a tad late." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Wolverine. He stood speechless, utterly at a loss for words. "Am I late? Or is it you who is simply extraordinary? How could a normal person, in such a brief span, single-handedly dismantle a heavily fortified military base? Even an entire battalion would struggle to achieve such swiftness." Wolverine was utterly astonished by Rorschach. Just as he was about to utter a word, his gaze froze in disbelief. A familiar figure of a woman suddenly appeared before his eyes. Wolverine stood there, stunned. Hela? Hadn't she perished? He had even buried her. What could this possibly mean? Rogue, the Silver Fox, was equally taken aback by Wolverine's unexpected presence. Her composure faltered, and the tension within her began to unravel. Deceiving Wolverine had never been her intention, and ever since that dreadful incident, she had been plagued by guilt and remorse. Silver Fox had assumed she would never cross paths with Wolverine again, yet here she was, confronted by him once more. "Hela, I don't understand. You were dead, right before my eyes." Wolverine gazed at Silver Fox, his voice a whisper of disbelief. "I'm sorry, Logan. I deceived you," Silver Fox replied, filled with profound regret, unable to meet his gaze. "Logan, both of you. Isn't this a rather inappropriate time for flirtation?" Rorschach's voice interrupted, harshly breaking their exchange. Wolverine and Silver Fox fell silent, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment. "Logan," Rorschach continued, his eyes firmly fixed on Wolverine, "could you please escort everyone out? We need to regroup with the Card King." "And what about you?" Wolverine inquired earnestly. Simply eliminating everyone here is insufficient. This place harbors a wealth of research on mutants that must be destroyed, Rorschach explained matter-of-factly. He had initially planned to lead everyone out of the base before returning to handle the destruction, but with Wolverine's arrival, such complications were unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Wolverine readily accepted the task. He nodded and promptly guided the mutants to safety. As for Rorschach, true to his word, he began to explore the inner workings of the base. The various devices and instruments within the laboratories were obliterated by Rorschach's thermal rays. The pertinent research materials were gathered and incinerated until nothing remained. Why not simply set the entire place ablaze? The answer lay in the need for discretion. The resulting smoke would attract immediate attention, leading to unwarranted complications. Rorschach, of course, does not shy away from trouble. However, it is always preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, with nuclear facilities present, it is even more inadvisable to act recklessly. Just then, a series of thermal rays obliterated a laboratory, and as Rorschach contemplated his departure, his gaze was inexplicably drawn to an unusual stone that had fallen to the ground. This stone had originally rested upon a scientific instrument, and in his attempt to destroy the device with the thermal rays, he had inadvertently swept the stone along with it. To Rorschach's astonishment, the stone that should have been reduced to rubble by his thermal rays remained entirely intact. It was propelled away by the force of the rays, crashing to the floor without sustaining any damage. What could this object be? Rorschach found himself captivated by the peculiar stone. Considering that it had been placed on the experimenter's table by Strick, it was undoubtedly no ordinary item, further piquing Rorschach's interest. Could this be a mineral of Edmund alloy? This was the first thought that flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The stone did not appear to fit that description. It was too pristine, resembling granite, and had been severed cleanly by some sharp instrument, its cut as smooth as a mirror. Yet, moments ago, it had withstood the heat of Rorschach's thermal rays. Fueled by curiosity, he picked up the stone and, after a brief moment of contemplation, unleashed another thermal ray upon it. To his astonishment, the stone did not suffer any harm under the energy's assault. Instead, it emanated a blue glow moments later. However, as soon as Rorschach retracted the thermal ray, the stone's blue luminescence quickly faded. Intriguing. A glint of curiosity sparkled in Rorschach's eyes. Chapter 135. An accidental awakening of abilities unknown to his homeland. To be frank, Rorschach had not anticipated that his thermal rays would cause such a transformation in the stone. From its previous reactions, it appeared as though his thermal rays had activated the stone. Having confirmed that this object was indeed extraordinary, Rorschach refrained from conducting further reckless experiments. Countless films from his previous life had portrayed the adage that curiosity can lead to peril. If he were to unwittingly provoke a disastrous outcome, it would certainly spell trouble. However, having discovered such a mysterious stone, Rorschach could not simply ignore it. He intended to take it back to Hank for further study. Suddenly, to Rorschach's astonishment, the seemingly intact stone fractured unexpectedly. A dazzling blue light emanated from the fissure. With each crackling sound, more and more fractures appeared on the stone. Ultimately, it exploded with a resounding boom, releasing a brilliant burst of blue radiance. This was merely the beginning. Alarmingly, the blue light surged forth as if it were alive, rushing towards Rorschach in an instant. What was happening? Rorschach was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his near-double supersonic speed, swiftly evading to the side. However, to his surprise, despite his incredible speed, he could not escape the blue light. It penetrated his body and vanished without a trace. Rorschach felt a sudden tightness in his core, his body tensed as a wave of anxiety washed over him. Could he have been cursed by some malevolent force? Or perhaps irradiated by an unknown energy? Would he be transformed into a monster? Wasn't this the kind of scenario depicted in movies? Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate? Rorschach swallowed hard, hastily examining his body. Upon inspection, his expression shifted. He actually discovered something not physical, but rather spiritual. After careful consideration, he realized his body was devoid of any ailments. Everything was as it should be. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unfamiliar sensation, one that transcended the five senses. It was a perception he could not articulate, a sense that allowed him to discern the presence of objects around him without relying on touch, sight, or smell. Even when he closed his eyes, the entire environment manifested in his mind as a blue-hued image, reminiscent of Daredevil's radar perception. Undoubtedly, This change was instigated by the blue light within that peculiar stone. The predominant hue of his newfound perception was unmistakably blue. Thus, the harrowing experience had ultimately bestowed upon Rorschach a new superpower, and nothing more. A power utterly useless, even surpassing that of his compatriots. No further consequences? A peculiar expression involuntarily crossed Luosia's face, for he sensed that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. Nevertheless, he meticulously examined his body once more, inside and out, and could definitively discern no other alterations. Oh well, whatever will be, will be. Luosia resigned himself to this conclusion, yet in his heart, he resolved that upon returning, he would insist that Hank conduct a thorough examination of him. In Alaska, in the fervent town of Rainforest, an aging pickup truck ambled along a somewhat unkempt road. The bed of the truck was laden with box after box, alongside an assortment of tables, chairs, and various household furnishings. Inside the cab, a cowboy, appearing to be in his 40s with a gaunt visage but profound eyes, drove with a stoic expression. Beside him in the passenger seat sat a girl of approximately 15 or 16, radiant with youth and sporting a cascade of golden waves. However, she wore a sulky expression, her lips pursed in frustration. "Smith, I've only just begun to settle in here. I've made friends, and they even invited me to the carnival. Can we not halt this madness?" She lamented. "We've moved 8 times in 10 years, and I'm truly fed up. This is not the life I desire." Number 6. Cease your futile complaints. We cannot linger in one place for too long, lest the mages come after us. Moreover, we must locate the sacred stone and find the others. Smith replied, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, not sparing a glance for the girl, his tone cold and unyielding. "You must remember, we are not here to relish life. We have a nobler mission and duty, both for you and for me. Have you forgotten how the mages laid waste to our homeland?" At this, Number 6's face fell, rendered speechless, her countenance darkening with a sense of loss. As if haunted by some tragic past, Smith cast a sideways glance at her, realizing his words might have been too harsh, and attempted to console her. Number 6. "I understand this is a heavy burden, but fortunately, you need not bear it alone. This is the fate of all 9 of you, not just yours to shoulder. The problem lies precisely there, Smith," Number 6 replied helplessly. "We cannot even find the others. Do not worry. Once I locate the sacred stone, it will guide us to the others," Smith assured her earnestly. "But that hinges on one condition. We must first find the sacred stone," Number 6 emphasized gravely. A single statement rendered Smith speechless. Indeed, the sacred stone possesses the ability to guide them in locating others. Yet the pressing issue remains that they have no knowledge of its whereabouts. Number 6, fret not. Although I am unaware of the sacred stone's location, I will immediately sense its energy once it is activated. Therefore, there is no cause for concern. Despite Smith's assurances, Number 6 harbored no optimism. The name Sacred Stone may sound impressive, yet in appearance, it is merely a rock, lost in some obscure corner of this planet. How could it possibly be activated out of the blue? Should she pray for a lightning bolt to strike it when it rains? What a jest! They had searched for the Sacred Stone for an entire decade, yet not a single clue had surfaced. Smith. Number 6 was poised to engage Smith further when she was taken aback to see a sudden expression of excitement and elation cross his face. Moreover, the wolf-tooth pendant hanging from Smith's chest began to emit a faint blue glow. What was happening? "Smith, what is the matter?" Number 6 inquired, perplexed. "The sacred stone has just been activated." Chapter 136. The Card Monarch. Humanity cannot be this powerful. 3 Mile Island. With a scoff, Rorschach dismantled the last laboratory and retracted his heat ray. He then leisurely exited the base, making his way into one of the corridors. There, a jeep awaited him. Without uttering a word, Rorschach swiftly climbed into the vehicle and started the engine. It wasn't that Rorschach was too lazy to walk or sought to steal a vehicle from the base. Given his current wealth, such actions were unnecessary. The reason he opted to drive was that the jeep contained his prized possession, adamantium. This supermetal boasts a hardness that surpasses even vibranium. Having encountered it, Rorschach certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. He held little regard for anything else within the base, but adamantium was a treasure he would not refuse. The sole regret was that even Strick possessed only a limited quantity. The jeep was merely filled to capacity. Nonetheless, Rorschach was not one to be ungrateful. Even a little is still something, after all. "Let me see where you are." Once the vehicle was operational, Rorschach employed his X-ray vision to survey the surroundings and immediately spotted where the various mutants had congregated. He uttered not a word of nonsense. Swiftly gripping the steering wheel as the vehicle vanished into the distance, soon lost from sight. Navigating through various corridors, he wound along the island's serpentine paths, ultimately bringing his car to a halt before a helipad. Here, the likes of Gambit, Wolverine, and other mutants had gathered. Upon the sudden approach of a vehicle, an instinctive tension gripped the crowd, only to dissipate as they recognized it was Rorschach behind the wheel. "I thought you had left alone," Wolverine remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm upon seeing Rorschach. "Why would I do that?" Rorschach retorted, incredulous at the suggestion. Did he make such an arduous journey merely to eliminate a Strucker? "How should I know? You took too long," Wolverine replied, taking a puff from his cigar and exhaling a plume of smoke. "So, Rorschach, you single-handedly cleared out a base?" Gambit's incredulous voice followed. "Are you certain you are human? No human could possess such strength." Rorschach shrugged. "If you insist on seeing me as a deity, I suppose that could be arranged. I'm considering you a monster, if you must know." Gambit shot back. "Hey, Rorschach, look what I've found." Gambit then shifted the conversation, brimming with excitement as he gestured toward a larger, more magnificent aircraft behind him. "Let me tell you, this is my discovery. It belongs to me. And you cannot claim it. Do you understand?" Rorschach was taken aback by Gambit's discovery of a new plane, realizing that the previous dilapidated craft would be of no use. With a dismissive smirk, he considered the aircraft a military asset, indeed, but a veritable hot potato, one that could hardly be operated. Not to mention, Hank's design of the Blackbird was far more appealing. Rorschach held little interest in this find. "My sole concern is this. Since you can operate your dilapidated little gem, you ought to manage this grand treasure as well, correct?" Rorschach inquired calmly, fixing a steady gaze upon Gambit. "What are you jesting about?" Gambit bristled at the open challenge. "Standing tall, I could even perform a dazzling aerial display for you, showcasing the art of flight." Wolverine couldn't help but display a look of utter disdain. Though his acquaintance with Gambit had been brief, he had seen through the facade of this flamboyant character. The likelihood of his words holding any truth was scant. A chuckle escaped someone in the group, unable to contain their amusement. Some youthful mutants were amused by the playful banter between the King of Cards and Rorschach. At this moment, everyone was utterly convinced that the base had been completely obliterated, and they were soon to be rescued from this nightmarish place, which uplifted their spirits considerably. The atmosphere was filled with joy. "Your nonsense is hardly credible, even to children," Wolverine remarked with a languid puff of smoke, offering a sardonic commentary from the sidelines. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that flying makes you anxious," the King of Cards retorted without hesitation, addressing the crowd. "You may think this uncle is quite cool and formidable now, but once aboard the plane, you will see he is merely a little kitten, just like this." With that, he humorously demonstrated Wolverine's demeanor while flying. Laughter erupted once more. "All right, esteemed artist, it's getting late. We must depart." Rorschach clapped his hands, prompting the jovial chatter to cease as everyone began to board the aircraft, with Rorschach naturally driving the Jeep inside as well. Approximately 15 minutes later, the plane ascended from 3 Mile Island, disappearing into the clouds. "We are free. We are truly liberated." Gazing out the window at the majestic, billowing clouds, the mutants felt their once anxious hearts finally ease. Many faces radiated happiness, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. Having escaped that nightmarish ordeal, they were on the brink of a new chapter in their lives. Where would they go from here? The words Rorschach had spoken on 3 Mile Island echoed in their minds when the time came. Would they follow this powerful savior or seek to forge new lives for themselves? Everyone pondered this question. Amidst these thoughts, the plane unknowingly landed in a secluded area on the outskirts of New York. The mutants disembarked in succession, gathering in the open space outside the aircraft. "Supreme, the vehicles have been arranged." Serena, who had received early notification, approached Rorschach with an umbrella, reporting to him. Rorschach nodded subtly, offering no further comments. "Hello, beautiful. I am Remy LeBeau," the King of Cards exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Serena, eagerly attempting to charm her. Unfortunately for him, Serena did not deign to acknowledge him, not even sparing him a glance. As for the others, they were far more astute than the King of Cards, dutifully gathering before Rorschach, awaiting his instructions. "Ladies and gentlemen," under the gaze of the onlookers, Rorschach spoke, "I believe you have all given this considerable thought. So now, reveal your choice to me. Will you accompany me, or will you depart?" As Rorschach articulated these words, the atmosphere shifted. A palpable seriousness enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances. I suppose we can never return to what was, can we? The first to respond was a young man, his eyes concealed beneath a blindfold. He was a focal point for Rorschach, as well as the younger brother of an old friend, a notable figure in the X-Men saga, Cyclops. Scott Summers. Others may not grasp the weight of his situation, but for him, it was undeniably true. After all, the moment he opened his eyes, calamity ensued. Survival among humanity was no longer an option. Accompanying Rorschach was Cyclops' sole choice. I too have been cast out by my family, remarked another young man, whose tongue resembled that of a lizard. His peculiar appendage had once branded him a monster, much like Cyclops in some respects. Rorschach, I will follow you. I will join you as well. After Cyclops and the lizard-tongued individual spoke, other mutants began to voice their decisions to Rorschach. Half of them resolved to accompany him. However, as naturally as there were those who chose to follow, there were also those who decided to leave. Rorschach, I am sincerely grateful for all you have done. If you ever require my assistance, I will do my utmost to help. Yet, I am sorry. I choose to live with my sister. After a brief moment of silence, Michelle, the sister of Silver Fox, spoke apologetically to Rorschach. Rorschach recalled her. She possessed the remarkable ability to turn her body into diamond, a rather impressive power. To be honest, however, as Rorschach had stated, the decision was theirs to make, and he did not impede their choice. He merely nodded faintly and glanced at the remaining individuals who had yet to express their stance. You all intend to leave as well, just like Michelle, correct? I apologize. Rorschach. My apologies, Rorschach. That is quite all right. I respect your choices. Farewell, everyone. Rorschach waved to those opting to depart and then instructed Selena beside him. Please arrange for everyone to leave. Understood, Supreme. Selena acknowledged and beckoned to her waiting subordinates. Those who chose to follow Rorschach were soon organized and guided to their vehicles. Those who intended to depart naturally have done so. In the end, only Rorschach, Wolverine, the King of Cards, and the Silver Fox sisters remained. Rorschach. This has been an exhilarating journey, yet I fervently hope it shall never be repeated. As for you, Logan, I wish to avoid encountering you both in the future. After exchanging a brief greeting with Rorschach and Wolverine, the King of Cards eagerly retreated back into the aircraft. Following their parting, Rorschach cast a glance at Wolverine, uttering no further words, and promptly entered Selena's vehicle, hastily departing. Individuals like the King of Cards and Wolverine would never choose to follow Rorschach, a fact that did not surprise him in the least. The King of Cards is a rogue at heart. As for Wolverine, analyzing the former Wolverine holds little significance now, as his fate has undergone a profound transformation. In the original narrative, Wolverine was struck in the head by Stryker using adamantium, resulting in amnesia. Yet now, due to Rorschach's intervention, that event never transpired. Wolverine retains all his memories, and moreover, his wife is still alive. Observing their interactions, Rorschach was even confident that they would rekindle their bond, as they had already begun exchanging flirtatious glances aboard the plane. If all goes as anticipated, Wolverine will once again retreat into seclusion with his wife. Oh, and let us not forget his sister-in-law, who had expressed her desire to live with her sister. The celestial life of me, my sister-in-law, and her sister, a tale of one man and two women. Rorschach's mind conjured several grand narratives in an instant. Shaking his head to dispel those chaotic thoughts, Rorschach leaned back against the seat and once again entered his mental realm. Indeed, it is a mental realm. In the past, Rorschach only knew that his mental prowess was 90 times that of an ordinary person. While it may seem extravagant, this was merely a cold, detached figure on an attribute panel. What level his mental strength truly resided at remained unclear to him. Would he be immune to Scarlet Witch's mind-manipulating magic when the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron commence? Or could he withstand Loki's scepter? Rorschach could not ascertain. Although his mental faculties were indeed formidable, they held no tangible concept for him. Perhaps it was still an elusive notion, intangible and unseen. However, following the unexpected incident at the 3 Mile Island secret base, circumstances began to shift. Rorschach, once unable to perceive or touch the ethereal essence of psychic energy, now found himself vividly aware of it, as if a cerulean brush had painted his perception in shades of blue. With a mere thought, he could immerse himself in this azure realm, reminiscent of thermal imaging. Yet, this perception transcended mere heat detection. It embraced the entirety of his surroundings, a truly wondrous sensation. Moreover, this sensitivity was not elementary. It was exquisitely refined. When he concentrated on a specific point, he could observe with remarkable detail. For instance, at this very moment, his psychic energy could penetrate the blue magnetic lines, delving deep into the objects before him. The genuine leather enveloping a chair, the lining within, and even the metal framework concealed underneath. Everything lay exposed under this extraordinary perception. To illustrate further, it resembled the divine consciousness depicted in fantasy novels. This sensation was distinct from mere X-ray vision, which only scrutinized visual layers. Instead, it functioned as a form of tactile engagement, warmth and coolness, softness and hardness, along with various physical attributes. All yielded feedback through this perception. He could even command his psychic force to initiate touch and other actions. Suddenly, Rorschach opened his eyes wide, unable to suppress the astonishment blooming on his face. If his psychic energy could indeed touch objects, did that not suggest the existence of telekinesis? Indeed, telekinesis. The thought flooded him with exhilaration. Since his psychic energy had transformed from an abstract concept to a tangible force capable of interacting with the physical world, did it not imply that he could manipulate other objects as well? For instance, move them? Was this not the very essence of telekinesis? This notion ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him, compelling him to attempt a practical test. Aware that his control over psychic energy was still in its infancy, and that previous interactions had been feeble, Rorschach first plucked a button from his garment. He held it in his hand, channeling all his psychic energy to attempt to touch and manipulate the button. With a soft thud, the button moved. He had succeeded. The thrill surging through Rorschach was indescribable. His seemingly whimsical and somewhat absurd theory had been validated. He truly possessed telekinesis. Though still in its nascent stages, this is merely the beginning. Rorschach firmly believes that his psychic abilities will gradually strengthen over time. Of course, telekinesis is but one facet. For Rorschach, there exists an even more significant hypothesis: a controllable mental force, imbued with telekinetic attributes. Does this not hint at the emergence of magical resistance skills? And magical resistance has long been a considerable shortcoming for his homeland's people, even for those endowed with superhuman abilities. A person from his homeland, possessing magical resistance, would be truly invincible. The mere thought of this fills Rorschach with excitement. As the journey unfolds, he becomes wholly engrossed in the exploration of his mental prowess, oblivious to the passage of time. Supreme, we have arrived. The sound of Selena's voice breaks through his reverie. Glancing around, Rorschach suddenly realizes they have reached the base. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of car door slams, Rorschach and the group of mutants disembark. What a magnificent place. How extravagant. It feels as grand as a castle. The mutants, upon beholding the opulent estate, are awestruck, much like a child entering a wonderland. Their eyes widen in amazement. Welcome to your new home, Rorschach exclaims, opening his arms in greeting to the gathered mutants. Wow, there are quite a number of us this time. It seems this place will no longer be desolate. A voice chimes in, revealing Raven, her face alight with joy as she approaches. The other elders accompany her, equally delighted to see Rorschach has brought nearly 10 mutants with him. They are all compatriots, and in these trying times, witnessing such a reunion is heartening for everyone. Now this feels like something. Even Mimic Cat cannot contain his excitement. Raven, I will rely on you from here on out. Rorschach addresses her, and without further ado, she efficiently leads the mutants away to make the necessary arrangements. It must be said, having such a capable steward undeniably alleviates much of Rorschach's burden. Emma, Vanessa, it appears we have quite a crowd this time. Would you two mind assisting Raven? Rorschach requests, directing his gaze toward the White Queen and Mimic Cat, who are laughing together nearby. I knew you summoned me for work, Mimic Cat quips, though his remark is merely playful banter, nothing more. I am genuinely looking forward to the surprises they may have in store for me. The White Queen exhibited a visage of curiosity. Hank, follow me. I have brought an array of remarkable items. Rorschach beckoned Hank with a hint of mystery. What remarkable items? Hank was instantly captivated by Rorschach's intriguing statement. Selena, please have the items transported to the laboratory. Rorschach gestured to Selena. Understood, Your Excellency. Selena acknowledged and promptly instructed the workers to begin moving the boxes of Edmund alloy ore, along with various Edmund alloy weapons forged by Strick, into the laboratory. Are these some kind of ore? Hank glanced over and then shot a skeptical look at Rorschach. It wasn't that he underestimated Rorschach. Rather, The handling of ores required a high level of expertise. However, considering that these materials were likely scavenged from Strick by Rorschach, Hank couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Do not underestimate these ores. I assure you, they are among the hardest metals in the universe. Rorschach stated emphatically to Hank. The hardest metals in the universe? Hank's eyes widened in astonishment. Could those stones truly be so extraordinary? Rubbing his hands together, a fervent light gleamed in Hank's eyes. He was eager to commence his research. Hank, wait. Rorschach called to him. In comparison to studying the Edmund alloy, Rorschach had something far more pressing that required Hank's assistance. A physical examination. Although Rorschach had yet to feel any unusual sensations within his body, he could not rest easy without Hank conducting a thorough check. What is the matter, Rorschach? Hank regarded him with a serious expression. It was evident that Rorschach had something significant on his mind. Hank, keep this discreet. I would like you to examine my body quietly. A physical examination? Hank scrutinized Rorschach from head to toe, his concern mounting. Are you injured? I am not injured, but I am uncertain whether I have sustained any injury, Rorschach explained, recounting the peculiar stone incident, leaving Hank momentarily flabbergasted. The stone, capable of withstanding Rorschach's thermal rays while self-dissolving and emitting a blue glow, was something Hank had never encountered before. Without hesitation, Hank escorted Rorschach to the appropriate laboratory to conduct a detailed and comprehensive examination. Rochester, after my examination, I can confirm that there are no issues with your physical condition. Ultimately, Hank's words provided a modicum of reassurance to Rochester. Since Hank found no problems through various instruments and devices, it can only indicate that Rochester's corporeal form is indeed sound. The only notable effect of that peculiar stone was to transform his mental prowess from a state of illusion to one of reality. Of course, mental faculties cannot be assessed with the current equipment at Hank's disposal, but there were also no anomalies concerning the brain, which is closely linked to mental capability. Although a hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart, it seemed there was little choice but to accept the situation as it stood. Chapter 139. We declare war on humanity. A new day dawned. The sunlight, warm yet gentle, streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Rochester's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. I must say, the sensation of waking naturally is truly delightful. Throwing off the covers, he instinctively approached the window to gaze outside. To his delight, he observed several young individuals playing basketball on the court. On the grass, others had set up easels, skillfully depicting the essence of the base with their brushes. Indeed, the base finally seemed to pulsate with life. Rochester nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This was a sign that the manor was infused with some vitality. After a brief wash, Rochester donned his attire, not lingering any longer. He exited his room to join Hank and the others. Good morning, Director. Good morning, Director. Along the way, those mutants whom Rochester had welcomed and settled here greeted him warmly. Initially, it was Vincent who had jested, suggesting that they were akin to children from an orphanage, with Rochester being their benevolent director. This playful banter inadvertently led to the widespread adoption of the title Director Rochester. Rochester found himself somewhat bemused by this development. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, director was a term of respect. Moreover, who could discern whether he was the director of an orphanage or an academy? Should Rochester transform this mutant base into an academy for mutants in the future, his title would become entirely justified. Scott, as he traversed the playground, he encountered a narrow stone path flanked by bamboo chairs and swings. A young man, his eyes obscured by a blindfold, sat listlessly on a swing, basking in the sun. It was Cyclops Scott. Due to his inability to see, he was relegated to sitting on the swing for the time being. Mr. Rochester. Upon hearing the voice, Scott promptly rose from the swing and made his way toward Rochester, feeling his way forward. Are you accustomed to this place? Rorschach inquired with a smile, gently resting his hand on the other person's shoulder. Indeed, I am quite accustomed. Thank you, Mr. Rorschach. Scott expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for Rorschach, he would still be confined in that experimental facility, living a life of inhumane suffering as someone else's test subject. Thus, Scott's appreciation for Rorschach was genuine and devoid of any pretense. Although his blindness made it temporarily challenging for him to connect with his fellow beings, this was already a rebirth for him. Scott, do not fret about your eyes. Hank is our little genius, and he will devise a way for you to safely open them, Rorschach assured him confidently, patting Scott's shoulder after exchanging a few pleasantries. Little genius? Scott's expression turned quizzical. Ah, the brilliant inventor, he realized, then managed a resigned smile for Rorschach. Mr. Rorschach, I've actually adapted, it's all right. Clearly, he held no hope regarding Rorschach's words about safely opening his eyes. Rorschach chose not to elaborate further, preferring to wait and observe Scott's expression when Hank eventually crafted the laser glasses. Hey, Rorschach. Good morning, everyone. Upon arriving in the activity hall, Hank, Raven, Emma Frost, and Mimic were already present. After exchanging brief greetings, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. Rorschach, the registration work has been completed. Here is the roster for everyone, Raven said, handing Rorschach a copy. He glanced over it, noting the names, ages, personalities, and basic abilities of the mutants, which were all clearly annotated for easy comprehension. After scanning the list, Rorschach felt informed and then turned his gaze to Emma Frost. Emma, understanding his intent, Emma nodded. I have examined their memories, and they pose no threat. Although these individuals, other than Vincent, were all recruited by Rorschach from Stryker's base, the necessary protocols could not be overlooked. This was precisely why Rorschach had first recruited Emma Frost. With her presence, any ill-intentioned individuals would find it impossible to infiltrate, especially once the brainwave amplifier was completed. Emma would truly function as a human radar, akin to another Professor X, enhancing her role significantly. I conducted a preliminary assessment of their abilities, and I believe we should pay particular attention to two individuals. At this moment, Mimic also spoke up, placing her finger on the roster and pointing to Scott, whose potential is immense. Then there is Rorschach, who I believe ranks just below you in terms of potential within the entire base. Others echoed this sentiment, expressing great expectations for Scott. Rorschach was not surprised. Anyone familiar with the X-Men film series understands the prowess of Cyclops. Moreover, Cyclops has served as the leader of the X-Men and even succeeded Professor X as the head of the school for gifted youngsters. His potential is indeed boundless. His eyes can emit laser beams, and with the aid of ruby quartz, which effectively filters out most wavelengths of light, I believe I can craft a pair of ruby quartz glasses for him. This way, he would be able to open his eyes, Hank added. Rorschach nodded, indicating his understanding. Besides this, there is Vincent. Mimic once again placed her hand on another name. In terms of offensive capability, he cannot compare to Scott, but his ability development is diverse. If harnessed properly, he could even surpass Scott in surprising everyone. Rorschach similarly nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of ideas, they had a basic understanding of the newly recruited mutants. The primary subjects for cultivation are currently just two, Scott and Vincent. Rorschach, everyone. Raven's voice suddenly interrupted the group. She approached the television and turned up the volume. A figure on the news instantly captured everyone's attention. Eric, or rather, Eric fully transformed into Magneto. There he stood, draped in his cape and wearing his helmet, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Behind him lay chaos, with several overturned police cars barely visible in the scene. My fellow brethren, how much longer must we endure such oppression? It is time to strike back. We must declare war on humanity. From this day forth, we shall sound the horn of counterattack. Magneto audaciously declared war on all of humanity over the airwaves. Chapter 140, Rorschach. The sole hope for saving mutants. The atmosphere in the room became immediately oppressive. Aside from Rorschach, the other mutants were clearly agitated by Magneto's fervor. Even the former Black King, who shared Eric's radical views and sought to annihilate humanity, had only operated in the shadows, quietly biding his time. Until the eruption of the Cuban Missile Crisis, few were aware of the enigmatic actions of the Black King. Unlike Magneto, who flaunted his intentions brazenly, Eric seemed to have lost his senses. Raven furrowed her brow deeply. War? Was this truly his desire? This individual was even more deranged than Shaw. The imitation of a cat wore a similarly astonished expression. The situation was already chaotic enough, yet Eric continued to exacerbate it. Hank shook his head, unable to conceal the worry etched on his face. The rift between mutants and ordinary humans had reached a perilous climax, and Eric's actions would only serve to heighten the tensions and conflicts, further obscuring the already precarious fate of mutants. Hank could discern no clear path forward for anyone. Are we to do nothing? The White Queen, arms crossed, appeared the most composed among them, casting a glance at Rorschach as she spoke. Engaging in warfare against ordinary humans was of little concern to her, yet Eric's conduct struck her as foolish. Such actions would merely subject mutants to further suffering, altering nothing in the grand scheme. If war were to be waged, it should be grounded in tangible actions, not hollow rhetoric that jeopardized their own kin. The White Queen's apprehension stemmed solely from the belief that Eric's declaration of war would bring greater calamity upon mutants. With her words, all eyes turned towards Rorschach. "No, we need not act," he replied, shaking his head. While Eric's approach was indeed extreme, it might be just what they required amidst the current turmoil. Magneto's actions would undeniably render the mutants' position more precarious, yet they could also instill a sense of fear in many, and that was an undeniable truth. However, Rorschach, if we allow Eric to continue down this path, war will truly come. Hank's expression remained grave with concern. "That will not happen, for we have Charles." Rorschach replied with a knowing smile. The fates of Eric and Charles were inextricably linked. Charles, Hank and Raven exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, given Charles' nature, he could never allow Eric to act with such impunity. Moreover, Charles possessed formidable abilities capable of restraining Eric significantly. "And what of us?" Raven could not help but ask again. "We shall bring more of our brothers and sisters here, providing them a sanctuary amidst this chaos," Rorschach stated, his gaze steady upon the group. "Yet how many individuals can we shelter?" Raven sighed deeply. No matter how powerful Rorschach may be, he is ultimately just one person. Even if this place were vast and filled to capacity, how many could it truly sustain? Their brethren, however, number in the thousands. Raven felt an urgent need for greater action. Yet, this dilemma is indeed a formidable one, not something that Raven alone could resolve. In the grand narrative of survival for their kind, Raven feels like a mere insignificant pebble. Perhaps, contemplating this, her gaze fell upon Rorschach. Only this man could alter the fate of mutants, she believed. At least for the time being, Raven viewed Rorschach as the sole beacon of hope for their kind. She knew he must possess a grand strategy, though its nature eluded her. Nonetheless, she was willing to devote her strength for the cause. "The cerebral amplifier will require another 2 weeks for completion," Hank remarked, adjusting his glasses, his expression grave as he addressed Rorschach. Despite having mobilized every available resource for its construction, the scale of the project was such that it could not be hastily concluded. "It's of no concern," Rorschach shrugged. After all, news of mutants is everywhere. Moreover, Rorschach possessed superhuman hearing within New York, and thanks to the enhancements from 3 Mile Island, his auditory abilities had expanded beyond the city limits. In essence, Rorschach's heightened hearing could prove invaluable in such times. With this in mind, Rorschach wasted no time. He began filtering the cacophony of sounds throughout the city. "Oh my, what is happening? Caution! Everyone, retreat quickly, or risk being reduced to ash. This is an extremely dangerous individual. Fire at will." The urgent cries reached Rorschach's ears. Reduced to ash? Could it be firemen? Rorschach's expression shifted slightly. The strength of firemen was indisputable. He had once dominantly overpowered Iceman Bobby, an Omega-level mutant. Firemen's prowess was well established. Furthermore, Rorschach recalled that firemen had initially followed Professor X at the Mutant Academy before defecting to Magneto's side, a sign of his unpredictable nature. Now, he wondered if firemen would align himself with him once more. Rochester found this to be an exceedingly intriguing topic. "Wait a moment. No, that is not right." He immediately shook his head. "The Iceman and Fireman surely aren't individuals from this era, are they? As for the present day, they might not even have been born yet, or perhaps they are merely children. Do not force my hand." Another voice echoed, discernible from its source, evidently belonging to the individual being besieged by the police and military. It was unmistakably that of the fireman. The sound startled Rochester further, for it was distinctly a woman's voice. Thus, there exists a female counterpart of the fireman? Rochester's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have discovered a compatriot in peril. I shall take my leave." Without delay, Rochester bid farewell to those around him, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The next moment, the familiar sound of a sonic boom reverberated through the air. Chapter 141. Even for a mutant, this is rather extravagant. 27th Street, New York. Fountain Park. Once a bustling and lively park, it now lay in desolation, devoid of any visitors. For the time being, the entire park had been cordoned off, not by ordinary police measures, but by military lockdown. At every entrance to the park stood soldiers in military attire, armed and vigilant. Such a display was nothing short of extraordinary. Without delving into other details, merely observing this scene reveals the sheer magnitude of the threat posed by the female fireman. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed through the air. In the center of the Fountain Plaza, A tactical assault vehicle led the charge, followed closely by 4 or 5 ordinary agency vehicles, lined up to form a barricade, completely obstructing the thoroughfares leading east and west out of the plaza. Before that tactical vehicle stood a burly man, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the battlefield ahead. Not far in front of him, 8 of his subordinates were concealed behind various cover points, clutching assault rifles, their triggers pulled in frantic succession towards a woman beside a statue. Yet, the woman stood with her arms outstretched, enveloped in a sphere of blue flames, creating a perfect energy shield that surrounded her entirely. This was not merely fire. It resembled a blue, flame-like energy form, for otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand bullets. Moreover, this azure flame-like energy entity possesses an exceedingly fearsome temperature, as the bullets that were thwarted were instantaneously melted away. Thus, the blue energy shield effectively defended the woman against all projectiles, leaving her wholly unscathed. Before the fiery woman, several clusters of human-shaped ashes remained, evidently the remnants of those unfortunate souls who endeavored to apprehend her by force. Do not push me. Though the fiery woman's abilities were formidable, it was evident that she was beginning to show signs of fatigue. With a fierce shout, she thrust her hands forward, causing the blue flames surrounding her to erupt violently. In an instant, an expansive area of approximately 60 to 70 meters was engulfed by the azure inferno. By the heavens! The soldiers who had been firing upon the fiery woman were taken aback, retreating into their cover, too fearful to expose themselves. Cries of agony soon followed, as the ferocity of her flame assault proved overwhelmingly powerful. Some soldiers found their shelters sufficiently resilient, successfully blocking the onslaught of flames. However, a few were not as fortunate. Flames surged through the gaps, igniting them in a fiery embrace, allowing them to experience firsthand the sensation of being roasted alive. Colonel Kaz, this cannot continue. Our forces are utterly incapable of handling this situation. The burly man's aide, with a grim expression, implored him, having already called for reinforcements, which would take at least 15 minutes to arrive. Before that, they might all perish. What about the rocket launcher? Colonel Kaz pondered briefly before making a decisive command. Fire the rocket launcher at her. But Colonel, our orders are to capture, not to eliminate. The aide's protest was abruptly silenced as Colonel Kaz seized him by the collar, his gaze sharp as a blade. Are you questioning my decision? The aide felt as if he were being hunted by a beast, his body tensing with fear as he swallowed hard. He dared not utter another word. Yes, Colonel. The aide saluted sharply and hastily exited to execute the orders. Before long, under the aide's direction, a rocket launcher was swiftly unloaded from the tactical assault vehicle, set up in position, and aimed at the fiery woman ahead. Fire! At the command, a rocket was launched with a resounding blast, hurtling directly toward the azure energy shield surrounding the woman. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, causing the blue energy shield to tremble violently, akin to tumultuous waves. The female fire wielder was hurled backward as if struck by lightning, crashing into the statues behind her, toppling them to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Colonel Kaz could not suppress a cruel smile that crept across his lips. His aide, standing beside him, felt a tightness in his chest and widened his eyes, intently observing the condition of the female fire wielder. Surely, she could not have perished in such an explosion? Coughing soon followed, and to his relief, the female fire wielder staggered back to her feet, eliciting a mix of astonishment and fear within the aide. What kind of monster could withstand a rocket barrage? In stark contrast to his earlier reluctance to deploy the rocket launcher, Colonel Kaz now yearned for another shot to obliterate her entirely. The thought of such a creature remaining alive was terrifying. Seize her, he commanded casually. Without a moment's hesitation, several soldiers stepped forward, intent on subduing the female fire wielder. Yet at that moment, an ominous sonic boom echoed through the area, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Thunder? It hardly seemed so. Suddenly, they were all taken aback as a young man of Eastern descent crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. A powerful gust of wind surged from the sky, sweeping across the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The sheer force was nothing short of imposing. What was happening? Colonel Kaz and his soldiers stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Rorschach. Had this individual just fallen from the heavens? Even if he were a mutant? Such a descent seemed exaggerated. After all, he had no wings. Unfazed by the astonished gazes around him, Rorschach approached the female fire wielder, bending down to assess her condition. A remarkably exquisite and handsome face, one that was also strikingly familiar, came into view. This face Rorschach instantly recognized it. It was undoubtedly a character from a narrative he knew. Yet, he could not quite place who it was at that moment.